Chapter 1: Confront your unscrupulous boss and receive a reward of 100 million. Fuck you. On a thunderstorm evening, in the heavy rain, Chen Fan, who was lying on the ground, had just answered a call from his leader when a barrage of angry curses pierced his eardrums. Chen Fan. You're a piece of shit. I asked you to deliver food, but you made me receive more than 10 complaints. Don't you want to do this anymore? Ignoring the pain in his legs, Chen Fan held the phone tightly. He really wanted to yell into the phone, "I don't want to do this anymore, you idiot." However, the reality forced him to bow his head. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Wang, I didn't mean it, I just... Bite. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Blood type, O. Main occupation, insurance sales. Part-time job, Tuan Mei deliver a man. The identity information has been verified correctly, the system is binding. Successful binding of the Shenhao system. System level, LV0. You will get 510 points for each task you complete. 1000 points can be used to upgrade the system once. The higher the system level, the more functions it has and the higher the rewards. Listening to the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind in the translucent interface with blue light that appeared in front of him, Chen Fan was stunned and forgot what he was going to say. As a loser who only cares about the super rich types, how could Chen Fan not know what the super rich system means? However, he never expected that the godly rich system would come upon him at this time. After all, before this, he had finally gone out in the heavy rain to deliver contraceptive medicine to a customer, and the person who came out to pick up the package was actually his legitimate girlfriend, Zhao Tingting. So, he rushed in without caring about anything and wanted to beat the other person up. However, he didn't expect that the opponent turned out to be the captain of their school's basketball team who was very good at playing basketball. Instead of teaching him a lesson, he was beaten up by the opponent. As for his girlfriend, she broke up with him on the spot. The road was slippery due to the rain, and Chen Fan couldn't accept that Zhao Tingting, with whom he had been together since high school, was cheating on him. He accidentally fell to the ground along with the broken electric scooter he had rented for 10 yuan an hour. Before I even got up, I received a call from my superiors. What bad luck! But now, he unexpectedly awakened the godly rich system. Sad? Angry? Anger? Are you unwilling to give in? No. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AFM. After some inspection, Chen Fan discovered that the biggest function of this super rich system is to complete tasks. As long as he completes the tasks issued by the system, he can get a generous reward. As for what the reward is, he is still unclear. You useless thing. I don't care what method you use, go and apologize to the other party immediately. Otherwise, I will never let you go. The angry voice sounded in my ears again. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Have a mission? Before Chen Fan understood all the functions of the system, he saw the taskbar on the virtual interface in front of him emitting a flashing red light. With a little curiosity, Chen Fan used his mind to open the taskbar. Mission, confront Wang Yukai head-on, reward 100 million Dahua coins. Task remaining time, 1 minute. Note, if the host fails to complete the task within the time limit, he will not receive any reward. But there will be no penalty. What the hell? How many zeros are there in this? 1,100 million? Did he see it right? Chen Fan raised his hands, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and counted over and over again. This means that as long as he completes this task, he can get 100 million? Are you kidding him? System-friendly reminder, 34 seconds left. Grass. Whether it's true or not, just give it a try. If you try, you might be able to quickly rise to prominence. What is the difference between not trying and waiting to die? Anyway, Chen Fan has been unlucky to this extent, so he is not afraid of getting even more unlucky. Chapter 2, Resign as a delivery man and be rewarded with full-level kung fu. Fuck you. Idiot. Do you really think you're so awesome? You're just a bully. I've delivered over 50 orders today. If it weren't for me, how could you have become a regional team leader? Just take the reward from your boss and be happy about it. You're not done with me. I'm not done with you either. Aren't you just going to fire me? I'm coming back to resign. Fuck you. After roaring into the phone, Chen Fan hung up without hesitation. Finally one day, Chen Fan dared to confront that idiot head-on. This is all thanks to the courage given to him by the system. After all, if there was no system, how would he dare to do this? Ding dong. System reminder: congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 100 million Dahua coins. Note: Dahua currency is directly transferred to the black card that has been bound to the host's ID card. It is universally used in all banks nationwide. Suddenly, a card with a gold border appeared inexplicably in Chen Fan's hand. It was very textured and heavy. In addition to the card number, there is also a dark pattern of peony flowers on the card surface. This was the first time Chen Fan had seen such a card in his life. Available to all banks nationwide. So, can't he bind Alipay and WeChat? Just as I was thinking about it, a bell rang. Chen Fan picked up the phone. It was that bastard Wang Yukai calling again. Without thinking, Chen Fan immediately hung up the phone. The next second, the phone rang again. Chen Fan hung up again. Even if he didn't answer the call, he could guess what the other party said. It's nothing more than saying that Chen Fan is finished and is looking for death. Sure enough, a text message appeared. Chen Fan, you're fucking done, Chen Fan did not click to read the following content in detail. He won't finish. He no longer wanted to do this delivery job. If it wasn't for the need to make money to support Zhao Tingting and his precious daughter, why would he have to be so depressed? He, Chen Fan, has no father and no mother. As the saying goes, if one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a school-age brother, and a sensible girl. If he doesn't help her, who will? So he just took on all of Zhao Tingting's living expenses. Who would have thought? When Chen Fan thought of that eye-catching scene, he shook his head violently. The past could not be recalled. Then Chen Fan took a look at the broken electric scooter. If he pushes this electric scooter back, his boss will probably blackmail him to death. The deposit of several hundred yuan paid there is considered as buying this broken electric donkey. Dragging his injured leg, Chen Fan walked to the side of the road and stretched out his hand to hail a taxi. A taxi showing as empty appeared in front of Chen Fan. The window was lowered, and the driver looked at Chen Fan, who was wearing a yellow worksuit. His knees and clothes were torn and even stained with blood. Hey, isn't this the famous delivery king, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? You've been robbed. You look like you want to take a taxi? Do you have any money? Chen Fan looked at the man sitting in the driver's seat of the taxi. This was Li Gang, who was fired from the company because he beat Chen Fan up after being dissatisfied with his performance. Although he was unhappy, the place was still 3 kilometers away from the company and he couldn't walk back. What's more, it's raining now, and getting a taxi is harder than getting a plane. Therefore, Chen Fan could only tempt with money, 300. Do you want to go to Tuanmei Company? Generally speaking, even if you pay by meter at Tuanmei, it's only over 50 yuan. But, he is willing to pay 6 times the price. 300? Li Gang laughed at him. Do you have 300 yuan? Even if you become the delivery king, what's the use? Didn't Wang Yukai take away your reward? If you don't have money, don't act so pretentious. We know each other well. Chen Fan. Indeed, if it was before, he wouldn't be able to take out even 30 yuan, let alone 300 yuan. But that was before. Ding dong. System prompt: the task has been updated. The task has been refreshed? Chen Fan was stunned and quickly opened the virtual interface. Task: spend 30,000 yuan on a taxi, and get a reward of plus 10 for enhanced learning ability. Chen Fan was stunned. Spend 30,000? Not to mention taking a taxi, even chartering a car is fine. Although it doesn't matter who you give it to, why should Li Gang, a dog who looks down on people, get it for free? Seeing another taxi, Chen Fan immediately waved, and soon, the other party stopped in front of him. Let's go to Tuanmei, Chen Fan said as he reached out to open the car door. Hey, Lao Su, don't let him get in your car. He is a poor guy and can't even afford a taxi. Li Gang shouted loudly. It's okay. I see he's injured. The situation is urgent. It's just a side job. Lao Su greeted Chen Fan nonchalantly. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital. Feeling warm in his heart, Chen Fan picked up the other party's QR code and scanned it without hesitation. Lao Su, look how dirty he is. You will have to spend money to wash the car, and you will have to pay for it yourself. Why do you need to do this? He is just a poor loser, a loser. Even if you help him, he can't give you anything in return. Before Li Gang could finish his words, he heard a reminder sound coming from the taxi next door. Byte. WeChat received 30,000 yuan. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining enhanced learning ability plus 10. 30,000? Lao Su, you earned 30,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Li Gang asked curiously, stretching his neck. Yes, it was this customer who scanned it. Lao Su was also shocked. He never expected that the other party would directly pay 30,000 yuan after scanning his QR code. Old Su turned to look at Chen Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. His amiable face was full of panic. Sir, you paid too much. It's only 50 yuan at most. I'll return the rest to you. No need, except for the car fare, the rest is my compensation for washing your car. Please go to Tuanmei as quickly as possible, I have something urgent to do. Chen Fan stopped him. Okay. Lao Su didn't know what to say, so he immediately started the car and drove towards Tuanmei. Li Gang saw a taxi in the distance and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Poor Chen Fan actually paid 30,000 yuan for the other party's car fare? But Tuanmei is not far from here, and it costs at most 30 yuan. Chen Fan, this is prosperous, so rich. Could it be that he won the lottery jackpot? On the way, Chen Fan received a call. It's Li Gang calling. Chen Fan did not answer. Soon, he received a WeChat friend request from the other party. Note, Brother Fan, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please don't take it to heart. If you have found a way to make money, take me with you. I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Chen Fan closed his eyes and ignored him. After a while, another reminder to add a friend came. Note, Brother Fan, if you don't tell Lao Su to stop the car, I'll be behind your car. I don't want 30,000 yuan, I only want 10,000 yuan. For 10,000 yuan, I'll take you to any destination you want to go. We are all old acquaintances. As the saying goes, good things should stay in the family. Seeing the other party's shameless friend addition, Chen Fan could imagine Li Gang's fawning look. How disgusting. Soon, the car arrived at Tuanmei. As soon as Chen Fan got out of the car, he saw Wang Yukai already at the small company entrance. In fact, it is more like a small store than a company. Chen Fan. You've become so powerful. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you want to do this anymore? As soon as he saw Chen Fan getting out of the car, Wang Yukai walked over with an umbrella in his hand, determined to teach Chen Fan a lesson. No one has ever dared to speak to Wang Yukai like this. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Mission updated? Chen Fan was stunned. Is this another mission? Thinking of this, he immediately controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Task, successfully quit your job as a delivery man at Tuanmei by going crazy, and be rewarded with full-level Chinese Kung Fu. Chapter 3, check into a 3-star hotel and get a 5-star hotel. Full-level Chinese Kung Fu? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He thought the system would only reward Dahua coins, but he didn't expect it to also reward Kung Fu skills? There are so many varieties of Kung Fu in the Great Hua Kingdom that you can't count them on one hand. What's more, no one can defeat Dahua Kung Fu. Even the so-called Muay Thai cannot compete with it. If Chen Fan possessed this skill, wouldn't he be invincible? Way to go crazy? Chen Fan immediately thought of Yu Huanshui. Isn't this simply crazy literature? You bastard, Wang Yukai. You bastard. If you dare to talk to me like that again. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Chen Fan's temper instantly flared up. In the past, he didn't dare to be so tough because he had no money. He has to rely on this part-time job to support him and his ex-girlfriend. But now, he has 99,970,000, so what is he afraid of? Moreover, he has the support of Brother Tongzi. What is he afraid of? Wang Yukai never thought that Chen Fan would dare to contradict him like this in front of him. He stood there in a daze for a moment. Seeing Wang Yukai dumbfounded, Chen Fan roared again, I just quit. I'm back now to resign. After yelling, Chen Fan walked towards the store door. What? Chen Fan, is he really quitting? Thinking of this, Wang Yukai immediately chased after him. Chen Fan, do you know what you are talking about? For a high school graduate like you, what kind of job can you find if you leave me? If I didn't pity you, do you really think you can stay here with your ability? Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to what Wang Yukai said, raised the shutter and walked in. In the store, there is the most important thing to him, which is the photo with his grandparents. He can give up everything else, but this is the only thing he must take away. Chen Fan. I'm talking to you. Seeing that Chen Fan still ignored him, Wang Yukai felt humiliated. He immediately walked in front of Chen Fan and snatched the photo from Chen Fan's hand. I'm telling you, I'm here to resign. Wang Yukai, don't you fucking understand what I'm saying? Chen Fan looked at Wang Yukai and reached out to snatch the photo back from Wang Youcai's hand. However, he was not as tall as Wang Yukai, nor as heavy as Wang Yukai, so he was no match for Wang Yukai at all. Wang Yukai. Even if you don't give me the photos, I will resign. Chen Fan said patiently. Chen Fan, you have a fever and are crazy, right? You dare to ask me to resign. Do you want to pay double compensation for breach of contract? Not to mention double compensation, even if I ask you to pay double compensation, you can't even give it. Why are you pretending to be generous in front of me? Hearing what Chen Fan said, Wang Yukai immediately mocked him. Before I get angry, you'd better take back your words and deliver the takeaway honestly. Today, just pretend that you were caught in the rain and said something you weren't in your right mind. I will be merciful and let you go off work early. Tomorrow, come to work on time at 6 o'clock. After saying that, Wang Yukai threw the photos into the air. Chen Fan hurriedly reached out to catch the photo and carefully hid it in his pocket. Then he said, I'm serious. If I want to resign, I will definitely resign. Chen Fan. You dare. Wang Yukai was instantly panicked. If Chen Fan leaves, where can he find such almost free labor? Ha! See if I dare to do that. With a cold snort, Chen Fan waved his hand and smashed the broken computer on the table, which was more than 10 years old, to the ground. With a loud bang, Wang Yukai was completely frightened. Then, Chen Fan went crazy again. He smashed everything in the store onto the ground and then sat on the ground, howling and screaming, I'm quitting. I'm quitting. Chen Fan. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are crazy. Seeing Chen Fan in a state of madness, Wang Yukai hurried to the door, fearing that the crazy Chen Fan would suddenly do something to him. Yes. I'm crazy. Damn it. Chen Fan vented all his dissatisfaction. I'm going to resign now. If you don't agree, I'm going to smash everything in this room to pieces. Then I'll set it on fire and burn it clean. What? Want to set fire to this place? Upon hearing what Chen Fan said, Wang Yukai immediately agreed, okay, I agree to your resignation. Isn't it enough that I agree to your resignation? Stop it. Stop it right now. That's what you said. Seeing Wang Yukai agreed, Chen Fan immediately put down the printer in his hand and put it back. Yes, that's what I said. Wang Yukai nodded vigorously, fearing that Chen Fan would go crazy again. What about my bonus? Chen Fan looked at the trophy on the cabinet. I'll send it to you, right now. Wang Yukai walked in fearfully, took out the key, opened the drawer, took out a few red banknotes, put them on the table, and twitched his face. Take this money, you can leave. Just consider it as resigning. Don't you want me to compensate you? Chen Fan didn't take the red bills. Who the hell was he humiliating? No. Wang Yukai shook his head violently. He didn't dare to provoke Chen Fan at this moment, for fear that someone might die. As for the things that Chen Fan smashed, they were all old things that had been passed on through who knows how many hands and were not valuable. What's more, he didn't know how many of these things he could buy with the commission he got from Chen Fan's salary. Okay. You said it. From today on, I, Chen Fan, will no longer be a member of your Tuanmei. As he said that, Chen Fan threw the work badge hanging around his neck in front of Wang Yukai, then strode towards the door. As soon as Chen Fan left, Wang Yukai immediately pulled down the rolling door and closed it. Hearing the noise behind him, Chen Fan didn't even turn his head. The system's voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the full level of Chinese Kung Fu. Powerful. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that there was no one in the world as strong as him. It's okay that his fighting power is off the charts. More importantly, he still has a balance of 99,970,000. Even if I lie down in this life, I will not starve to death. Chen Fan, will also have such a day. I must be dreaming. Raising his head to face the heavy rain, Chen Fan shouted excitedly. Wang Yukai, who was in the store, saw this scene and quickly pulled the curtains shut out of fear. He had never seen Chen Fan in such a crazy state. In his impression, Chen Fan had always been an honest and somewhat cowardly person. Knowing clearly that the bonus had been embezzled by him, Chen Fan didn't even dare to fart. Now, he looks like this probably because he has experienced some serious stimulation. It would be better for him to be careful to avoid the other party retaliating against him. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. With the previous two experiences, Chen Fan directly opened the virtual interface. Task, successfully check into the fashion hotel and be rewarded with a 5-star hotel star and moon. Holy crap! 5-star hotel? What are you hesitating about? On a rainy night, Chen Fan came to a 3-star hotel. In addition to the mission, Chen Fan also has selfish motives. The rental house he lived in before is no longer worthy of him now. What's more, if his precious daughter saw him going back like this, she would probably be scared and cry. Get me a room. Chen Fan took out his ID card. At the reception desk was a woman who seemed to be a little overweight, wearing heavy makeup and who looked 4 or 5 years older than Chen Fan. You? The woman put down the melon seeds in her mouth and looked up and down at Chen Fan, who was soaked to the skin and didn't look like someone who could afford to stay in a 3-star hotel. This is not a relief home. Get out of here. With a bang, Chen Fan slapped the table hard, and instantly, a huge crack appeared on the marble tabletop. Before the woman could react, there was a clang, and the middle quickly caved in and collapsed with a loud bang. The frightened woman stepped back quickly, looking at Chen Fan with horror. Get me a room. Chen Fan continued. If it wasn't a system task, and he was already feeling extremely uncomfortable being wet all over, just based on this woman's attitude, he would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Yes, I'll give it to you right away. The woman was so frightened that her face turned pale, like a ghost who had been dead for decades. She stretched out her hands and tremblingly took the ID card from Chen Fan, and immediately started operating on the computer. I want the biggest room. Chen Fan said. He has never enjoyed himself properly since he was a child. Since we have already checked into a 3-star hotel, we should enjoy ourselves. Okay. But our luxury suite is 2,000 yuan a night. Are you sure? The woman was so scared that she didn't dare to look at Chen Fan. The opponent's strength was so terrifying that he shattered the marble that was more than 10 centimeters thick with just one palm. Yes. Chen Fan didn't even think about it. A mere 2,000 yuan is nothing. Moreover, it was much cheaper than he had imagined. He thought these star-rated hotels were hundreds of times more expensive than those ghost houses. I didn't expect it to be so cheap. Could it be that he was drifting away? You think 2,000 is too cheap? QR code. Chen Fan scanned around but didn't see it. Let me look for it. The woman also took a look, and then she realized that the QR code should have fallen with the marble in the middle. Bending down, she took out another QR code from the cabinet and handed it to Chen Fan. I felt extremely nervous. What should she do if the other party doesn't pay the money? If we fight, we will definitely not be able to win. Moreover, she might be killed instantly by the other party before she could even make a move. Ding dong. Alipay reminder, 2,000 yuan has been received. The woman's eyes widened instantly and she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Could this poor boy in tattered clothes really afford 2,000 yuan? Room card? Chen Fan put away his phone and asked coldly. Yes, your room card, 20th floor, turn left. The woman quickly handed the room card and ID card to Chen Fan. According to the convention, she would take Chen Fan upstairs, but she was too afraid to be alone with him, so she had to let Chen Fan go up alone. Chen Fan said nothing, turned around and walked towards the elevator. After Chen Fan left, the woman immediately picked up the phone and dialed. After swiping the card, Chen Fan entered the luxury suite. How big is it inside? It's about 10 times the size of Chen Fan's rental house. Not only does it have a kitchen, it also has a refrigerator and all kinds of drinks and alcohol. There are also various snacks, spicy, sweet and salty. In addition, there is a red leather sofa, which looks very comfortable. In front of the sofa is a TV that is as big as half the wall. This was the first time Chen Fan had seen such a big TV in his life. After taking off his wet clothes, Chen Fan immediately went to take a shower. As soon as he came out, he was immediately surrounded. "Don't move. Put your hands up." The uniformed security guard warned Chen Fan with an electric baton. Chapter 4 rewards super skills to obtain identity information. After Chen Fan tied his bathrobe, he still raised his hand. "What did I do wrong?" "Manager, the person has been controlled." The security guard escorted Chen Fan out of the bedroom and reported to the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged man stared intently at the TV in front of him and kept changing channels with the remote control in his hand. "How dare you threaten my woman?" "What?" Chen Fan was even more confused. When had he ever threatened anyone? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and Chen Fan remembered the woman at the front desk. "I didn't threaten her. I just asked her to get a room for me. But she didn't want to," Chen Fan said truthfully. The middle-aged man turned to look at Chen Fan. "If you didn't threaten her, would she cry so much?" Chen Fan, pear blossoms with tears? Well, all he could think of was the woman crying like a ghost. "Then what do you want?" Chen Fan put his hand down. "Who told you to put your hands down?" The security guard on the side was instantly unhappy. Chen Fan was already unhappy, and when someone wanted to die, how could he not help him? The next second, Chen Fan grabbed the security guard by the collar and threw him to the ground with an easy shoulder throw. Without waiting for the other security guards to react, Chen Fan gave another security guard a flying kick, sending him flying. In just 3 moves, Chen Fan took care of all the fragile security guards at an extremely fast speed. I was wrong, please spare my life." Seeing his men falling to the ground, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa suddenly lost his composure. "Call her up here, I want to see what she says." Chen Fan crossed his arms over his chest. "This woman, if she doesn't seek death, she will die." Yes. The middle-aged man immediately took out his cell phone, made the call, and roared in a bad tone, "Get up here right now." This damn bitch made him offend someone he couldn't afford to offend. After a while, Chen Fan saw a woman who really looked like a female ghost. At first glance, he really didn't recognize the other person. "Manager, why are you calling me up so urgently? Is there something wrong?" The woman took the initiative to walk to the manager. "Why are you still sitting there? Kneel down and apologize to this distinguished guest," the manager yelled at the woman angrily. "Let me kneel down and admit my mistake to him?" The woman was stunned. However, the manager didn't care whether he was willing or not and immediately dragged the woman to her knees. "I'm sorry, it was all a misunderstanding before. I hope you can forgive me and pretend that nothing happened. Well, I'll pay for your hotel fees tonight," the manager said quickly, fearing that Chen Fan would be ruthless to him. "That's it?" Chen Fan smacked his lips. "What kind of compensation is this? What about his mental damages?" The manager was stunned. Seeing that Chen Fan seemed dissatisfied with the proposal, he quickly added, "How about, from now on, you can stay in our hotel for free. I will give you another 20,000 yuan as compensation. Do you think that's okay? It's all free. And you're giving him 20,000? Manager, you are kidding me." Before Chen Fan could even open his mouth, the female receptionist who was kneeling beside him was already yelling at the manager in shock. "Shut up." The manager walked up and slapped the receptionist in the face. "You have no right to speak here." The female receptionist was stunned by the slap. She didn't dare to vent her anger and could only stare at the manager angrily. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface. Task, let the other party teach the female receptionist a lesson, and get the super skill to obtain the identity information as a reward. Read the other party's identity information? Chen Fan was stunned. Is this possible? I can consider it, but there is one condition. She slandered me, I can't just ignore it like that, right? Chen Fan looked at the swollen half of the woman's face, feeling no ripples in his heart, and even felt that it was too light. Okay, you consider it first. If you have any requirements, just ask, I will definitely try my best to meet you. As for her. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, the manager felt relieved and then looked at the other security guards. Teach her a lesson. Who gave you the guts to slander Mr. Chen? Immediately, the security guards came forward and punched and kicked the female receptionist. Just ask? Chen Fan stroked his chin and thought, what request should he make? For now, I can't think of it. I'll tell you when I think of it. Now, you can go away. Putting down his hands, Chen Fan glanced at the female receptionist who was almost dying and bleeding from her nose and mouth, then turned around and faced them. He had received too much information today, and after being caught in a heavy rain, his head felt dizzy and he just wanted to have a good sleep. Yes, then, we won't disturb your rest. After hearing what Chen Fan said, the manager immediately winked at the others and evacuated from the luxury suite as quickly as possible. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining super skills to obtain identity information. How do I use this thing? Chen Fan shook his head. No, his head hurt a little and his whole body was a little hot. He had to sleep first. Before going to bed, Chen Fan picked up the phone and called the front desk. When the door of the suite opened again, a woman appeared at the door in cool clothes. A white camisole revealed her slender waist, and a pair of long white legs under the pink mini leather skirt were particularly attractive. Chen Fan's gaze went from top to bottom and then from bottom to top, and his face looked good. At least, she is so much more beautiful than his cheating ex. Name, Fong Yuan. Height, 165 centimeters. Chest, 86. Waist, 59. Hips, 87. Education level, high school. Holy crap! Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the transparent background panel displayed above the woman's head. 109? There are not as many heroes as her in Liangshan. Looks like a decent person, but actually killed hundreds of people. Hello, I'm here to deliver medicine to you, sir, on the orders of Manager Wang. Fong Yuan raised her hand to lift a strand of hair that fell by her ear, showing off her charm. Give me the medicine. Chen Fan looked disgusted. I don't know if this person has any infectious disease. Sir, since you are sick, let me take care of you. I have a way that can help you get rid of the disease faster. Seeing Chen Fan so cold, Fong Yuan still smiled and tried to please him. Get out of the way. Chen Fan didn't have that much patience. After snatching the cold medicine from Fong Yuan's hand, he didn't give her a chance to speak. He turned around and slammed the door. Even though Chen Fan had a fleeting romance, it doesn't mean that he will pick up any kind of junk. Taking a bottle of water, Chen Fan stuffed a few cold medicine pills into his mouth, then drank half a bottle of water before lying down on the bed. I didn't know how to use this skill to obtain identity information before, but now it is really clear at a glance. Before seeing the message, he had some feelings towards the girl named Fong Yuan. After all, a girl with big breasts and a big butt looked very nice to touch. But after seeing how many times they had sex, he just felt disgusting and dirty. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. Ding, ding, ding. The phone beside the bed rang. Turning over, Chen Fan picked up the phone with heavy eyelids. Mr. Chen, are you not satisfied? The manager's extremely flattering voice came from the phone. Satisfied your mother. Why don't you find a clean one? Find me a bus that anyone can get on. Who the hell are you trying to disgust? Chen Fan got angry when he mentioned this. It's already 3 a.m., where can I find a clean one for you? Mr. Chen, don't underestimate her, she's really good at it. After tasting her you'll only feel intoxicated and dreamless, and there's never been a bad review. Before the manager could finish his words, Chen Fan hung up the phone without any hesitation. Grass. No matter how good it tastes, Chen Fan doesn't care about it. As soon as the wire was pulled out, Chen Fan turned sideways, and as the drug spread, he quickly fell asleep. When I opened my eyes, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Getting up from the bed, Chen Fan picked up the cell phone beside him. Strangeness. Is it because of the rain? The screen of the phone is always black and there is no response at all? After washing up casually, Chen Fan just opened the door and saw the food at the door. This should be something the hotel specially prepared for him. Reaching out, picking up a bun and a fried dough stick, Chen Fan headed towards the elevator. Mr. Chen, are you okay? As soon as he saw Chen Fan coming out of the elevator, Manager Wang ran up happily. What can I do for you? Chen Fan took a bite of the bun and said, Is there a mobile phone store nearby? Yes. Manager Wang nodded quickly. You slept for 2 days. I thought something happened to you. I was wondering whether to call the police. Slept for 2 days? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Is the drug so effective? Normally, he is a working dog who can only rest for 3 or 4 hours throughout the day. Where? Chen Fan asked after coming to his senses. It's about 100 meters to the left when you go out. Do you want me to take you there? Manager Wang asked in a flattering manner. No need. Check out. Chen Fan threw the room card to Manager Wang, turned around and walked towards the door. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtain the 5-star Hotel Xingyue Hotel. OMO? Xingyue Hotel? That is the only 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng. Now, it belongs to him, Chen Fan? Looking up, Chen Fan looked at the slightly dazzling sun. The sunshine today is just right. There is an illusion of rebirth after death. Mr. Chen, take care. Manager Wang shouted behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked towards the mobile phone store, feeling that everything that had happened before was extremely dreamy. Not true at all. If my phone wasn't broken, I would have to check the balance to see if it was really 999680000. Soon, Chen Fan came to the mobile phone store, took out his phone and put it on the counter. Can this phone be repaired? The other party just raised his eyelids and said, this broken phone can't be repaired. Give me the most expensive and best mobile phone in your store. Chen Fan looked at the black old-fashioned phone with regret. This phone has been with him for many years and he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. The most expensive, the best? After hearing what Chen Fan said, the man who was playing Candy Crush raised his head and looked at Chen Fan straight in the eye. He then looked at the old phone in front of him that was worn out so much that the paint was almost peeling off. Look at you, you loser. Don't come here to show off. Get out of the way and don't affect my business. Chapter 5, Angry at the ex-girlfriend's best friend and get a reward. Lost look? After hearing that, Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at his own clothes. The yellow clothes of the takeout team were dirty and torn, and looked like they were picked up from a trash can on the roadside. It seems that after buying the mobile phone, I will have to go to the mall and buy some clothes for myself. Okay. Don't regret it. After saying this, Chen Fan turned and left. He just couldn't believe that there was only one mobile phone store nearby. Soon, Chen Fan found another mobile phone store, but the clerk looked at him with contempt. Fortunately, the store manager was a man with vision and tried his best to recommend various affordable mobile phones to him. Hey, isn't this the famous bootlicker, Chen Fan? A mocking voice came from the side. Chen Fan turned his head and saw a girl with an average appearance and figure leaning against a middle-aged man who looked like he could be her father. Chen Fan knew this girl. She is his ex-girlfriend's best friend, Wang Xiaoya. Are you here to buy a cell phone for Tingting? I advise you not to waste your time on it. It would be embarrassing to take out that 1,000 yuan cell phone. Wang Xiaoya pursed her lips with a look of disdain. Chen Fan didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Instead, he turned to the store manager and said, I don't want these. I want the most expensive phone in your store. Chen Fan didn't even bother to take the 1,000 yuan phone from the store manager. Things are different now, he is no longer the poor Chen Fan. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The next second, Wang Xiaoya's sarcastic smacking of lips could be heard in my ears. The most expensive phone, can you afford it? Can you spare 2,000 yuan from your body? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Another mission? Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface. Task, every time you say something to Wang Xiaoya, you will be rewarded with plus 5 points of charm. Charm value? Although he didn't know what this thing was, Chen Fan still took the task. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Chen Fan didn't like Wang Xiaoya in the first place. Wang Xiaoya was a gold digger and often spoke ill of him in front of Zhao Tingting, belittling him as worthless. Now, he realized that Zhao Tingting and Wang Xiaoya are the same kind of people, which is why they can become good friends. Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Wang Xiaoya was stunned, her face full of shock. Even if she had said more excessive and unpleasant things in front of Chen Fan before, Chen Fan had never dared to talk back to her. Now, he dares to be so tough? Who gave him the courage? Coming back to her senses, Wang Xiaoya raised her finger and pointed at the tip of Chen Fan's nose, shouting, How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will call Tingting in a minute. Hee, you can fight whoever you want, it's none of my business. Don't try to show off in front of me. Chen Fan snorted and ignored Wang Xiaoya. To be honest, he never dared to do such a thing before, and he always endured it in silence. Now that he has said everything he wanted to say, he can't tell how happy he is. It's simply so cool. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. You, Chen Fan. I think you are tired of your good life. I will make you break up with Tingting right away. Wang Xiaoya never thought that Chen Fan would dare to contradict her like this. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Break up? Listen to me. It's me, Chen Fan, who doesn't want her, Zhao Tingting. I've wanted to break up with her a long time ago. Chen Fan turned around with a look of disdain. I've had enough of the days of being a bootlicker. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. What did you say? Wang Xiaoya, who was taking out her cell phone, heard Chen Fan say this and looked at him in disbelief. You want to break up with Tingting? It's not a breakup, I dumped her. Chen Fan said without even looking at Wang Xiaoya, and said to the store manager, what are you still standing there for? Bring me the most expensive phone in your store. Chen Fan, what are you crazy about? You dare to dump Tingting. You are lying. It took Wang Xiaoya a long time to come back to her senses. She couldn't believe that such words came out of the mouth of the coward Chen Fan. I mean what I say. Zhao Tingting, she is a piece of trash. Whoever wants her can take her. Anyway, I don't want her. Chen Fan turned around and continued to retort to Wang Xiaoya. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Who are you calling a slut? Our Tingting is so blind that she actually fell in love with a bastard like you. Wang Xiaoya was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to hit Chen Fan. What are you doing? Let me go. Don't touch me, I'm dirty. Before the slap landed on Chen Fan's face, Wang Xiaoya's hand was grabbed by Chen Fan. Darling, save me, he bullied me. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't move, Wang Xiaoya could only turn around and ask the man behind her for help. Brother, let's talk it out. How can you be a hero if you bully a girl? The man stood up and rescued Wang Xiaoya. Is she a girl? Chen Fan smiled contemptuously and shook off Wang Xiaoya's hand. At most, she can only be considered a female whore. Being able to be with such an old man, Wang Xiaoya really doesn't mind that he looks old. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Who are you calling a bitch? Chen Fan, say it again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Xiaoya was furious when she heard that Chen Fan dared to say that to her. I'm talking about you. I remember that you changed your boyfriend every few days. What's the matter? Your rich second-generation boyfriends can't satisfy you? Why did you change to this one again? Chen Fan pouted and looked at Wang Xiaoya, who was already feeling guilty. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Don't slander me. Wang Xiaoya glared at Chen Fan angrily, then turned around and hugged the old man tenderly. Darling, it's not like what he said. You are my only boyfriend. I don't have any other friends of the opposite sex. What a pretentious guy. Chen Fan complained. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Chen Fan, you. Wang Xiaoya turned her head and stared at Chen Fan fiercely. What do you mean by I? Am I not telling the truth? Who is it that comes to Zhao Tingting every other day to show off how rich her boyfriend is? Chen Fan crossed his arms and thought, wow, it turns out that it feels so good to confront people. It feels so good to see the other person getting so angry and frustrated, wanting to kill him but unable to do so. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Chapter 6, bought a Huawei mobile phone for 465,000 yuan. Okay. I didn't expect you to be such a person. And you even told me that this is your first time in love. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately shook off Wang Xiaoya's hand and distanced themselves from each other with disgust. No, dear, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not the case at all. He is just slandering me. Wang Xiaoya immediately became panicked and kept pestering the man. Get out. Don't touch me. I think you schoolgirls are clean, but you're just like the prostitutes out there. Damn. Before Wang Xiaoya's hand even touched the man, she was pushed away. If you dare to show up in front of me again, I won't be polite to you. After saying this, the man left without looking back. Honey, how can you believe his words? I really didn't. Wang Xiaoya fell to the ground and wanted to get up and chase him, but as soon as she stood up, she felt a sharp pain in her ankle, so painful that she couldn't stand up at all. Chen Fan. It's all your fault. Turning her head, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were full of hatred as she stared at Chen Fan. You deserve it. Chen Fan pursed his lips. I have nothing to do with him. When Wang Xiaoya was lying, didn't she think that the lie would be exposed sooner or later? Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. Chen Fan. I'm going to fight you. Wang Xiaoya, blinded by anger, ignored the pain in her feet and rushed towards Chen Fan like a wild bull. Chen Fan dodged quickly and kicked Wang Xiaoya in the butt. In an instant, Wang Xiaoya fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. His face even slid a little on the floor, leaving a dirty mark. Chen Fan. I won't let you go. Wang Xiaoya got up from the ground with a sad face. Everything you did to me today, and everything you said, I will definitely tell Zhao Tingting exactly as it happened. Don't even think about getting back together with her in this life. Reconcile? Even if all the women in the world died and only Zhao Tingting was left, I, Chen Fan, would not even look at her. Reconcile? Dream on. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Grass. When he thought of Zhao Tingting's face, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Okay. This is what you said, don't regret it. Wang Xiaoya bit her lip and glared at Chen Fan angrily. But suddenly I was surprised. Was she seeing things? Or was she suffering from a brain injury? Why do I feel that Chen Fan is becoming more and more handsome? Humph, get out now if you want to. Chen Fan said without even looking at Wang Xiaoya. He turned to the store manager and said, give me the most expensive phone you have here. Ah? The store manager was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? The most expensive phone in our store is worth tens of thousands. Ha ha. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Wang Xiaoya's laughter rang in his ears. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan frowned. Is Wang Xiaoya mad with anger? I'm laughing at you, a poor guy, who has the audacity to ask the store manager to get you the most expensive mobile phone. Chen Fan, do you think this is in your poor countryside? Mobile phones only cost a few hundred yuan? Wang Xiaoya stood up with the help of a chair beside her, laughing at Chen Fan. The most expensive mobile phone in this store is something you may not be able to afford even if you work for 3 years. Whether I can afford it or not, I'm better than you. At least, I earned it with my own hands. Unlike you, who used my own body. No wonder that old man despised me. TSK, I don't know how many people have slept with me. Chen Fan smacked his lips, with the word disgust written nakedly on his face. Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of charm. You. Wang Xiaoya was so angry that she couldn't utter a word. Turning around, Chen Fan took out the black card and placed it on the table, urging the store manager who was watching the show, hurry up. I have plenty of money. Okay. These are all mobile phones worth tens of thousands of yuan. There are Apple and Huawei. Before the store manager finished introducing them, Chen Fan pointed to another outstanding Huawei phone and said, I want this one. Sir, you want this one? The store manager was extremely shocked. Sir, I suggest that you spend this money on an Apple phone of the same price instead. After all, Apple is what everyone pursues. The store manager advised kindly. I want it. Chen Fan said firmly. Apple phones can really show off, but he doesn't need it at all. Do people who are truly capable still need to show off? Sir, the shell of this phone is made of 18K solid gold, and the back shell has the traditional Chinese mascots turtle and crane. The turtle symbolizes longevity and also means to ward off disasters and bring in wealth. The body is made of gold, and the green pattern is jadeite. The shape of the crane is made of enamel, natural jadeite, and 18K gold. The crane also symbolizes longevity and elegance. In traditional Chinese culture, the crane is often associated with gods and is also called immortal crane. There are only 8 units available worldwide, and 8 also means fortune. Currently, 5 units have been pre-ordered. Limited edition or made of gold. Chen Fan immediately interrupted the store manager and said, "Swipe the card." "Sir, don't you want to ask the price?" The store manager looked at the black card on the counter, hesitant. "I'll buy it no matter how much it costs." Chen Fan answered without thinking. Okay. But I still have to tell you, sir, this phone is worth 465,000 yuan. The store manager picked up the black card and glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said nothing and just glanced at the store manager. The store manager understood immediately and swiped the card immediately. "Humph. I want to see how a poor bastard like you can pretend to be so cool." Wang Xiaoya, who was recording Chen Fan with her mobile phone, smiled sinisterly. "Don't try to be cool and end up making a fool of yourself." Bite. Successfully paid 465,000 yuan. What? Wang Xiaoya's phone fell on her lap. Success. Payment of 465,000 yuan? She didn't hear it wrong? Help me change the card. Chen Fan took out the mobile phone with the paint peeling off. Okay. The store manager took the phone and installed the card in it in just a moment. "La Yao, I just saw in the group that you sold a Huawei mobile phone worth more than 460,000 yuan? Wow, you are lucky." Chen Fan was about to leave when he heard a familiar voice coming from the door. I looked sideways and saw, isn't this the owner of the mobile phone store from before? Looking at the brand new phone in Chen Fan's hand, the boss was completely dumbfounded. "Isn't this the Warwick mobile phone worth more than 460,000 yuan? How did it end up in the hands of this homeless guy? Old Yao, don't you think he's dirty? You'd better ask someone to wipe the things that this kind of person has touched with alcohol to prevent them from being contaminated by bacteria. If the next person touches it and gets infected with some disease, you won't be able to explain yourself." Old Wang glanced at Chen Fan with disdain and walked towards the store. "Lao Wang, what the hell are you talking about?" The store manager immediately shouted, "He is my honored customer." "Distinguished guest?" Lao Wang smacked his lips and sat down on the high chair. "Him? You think too highly of him. If he could afford this phone, why would I still run a mobile phone store? I would just follow his example and become a homeless person. How much money can such a low-class person have?" Chapter 7, Break the Hand and get a bonus of plus 20 force. "Sir, this is the invoice for your mobile phone. It has a 3-year warranty. If you have any questions, you can contact any of our Warwick stores at any time." The clerk handed the invoice to Chen Fan with both hands. "Lost." Chen Fan waved his hand and squinted at the dumbfounded old Wang. "Aren't you going to be a homeless person? Why don't you hurry up?" Lao Wang's eyes widened and he stood up in surprise. "Lao Yao, don't tell me that he really bought this phone." "What else?" "I told you not to underestimate anyone, but you didn't listen." Old Yao shook his head helplessly. "Fuck." Lao Wang cursed instantly. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him again, he suddenly felt unhappy. If he had known that this loser was really rich, he should not have kicked him out. "That has 460,000. What are you looking at? It's just a cell phone worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm telling you what I can do." In order to save face, Lao Wang had to speak sarcastically. "Ha, the clown is jumping up and down." Chen Fan snorted coldly. "Are you regretting it now? What were you doing earlier?" Without saying anything else, Chen Fan walked towards the door. "No. Who are you calling a clown? Damn it. Stop right there. If you don't make yourself clear today, don't even think about leaving." As he said that, Lao Wang immediately chased after him and grabbed Chen Fan's arm. "Do you know how much money it costs for me to open a mobile phone store? Do you really think that you can't get anything just by spending hundreds of thousands to buy a mobile phone? As long as I want, I can buy a dozen of these mobile phones. Let go." Chen Fan didn't want to listen to Lao Wang bragging about how powerful he was. He just wanted to leave quickly. In the past, he had no money and had to support that bitch Xiao Tingting. As for life, he, as a father, treated his precious daughter badly. Now that he is rich, he can finally live a good life with his baby daughter after all the hard work. Naturally, he wants to bring the child he is raising next door out and take his baby daughter to eat something good. "You tell me to let go, and I will? Who are you? Why should I listen to you? If you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving here." Lao Wang snorted coldly. If someone dared to mock him as a clown, he wanted to see who the clown was. Ding dong. System prompt: twist off Lao Wang's hand holding the host, and you will be rewarded with plus 20 force points. Holy crap! Increase the force value by 20? Chen Fan couldn't help but blink, fearing that he had misread the system reward. He has already mastered Chinese Kung Fu to the maximum level, and now he has an additional 20 combat power points. Doesn't that mean he can crush his opponent with just the movement of his fingers? This is too cool. Turning around, Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. Without even looking at Lao Wang's arrogant face, he grabbed Lao Wang's wrist with his backhand. He is no longer the weak and fragile Chen Fan from the past. With just a little effort, the originally proud and arrogant old Wang's expression suddenly changed and his face became distorted. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. As Chen Fan exerted more and more force, Lao Wang shouted loudly. Pain? What's this little pain? The more painful thing is still to come. With a curl of his lips, Chen Fan ignored Lao Wang's screams. Crack! Lao Wang's arm was broken alive. Ah! Lao Wang's tragic voice seemed to be about to break his throat. Get out of the way. After breaking Lao Wang's arm completely, Chen Fan immediately shook him off. Bite. System: congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining force value plus 20. Old Wang, who was thrown away by gravity, staggered back several steps and then fell to the ground in a mess. Ouch, it hurts. My hand can't move. It seems like it's broken. Old Wang. Seeing this, the store manager at the side hurried forward and helped Old Wang up from the ground. You just wait for me. Do you know who I am? My dad is the district chief of this area. If you mess with me, it's like kicking a steel plate. Today, you are not allowed to go anywhere without my permission. Lao Wang stood up tremblingly. The pain in his body made it impossible for him to control his facial expressions. Both the corners of his eyes and mouth twitched. When he spoke, he was exactly like Zhao Si in Country Love, so funny and ridiculous. Look, I'm bullying you? Chen Fan snorted, turned around and walked away. District Chief, he is so scared. You stop right there, ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Seeing that Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to his words and walked away in a swagger, Lao Wang instantly became angry. His movement was too big and his already seriously injured hand touched Lao Yao's body. He immediately grimaced in pain and stretched out his other hand to push the kind-hearted old Yao away. Grass. Seeing that Chen Fan was about to leave, Lao Wang became angry. He turned around, found a stone at the foot of the tree, and ran towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, old Yao immediately opened his mouth to remind Chen Fan to be careful, but in the end, due to his power, he closed his mouth again. I didn't know Lao Wang's background before, but now that I know it, how dare I go against him? Unless he doesn't want to stay in Baiyan district anymore. Fuck. I'm going to kill you today. After saying that, Lao Wang swung a stone and was about to hit Chen Fan's head, with a momentum that he would not stop until he smashed it into pieces. Raising his foot, Chen Fan did a roundhouse kick, fiercely kicking Lao Wang in the abdomen. In just a blink of an eye, Lao Wang was already 10 meters away. As Lao Wang coughed violently, blood spurted out. I originally wanted to spare your life. But, unfortunately, you just wanted to die. Chen Fan looked coldly at old Wang, who was vomiting blood. He had put in 50% of his strength in this kick. Now, on the surface, old Wang just looked like he was vomiting blood, but in fact, his internal organs had already ruptured. At most, it will take 3 days. Cough cough. Old Wang looked at Chen Fan with hatred in his eyes and wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth and he fainted. Seeing this, Chen Fan left without looking back. Why are there always people who are blind and have to cause trouble for him? Do you really think that these low-level people deserve to be bullied, looked down upon, and beaten? Do I have to endure all the bullying and insults? No. He Chen Fan just won tea. From now on, anyone who dares to bully him and his beloved daughter will be his enemy. In this regard, he will not show mercy to the other party and give them a chance to survive. Chapter 8. Get a haircut and get a limited edition sports car as a reward. Ding dong. System prompt: complete the dress-up task to gain attribute skill strength plus 10. Strength plus 10? Chen Fan thought about it and finally went to the place he was most familiar with to give it a try. I want this. Chen Fan pointed at a set of casual clothes when he arrived at the street stall he often visited. Oh, why are you here again? Let me tell you first, this set won't work if you pay less than 60. The proprietress, who was sitting on a chair and eating melon seeds, looked up and saw that it was Chen Fan, and she stood up immediately. Pack it up yourself. Without saying anything, Chen Fan picked up his phone and scanned the QR code. 100 yuan has arrived. As the phone rang, the proprietress looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Why did you pay 100 yuan? Didn't you say 60? I think the quality is about 100. Chen Fan quickly took the clothes from the proprietress. Hey, kid, did you get your bonus? The proprietress wanted to hold Chen Fan's hand as before, but unfortunately Chen Fan quickly dodged her. He is no longer the same person he used to be, so he naturally cannot continue to let the boss lady take advantage of him just to get a cheaper price. Okay, I'm leaving. Chen Fan said, turned around and left. Although he is rich now, he still can't change his bad habit of saving money. Maybe he is afraid of being poor, so he subconsciously counts every penny. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task, obtain attribute skills plus 10. Hey, Chen Fan, are you leaving just like this today? The proprietress looked at Chen Fan's receding back. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored her at all, her face changed and she spat on the ground. Cut. Looking at Chen Fan's smug look, he must have hooked up with a rich woman, so he doesn't care about her anymore. But, is it because we haven't seen each other for a long time? Why does it feel like Chen Fan is getting more and more handsome? Like a male celebrity? After changing his clothes, Chen Fan received another prompt from the system. Task, get a haircut and get a limited edition sports car as a reward. Chen Fan? Is this reward real? Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately walked towards the nearest barber shop. When he arrived at the store, Chen Fan got a haircut and shaved his beard. Wow! Is this the unkempt middle-aged man who came in earlier? Isn't this definitely a young hunk? When the ladies at the front desk saw Chen Fan standing up, they instantly lost their composure. Oh my god, if I had known he was so handsome, I should have been the one to greet him, said another girl with dyed yellow hair excitedly. You? Don't forget how disgusted you were with me when I first came in. You even said I stank. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Fan walked to the cashier with an expressionless face and scanned the code to pay. Handsome guy, can you leave me your phone number? Huang Mao asked courageously. No phone. After paying the money, Chen Fan turned around and walked out of the barber shop. So handsome. Really so handsome. He's like a big star. Even when he rejected me, he was still so handsome and cool. As soon as Chen Fan left, the blonde girl looked at his receding back with hearts in her eyes, like a fangirl. Chen Fan. Sure enough, when a person is handsome, everything he does is right. If it were in the past. Shaking his head, Chen Fan stopped thinking about it. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a limited edition sports car. System, the sports car is being transported and will take 1-2 days to arrive in China. Well, although you can't own it right away, it is a limited edition. It's worth waiting a little longer. What's more, he doesn't have a driver's license now, so even if the car is sent to him, he can't drive it. Taking a taxi, Chen Fan soon arrived at the most remote old residential area in Jiangcheng, which was even known as a slum. The structure here is no different from a building within a building, tight and narrow. Even the aisles and stairs are only wide enough to accommodate one person. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the 3rd floor. Reaching out, he knocked on the door of his next-door neighbor. Today is Saturday and the little girl doesn't go to school. Who is it? After a long time, the dilapidated and even rusty iron door opened, revealing a yellow-faced woman. Chen Fan? Why are you here? Seeing the man standing at the door, neatly dressed and handsome, the aunt took a long time to recognize that it was Chen Fan, and she became panicked in an instant. His eyes would look into the house from time to time, as if he was hiding something. I'm here to pick up Nuanyuan. Chen Fan stretched his head to look inside, but heard a heart-wrenching cry. Why does this voice sound a little like Nuan baby? Ah, but isn't today Saturday? Aren't you supposed to be busy? How do you have time to pick her up? The aunt was afraid that Chen Fan would find out something, so she immediately closed the door and only stuck her head out. Is it our Nuanyuan who is crying? Chen Fan's smile instantly disappeared and he frowned. Oh, it's normal for children to cry. Before the auntie could finish her words, Chen Fan pushed her away with force and opened the door. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Nuanyuan sitting alone in the corner. Her body was dirty and her hair was messy. Tears as big as beans fell down. Just looking at it makes people feel heartbroken. Avoiding the mess on the ground, Chen Fan ran to the little girl at the fastest speed. "Oh, my little baby, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Chen Fan picked up the little girl and wiped the tears from her face with his sleeve. "Dad, Dad?" After recognizing the man in front of her, the little girl leaned against Chen Fan's chest with a pursed mouth. "Grandma, she won't let me eat meat. Nuanyuan wants to eat meat." "What?" Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately turned to look at the bewildered aunt, and then looked at the little boy who was eating meat at the table. "Aunt Huang, I give you 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Is this how you help me take care of Nuanyuan?" Chen Fan straightened up while holding the little girl. "Such a dirty and messy environment, how can this be a place for children to live? Don't you see so many cockroaches crawling around?" "Oh my, Chen Fan, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's Nuanyuan who doesn't want to eat, not that I don't give her food. Your Nuanyuan is too picky. Sometimes she wants meat, sometimes she doesn't. I treat her as my own daughter. I take care of her the same way I take care of my precious grandson. You really wronged me." Upon seeing this, the aunt sat down on the ground and immediately started to throw a tantrum. "If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have helped you take care of this cheap kid for just 2,000 yuan. Cheap stuff?" Chen Fan looked at the aunt with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Yes, she is a girl, she is nothing but a cheap commodity. In my opinion, you shouldn't have adopted her in the first place. You'd better spend the money on my grandson. My grandson will definitely achieve great things in the future. He is the material for being a big boss, not." Before the old lady finished her words, Chen Fan immediately kicked the toy at his feet towards her, hitting her mouth accurately. "Ouch!" The old lady screamed, rubbing her swollen lips. "Chen Fan, you are rebelling? You hit me?" Chapter 9, Teach Aunt Huang a lesson and get the void hole as a reward. "If you dare to say anything bad about our Nuanyuan again, not only will I beat you, but I will even kill you," Chen Fan warned coldly. "You won't spare me? You want to kill me? Wow! Chen Fan, you are so arrogant." The old lady got up from the ground angrily, with her hands on her waist. "I was telling the truth. Your Nuanyuan is 3 years old, but she still wets the bed in pants. She can't even write her own name, and she doesn't care about anyone except you. I think she is a fool." Just as Chen Fan was getting more and more angry, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Task, teach Aunt Huang a lesson, and get the void hole as a reward. Hole in the void? What is this? Chen Fan was a little confused. Chen Fan. You've become so capable that you dare to talk to me like that? Although Aunt Huang was in the wrong, she instantly became angry when she thought that Chen Fan, who relied on her to make a living, dared to talk to her like that. "I am your elder. Besides, if I hadn't raised you with great difficulty, you..." Aunt Huang was about to criticize Chen Fan when she was interrupted by Chen Fan's cold voice. "Hand you over for a lot? If it weren't for the little inheritance left by my parents in this house, would you care about my life or death? Besides, what does your relationship have to do with my growth? Isn't it all up to me?" Chen Fan snorted coldly. "Stop flattering yourself. Don't even consider whether you deserve it. Well, then no matter what, am I the one helping you take care of your daughter?" Aunt Huang, knowing that she was in the wrong, immediately pointed the finger at the little girl in Chen Fan's arms who was still sobbing and crying like a little kitten. "Yes, you are indeed helping me take care of the children, but why should I give you a penny less than the 2,000 yuan every month? Didn't I let you eat the fruits and vegetables I buy every week?" Chen Fan patted the little girl's thin shoulders gently. He didn't dare to speak too loudly for fear of scaring his precious daughter, and he tried his best to suppress his anger. "Ouch, it hurts." Suddenly, baby Nuanyuan screamed. "Pain?" Chen Fan's expression turned cold, and he immediately pulled open the torn collar of Nuan's shirt. The striking blue and purple colors blended together, not just in one place, but almost all over the upper body. Grass. Fuck the fuck. Chen Fan suddenly clenched his fists and wanted to kill someone. Her injuries have nothing to do with me. She fell by herself. Aunt Huang saw that the situation was not right and immediately distanced herself from it. She fell by herself? Chen Fan laughed angrily. That's right. I am the one taking care of both children. Look, my precious grandson is not like her. She is a wild child, and no matter how much we discipline her, she will never be well-mannered. Aunt Huang made all kinds of excuses for herself. Shut up! Chen Fan roared. Feeling the little girl in his arms tremble with fear, Chen Fan immediately turned around and touched Nuan Nuan's cheek gently. Nuan Nuan. Wait for Daddy outside for a while, okay? No, Nuanyuan, don't leave Daddy. Nuanyuan shook her head, and her hands hugged Chen Fan's neck even tighter than before. Nuanyuan, be good. Daddy will help you pack your things. Let's leave here. You will live with Daddy from now on. Daddy will take you to KFC, okay? Chen Fan rubbed Nuanyuan's furry head lovingly and said very gently. She was afraid that her tone would be too harsh and scare her baby daughter. Really? Dad is taking me to KFC? When she heard KFC, Nuan Nuan's tearful eyes suddenly brightened up. Nuan Nuan is going to KFC? Great. Then you listen to Dad and wait for him for a while, okay? Chen Fan felt very distressed when he saw his daughter's ecstatic expression. It was all his fault that he was useless before and couldn't give Nuanyuan a good life, so Nuanyuan is already 3 years old and has never eaten KFC. Okay, Nuanyuan will listen to Daddy. She will do whatever Daddy tells her to do. Nuanyuan said considerately. That soft tone almost melted Chen Fan's heart. I want to eat KFC, too. I want to eat KFC, too. Grandma, I want to eat KFC. Why should that unwanted girl Nuan Nuan eat it? I won't let her eat it. Grandma, you said that the girl doesn't deserve to eat with me. As Chen Fan walked to the door with Nuanyuan in his arms, he heard the sound of noisy children behind him. So, that's what's happening. With his eyes narrowed, Chen Fan exuded endless coldness, but he still forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. I don't want to leave any shadow in my baby Nuan Nuan's heart. Be good, just wait for Daddy for a while, he will be out soon. After putting Nuanyuan at the door, Chen Fan gently patted baby Nuanyuan's little head. Well, Nuanyuan will listen to Daddy and will always wait for Daddy. She raised her head, looked at Chen Fan with a pair of red crescent eyes and said in a baby voice with a smile. My little princess Nuanyuan, you are so well behaved. Chen Fan stood up and walked into the house. Without saying a word, he grabbed Aunt Huang by the collar, picked up the little grandson who was hugging Aunt Huang's legs, and threw them both into another room. Chen Fan. What are you going to do? Looking at the aggressive Chen Fan, Aunt Huang hugged her precious grandson in fear. If you have anything to say, just come to me. What does it have to do with my precious grandson? Besides, it's your fault that you didn't discipline your daughter Nuan Nuan well. Before Aunt Huang could finish her words, Chen Fan walked up to her and slapped her in the face several times. It was so direct that Aunt Huang was stunned. Ding dong. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the void hole. However, even though he had received the system's reward, Chen Fan did not stop there. After a while, Aunt Huang's nose and mouth were slapped so hard that blood started flowing out. She was so frightened by Chen Fan's aggressive aura that she fainted. Grandma, you are a bad person, just like that dead girl Nuanyuan. I will beat you to death like I beat her. Seeing his grandmother being bullied, the little grandson rushed up and punched and kicked Chen Fan. Finally, he bit Chen Fan's thigh. Hiss. Chen Fan took a deep breath and kicked his grandson away. The little grandson immediately smashed on the wooden cabinet, making a hole in it. Tilting his head, Chen Fan looked at his little grandson who had lost consciousness, his eyes full of murderous intent. According to what he just said, Chen Fan already knew how this little beast usually treated their Nuan Nuan. Ah! You, what did you do to our precious grandson? Aunt Huang, who was gradually coming to her senses, saw her grandson end up in such a situation, and she beat Chen Fan's chest like crazy. But Chen Fan remained unmoved. He grabbed Aunt Huang's graying hair and said, You can exploit me however you want, but you can't bully my Nuanyuan. After saying that, Chen Fan twisted Aunt Huang's head off without saying anything else. Looking at the two corpses in front of him that had no signs of life, he turned around, took out a lighter, and set the blanket on fire. The growing fire was reflected in his eyes, and there was no expression on his face. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. He quickly left with Nuanyuan in his arms and called the neighbors around to put out the fire together. By the time the fire brigade arrived, the entire dilapidated house had been burned to only its frame. Although 2 lives were lost, this is a slum and their lives are worthless. It is not worth the police wasting any manpower and resources to track them down. Therefore, the police who came did not interfere and simply recorded the statements made by those present, and nothing more happened there. Dad, shall we not come here in the future? Baby Nuan Nuan held a strawberry lollipop in her mouth and stared at Chen Fan with her big eyes blinking. Well, never again. Chen Fan nodded heavily. He would never make the same mistake again. Great. Then Nuanyuan won't have to be beaten anymore. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Nuanyuan hugged Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Grass. We shouldn't let these heartless beasts die so easily. They should be made to suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 10. You're not qualified to be a father. Dad, you don't know. Grandma Huang won't let me eat meat. When I want to eat meat, she kicks me. And the dolls and toys that you bought for Nuanyuan, Dad, were all snatched away by the fat boy. When I didn't give them to them, he not only beat me, but also bit me. With a pout, little baby Nuanyuan complained aggrievedly. Why don't you tell your dad? Chen Fan stroked baby Nuan Nuan's head with heartache. Without his knowledge, his sweetheart Nuan Nuan had suffered so much. Grandma Huang didn't let Nuanyuan tell Dad. If I told on her, she would make Nuanyuan never see Dad again and would beat her to death. Baby Nuanyuan stretched out her hand with dirt under her nails and touched Chen Fan's face. But now Nuanyuan is not afraid anymore. Dad said he would take Nuanyuan away from here and never come back. Chen Fan. My nose felt sore and something was flowing out of my eye sockets. He didn't shed a single tear when he saw that bitch shouting cheating on her husband and being scolded by her superiors. But now, it's not that men don't shed tears easily, but that I haven't reached the point of being sad yet. Don't cry, Daddy. Did Nuanyuan hurt you? Nuanyuan is wrong. Daddy won't cry, don't cry. Nuanyuan will make you happy. Seeing Chen Fan's eyes soaked with tears, Nuanyuan instantly became nervous and at a loss. Nuanyuan, give Daddy your favorite strawberry lollipop. Daddy, please stop crying, okay? Phew. Chen Fan was instantly amused by Nuan Nuan's cute appearance and rubbed Nuan Nuan's head. Daddy doesn't want Nuan Nuan's baby things. Daddy didn't cry. Daddy just feels sorry for Nuan Nuan. The treasure that he held in his heart was bullied and trampled upon without his knowledge. This made him feel very guilty and distressed, wondering why he didn't realize something was wrong earlier. If he had discovered it earlier, his baby Nuan Nuan wouldn't have suffered so much. Dad, Nuanyuan is so hungry. When can we go to KFC? Nuanyuan hasn't eaten for 2 days. Baby Nuanyuan was very considerate and put her face close to Chen Fan. You haven't eaten for 2 days? Chen Fan was shocked. What is going on here? Chen Fan. Damn it. He should grind the 2 of them to dust. Hee, Dad, Nuanyuan is so awesome. Nuanyuan went to snatch food from the puppy, and the puppy never beat Nuanyuan. After saying that, Nuanyuan Bebe had an expression as if she was waiting to be praised. Chen Fan felt so distressed, he really wasn't worthy of being a father. Quickening his pace, Chen Fan came to the nearest store and bought a lot of snacks for Nuanyuan. Then he took Nuanyuan to the nearest restaurant. While eating, he kept picking up the meat from the plate to warm it up. At first, Nuan Nuan even put the food back into Chen Fan's bowl. Dad, you should eat more too. Chen Fan's heart tightened even more, and he felt even more guilty towards Nuanyuan. Later, under Chen Fan's tough attitude, Nuanyuan had no other concerns and started eating with big mouthfuls. He ate voraciously, as if he had been hungry for a long time. Soon, a full meal was had. Chen Fan took a taxi at a high price and brought Nuanyuan to Wall Street, one of the most prosperous areas in Jiangcheng. Wow! Doraemon! Wow, little fox! As soon as she got out of the taxi, Nuanyuan was shocked by what she saw. On the left side of Chen Fan, there were several children wearing doll costumes interacting with other children. Do you like it? If you do, Daddy will take you over to interact with them. Seeing that baby Nuanyuan was very eager, Chen Fan asked softly. I don't like it, Nuanyuan, I don't like it. However, what Chen Fan didn't expect was that little baby Nuanyuan kept shaking her head, and then buried her head in his neck like an ostrich. Chen Fan. You obviously like it, why do you say you don't like it? What's wrong? Chen Fan asked in a low voice, Dad can see that you like it very much, why did you lie to Dad and say you don't like it? Nuanyuan is dirty. I'm afraid they will dislike Nuanyuan. Faced with Chen Fan's questioning, little baby Nuanyuan didn't dare to lie. As soon as these words came out, Chen Fan immediately sensed the inferiority in little Nuan's heart, and hurriedly comforted her. Nuan is not dirty, she just doesn't dress as exquisitely as them. After Daddy takes you to the hospital for a checkup, we'll go buy you a pretty little dress, okay? Really? Are you really going to buy a pretty little dress for Nuanyuan? When Nuanyuan heard about buying a little dress, she was very happy, but after a moment she lowered her head and muttered softly, but Nuanyuan doesn't want it. Why don't you want it? You have to tell Daddy the truth, otherwise he will be angry. Fearing that baby Nuanyuan would not tell the truth again, Chen Fan put pressure on him directly. Dad, don't be angry, Nuanyuan is telling the truth. Nuanyuan is reluctant to let Dad spend money, Dad works hard to earn money. Upon hearing Chen Feng say this, baby Nuanyuan immediately became nervous. Chen Fan. How could a weak and incompetent loser like him have such a caring and sensible little princess? He wanted to hug his little baby Nuan tightly, but Chen Fan was afraid that he would use too much force and hurt her since she was already injured. Dad is rich now, so he can buy whatever Nuanyuan likes. All the money Dad earns is spent on Nuanyuan. Really? Nuanyuan loves Daddy the most. Nuanyuan kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. Bringing Nuanyuan with him, Chen Fan came to the most awesome private hospital in Jiangcheng. This place covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters, and more importantly, the medical conditions here are the best in Jiangcheng. Of course, it is also the most expensive. I heard that it is a hospital exclusively for the rich. Just as Chen Fan reached the gate, he was stopped by security personnel. Why is it so smelly? Go, this is not a place for people like you to come. Looking at the girl in Chen Fan's arms with messy hair, dirty clothes, and very dark skin, who looked like a little girl picked up from a trash can, the security guard immediately disliked Chen Fan as well. Why can't I come here? Isn't a hospital a place to treat people? I have plenty of money. Chen Fan never expected to be driven away. You are rich? The security guard was about to push Chen Fan's hand when he suddenly stopped, his tone full of disdain. If you want to pretend to be rich, you have to act like one. With the quality of your street stall, do you have the nerve to say that you are rich? I really have money. As long as you let me in, I will give each of you 10,000 yuan. No, 50,000 yuan, or even 100,000 yuan will be fine. I can't afford to delay my daughter's illness. Chen Fan said anxiously. I don't want to delay Nuanyuan's examination because of such a small matter. Put. The two security guards looked at each other and burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Chapter 11 rewards you with a limited edition Vacheron Constantine Everest watch. Suddenly, a matte black car drove past Chen Fan and slowly stopped. Oh my god. Isn't this Mr. Li's car? Looking at the license plate number 666 in front, the two bodyguards who were originally laughing at Chen Fan suddenly changed their expressions and surrounded him. In the back seat of the car, there was a charming woman wearing a black suit, with curly hair draped over her shoulders, her fair face with a hint of red, and her long eyelashes slightly drooping. When she heard the noise outside the car, she slowly raised her eyelids. An unintentional glance made her freeze in place for a moment. The pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak love words were staring closely at Chen Fan outside the car. Why did this person give her a very familiar feeling? As if, where had she seen him before? What's going on? Li Nuan asked. Mr. Li, this father and daughter have no money but are pretending to be cool. They say they will give us 100,000 yuan each and beg us to let them in. One of the security guards ran to the back seat of the luxury car to please Li Nuan, and answered with a hunched back. Get out of here. Li Nuan, who was in the car, saw her vision being blocked and shouted at the security guard with a cold face. Yes. Although the security guard didn't know how he had offended the other party, he still obeyed the order and immediately disappeared from Li Nuan's sight. Li Nuan stretched out her slender hand and lowered the car window a little, revealing only her charming eyes. She slowly said, "Let them in. All medical expenses will be on my head." After these words were spoken, not only the two security guards were stunned, but even the person involved, Chen Fan, was slightly startled. Before he could come to his senses, the car window had already been raised, but soon a gentle voice came to remind him, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup? If you really have any illness, you can't delay. Ding dong. System prompt: the task has been updated. Chen Fan then opened the virtual interface. Task: accept the other party's kindness and be rewarded with a limited edition Vacheron Constantin Everest watch. Another limited edition? Vacheron Constantin? It seems like any watch from this brand is worth 5 figures? If it was a limited edition, Chen Fan didn't dare to imagine how much it would cost. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan said, "Thank you, thank you." Then looking at the little girl Nuan in his arms, he walked in without any hesitation. The 2 security guards just stood there, looking at Chen Fan's departing back with an awkward expression. "By the way, my name is Chen Fan. I will pay for the expenses myself, so there's no need to trouble you." After walking a few steps, Chen Fan stopped, turned around and shouted at the luxury car behind him. "Chen Fan?" When Li Muwen in the car heard these 2 words, her lazy expression froze instantly. "Chen Fan? How could it be him?" Before she could reply, Chen Fan had already left with the little girl in his arms. "Old Xia. Come on, check it for me. Check his background." Looking at the figure gradually disappearing in the hospital lobby, Li Muwen excitedly ordered the driver in the front seat. "Yes, Mr. Li," the driver responded immediately. After entering the hospital, Chen Fan registered immediately and then waited in line. Where did these beggars come from? How could they appear in the hospital? The people in the queue in front of them caught a glimpse of Chen Fan and his daughter, and immediately covered their noses in disgust. "Stay away from us, who knows if you have any infectious diseases." After saying that, the woman quickly grabbed the little boy who was playing next to Chen Fan. "Stay away from this garbage. What if you get sick?" "That's right, what's wrong with the hospital? Why did they let someone like this in? Aren't they afraid that she will infect our children with the disease? Children have poor immunity to begin with, and this person is a disaster." "Nurse, nurse. Where are the nurses? Quick, get them out." Several women started arguing loudly, with the aim of driving Chen Fan and Nuan out of the hospital. The nurse who came over after hearing the noise asked anxiously, "Ladies and ladies, what happened? Is there anything wrong? Hurry up and kick him and this thing that looks like it was picked up from the trash can out. Don't let them harm our children." The leading woman pointed at Chen Fan and Nuan in a domineering and capricious manner. "Dad, do they dislike Nuanyuan?" Feeling the naked hostility, Nuanyuan hugged Chen Fan's neck tightly and buried her head deeply. "No." Chen Fan gently patted the little baby Nuan's head. "They are just fooling around. After all, this is the most expensive private hospital in Jiangchang. How come all these wild cats and dogs are allowed to come here? If you don't drive them out, we will complain to you." The leading woman started to make a fuss. "If you don't want to stay, get out." Suddenly, a loud voice sounded behind Chen Fan. "Isn't this the same voice that just now appeared at the hospital entrance?" After hearing the voice, Chen Fan turned his head and saw a female president with flaming red lips, wearing a professional suit skirt, a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, walking towards them. That beautiful and cold face made everything around it pale in comparison, and made those women who kept clamoring seem like country bumpkins, without any femininity at all. "Isn't this the famous female president Li Muwen?" Someone in the crowd said this. In an instant, everyone's arrogance was reduced by half. "Mr. Li, you are the largest shareholder of the hospital, why don't you do something about it? Look at the 2 of them, especially that little girl. They are wearing tattered and dirty clothes, and I can smell a foul odor from far away." Although the leading woman was not as arrogant as before, she still made accusations. "If you don't want to stay, go to another hospital." Facing the other party's accusation, Li Muwen just replied coldly. Then he turned to the nurse and said, "Take them to see the child specialist first." "How can that be possible? Isn't this cutting in line? We've been waiting in line for a long time, why?" "Why?" Li Muwen just snorted coldly, "Because I have the final say here. Everyone. Sir, please follow me." The nurse quickly walked up to Chen Fan and said, "Oh." Chen Fan came back to his senses, looked at Li Muwen with gratitude, and hurriedly followed the nurse into the expert's examination room. Byte. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the Vacheron Constantin limited edition Mount Everest watch as a reward. Mr. Li, everything has been arranged. Old Xia appeared behind Li Muwen. "Well, you keep an eye on this side. If they are in any trouble, help them out. Lee Myewon reluctantly withdrew her gaze, and her gentle eyes instantly became emotionless. Yes, Mr. Lee. Old Xia responded. Only then did Lee Myewon leave with peace of mind. Dad, that girl just now was so beautiful. As soon as she entered the examination room, baby Nguyen suddenly spoke. Yes, she is very beautiful. Chen Fan recalled and felt that it seemed a bit tacky to describe her as a peerless beauty. Blinking her big eyes, Nguyen looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Dad, Nguyen, can you please let her be Nguyen's mother? Puff. Chen Fan almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. This request is too unrealistic. He wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Chapter 12 Use the void hole. Hee, why do we want her to be a mother? Chen Fan asked in confusion with a light cough. Because Dad is handsome and beautiful, sister is beautiful. Only she is worthy of Dad. Nguyen answered without thinking, as a matter of course. Chen Fan, so this is the reason. Excuse me, what's wrong with the child? A somewhat vicissitudes of life voice sounded in my ears. My daughter has been abused and her body is covered with bruises. I want her to have a full body check to see if she has any other internal injuries besides these. Chen Fan quickly carried Nguyen to the desk and said with great distress. Let me take a look first. After saying that, the old lady wearing a pair of glasses got up from the chair and walked to Chen Fan. Chen Fan reached out and lifted the corner of Nguyen's clothes, revealing her shoulders and back covered with bruises. Seeing this, the old lady frowned and said seriously, this man is so cruel. How could he do such a cruel thing? Have you called the police? Yes. They have received the punishment they deserved. Chen Fan lied without changing his expression. Call the police? He would not sit there and let these people have it easy. Unfortunately, he was still too gentle. That's good. However, the child needs to be washed and changed into a hospital gown so that we can give her a more detailed examination. The old lady nodded, and her frown gradually relaxed. Okay. Chen Fan agreed without even thinking about it. He didn't think carefully before coming. As a grown man, he was only thinking about bringing Nguyen for a checkup as soon as possible, and didn't consider her clothes or appearance at all. Sharon, take the little girl to take a bath and change into our hospital gown. The old lady pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose and instructed the nurse beside her. Yes. The nurse responded. Nguyen, be good and follow your sister to take a shower. Daddy will be waiting for you at the door. With his head lowered, Chen Fan spoke softly to Nguyen in his arms. Dad, do we have to go? Nguyen, I don't want to leave Dad. Nguyen's little hands tightly grasped Chen Fan's clothes, her little face wrinkled, and she was very unwilling. Nguyen, be good. Take a shower so that we can do a more comprehensive examination. Otherwise, Dad will be worried all the time. Chen Fan persuaded Nguyen while rubbing her head. Okay. Nguyen doesn't want to make Daddy worry, so she is willing to go take a bath with her sister. But, Daddy, you have to promise Nguyen that you will wait for her and not leave her here. Nguyen pouted, let go of Chen Fan's clothes, tilted her head and nodded. Chen Fan. Why is his warm little princess always so heartwarming? It's so heartbreaking. Okay. Go ahead. Resisting the bitterness in his heart, Chen Fan handed the little baby Nguyen to the nurse. Sorry, I'll be out for a while. After waiting for Nguyen and the nurse to leave, Chen Fan continued. Yes. The old lady expert responded. Welcoming the next patient and family. After Chen Fan came out of the examination room, he went straight to the bathroom and reached out to feel for a cigarette on his body, but unfortunately, there was nothing. He is not a smoker, he just smokes a cigarette occasionally when he is in a bad mood. This is a hospital, I'm afraid there are no cigarettes to sell. After thinking about it, Chen Fan could only give up. As soon as he came out of the restroom, Chen Fan saw those familiar figures whispering at the door of the women's restroom. I think Mr. Lee must be having an affair with that guy. That's right. Rumor has it that Ms. Lee has never been interested in men and seems to be very disgusted with men. There has never been any opposite sex around her. But she actually helped that young man just now. It's not hard to doubt the relationship between the two. I even doubt whether the child in that young man's arms is the child of him and Mr. Lee. Hey, you're so right. Now that you mention it, I really think that little girl, although dirty, does look a bit like Mr. Lee. Oh, sure enough, this Li Muwen looks so pure, but she might have been having a lot of fun behind the scenes, even having an illegitimate daughter. I guess she has more than one man like this. You don't want to be described by people in the industry as pure and innocent, or unattainable. In fact, she has been played by countless men. In my opinion, she can have such a big company because she must have gotten the resources by sleeping with various men. Listening to the conversation between several people, Chen Fan frowned. Just because the other party helped him, these women made malicious speculations about him? Look! Suddenly a middle-aged woman pushed the others around her with her hand. He seems to have heard what we said. Several people immediately turned around and looked at Chen Fan on the side. The leading woman warned Chen Fan arrogantly, "What are you afraid of? What we said is the truth. This Li Muwen has been played by men for a long time. She only likes you because you are handsome. Who knows, you may be her scapegoat." Ha ha. That's what I thought. No wonder that little girl smells so bad. She turned out to be a bastard. She probably doesn't even know who her biological father is. A little bastard like this has the nerve to come here for a checkup. How unlucky. He pollutes the air here. Young man, since you are so handsome, I will give you a piece of advice. Stop being Li Muwen's scapegoat and stay away from the mother and daughter. Who knows, the little girl you were holding just now might be like Li Muwen, and when she grows up, she will definitely be a slut who will seduce men with tricks. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Just as Chen Fan was about to get angry, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Chen Fan stared at them with cold eyes, but his mind was controlling the virtual interface. Task, slap a few people's mouths until they are swollen, and reward them with all the companies owned by them and their families. All businesses? Chen Fan was stunned. System, yes, in addition to the beauty salon jointly owned by several people, there are also companies and shares under the names of her husband, parents, and other family members. The value is more than 1 billion. 1 billion? Chen Fan was stunned again. So many? No wonder they say rich people are always rich and poor people are always poor. Chen Fan sneered. He took this task not for the wealth, but mainly because he simply disliked these women. These people are like dogs that can't spit out ivory. It would be fine if they just slandered Li Muwen, but now, they are involving his precious daughter as well. Even if there is no mission, he will never let them off. After accepting the task, Chen Fan thought that this was a hospital after all, and taking action against these people here would have some impact. It just so happens that I haven't used the void hole yet, so why not give it a try? Controlling with his mind, Chen Fan brought several people into the void cave. Now that they have come to Chen Fan's territory, none of them can escape. Chapter 13. Obtain a business company and beauty salon worth 1 billion. Ah! Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Aren't we in the hospital? All kinds of screams of fear came one after another, making Chen Fan feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, no matter how dark the void hole was, he was still in control, and soon, Chen Fan caught the woman who was screaming the most annoyingly. He grabbed her hair and slapped her face without hesitation. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slapping her face was more obvious than her screams. She slapped him on the left and the right. Chen Fan's hands were sore from slapping her, so he let her go and moved on to the next one. After a few minutes, the entire void cave was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. The women who were beaten all lay on the ground, not daring to breathe, staring at the darkness around them with horror in their eyes. In this pitch-dark place, the fear in their hearts made them dare not move at all. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward. Mission accomplished? When Chen Fan heard that the mission was completed, he waved his hand and threw several people out of the void cave. When he returned to the bathroom door again, he saw several women with faces as swollen as pigs' heads, and some even had blood coming out of the corners of their mouths. Ah! Back to the hospital again? One of the women whose front teeth were knocked out was the first to react. Ah! What the hell? What the hell? This place is not clean, there is a ghost here. The faces of the other people who reacted turned pale. They didn't dare to stay for a moment and ran away from Chen Fan in an instant. Chen Fan put his hands in his pockets and turned around in a cool manner. To be honest, his palms felt a little burning. Sure enough, the action of force is mutual. Even though he already possesses the full level of Dahua Kung Fu. On the other side, Nuanyuan was holding the nurse's hand and walking around 7 turns to the left. When passing a room, Nguyen suddenly broke free from the nurse's hand. Hey, hey! The nurse hurriedly chased after him. Beautiful sister. Nguyen was caught by the nurse before she could run into the room. Hearing the voice, Nguyen turned her head and saw a small round face with a dark complexion through the gap. This seems to be the little girl in Chen Fan's arms? Are you Chen Fan's child? Nguyen stood up, walked to the door, pushed it open, and looked at the little girl who was being held by the nurse. Beautiful sister, you know my father. When Nguyen heard the other party mention her father's name, she looked at Nguyen with shining eyes. I don't know him. Nguyen thought about it and shook her head. Oh. Hearing the other party's answer, Nguyen lowered her head in disappointment. It seems that it would be a bit difficult for Dad to chase the pretty sister, because the pretty sister doesn't even recognize Dad. Mr. Lee. The nurse greeted him politely. What are you going to do with her? Nguyen looked around, but did not see the slender figure as expected. A hint of loss flashed across her peach blossom eyes, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mr. Lee, I'm going to take her to take a bath so that she can be examined. This little girl has a lot of injuries on her body. Her father said that she was abused before. Before the nurse finished her words, Nguyen's expression had become very cold. What did you say? Being abused? Nguyen couldn't believe that such a young child would be abused. Yes, her whole body is covered with wounds. If she wasn't so dirty that it was hard to see, it would be even more exaggerated than what we see now. The nurse nodded in agreement. I'll go with you. Nguyen said without thinking. Ah. Beautiful sister, do you want to help Nguyen take a bath? Nguyen, who had lowered her head, immediately raised her head and looked at Nguyen with joy. Yes. Is that okay? I will be very gentle and very soft. Nguyen raised her hand and touched Nguyen's coffee-colored face, and said with heartache. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable liking for this girl from the first time she saw her. Okay. Nguyen likes the beautiful sister to help her take a bath. Suddenly, Nguyen nodded her head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Let's go. Nguyen looked at the nurse, then went to the end of the corridor with the nurse and entered a VIP lounge. Soon, Nguyen was given a bath and changed into a disposable hospital gown. Mr. Lee, it's time. As the three of them walked out of the room, a doctor in a white coat came over. Nguyen, my little cutie, see you later. I have things to take care of, so I can't accompany you to find your dad. Squatting down, Nguyen looked at Nguyen, who was pink and tender like porcelain after taking a bath. She squatted down and hugged her gently with reluctance. Then, beautiful sister, when can we meet? I want to introduce my father to you. My father is so handsome. You will definitely like him. She raised her head, and Nguyen's big watery eyes stared straight at Nguyen, looking as adorable as a doll. There will be a chance. Nguyen smiled and rubbed Nguyen's head. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, little darling Nguyen. After saying that, she turned around and followed the doctor in another direction. What a pity. Looking at Nguyen's departing back, Nguyen stuck out her tongue. Dad, I don't have this blessing anymore. The nurse smiled after hearing this, and without saying anything, she took Nguyen back to the specialist examination room. Dad. Pushing open the door, Nguyen saw Chen Fan still sitting on the chair. She opened her short little hands and ran towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan bent down and picked up Nguyen. Oh, where did this little princess come from? How come she is so pretty and cute? And she smells so good too. Hee hee, it's Daddy's little princess. Nguyen smiled foolishly, then deliberately put on a stern face and said helplessly, Dad, Nguyen really tried her best. Try your best? Chen Fan looked confused. Yes. Nguyen just met a beautiful sister, but it's a pity that the beautiful sister couldn't come to see you because of something. Nguyen nodded heavily, and her cute face was full of regret. It doesn't matter. Chen Fan chuckled. He was really a smart little boy. He wanted to be a matchmaker to bring him together at such a young age. Doctor, can you examine my daughter now? Looking up, Chen Fan asked the doctor beside him. Of course. The doctor nodded, and then asked the nurse to take Nguyen for a full body examination. That's strange. The doctor walked in from the door, shaking his head continuously. Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Zhao, Mrs. Sun, and Mrs. Wu, didn't they wait in line for a long time? Where are they? How come they haven't been seen for so long? Chen Fan, who was sitting on the chair, pulled the corner of his mouth imperceptibly. These gossipers were so scared that they dared not show up here. Chapter 14. Two more tasks. Half a day later, Chen Fan received a notice for a full body examination. Apart from external skin injuries, he had no internal injuries. Another problem is that the children have been suffering from long-term malnutrition, weak immunity, and some anemia. After receiving the doctor's orders, Chen Fan took the bill to pay. The staff member took the bill from Chen Fan's hand, scanned it with the machine, and handed it back to Chen Fan. "I'm sorry, sir, someone has already paid for you." Someone handed it in? Is it someone named Li Nguyen? Chen Fan asked. The staff smiled but did not deny it. Thank you. Holding the list, Chen Fan didn't expect that Li Nguyen, whom he met by chance, would help him so much. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Chen Fan motionless, Nguyen, who was standing next to Chen Fan, reached out and took Chen Fan's hand, and asked caringly. Nothing. Chen Fan bent down and picked up Nguyen. Come on, Daddy will take you to the mall. Buy a lot of pretty little dresses. Really? Dad, can Nguyen really buy a lot of beautiful little dresses? Hugging Chen Fan's neck, Nguyen was very excited. Of course, could Dad lie to you? Chen Fan scratched Nguyen's nose lovingly. After leaving the hospital, Chen Fan continued to take a taxi to Zhengzheng's south most famous Wall Street. Here, all the products are high-end brands. Even though he was a delivery man before, he couldn't come to this area. The delivery men in this area are different from ordinary delivery men. They have to have great bodies, and they have to be handsome and beautiful. They are like celebrities. Of course, their unit price is much higher than that of ordinary delivery men, dozens of times higher. He used to be so envious of them. The profit they made from one order was enough for him to run for a whole night. What a tall house! Nguyen in Chen Fan's arms kept looking up and exclaiming. It was so high that she couldn't even count how many floors there were. This is the most famous shopping mall in Zhengzheng, Gamay Mall. Chen Fan explained. Ding dong. System prompt, enter the Gamay Mall and spend 1 million, and you will be rewarded with 100 times rebate plus 10. 100 times rebate plus 10? Oh shit. Is it so cool? Chen Fan seemed to be energized and walked towards the entrance of the mall. Just as Chen Fan was holding Nguyen and walking to the door, security guards in burgundy uniforms on both sides reached out to stop them. The two looked at Chen Fan with contempt and said, "TSK. Our mall is not open to everyone. Please take a good look in the mirror when you go out. How dare you wear such low-quality clothes to our Gamay Mall? Are you worried that I can't afford it?" Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at what he was wearing. To be honest, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. You still want to enter our Gamay? Do you have a VIP card? If not, get out. Don't come here and get in the way, the security guard said impatiently. VIP card? Chen Fan was stunned. He had never heard of requiring a VIP card to enter a mall. If you want to become a VIP of our Gamay Mall, you must first recharge 100,000. Look at you. Your entire body is probably worth no more than $200. And she's wearing disposable hospital clothes. I've seen a lot of people like you. You just want to come to our Gamay to scam rich people. To extort money. The two security guards were talking to each other, their words full of contempt for Chen Fan. Get out of the way. If you disturb our work again, don't blame us for being rude to you. The two men said as they began to threaten Chen Fan. Woo woo, daddy. The little girl Nguyen was frightened by the two fierce men. Don't be afraid, Nguyen. Chen Fan frowned. Isn't it just a recharge of 100,000? Is Chen Fan short of this 100,000? Just as Chen Fan was about to take out his cell phone, a ringtone rang. Chen Fan picked up the phone, looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone, frowned, and finally answered it. Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Fan? We are Vacheron Constantine, and we have prepared a limited edition Everest watch for you. We will deliver it to you now. Would you please let us know your address? I'm in Gamay Mall now. Chen Fan was slightly stunned. He almost forgot about the reward. You are downstairs from us? The other party was also surprised. Ding dong. System prompt: successfully slap 2 security guards in the face, and be rewarded with 80% of the shares of Game Mall. Oh? Is there such a good thing in the world? What is the difference between this and a falling pie? Chen Fan immediately had an idea in his mind. If he could show off, why not do it? Send someone to pick me up. By the way, I'm holding a very cute little girl. Okay, I'll pick you up right away. The other party agreed quickly, fearing that he would neglect Chen Fan. As soon as Chen Fan hung up the phone, the security guard beside him couldn't help but said sarcastically, Yo, they sent someone to pick you up. You're pretending to be very convincing. You really want to get into our game, you're doing everything you can. Boy, instead of pretending to be cool in front of us, you might as well think of a more practical way. Being a janitor is more in line with your temperament. Why are you all gathered here instead of just staying at your posts? Just as the two were about to verbally attack Chen Fan, a middle-aged man in a black suit suddenly appeared. Manager, this man, he wants. The security guard was about to put all the blame on Chen Fan, but unexpectedly the manager in front of him, who had a sullen face, suddenly changed his expression. You are Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? After seeing Chen Fan, the manager immediately came forward and flattered him. Yes, I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at the 2 stunned security guards. Didn't they look down on him? Didn't they think he was pretending? It's really you. Nice to meet you. Sorry to have kept you waiting. After getting the correct answer, the manager instantly turned into a lackey. It didn't take long. Chen Fan replied, Can we go in now? Of course. The manager echoed. But manager, he doesn't have our game's VIP card, and he doesn't look like someone who can afford 100,000 yuan. The security guard reminded. Open your eyes and take a good look. Mr. Chen is the buyer of the limited edition Mount Everest watch by Vacheron Constantine. Do you know how much this watch is worth? Upon hearing this, the manager was so angry that he slapped the security guard on the head. How much? Another security guard asked stubbornly. The manager gave the security guard a look before speaking. It's worth 28,300,000 yuan. The top-end model is worth more than 35 million yuan. How dare you say that Mr. Chen can't even come up with 100,000? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. The manager looked at Chen Fan's departing back and kicked the security guard in the leg. I see that he is wearing clothes that look very low quality. The security guard felt very aggrieved. The total amount of money Chen Fan has on him is only 200 yuan. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who can afford a watch worth millions. The truly powerful bosses are always very low-key. The manager looked at Chen Fan's back and felt very emotional. It's true, this was the first time he met such a low-key boss, as low-key as an ordinary person. Really has the demeanor of a big boss. Chapter 15. Obtain 80% of the shares of Game Mall. Wow! What a big doll! As soon as she entered Game, Nuanyuan in her arms suddenly screamed excitedly. With countless little stars twinkling in her eyes, she stared at a pink bear that was as tall as a floor next to the elevator. Nuanyuan likes it? Chen Fan took a look and found that children had no resistance to this kind of thing. I like it. Nuanyuan nodded heavily. If you like it, Dad will buy it for you. After saying that, Chen Fan carried Nuanyuan and walked towards the staff nearby. Hello, how do I buy this? Chen Fan asked. This? This is for display, not for sale. The worker was stunned. What a handsome guy. Not selling? Chen Fan had a headache. Can you ask your leader? I'm willing to buy it. This. The staff was very confused. Mr. Chen. After teaching the security guard a lesson, the manager quickly walked towards Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, Vacheron Constantine is on the 9th floor. Manager. The staff member immediately greeted the manager after seeing him. Manager? Chen Fan immediately had an idea in his mind. I want this thing, how much does it cost? Mr. Chen, do you want this doll? If you do, I'll have someone dismantle it and pack it up for you right away. It'll be my apology for the offense that my 2 underlings just now caused you. What do you think? When the manager heard this, he was overjoyed. He was still worrying about how to save the situation, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come so easily. Okay. Chen Fan didn't even think about it. What's your address? Seeing Chen Fan agreed, the manager quickly asked for the address. Address. Chen Fan was stunned. It was impossible for him to go back to the rental house. However, he hadn't bought a house yet. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Chen Fan said. Okay, Mr. Chen. Then, do we want to take a look around or go directly to the 9th floor? The manager nodded hurriedly, fearing that Chen Fan would go back on his word. The 9th floor. Chen Fan said without any hesitation. Okay, this way please. The manager quickly guided Chen Fan to the exclusive VIC channel. This stunned the staff nearby. That was the VIC channel. Xiaolan, come here. The security guard waved to the staff. Xiaolan slowly put down the tools in her hand and walked towards the door, but as she walked, she couldn't help but look back at Chen Fan's back. He is so handsome and capable, isn't he a typical tall, rich and handsome guy? Looking at the two security guards in front of me again, well, their quality is really bad. How can the difference between people be so big? What's the matter? Xiaolan asked unhappily. What were you talking about just now? The security guard asked cautiously. What can I say? It's just that the young dad took a fancy to our giant doll and wanted to buy it. Then, our manager gave it to him for free and even took him to the VIC channel. Xiaolan shrugged. Then he asked, do you know where this person came from? After all, the two security guards stand at the door every day and know more than her. Free delivery, and a VIC channel? The two security guards were stunned when they heard it. Many customers have come to ask about the price of this giant doll, but the manager always made various excuses to put them off, making it impossible to sell it. Now it is being given away for free? Also, since the opening of the Gamay shopping mall, few customers have taken this VIC channel. The last time this elevator passage was occupied by Gamay's chairman. It's over. The two security guards looked at each other in tacit understanding. This man named Chen Fan is not only rich but also has status. The two of them are completely finished. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 80% of the shares of Gamay Mall. Chen Fan, who was just walking out of the elevator, was slightly stunned when he heard the system prompt. What's going on? How did the mission get completed? Dad, what's wrong? Nguyen saw Chen Fan standing there motionless and asked curiously with her head tilted. Nothing. Chen Fan came back to his senses and shook his head. Now that the mission was accomplished, he was now a shareholder of Gamay Shopping Mall? Or even a major shareholder? After entering Vacheron Constantin, Chen Fan put on his watch and went to the clothing area. I bought hundreds of different kinds of clothes for Nguyen. Even though these clothes cost tens of thousands, it still does not reach the system's requirement of spending 1 million. Therefore, Chen Fan could only set his sights on the jewelry nearby. With a wave of his hand, he directly bought a diamond crown. Anyway, Nguyen's birthday was coming soon, so he would consider it as Nguyen's birthday present. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the $1 million consumption task and receiving a 100-fold rebate reward. Are you still hesitating? There is no need to hesitate at all. Chen Fan immediately selected 30 sets of clothes for himself. Byte. System prompt, congratulations to the host for spending 200,000, rebate 20 million. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Fan looked at the text message reminder and then glanced at the balance. Holy crap! Originally there was only a balance of more than 90 million, but now it has become more than 290 million. This is so fucking cool. System friendly reminder, there are 9 more times of 100-fold rebate. 9 times? There are still 9 chances for rebates, and Chen Fan decided to seize this hard-won opportunity. The less you spend, the less rebate you get. The more you spend, the more rebate you get. Manager Zhang, what is the most expensive thing in this Gamay shopping mall? Chen Fan turned to look at Manager Zhang, who had been following them and serving them. That should be the watch you have. After saying that, Manager Zhang looked at the watch on Chen Fan's wrist with indescribable envy in his eyes. Is there anyone worth tens of millions? Chen Fan continued to ask. That isn't the case. Manager Zhang thought for a moment, brought the milk tea to Nguyen's mouth again, and shook his head. No. Chen Fan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to make a big fortune, but it seemed like he couldn't. Okay, then please look after Nguyen for me. I'm going to the bathroom. Looking at Nguyen, who was being well taken care of by Manager Zhang, Chen Fan said. Okay, Mr. Chen. Manager Zhang responded. Fearing that Chen Fan didn't know where the restroom was, he reminded him, Mr. Chen, the restroom is 200 meters ahead and turn left. I understand. Chen Fan walked forward with his back to Manager Zhang and waved his hand. As soon as Chen Fan entered the bathroom, he was hit by something. Fortunately, he was steady and was not knocked out. The other party was a burly man. After taking a look at Chen Fan, he yelled at him, You little bastard, you have no eyes. Can't you see that I'm going out? I'm sorry. Chen Fan subconsciously wanted to apologize. No. Why should he apologize to the other party? It's not his fault. Grass. This bad habit really needs to be changed. The big man raised his chin, stretched out his hand to grab Chen Fan's collar and threatened fiercely, Do you think that just saying sorry will get you over with? I'm telling you, if you don't get tens of thousands of dollars today, don't even think about leaving here. Chapter 16 rewards you with maximum level driving skills. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Coming for the mission? Chen Fan was stunned, and regardless of the big man's threat, he directly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, beat up the big guy, reward for full-level driving skills. Full driving ability? Chen Fan was stunned. Maximum level reward? System, yes, host, no matter what kind of transportation you use, whether it's flying in the sky, running on the ground, driving in the sea, or outside the universe, you can gain full proficiency in 1 second. Holy crap! Awesome! This is so awesome! In this way, he doesn't even need to learn to drive or get a driver's license to acquire driving skills? So cool! It's simply amazing! After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan looked at the hand that was holding him so tightly that he could hardly breathe, and warned, Let go! Oh! You're so arrogant! How dare you challenge me and let me? Before the big man could finish his words, Chen Fan grabbed the big man's hand with his backhand, twisted it slightly, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The big man screamed in pain. You're really looking for death. Chen Fan did not let go of the other person's hand directly, but kicked the big man behind the knee. The big man who lost his balance immediately knelt on one knee on the hard floor, making a loud noise. Hiss. His knees hit the marble floor, causing even more pain to the big man, who was already sweating coldly. Why do you come to provoke me for no reason? You're an idiot. After saying that, Chen Fan kicked the big man in the back. Suddenly, the big man took off from the spot and rushed towards the bathroom door. With a clang, the man and the door fell to the ground together. Chen Fan was shocked and walked out quickly. Fortunately, there was no one outside, so he picked up the big man who weighed nearly 200 pounds and carried the terrified man into the bathroom as if he was carrying a chick. After a while, the sound of flesh fighting could be heard, as well as the big man's groaning through clenched teeth. Just because Chen Fan said that if he dared to let out a scream, he would increase his strength and even turn him into a speechless corpse. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the maximum level of driving skills. Chen Fan didn't stop until he heard the system prompt sound. After taking a look at the dying man, Chen Fan walked aside and unzipped his pants as if nothing had happened. After solving the problem, Chen Fan took another look at the big man who had already climbed up and hid in the corner, and curled his lips coldly, Why don't you get out of here? Can I go now? The big man was shocked, fearing that he would be caught again like before. Chen Fan said nothing, but gave the big man a cold look. The big man did not hesitate and ran away immediately. Snort. Chen Fan shook off the water droplets on his hands, turned off the faucet, and looked at his red knuckles again. His stern face suddenly became ferocious. It feels great when I beat someone up, but why does my hand hurt so much afterwards? Dad. As soon as she saw Chen Fan, Nguyen immediately jumped off her chair, with a few biscuit crumbs on the corners of her mouth. Bending down, Chen Fan picked up Wan and said, Wan, is there anything else you want to buy? If not, they will go somewhere else to spend their money and not waste the opportunity of a 100-fold rebate. No, Nguyen wants to eat KFC. Nguyen shook her little head, and her soft chubby cheeks shook along with it. Little greedy cat, there are so many snacks but you are still not full. Chen Fan reached out and pinched Nguyen's very elastic cheek. Nguyen is just waiting for daddy to take her to KFC. She's not full yet. Putting her arms around Chen Fan's neck, Nguyen grinned foolishly. Okay, let's go now. Chen Fan nodded. Then he held Nguyen in his arms and walked to Manager Zhang. I'll leave these things with you for now. When I find a house to buy, I'll send you the address and you can have someone deliver it to me. Okay, Mr. Chen. Manager Zhang agreed quickly. Rich people are different. Buying a house is as easy as buying a bottle of water. After leaving the mall, Chen Fan was thinking, if he took Nguyen to KFC to shop, would this consumption also be counted as a 100-fold rebate? This meal at KFC only costs a few dollars. Isn't it a waste of resources to waste such a good opportunity? Nguyen baby, can we wait a little longer before going to KFC? Daddy has other things to do. With his head lowered, Chen Fan looked at Nguyen beside his legs. Okay. Nguyen will listen to Daddy. Daddy has something to do first, so Nguyen can wait until he's done. Raising her head, Nguyen nodded obediently and spoke in a soft voice. You're really a good daughter to your father. Chen Fan felt warm in his heart and reached out to rub Nguyen's head. After looking around, Chen Fan finally walked towards the real estate company. Buying a house will definitely cost a lot of money. The opportunity of 100 times rebate is worth it. What's more, he has no place to live now, so he has to buy an apartment for him and Nguyen to eat and live in. Otherwise, where should he put the things he bought in the mall before? If you want to buy something, you must buy the biggest, best, and most expensive one. Welcome. The lady at the front desk was startled as soon as she looked up. So handsome. Oh my god, where did this celebrity come from? The salesman nearby started talking loudly after seeing Chen Fan. I want to buy a house. Chen Fan went straight to the point. I'll do it. I'll take charge. The few female salespeople who reacted started fighting over the product and soon they started to get into a fight. Chen Fan. It can't be that serious. Would you be so crazy just for the commission? From this we can see that the profit from selling a house is indeed very tempting. What are you all arguing about? How disgraceful. A fat, big-eared man in a suit suddenly appeared and yelled at them. I said it first, so of course it should be assigned to me. Just because you said it first means it must be assigned to you? We each rely on our own abilities. Several people were arguing with each other, and Chen Fan was getting overwhelmed. Even the man who was looking at the house nearby couldn't help but complain, it's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't come, wouldn't there be so many problems? Chen Fan. Why is it blamed on him? Dad, these people are so fierce. Nguyen hugged Chen Fan's thigh with some fear. Little sister, we are not fierce, we are just more enthusiastic. Hearing what the little girl next to Chen Fan said, the female salespeople who were arguing suddenly changed their expressions and smiled as they wanted to get closer to Nguyen. Dad, I'm scared. This frightened Nguyen even more and she hid behind Chen Fan. All right. All of you get out. The manager walked up to Chen Fan unhappily. You're here to look at a house? What type of house? Don't blame me for not reminding you, any house here costs more than $1 million. I don't want $1 million, I want to see something worth tens of millions or more, the biggest, the best, and the most expensive. Chen Fan picked up Nguyen and said with a clear goal. What? You want to see something worth more than 10 million? And the most expensive one? The manager glared and then sneered, if I'm not mistaken, you must have taken a taxi. You don't even have a car, and you still dare to say you want the most expensive one? Can you afford it? How dare you say such arrogant things? If you want to show off, go somewhere else, don't come to my place. Get out of here now, or I'll have someone throw you out. Chapter 17. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Oh my god. As soon as the manager finished speaking, a wailing sound was heard at the door. Olju, what happened to you? Were you beaten? Seeing the big man walking in from the door, the manager ran over in shock and had no time to care about Chen Fan. Don't mention it. Ouch, it hurts so much. Olju groaned and gently touched his swollen face. Who dares to do such a fatal thing to you? The manager asked curiously. You ask me, who should I ask? Damn it. Don't let me meet him. If I meet him, I will break his bones. Lao Yu said angrily. Chen Fan, who was left aside, turned around and his eyes accidentally met Lao Yu's. Olju, who was making a vicious expression, was stunned for a moment. He looked like he was struck by lightning. He was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and he couldn't move at all. Oh? Chen Fan thought of what Lao Yu had just said, wanted to break his bones? Old Yu, your condition looks serious. Do you want to go to the hospital? The manager, who had not yet noticed the strange atmosphere, asked worriedly. Old Yu was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't hear anything and only had Chen Fan in his eyes. Old Yu? The manager waited for a long time without any response. Then he realized that Old Yu was staring ahead with empty eyes. Following Lao Yu's gaze, the manager saw Chen Fan, who had not left yet. How dare you stand here? Get out of here right now. The manager frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction. Lao Su, who are you telling to get out? Lao Yu gradually came to his senses, turned his head mechanically, and looked at the manager in surprise and horror. Old Yu, you misunderstood. I'm not talking about you, but this ghost fire kid who has no money but comes to our Jingha garden to show off. After explaining to Old Yu, the manager raised his finger and pointed at Chen Fan. Old Yu. Over. You said just now that you wanted to break my bones? Chen Fan met Lao Yu's terrified eyes and spoke lightly. No, that's not happening. I'm definitely not talking about you. Lao Yu's hair stood on end in an instant. He straightened his back and shook his head violently. Really? Chen Fan didn't believe it. He heard clearly what was said just now. Mr. Yu, do you know him? Listening to the conversation between the two, the manager was stunned. Could it be that this guy is really not here to show off and pick up girls, but he really has the ability to do so? No way. If you really have this ability, why would you take a taxi? I don't know him. Lao Yu shook his head, but nodded uncertainly and said, I think he knows him. Manager? Is this a acquaintance or not? Brother Old Yu's face changed and he walked towards Chen Fan with a smile on his face. Brother? Chen Fan looked at Old Yu. This man looked much older than him, probably around 40 years old. Chen Fan was not that old yet. Grandpa. Old Yu immediately understood and changed his words. I wonder what brings you here. Grandfather? Everyone was surprised. This young man looks to be in his early 20s, so how come he is the grandfather of a middle-aged man in his 40s? Isn't this generation too great? The manager was so shocked that he almost lost his balance. What? What did he hear? Old Yu actually called the other person grandpa? Is he going to be finished? I just said something like that to the other person. Buy a house. Chen Fan glanced at the manager, whose face was as colorful as a palette, with blue and white flashes, but he told me to get out. Get lost? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Old Yu's apologetic smile instantly changed, and he turned around and sternly scolded the manager. Old Su, hurry up and come over to apologize to my brother, no, to my grandfather. Yes. The manager quickly ran to Chen Fan, bent over and smiled apologetically. Brother, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please forgive me for my mistakes, just treat it as my fart. Brother? Chen Fan snorted coldly. We are not that familiar with each other. This Lao Su was embarrassed. Seeing this, Lao Yu directly pulled Lao Su's arm and warned in a low voice, fuck. Lao Su, don't say I didn't help you. If you offend him, your fate will be the same as mine. If you don't want to suffer, quickly ask for his forgiveness. You mean, all these injuries on you were caused by him? The manager suddenly reacted. What else? More importantly, his identity is not simple. Old Yu continued. Not simple? The manager, who was already very nervous, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard this. This is not the end for him, he is completely finished. Yes, Gamei's manager is his bootlicker. He goes wherever he is told to go. His attitude is so pious, as if he is worshipping his ancestors. After saying this, Old Yu glanced at Chen Fan stealthily. According to his personality, he would never take this beating in vain. So he found a few brothers after he got out, and wanted to settle the score with Chen Fan. He saw the servile look of manager Gamei from a distance. Immediately, he gave up the idea and waited for Chen Fan to get on the car before dismissing the other brothers and coming here. Who knew that we would meet each other here by chance? Manager. If someone else said this, he might have to consider whether it was true or not, but since these words came from Lao Yu's mouth, they were absolutely true. Grandpa, I was wrong, please let me go. Without any warning, the manager knelt down in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan? Why did you suddenly kneel down to him? I really know I was wrong. Don't you want to see the biggest and most expensive house? I'll ask someone to get you a model right away. I'll also use my identity as a manager to give you a 13% discount. Do you think it's okay? Seeing that Chen Fan didn't express his opinion at all, the manager became even more panicked. He had worked hard to climb to this position, and he couldn't lose this hard-earned job just because he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Fuck. Judging from your attitude, you don't look like you're apologizing at all. Old Yu was afraid that Chen Fan would implicate him, so he walked behind the manager, pressed his head and forced him to kowtow on the ground. That's enough. The sound of dong, dong, dong made Chen Fan upset. Did he seem like an unreasonable person? After hearing what Chen Fan said, Lao Yu and the manager both breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, are you willing to forgive me? The manager raised his head, which was bruised all over, and looked at Chen Fan and asked tentatively. Aren't you talking nonsense? Old Yu said, my grandfather is the prime minister. Haven't you heard of a prime minister who is as tolerant as a boat? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much for letting me go. In order to thank Chen Fan, the manager kowtowed to the ground again. Dad, when are we leaving? Nuanyuan, who was eating white rabbit milk candy in her arms, looked at this group of inexplicable people and asked in a baby voice. Let's go now. Chen Fan raised his hand and pinched Nuan's cheek. Sir, are you leaving now? Don't you want to see the house? The manager was stunned. Could it be that the discount he offered was not big enough? Or maybe the other party never forgave him from the bottom of his heart? Chapter 18. Buy the 9-digit Tianfu garden at double the price. What does it have to do with you whether I buy a house or not? Chen Fan didn't even bother to look at the manager, turned around and walked towards the door. Sir, take care and have a pleasant journey. Do you want me to take you to your destination? Compared to the manager, who was still kneeling on the ground in a daze, Lao Yu directly escorted Chen Fan away. It's over. The manager fell to the ground, looking distraught. He is really finished. The other party has never forgiven him at all. No need. Chen Fan stopped and looked at Old Yu, who looked very different from the man before and after him. This man was very sensible and much better than the manager. Where are the most expensive houses in Jianchang? Chen Fan asked. The most expensive? Old Yu was stunned. He didn't dare to keep Chen Fan waiting for long, so he said immediately, it's Tianfu Garden. 1 square meter is 5 figures, and I heard that you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Okay, I understand. Chen Fan waved his hand, you can go back. Then, without giving Lao Yu a chance to speak, he walked to the side of the road and took a taxi away. Can't you buy it even if you have money? Then he has to give it a try. Dad, where are we going? Nuanyuan, who was sitting next to him, had droopy eyelids and looked a little sleepy. Let's buy a big house for Nuanyuan and me to live in, okay? Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan and put her on his lap. Big house? Is it very big? Is it as big as the ones on TV? Upon hearing the word big house, the little guy opened his eyes, which were about to close, and asked curiously. Yes. It's even bigger than on TV. Chen Fan nodded. Wow, Nuanyuan likes the big house. Nuanyuan is going to become a little princess. The little guy became happy instantly. Sir, we have arrived at Tianfu Garden. The driver in the front seat turned around and said to Chen Fan. Okay. Taking out the little remaining cash, Chen Fan carried Nuanyuan out of the car. What comes into view are green mountains, green waters, and small villas. Although this place is in the city center, it gives people a feeling of being close to nature in the suburbs, without any sense of urgency of a residential area. It would be nice if we could live in this place. Lifting his foot, Chen Fan walked towards the Tianfuan real estate company nearby. Welcome. As soon as Chen Fan walked to the door, a beautiful etiquette lady greeted him. I want to see a house. Looking at the etiquette lady in front of him, who was outstanding in both figure and appearance, Chen Fan was a little nervous. It would be embarrassing and shameful if I got kicked out. Okay, sir, please come in. There will be someone to entertain you. The etiquette lady looked at Chen Fan and smiled sweetly. Oh? Chen Fan was shocked. He was not disliked? It's really rare. Chen Fan walked in, and someone came to greet him. What's your name, sir? Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied. Mr. Chen, would you like tea or coffee? The visitor asked. Can I not drink it? Chen Fan asked somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't like tea or coffee, and since it was his first time in such a high-end place, he felt a little overwhelmed. Sure. What kind of room do you want to see? Our rooms are not cheap, and reservations are required. The salesperson handed Chen Fan a thick book and said, Here is the model of our Tianfu garden that is still on sale. You can take a look. Okay. Chen Fan held Nuanyuan in one hand and took the property deed with the other. Then, under the guidance of the salesperson, we came to the lounge nearby. Little boy, what do you want to drink? The salesperson lowered his head and asked Nuanyuan in Chen Fan's arms. I want to drink milk. Nuan asked, Is there any? Yes, please wait a moment, I will ask someone to prepare it for you right away. The salesperson was stunned, but her sweet smile remained. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief only after everyone left. The environment here was very elegant, giving people the quiet feeling of a coffee shop. Putting Nuanyuan on the sofa beside him, Chen Fan began to look through the models in his hand. Each building looked very high-end, fashionable, and independent. The price is naturally very attractive. A 2-story house costs tens of millions. If it were in the past, seeing this number of words, Chen Fan would not have the courage to turn the page any further. But nowadays, the balance in the card can buy a few small houses. If you have money, you have confidence. The environment here is good first, and the most important thing is that he just discovered that there is a school nearby that looks out of reach. The name of the school is Tianfu Private Primary School. Obviously, those who can attend this primary school must be the residents of Tianfuan. If he could live in this place, he wouldn't have to worry about Nuanyuan's schooling. Little boy, your milk is here. I heated it up for you. It may be a little hot, so please drink it slowly. After a while, the salesperson walked into the lounge holding an exquisite cup. How much is the most expensive house here? Chen Fan asked. The most expensive one costs 9 figures. After handing the cup to Nuanyuan, the salesperson answered Chen Fan's question. 9 digits. Isn't it just a billion? Okay, I want the most expensive one. Chen Fan put down the model in his hand. You want the most expensive one? The salesperson was stunned. Sir, our most expensive house is not open to the general public. The salesperson was in a dilemma. I can raise the price, double it. Chen Fan held up 2 fingers. If it was 100 million, he would use 200 million to buy it. If it was 500 million, he would use 1 billion to buy it. Anyway, he didn't believe that he couldn't buy it. Double? The salesperson was stunned. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, you can swipe the card now. Chen Fan took out the black card and placed it on the table in front of him. Well, we need to talk to the higher-ups about this. Would you be able to wait a moment? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, the salesperson got an idea and mustered up the courage to give it a try. Logically speaking, they had no right to sell a 9-digit house, but the price offered by the other party was so tempting that she could get a lot of commission. It's convenient, go ahead. Chen Fan nodded. Then please wait a moment. The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Chen Fan saw a few salesmen gathered together, chattering. From time to time, he looked towards the lounge where he was. The supervisor took a look at the limited edition watch on Chen Fan's wrist and realized that he was not a simple person. After thinking for a while, he said, I'll call the boss and ask him. Okay, boss, thank you so much. The salesperson was delighted and felt hopeful. Soon, the supervisor took out his cell phone and went to the back room to make a call. Mr. Li. The salesperson spoke immediately after the call was connected. What's the matter? A cold voice came from the phone. Mr. Li, there is a customer who is willing to pay twice the price to buy our most expensive villa, the supervisor explained. Not for sale. The other party refused without thinking. Oh, I see. The supervisor was a little disappointed. Supervisor, can you let me say a word? At the door, the salesperson saw the supervisor's expression and refused to give up. Director. After much hesitation, the supervisor handed the phone to the salesperson. Mr. Li, I see that the other party is bringing a very cute little girl with him and he really wants to buy this villa, said the salesperson. A particularly cute little girl? Facing the floor-to-ceiling window, Li Muan's mind suddenly flashed with Chen Fan and the little girl in his arms, and her heart was moved. I see that, Mr. Chen. Without waiting for a response, the salesperson continued talking to himself. What? What did you say? His last name is Chun? Li Muan stood up from her chair. A look of shock flashed across that cold and beautiful face. How could it be such a coincidence? Just happened to bring a cute little girl with her, and her last name happened to be Chen? What's his name? Li Muan asked with her heart beating faster. Chapter 19, Billions in Rebates. He said his name is Chen Fan. The salesperson was stunned. Why did he feel that Mr. Li seemed very nervous? Chen Fan. Li Muan's heart skipped a beat. It was really him. How could it be such a coincidence? Use my name and sell it to him at a discount. After a long time, Li Muan spoke. Use your name to get a discount? The salesperson was stunned. Yeah. Li Muan responded softly. Mr. Li, if we really do this, the board of directors will definitely not be happy. The supervisor snatched the phone from the salesperson's hand. She was willing to make the call only because the other party offered double the price. After all, it's a sure win. I'll handle it with the board of directors, and you just do as I say. After that, Li Muan instructed, don't tell the seller about this. Yes, I understand. Although he didn't know the reason why Mr. Li did this, the supervisor still agreed. Go and sign a contract with the other party. The supervisor turned around and instructed the salesperson. Mr. Li, do you know this Chen Fan? This is the first time I see Mr. Li in business. The salesperson was glared at by his supervisor before he could finish his words. Supervisor, I know I was wrong. I will prepare the contract right away. The salesperson then realized that she had just complained about Mr. Li in front of her supervisor. After saying that, the salesperson quickly ran out of the room. After preparing the contract, go find Chen Fan immediately. Mr. Chen, you can sign now. Is it the most expensive house? Chen Fan asked. Yes. The salesman smirked. But she complained in her heart that it was indeed the most expensive before, and she could have received a lot of commission. Now, it's gone. There is nothing left. After taking a quick look at the content, Chen Fan took the pen, signed his name directly on the contract, and pressed his fingerprint. Swipe the card. Chen Fan handed the card to the salesperson. Okay. Please wait a moment. The salesperson took the card and walked out of the lounge again. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for successfully spending 75,769,000 yuan. Soon, Chen Fan received a system prompt. Why? That's not right. This is not right. After taking a look at Nguyen, who was already sleeping on the sofa, Chen Fan walked out of the lounge and went straight to the front desk. Mr. Chen, you are here. The salesperson who had already completed the checkout handed the card to Chen Fan. Did you make a mistake? The money is wrong. Chen Fan did not take the card, but said directly. The money is wrong? The salesperson was stunned and immediately picked up the receipt to check the account. Showy, did you swipe too much? The supervisor came over. No. It's indeed correct. The salesperson immediately shook her head, with obvious panic on her pretty face. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will check it. The supervisor smiled at Chen Fan and took the receipt from the salesperson. You misunderstood. It's not that I paid too much money, but too little. Chen Fan explained immediately, didn't you say it was a 9-digit amount? And I paid double the price. Logically, it should be more than 1 billion. Sale. Director. How can there be such an honest person? Well, sir, the thing is, you happen to be the 10,000th customer of our Tianfu garden. Our company has a rule that we will give the 10,000th customer a discount on the original price. The supervisor made up an excuse. Ah, there is such a rule? Chen Fan was stunned. In this case, he might as well buy the 3-story villa that costs nearly 90 million. I was thinking of buying the most expensive one, but now I ended up buying the cheapest one. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, for purchasing the largest villa number 1 in Tianfu Garden. The supervisor handed the key to Chen Fan. Ha! Chen Fan's smile was uglier than crying. His wishful thinking went wrong. Xiao Hua, take Mr. Chen over there. The supervisor was afraid that Chen Fan would notice something, so he immediately said to the etiquette lady at the door. "Okay, supervisor." The etiquette lady responded. "Chen Fan. Forget it, I've already bought it. Even though the profit is much less than I expected, it's still some profit. As long as I don't lose money, it's fine." Taking the key and card, Chen Fan walked into the lounge, picked up the contract and picked up Nuanyuan. "Mr. Chen, let me help you get it." The etiquette lady Xiaohua asked proactively. "No need." Chen Fan shook his head and refused. He could handle this little thing. The two soon left the real estate company. "Supervisor, do you think that the little girl next to Mr. Chen, apart from having eyes and eyebrows that are extremely similar to Mr. Chen, also looks a bit like our general manager Li? Her mouth and face shape are really carved from the same mold as our general manager Li." After Chen Fan left, the salesperson turned around and discussed with the supervisor in a gossipy manner. "Mr. Li's affairs are not something we can discuss." The supervisor obviously thought so too and did not deny it. Just looking at Chen Fan's back with complicated eyes could make Mr. Li have selfish thoughts. The relationship between him and Mr. Li must be complicated. "Let me ask you one more thing. Why did you let me in?" Chen Fan looked at the etiquette lady beside him curiously. "Didn't they say that even if you have money, you may not be able to buy Tianfuan? Why is it different from what he thought? It seems that there is no threshold? Because you have an extraordinary demeanor and your clothes are not cheap, you must not be an ordinary person." When Xiaohua said this, her eyes deliberately lingered on Chen Fan's watch for a while. Chen Fan was not stupid and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the reason why he was able to enter Tianfuan so easily was because of this watch. In this way, the salesman of Tianfuan really had a sharp eye. Compared to the group of people in Jingyuan, they are so many times stronger. No wonder it can become the top residence in Jiangcheng. "Mr. Chen, we at Tianfuan provide you with a private butler and 10 servants." Xiaohua introduced as they walked. "There are also butlers and servants?" Chen Fan stopped. "Are they so high level?" "Yes, all the furniture is intelligently controlled." Xiaohua also stopped. This intelligent control, Chen Fan wanted to see what it looked like. Soon, the two arrived at Villa Number 1. Although it only had 4.5 floors, it was very large. It was the first time that Chen Fan saw such a large villa, and he couldn't help but be dazzled. As Xiaohua entered the villa, she saw that the Chinese-style decoration was simple and elegant, as if it was a place that only the richest people could afford to live in. "This is the resident of Villa Number 1, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen." Xiaohua introduced Chen Fan's identity to the servants standing nearby. "Welcome home, Mr. Chen," everyone shouted in unison. "Chen Fan. I can't tell you, this feels so good. There is a feeling that he is the emperor above everyone else. Mr. Chen, I see that your baby daughter is already sleeping very soundly. Why don't you put her on the bed? It must be tiring for you to hold her in your arms all the time," Xiaohua suggested. "Okay." Chen Fan nodded. It was a good opportunity for him to go upstairs and take a look. "Lift your feet and step onto the spiral staircase." "Mr. Chen, let me ask you a question. Why didn't your wife come with you?" Xiaohua walked in front and asked Chen Fan with her back to him. "I don't have a wife, only this one daughter." Chen Fan sighed. "Let's not talk about the past. It's embarrassing." "You don't have a wife? Then, what about your girlfriend?" Xiaohua stopped and turned around in surprise. "Neither." Chen Fan answered truthfully. "None of them?" Xiaohua continued to move forward, taking Chen Fan to the bedroom on the left side of the second floor. "This bedroom is nice, designed in a princess style," Xiaohua introduced. Chen Fan took a look and it was indeed nice, pink and tender, with many cartoon dolls that appeared in cartoons. Baby Nuan Nuan would definitely like this. After gently placing Nuanyuan on the bed, Chen Fan covered her with the quilt and walked out of the room. As the door closed, a white and tender hand suddenly appeared on the back of Chen Fan's hand that was holding the door handle. "Mr. Chen, do you think it's okay for me to be your girlfriend?" Chapter 20, Reject the Beauty's Love and Be Rewarded with God-level skills. Be my girlfriend? Chen Fan was stunned. Such a beautiful girl actually took the initiative to ask to be his girlfriend? Did he hear it right? "Yes, didn't you say that you don't have a wife or a girlfriend? Do you think I can do it?" Although I graduated from a second-rate university, I am still a graduate student after all. Besides, I can dance and I can cook for you and Princess Nuanyuan. Xiaohua pinched the back of Chen Fan's hand suggestively. This. Chen Fan hesitated. After all, it's too tempting. Mr. Chen, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were extraordinary and not an ordinary man, so I was attracted to you at that time. But I was afraid that you had a wife, so I have been holding back until now. Xiaohua took a step forward, staring at Chen Fan with her almond eyes, throwing him a coquettish glance from time to time. Oh my god. Chen Fan was deeply moved at that time. Besides, I have never been in a relationship. Xiaohua took a step forward, hugged Chen Fan directly, leaned into Chen Fan's arms, and rubbed him with her proud chest from time to time. What? You're so beautiful, but you've never been in a relationship? Chen Fan didn't believe it. You are so beautiful and have such a great figure, how could you have never been in a relationship? There must be a lot of people chasing after you. Yes, although many people pursue me and I am very famous in school, I only want to study and go to school every day. Xiaohua nodded heavily. 3 points in a straight line? Chen Fan was stunned. What 3 points in a straight line? The 3 points in a straight line that he could think of could not be described, but could only be understood but not expressed in words. That's right. I run back and forth between the dormitory, the cafeteria, and the library every day. I don't have a chance to meet any friends, let alone the opposite sex. Xiaohua held Chen Fan in her arms, raised her head and looked at him with admiration. So, Mr. Chen, are you willing to be my first boyfriend? Holy crap! First boyfriend? Chen Fan's heart was pounding. Is there any need to hesitate? Mr. Chen. Seeing that Chen Fan did not give an answer, Xiaohua directly grabbed Chen Fan's hand that was hanging by his side and placed it on her chest. Mr. Chen, my heart is all about you. Holy crap! What a huge weapon! Chen Fan was so scared that his hands trembled. Mr. Chen, the bedroom is next to us. Let's go in and talk. Xiaohua said as she took Chen Fan's hand and walked to another bedroom. As soon as she reached the door, Xiaohua couldn't wait to start unbuttoning her clothes. Chen Fan hurried to stop Chen Jin. Wait. This is too fast. He always felt something was wrong. What are you waiting for, Mr. Chen? A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Xiaohua stood on tiptoe and blew into Chen Fan's ear. A tingling and numb feeling instantly spread throughout Chen Fan's body. Wrong. The only remaining trace of rationality reminded Chen Fan that something was wrong with Xiaohua. If she had never been in a relationship, how could she tease him so much? In order to verify the other party, Chen Fan directly used his skills to check the other party's identity information. A virtual panel suddenly appeared above Xiaohua's head, containing all kinds of detailed information about her. Name, Wei Weihua. Height, 168. Weight, 47 kilograms. Chest, 87. Waist, 59. Hips, 89. Holy crap! The next second, Chen Fan pushed Xiaohua away. Mr. Chen? Xiaohua, who was pushed away, staggered back several steps and bumped into the wall, looking at Chen Fan in surprise. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan frowned and used his mind to control the virtual interface and open the taskbar. Task, reject Wei Weihua's love proposal, reward, God-level skill perspective eyes. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan said righteously, I don't want to fall in love for the time being. Grass. He was almost seduced by this female liar. Fortunately I didn't fall for it. Fuck you, you've never been in a relationship, but you're almost as good as a football team. You can imagine how indecent this little girl is in private. Mr. Chen, I understand. Xiaohua forced a fake smile on her painful face, then raised her hand to unbutton her cheongsam. We can get to know each other better first, and then you can decide if I'm suitable to be your girlfriend. Chen Fan. Damn it. Is this a forced sale? Chen Fan stopped immediately. I have absolutely no interest in you. Not interested? Xiaohua paused, unable to believe it. What is Mr. Chen dissatisfied with me? I'm not satisfied with anything. Chen Fan looked disgusted. Xiaohua. The fake smile on his face froze instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Mr. Chen, are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Fan said right in front of Xiaohua, rubbing the hand that was touched by her on his clothes again and again. It seems like Xiaohua has some infectious disease. You. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua immediately became angry and her face turned ferocious. What about me? You don't have any advantages, and you don't want people to say it? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. With her condition, let alone being his, Chen Fan's, girlfriend, he wouldn't even want her to sleep with him for one night for free. Xiaohua was so angry that her eyes glared and it seemed like her eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here, just leave. Chen Fan waved his hands impatiently. Fortunately, he had been a little moved by Xiaohua's proposal before. Mr. Chen, you can tell me what you are not satisfied with me, I can change it. Xiaohua swallowed his anger. If he missed this chance to meet such a handsome single bachelor, he would never have the chance again. Change? Chen Fan looked at Xiaohua with disdain. To be honest, there is not a single thing I am satisfied with. You. After all, I am the signature of our store and I am pretty enough, but you are not satisfied with any of me? You are deliberately humiliating me. Xiaohua could no longer bear it and yelled at Chen Fan. So, you knew it. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Since she knew it but still clung to him like a dogskin plaster, what else could this be but pure masochism? Okay. Okay. Just wait for me. I, Xiaohua, don't need you. The rich and pretty men chasing me will line up from here to France. But for someone like you who is divorced and has a baby, I don't want you at all. In order to save the little face she had left, Xiaohua made some harsh words and turned around and walked towards the stairs. Butler, after Miss Wei leaves, ask someone to clear out the air immediately. I'm afraid the air is not clean and I might get some disease. Chen Fan stood at the stairs and shouted to the butler downstairs. Yes, Mr. Chen. The butler responded. Fuck. Xiaohua became even angrier and started swearing. Then, Chen Fan heard the sound of a door slamming violently. TSK TSK TSK. Chen Fan pursed his lips. This was all the patience he could muster. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining the god-level skill of perspective eyes. Chapter 21 The use of X-ray eyes. X-ray vision? Chen Fan wondered what the use of this skill was. When he raised his eyes, Chen Fan was stunned. Everything reflected in his eyes was transparent, and he could see the internal structure. Holy crap! Chen Fan was so scared that he took a step back, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Why did this feel like watching a science fiction movie with 3D glasses? Moving his eyes, Chen Fan saw Nuanyuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, behind the transparent door panel. Ox! This skill is truly amazing. When he closed his eyes again, Chen Fan's vision returned to normal, as if everything he had seen before was just his imagination. Thinking about the previous skills, Chen Fan changed his mind and returned to the state of X-ray vision. Mr. Chen. Suddenly, the housekeeper's voice came from downstairs. Chen Fan turned his head and saw through his X-ray glasses that the whole person was transparent and his internal organs were clearly visible. What's the matter? Chen Fan quickly returned to normal. You know what, it's quite scary. What would you like for dinner? I'll have someone arrange it, the butler asked. What to eat? Chen Fan was suddenly asked. You know, in the past, whether he was working in a sales company or delivering takeout, he would eat whatever was cheap and available, and never considered what he wanted to eat. What's the matter? Chen Fan asked back. Apart from some potatoes and vegetables that have been stored for a long time, other meats and seafood need to be bought outside. The butler answered. Seafood? Chen Fan licked his lips. It's true, he has never eaten any seafood in his life. Okay. Buy some seafood as well, and I'll try them all. Chen Fan said. Ah. The housekeeper was stunned, but still responded, okay, Mr. Chen. After the housekeeper left, Chen Fan thought about it and finally opened each room one by one and took a look. Arriving on the third floor, he went straight into the master bedroom. Damn it! Opening the restroom next to him, Chen Fan was stunned. This restroom was several times bigger than his rental apartment. Not to mention that this bedroom of nearly 100 square meters is comparable to an ordinary family's apartment. No wonder, it could be the master bedroom. Lying on the big bed that was nearly 5 meters wide, Chen Fan closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. When he woke up, it was already evening. Outside, the lights were turning around like a light show. After getting up from the bed, Chen Fan just walked downstairs when he heard several servants whispering. Do you know where this Mr. Chen came from? He actually scolded Xiao Hua, the best employee in our public relations department, away. You may not know this, but I heard that the reason this little girl was able to win over so many customers is because she was willing to risk her life. What do you mean? Just to accompany the guests. So that's how it is. Chen Fan understood. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly. The two servants who were still discussing were startled, and then looked at Chen Fan awkwardly. Master. Is the food ready? Chen Fan asked. It's ready and waiting for you to serve it. The servant replied quickly. Coming down from upstairs, Chen Fan went straight to the huge restaurant. The round table that could seat more than a dozen people was filled with a variety of seafood. For some of them, Chen Fan had seen them in videos, but for some of them, Chen Fan had never seen them before and didn't even know how to start. Just when Chen Fan was feeling a little at a loss, the servant beside him had already picked up the tools and started to prepare the meat, placing it on an empty plate. Oh my God! Such thoughtful service? Where is my daughter? Chen Fan suddenly thought of his precious daughter. The young lady has already eaten, and Aunt Yang is taking her to take a bath and go to bed. The servant explained. Is that so? Chen Fan thought about it and decided to just ignore Noanyuan. Chen Fan picked up the delicious and juicy crab leg meat and was just about to take a bite when a series of bells rang in his trouser pocket, like a death warrant. Chen Fan hesitated for a long time, stuffed the crab meat into his mouth and wiped his hands with a wet towel beside him, then slowly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. When Chen Fan saw the incoming call, he was shocked. Why did the team leader call him? Isn't he still on vacation now? Chen Fan. As soon as the call was connected, the sonorous and powerful voice of a middle-aged man was heard from the phone. Team leader, what's the matter? Chen Fan was frightened and asked in a low voice in a flattering manner. The two servants who were helping Chen Fan peel seafood were slightly stunned. Who was the person who called Mr. Chen that made Mr. Chen so scared? I don't care where you are now. I'll give you half an hour to come to Loth's bar to see me immediately, the team leader ordered. But, team leader, I'm still on vacation. Chen Fan was interrupted by the other party before he could finish his words. If you don't come, you won't get any of your year-end bonus or perfect attendance bonus. I'm not trying to scare you. You know I have the ability to do it. The other party hung up the phone without giving Chen Fan a chance to speak. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Chen Fan was so anxious that he was about to stand up from his chair. Mr. Chen, are you still going out so late? The servant asked when he saw this. Mr. Chen. One sentence woke Chen Fan up. Yes. He is no longer the Chen Fan who used to be a slave for a few $100s. Why is he still afraid of Wu Yaotian's grandson? Isn't it just a few hundred yuan for perfect attendance and 1,000 yuan year-end bonus? Does he care? No, I'm not going anywhere. Chen Fan sat back in the chair. Even if he was carried there in a sedan chair carried by 8 people today, Chen Fan would not take a single step. Okay, Mr. Chen. The servant continued to work. After eating seafood, Chen Fan received another call from Wu Yaotian. The calls kept coming one after another, as if the calls would not stop unless Chen Fan answered. Fuck your mother, Chen Fan. As soon as Chen Fan answered the phone, he heard Wu Yaotian's angry voice. Idiot. Facing Wu Yaotian's insults, Chen Fan spat while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Fuck you, Chen Fan, don't you want to take this year's Excellence Award? Ah. I gave you half an hour, and now an hour has passed. You haven't shown up yet? You're getting too bold. Wu Yaotian roared directly into the phone. Are you done? I'll hang up when I'm done. Don't bother me. Chen Fan said as he was about to hang up the phone. Fuck. Chen Fan, just wait for me tomorrow. If I don't deal with you, I'm not named Wu. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Chen Fan hung up the phone without even raising his eyelids. Just after putting the phone on the table, Chen Fan suddenly straightened up and stared at the date on the phone page. He turned to look at the servant beside him in disbelief. What day is it today? Reply to the master, today is the 22nd. Oh my God. Chen Fan leaned back in his chair. How could it be so fast? Chapter 22 by the company for 20 million. It's actually time to get my salary. Although those few $1,000s are not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth now, it is after all the hard-earned money that he has earned by spending a lot of effort and running around, so he cannot refuse it. He would not let that bastard team leader get away with it even for just 1 cent. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Oh my god. The sudden prompt sound startled Chen Fan. After a while, Chen Fan opened the virtual panel. Mission, return to the company to replace Wu Yaotian as team leader, and be rewarded with a bodyguard hiring company. Oh my god. Bodyguard hiring company? In that case, wouldn't he not have to do it himself anymore? This is just so fucking good. Go! This company is a must. Chen Fan must also take the position of team leader, even though he doesn't want it. Okay, I'm going to take a rest. Chen Fan stood up and left the dining table. I went back to the master bedroom, took a shower and went to bed quickly. The next day, Chen Fan slept until he woke up naturally, picked up his phone and turned it on, and countless text messages popped up. In addition to the incoming call reminders, there were more abusive text messages from Wu Yaotian. Of course, most of these incoming calls were from Wu Yaotian, with only 1 or 2 from the manager. Chen Fan stood up, washed up, handed Nguyen to Aunt Yang's care, and left the villa directly. Soon, Chen Fan took a taxi to the insurance company where he used to work. Sir, what business do you want to handle? As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the company, a female colleague came towards him and asked with a smile. I, Chen Fan. Chen Fan pursed his lips. Has he changed so much? How could he not recognize him? What? You said you are Chen Fan? The female colleague was dumbfounded. She looked Chen Fan up and down. How could this person be Chen Fan who looked like an uncle? But the voice was indeed Chen Fan's. Believe it or not. Chen Fan was too lazy to explain to the other party, and walked towards the boss's office. It took the female colleague a long time to recover from her shock. Chen Fan had changed so much. Completely 2 different people. Boss Wang. Seeing that the door was open, Chen Fan walked straight in. Who are you? Boss Wang looked at Chen Fan who walked in, frowned slightly, and the voice seemed familiar, but the face was a new one, a salesperson in the company. I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked straight to the chair in front of Wang Youcai's desk, pulled it out and sat down. Chen Fan. Wang Youcai was so shocked that the fat on his face trembled. Yes, you won't recognize me if I cut my hair and removed my beard? Chen Fan put his hands on the table and got back to the point. 20 million, I'll buy this company. You, what did you say? You want to buy my company? And you want to offer 20 million? Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan, you haven't woken up yet or you had too much fun during the holidays. You can't tell what is fantasy and what is reality. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Youcai was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter. Ha! Facing Wang Youcai's ridicule, Chen Fan said nothing and directly transferred the money to Wang Youcai's personal account. The money has been transferred, and the contract can be signed now. Chen Fan said, and directly took out the share transfer contract. Before coming, he had already made preparations. Just replacing Wu Yaotian's position was not enough for him. He wanted to let those people in the company who laughed at him and looked down on him know that he, Chen Fan, was the boss of the company. Impossible. As soon as Wang Youcai finished speaking, he heard the notification sound of his mobile phone. Bite. Picking up the phone, Wang Youcai looked at Chen Fan questioningly, then looked at the text messages. Oh my god. When Wang Youcai saw the balance reminder, he was stunned. Surprisingly, I actually earned 20 million. Chen Fan, I'm not kidding him. Boss Wang, your company's registered capital is 5 million. I bought it for 20 million, which is already a great honor to you. Chen Fan took a pen directly from Wang Youcai's pen holder. Don't make me wait impatiently. Yes, I will transfer the company to you right away. Wang Youcai was afraid that Chen Fan would regret it the next second, so he quickly took the pen and signed his name on the contract. Chen Fan, no, Boss Chen, from now on, the company is yours. This office of mine is yours too. I will move my things out right now. After signing the contract, Wang Youcai changed his face to become extremely flattering. Yes. Chen Fan stood up, put away the contract, and then walked to the sofa beside him and sat down. Go and announce to the public that Wu Yaotian is fired. Ah. Wang Youcai, who was quickly packing his things, was stunned. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him, he nodded quickly and said, Yes, I'll go right away. Soon, Wang Yukai came back. Outside, there was a burst of noise. Mr. Chen, Wu Yaotian has been fired as you ordered. Can I leave now? Wang Yukai asked cautiously after packing his things. Yeah. Chen Fan waved his hand. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Boss. I heard you want to fire Wu Yaotian. At the door stood a woman wearing a black suit, wrapped tightly in a black suit, and wearing a pair of black framed glasses. She looked as majestic as a class teacher. Ahem, manager's son, this is the arrangement of our new boss. Faced with the manager's questioning, Wang Yukai looked at Chen Fan, who was eating fruit on the side with some embarrassment. New boss? Who? Why haven't I heard that our company has a new boss? After saying that, the manager looked in the direction Wang Yukai was looking in confusion. I was shocked. What a handsome guy. Could this be the new boss the boss mentioned? Well, Chen Fan has become the new boss of our company. From now on, we will listen to him in everything. Wang Yukai continued. Chen Fan? The manager frowned and muttered, he's so handsome, how come he has the same name as Chen Fan, the free laborer in our company? They really have the same name but different fates. Xiao Sun, he is Chen Fan. Fearing that manager's son would say something bad again, Wang Yukai quickly reminded him. Boss? What did you say? You said he is from our company. Manager's son was interrupted by Wang Yukai before he could finish his words. Well, now you have to call him Mr. Chen, Wang Yukai corrected. Impossible. How is this possible? Manager's son shook her head violently, looking at Chen Fan fixedly. From top to bottom, from left to right, there was no connection between him and the Chen Fan in her impression. How could they be the same person? Manager's son, I know it's hard for you to accept, but don't worry, I am indeed Chen Fan. Chen Fan slowly stood up from the sofa and pulled his coat closer. This sound. Manager's son was completely confused. It was definitely Chen Fan, but how could this appearance be? I am Chen Fan, the one who is the sales champion of the whole region but can only watch you, manager's son, give the bonus and title to Wu Yaotian without any complaints. Chen Fan calmly spoke out one of the unfair experiences he had experienced. Boom. Upon hearing this, manager's son's body softened and he bumped into the doorframe. It was really Chen Fan. Chen Fan becomes the new boss? ISNT, she finished with all the new and old hatreds. Chapter 23, Get 10,000 Hired Bodyguards. Just when manager's son was completely desperate, Wu Yaotian's voice suddenly came from behind him. Sister, can you help me find out what's going on? Why are you firing me? I, Wu Yaotian, have worked hard in the company over the years, even if I have made no contributions. If you don't give me a reasonable reason today, I will. Shut up. Wu Yaotian was interrupted by manager's son before he could finish his words. Chen Fan, are you determined to fire Wu Yaotian? Manager's son questioned Chen Fan with his body straightened. Do you even need to ask? Chen Fan snorted coldly. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he, Chen Fan, would have to fire Wu Yaotian. Not only him, but also you. Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed at manager's son. You rely on your high position in the company to use your authority to oppress ordinary people like us who have no connections at all. People like you are a disaster if we keep them around. What? You actually want to fire me? Do you know that most of the company's customers are brought by me? Manager's son was stunned. She knew that Chen Fan would definitely not let her go, but she didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually fire her. She, Sun Lily, is not only a veteran of the company, but also an indispensable talent of the company. Without her, the company will not be able to operate at all. Chen Fan, how dare he? I don't want it. Chen Fan sneered. It was only 20 million. He, Chen Fan, just wanted to buy some happiness and have some fun. What's wrong with that? Furthermore, there are many capable people in the company, but they have been suppressed by Sun Lily and Wu Yaotian, and capable people can't stand out at all. Okay. Very good. Sun Lily turned to look at Wang Yukai. Boss Wang, I've been with you for so many years, and you just watched Chen Fan bully me? I have no choice. The one in charge now is Chen Fan, Mr. Chen. Not me. Wang Yukai, who was named, lowered his head in embarrassment. Okay. This is how you play it, right? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Fan, you have the ability to be a boss, but you definitely don't have the ability to manage a company. Just wait. You will regret it. After saying that, Sun Lily directly pulled the confused Wu Yaotian away. Sister, Chen Fan? Is the man just now called Chen Fan? Why is he with the dogs in my group? Before Wu Yaotian could finish his words, Sun Lily snatched them away. He is Chen Fan. Otherwise, why do you think you were fired and why I was fired? At this point, Sun Lily smiled sinisterly. She didn't care who was backing Chen Fan now. Since Chen Fan was making her, Sun Lily, suffer, then he wouldn't have an easy life either. Let's go. Take people to change jobs. Sun Lily said and walked forward. How can a company operate without employees? She wants Chen Fan to know that the company is just an empty shell without her, Sun Lily. Mr. Chen, do you really want to fire manager Sun? As soon as Sun Lily left, Wang Yukai looked at Chen Fan anxiously. What does this have to do with you? Chen Fan asked back. Now that he has taken the money, Wang Yukai should leave. No, I'm fine. I'm leaving now. Wang Yukai responded quickly, holding his things and leaving quickly. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the bodyguard hiring company. It's over. Wang Yukai, who had just left, suddenly returned to the office door with an anxious look on his face. Anything else? After receiving the reward, Chen Fan looked at Wang Yukai indifferently. Mr. Chen, it's bad. Sun Lily is taking the lead in changing jobs outside. Wang Yukai answered anxiously. Change job? Chen Fan was stunned. Ding dong. The system prompt sounded in my ears. Chen Fan didn't care about that for the moment. He directly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, successfully win over the hearts of the company's employees and be rewarded with 80% of Anping Insurance Company's shares. Anping Insurance Company? Isn't this the insurance company with the best welfare benefits, or even the largest insurance company in Zhejiang? With this 80% of shares, wouldn't Chen Fan be the largest shareholder? Awesome! Anping Insurance Company has a wide range of coverage, and almost 60% of people in Zhejiang will choose Anping Insurance. The remaining 40% of quotas, except for more than 10% held by small insurance companies like these, the rest are shared by other large insurance companies, both private and state-owned. If he could become the largest shareholder of the largest insurance company in Zhejiang, he could just lie down and do nothing. Bashi. It's so fucking comfortable. Want to snatch someone from me? She is not worthy. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan walked towards the door. As soon as he walked out of the office, Chen Fan saw Sun Lily speaking passionately in the lobby on the first floor. If you continue to stay here, you will have no future at all. If you follow me, I can guarantee that each of you can become the best insurance salesperson. Houses, cars, everything. Okay. I'm willing to go with manager Sun. I am willing to do so. I don't want to stay in such a small company anyway. Me too. Many people in the crowd began to raise their hands. For those who stay, I will give double salary, 6 insurances, and 2 funds. Those with outstanding performance will be directly rewarded with 100,000. Chen Fan held the guardrail, bent over and spoke lightly. Wow. Oh my god. This benefit is so exciting. I'd better stay in a small company. Anyway, people like me are only suitable for staying in a small company for retirement. I also feel that big companies are too competitive and I can't compete with them. Besides, I still have some friendship with the company. Those who originally agreed with Sun Lily began to change their minds. Just listen to Chen Fan's bragging. If Chen Fan really has such great ability, would he work so hard day and night to make money? Sun Lily became anxious as she saw that the situation was very unfavorable to her. Chen Fan? Everyone was confused. Yes, he is the famous hard worker in our company. Chen Fan. Sun Lily crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin arrogantly. Are you sure that someone like him who has no management experience can keep the company alive? I can guarantee that within 3 months, the company will go bankrupt. As for those benefits he mentioned, what's the point if the company goes bankrupt? I have no management experience, but I have money and can hire someone to manage it. Faced with Sun Lily's provocation, Chen Fan responded with ease. Money can make the world go round, let alone hiring a professional team. Hey, isn't Chen Fan very poor? Where does he get the money? Rather than this, shouldn't we be more curious about how Chen Fan became like this? He is totally unrecognizable. Yeah. Did this kid have plastic surgery? What kind of surgery can restore the appearance so naturally in just 3 days? The people below were talking about it. Money? That's easy to say. Doesn't everyone know what kind of person you are? Why are you pretending in front of us? Sun Lily sneered. Excuse me, who is Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Just as Sun Lily finished speaking, a man in a suit and tie walked in from the door. He seemed to be a white-collar elite. Are you looking for Chen Fan? Sun Lily turned around and looked at the man, her eyes suddenly lit up. She recognized the logo on the clothes, and it must have started at least in the 5 digits. Could this person be here to find Chen Fan? I think Chen Fan must have hooked up with some rich woman with his outstanding looks, and now, her husband is here to settle the score. Thinking of this, Sun Lily immediately raised her hand and pointed at Chen Fan on the second-floor corridor with a gloating look. The Chen Fan you are looking for is right there. You like to show off so much, don't you? She wanted to see how Chen Fan would continue to pretend. Chapter 24 Limited Edition Lamborghini Supercar. Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? After the man walked in, he raised his head and looked at Chen Fan on the second floor, with a hint of temptation in his words. Oh my god? This guy's clothes are unusual. He looks like a rich man. Could he be the boss behind Chen Fan? The one who supports Chen Fan to replace Boss Wang? It's possible. Chen Fan sold himself to this person, which is why he became so successful and experienced such a big change. Listening to the messy discussions around her, Sun Lily looked at Chen Fan with a smug look on her face. Now, Chen Fan's reputation was completely ruined. Are you Charles, the guy who's here to deliver my car? Chen Fan glanced at the strange man, then he remembered the strange phone call he received on the way here. On the phone, a man asked him where he was and asked him to deliver his car. The car was the reward given to him by the system after he completed the task. Yes, Mr. Chen Fan. With Chen Fan's words, Charles became more certain that the person in front of him was the Chen Fan he was looking for. Mr. Chen Fan, the car has been delivered to you. Do you have time to check it? Car? Sun Lily was completely dumbfounded. What did that mean? Okay. Chen Fan had noticed Yu Guangzhong's Sun Lily a long time ago. This Sun Lily was really a clown. Ever since Child entered the company, she looked like she was waiting to take advantage of the situation. Soon, Chen Fan came down from the second floor, walked through the crowd and went straight out the gate. Everyone followed Chen Fan curiously. On a large truck, a person wrapped in black cloth came into everyone's sight. Move the car down. Child ordered the staff. Soon, the car came to the ground from the truck's conveyor belt. Charles walked up to Chen Fan in awe and said, Mr. Chen, you have to open the hood of this car yourself. Oh. Chen Fan walked forward without saying a word and lifted the black hood. A 4-wheel drive super sports car suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god. So damn handsome. Look at that logo on the front of the car. It looks like a Lamborghini? How could it be a Lamborghini? Any Lamborghini sports car costs millions. How can Chen Fan have so much money? It's hard to say. Chen Fan has become our boss. It's not surprising that he drives a car worth millions. Idiot. This is obviously fake. If it's a real Lamborghini, how could no one have seen it? Wu Yaotian stood up. This car is definitely a domestic knockoff. Counterfeit? Child frowned unhappily. We shipped this from Europe, and you actually call it a counterfeit? You said it was shipped here by shipping? What a joke. I also said that my Mercedes-Benz was also shipped here by shipping. Wu Yaotian snorted coldly, not taking Charles seriously at all. That seems to make sense. This car has such a cool shape. If it is really a Lamborghini sports car, how could it not appear on the market? Is it possible that this is a limited edition Lamborghini? Someone questioned. You must be joking. Do you know how much a limited edition Lamborghini costs? This absolutely cannot be a limited edition. If it is a limited edition, I will eat my car. Wu Yaotian denied angrily. Then he looked at Chen Fan with hatred, his face full of disdain. The limited edition Lamborghini is worth tens of millions. Do you think Chen Fan can afford it? If he really could afford it, he wouldn't return to this crappy company. Instead, he would start a new one. Chen Fan chuckled. The reason he came to the company, besides getting his hard-earned money, was more importantly to complete the mission. Otherwise, he really wouldn't want to come back. No. No, someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. What's wrong? Sun Lily looked at the man holding the cell phone. I just took a photo with my phone and searched it. This is the limited edition Lamborghini Reventon. There are only 21 units in the world, and one of them is in the museum. Holy crap! So awesome. Oh my god, doesn't that mean it's limited to 20 units worldwide? This isn't a car, it's a symbol of status. Am I the only one who was curious about how much this car is worth? Bro, tell me how much it would cost to buy such a cool car so I can give up on it. Worth $5,460,000. The man answered after glancing at his phone. Fuck, someone in the crowd cursed. If this is converted into Dahua currency, wouldn't it be tens of millions? Sun Lily's expression was as ugly as it could be. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wu Yaotian snatched the man's phone in disbelief. You must be an undercover sent by Chen Fan to stir up trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yaotian couldn't wait to look at his mobile phone. He had to tear off Chen Fan's hypocritical mask today and make Chen Fan lose face. Impossible, how is this possible? How can they be exactly the same? After just looking at the photo, Wu Yaotian shook his head in shock and looked at the brand new Lamborghini supercar parked in front of him. How do I check it? Chen Fan looked at Wu Yaotian, who looked like he was struck by thunder, and turned to speak to Charles standing beside him. Mr. Chen, aren't you going to test drive? Child was stunned. No need, I'll just sign for it. Chen Fan shook his head. Okay, then please sign your name on this list. After saying that, Child took out a list and handed the pen to Chen Fan. Taking the pen, Chen Fan quickly wrote his name on the list, and then looked at Wu Yaotian, who was already dumbfounded. He said casually, Team Leader Wu, if I heard you correctly, it seems that you said that if my car is a Lamborghini, you will eat up your low-end Mercedes-Benz with ordinary cloth seats and no sunroof that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan? Wipe. Every word pierced Wu Yaotian's heart deeply, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It turned out to be a low-end version of the Mercedes-Benz. No wonder Wu Yaotian never lets us ride in his car. He's afraid that we'll find out, and then he won't be able to act cool in front of us. Chen Fan, I'm going to fight you. Wu Yaotian, angry and humiliated, threw his cell phone away and rushed towards Chen Fan with a ferocious look on his face. Hateful. Chen Fan, this coward, actually made him so embarrassed in front of so many people. It was such a shame and humiliation. If he can't beat Chen Fan to the point where he kneels down and begs for mercy, Wu Yaotian will not be a human being. Just you? Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. However, before Chen Fan could make any move, he saw one black business car after another suddenly driving around him, as if they had dropped from the sky, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 25 Gain Attribute Skill Speed plus 10. The scene was like a Special Forces airborne landing, making everyone panic, nervous and uneasy. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Wu Yaotian, who wanted to settle accounts with Chen Fan, did not dare to act rashly. He looked around nervously and fearfully, watching. Suddenly, the car door opened. Tall and strong men dressed in black suits, looking particularly refined, got out of the car and stood in rows in a well-trained manner. Who is Chen Fan, Boss Chen? The leader, although wearing a black suit, his muscular body stood out. It seemed that as long as he made a move, there would be no possibility of survival. He is the Chen Fan you are looking for. Upon hearing that they were looking for Chen Fan, Wu Yaotian couldn't wait to stretch out his hand and pointed at Chen Fan with a clear target. You are Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? The man walked up to Chen Fan and asked respectfully. Everyone? Wu Yaotian, that's not right. Why doesn't the tone of his voice sound like he is here to cause trouble for Chen Fan? Yeah. Chen Fan nodded without any panic. Mr. Chen, we are from your bodyguard company. After saying that, the man bent down in front of Chen Fan and said, I came here specially to meet you, Mr. Chen. As the man spoke, the bodyguards standing upright behind him immediately bent their bodies and lowered their heads. Greetings, Mr. Chen. The sound was so loud that it was deafening like thunder. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Are these bodyguards all Chen Fan's men? No way. Yeah. Chen Fan raised his hand. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan was startled and quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind to open the taskbar. Mission: trample Wu Yaotian's self-esteem, reward attribute skill speed plus 10. He raised his eyelids and looked at Wu Yaotian, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Wu Yaotian, what did you say just now? Me? Wu Yaotian, who was named, was so frightened that his whole body shuddered and cold sweat broke out. With a thud, he knelt on the ground without any warning. Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, I was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously, just treat it as me farting. Wu Yaotian, why don't you show the same momentum you usually use when bullying me? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. In my impression, Wu Yaotian always looks high and mighty, as if he is the master of everything and does not take anyone seriously. Now that he was kneeling, his dignity and self-respect were all trampled under his feet by Chen Fan. I have to say, this feeling is so fucking great. Turning around, Chen Fan looked at the crowd and frowned suddenly. There was no sign of Sun Lily among them. This Sun Lily actually took the opportunity to run away. Misunderstanding, Chen Fan, it's all misunderstanding. I'm not bullying you, it's just. Wu Yaotian wanted to find a reasonable explanation for himself, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find one. Just? Chen Fan snorted coldly, and then said to the person who came beside him, I'll leave him to you to deal with. Yes, the visitor nodded. Then, he gave a look to his men, and 2 bodyguards instantly lifted Wu Yaotian up from the ground. Ah! What are you going to do? Let me go, let me go. Wu Yaotian kept struggling. Chen Fan, I know I was wrong, I will do anything you ask me to do. Please let me go. Wu Yaotian's voice became farther and farther away until he disappeared in the car. Chen Fan then retracted his gaze, looking calm. Everyone can return to their posts. I will have someone draft a contract as quickly as possible and sign a new one. Thank you, Boss Chen. Everyone came to their senses and expressed their gratitude. Chen Fan said nothing more, and said to the bodyguards, you guys go back first, I don't need you for now. Yes, Mr. Chen. The bodyguards took the order and drove away from Chen Fan's sight. Bite. As the bodyguards left, Chen Fan heard a system prompt. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining attribute skill speed plus 10. Speed plus 10? Chen Fan thought about how after gaining strength plus 10, lifting any heavy objects would no longer be a problem. Nowadays, the speed is probably many times faster than usual. Raising his foot, Chen Fan walked to the front of the Lamborghini, took out the key the child gave him, and pressed it lightly. With a beep, the car door slowly rose up. Chen Fan stepped into the car, fastened his seatbelt, closed the door, and headed towards the listed Anping Insurance Company with a clear purpose. Soon, Chen Fan appeared at the door of Anping Insurance Company. It is worthy of being a listed company. Compared with his previous company, it is many times bigger. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the dozen-story building, feeling very satisfied. He had been to this place before, but was ruthlessly driven out. Looking back now, it's really embarrassing. Welcome to Anping Insurance. As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the door, the sweet voice of the system sounded above his head. Anping Insurance protects your life, travel, and health. Sir. A beautiful lady in a gray suit and skirt walked over to him immediately in high heels after seeing Chen Fan. I'm not here to handle business. Chen Fan said straight to the point. Who are you? The beautiful sister asked with her sweet smile. I'll do it. Before Chen Fan finished his words, he heard a familiar voice coming from the lounge not far away. Sister's son is indeed a young and promising person. She has become a role model in our industry at such a young age. It is really admirable. Having an outstanding talent like you join our big family is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for all of us. I believe that under your leadership, our company will surely flourish and prosper. It is conceivable that in the days to come, we will surely achieve even more brilliant achievements. Manager Su, Vice President Zhang, you two really think too highly of me, but I will not let you down. I will give 100% of my strength to serve the company. Sun Lily looked at the 2 big men in front of her and raised her chin proudly. If it weren't for the 50% kickback she could get, she would have quit that crappy company long ago. Now, with Chen Fan as the boss, she couldn't stay any longer. Fortunately, Sun Lily always had a way out for herself. Anping Insurance was many times better than that crappy company. Sun Lily. Hearing Sun Lily's voice, Chen Fan walked over directly. From what she said, she wanted to join his company? Hearing someone calling her name, Sun Lily turned her head and saw that it was Chen Fan who appeared at the door. The smile on her face froze instantly. Chen Fan, why is he here? Chapter 26 rewards you with a financial building. Chen Fan, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in that crappy company? Sun Lily asked directly, and then smiled sarcastically as if she had thought of something. I see, you don't want to switch to Wanping, do you? Job hopping? Chen Fan sneered. He, Chen Fan, owned 80% of Wanping's shares. Did he need to job hop? The entire company belonged to him. Why would he need it? Humph, stop dreaming. Do you really think Wanping is a shelter that accepts all kinds of people? Don't think that just because you have someone backing you up, you can own the whole world. Sun Lily didn't give Chen Fan any face and ridiculed him in person. Sister Sun, your opponent? The vice president and the manager could clearly feel that Sun Lily had a strong hostility towards this young and handsome guy, as if they were incompatible. Him? Is he worthy of being my opponent? He's just a low-level free laborer. Now, relying on the people behind him, he is so arrogant. He even dared to fire. Sun Lily didn't say the word fire in the end. She couldn't let Vice President Su and Manager Zhang know that she was not resigning for a new job, but was fired. Is that so? Vice President Su nodded, and then looked at Chen Fan. Although the young man's clothes don't have any logos, they don't look bad in quality, and can even be called high-quality goods. Although he looks good, his temperament is still a little lacking, and he doesn't look like a rich and prestigious person. Brother, I wonder what brings you to Wanping? Vice President Su asked. He must be coming for me. Chen Fan, do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, even if you kneel down and beg me to go back, I will not go back. Sun Lily snorted coldly and clasped her hands proudly. I think the reason why Chen Fan appeared here was because Chen Fan had been following her. The purpose is obvious, either he wants her as a person or her ability. Just you? Chen Fan pursed his lips in disdain. He really knows how to make himself proud. Chen Fan. What's that expression on your face? Are you laughing at me? Seeing the undisguised expression on Chen Fan's face, Sun Lily turned pale with anger. Okay. Vice President Su said. How can they be so noisy in Wanping? People coming and going are all Wanping's customers. If they hear it, they might think something happened to Wanping. Brother, if you are not here to handle business in Wanping, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Manager Zhang followed Vice President Su's instructions and walked out of the lounge, ordering Chen Fan to leave. Why be so polite to him? Just call the security to throw him out. Sun Lily spoke again. Brother, don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and leave. Manager Zhang urged Chen Fan again when he saw that Chen Fan did not move. Security, security. Sun Lily walked towards the door in her high heels. Throw this troublemaker out. Don't let him affect our business in Wanping. You are really something. You don't want to accept my toast and then drink the forfeit. Manager Zhang glanced at Chen Fan and shook his head. He could have left in a dignified manner, but he had to do this. After a while, Sun Lily appeared in front of Chen Fan with 2 security guards. It's him. Throw him out quickly. Sun Lily raised her hand and pointed at Chen Fan, her face full of pride. Who of you dares to touch me? Chen Fan spoke just as the 2 security guards stretched out their hands. Wow. What a big tone. Do you think Wanping is your small shabby company with less than 50 employees and bosses? Sun Lily immediately sneered. Manager Zhang saw that Chen Fan was quite arrogant, so he quickly ordered the security guard beside him, throw him out. I don't believe you can do anything to me. He just likes to destroy the prestige of these ignorant people. As soon as Manager Zhang said this, 2 security guards immediately took out their electric batons and said, Brother, are you going to get out by yourself, or are you going to be asked to get out by us? Why are you still wasting time talking to him? Sun Lily couldn't wait to grab the electric baton from the security guard's hand, turned on the switch and went towards Chen Fan. This is all Chen Fan's own fault. Even if she couldn't electrocute Chen Fan to death, she would make him suffer. However, before the electric baton in Sun Lily's hand could touch Chen Fan raised his leg and kicked her away. Fuck! How dare you hit our people in Wanping? Boy, I think you are tired of living. Seeing Sun Lily being kicked far away, Manager Zhang immediately became angry. Without caring about anything, he snatched the electric baton from the security guard's hand, as if he was ready to fight with Chen Fan. What are you two idiots still standing there for? Hurry up and control him. Thinking of Sun Lily's fate, Manager Zhang was somewhat hesitant. He turned around and yelled at the security guard who was still standing there. Yes, yes, yes. After the two security guards responded, they immediately surrounded Chen Fan. Wait a minute. As the smoke filled the air and a war was about to break out, Vice President Su on the side suddenly spoke. Vice President Su? Sun Lily covered her abdomen, which was hurt by the kick, and walked to Vice President Su's side like a zombie. You are not going to say, let it go, right? What else? Vice President Su looked at Sister Sun. Sister Sun, you just joined Onping, so you'd better keep a low profile. Otherwise, people who don't know the situation might think you're bringing negative impact to our company. Vice President Su hinted to the people around who were watching the fun that if this matter became a big deal, it would affect the reputation of their company. But I can't get kicked in vain. Sun Lily was unwilling to accept it. Her lower abdomen was still aching. Of course not. Vice President Su looked at Chen Fan and said, Little brother, what exactly are you here for? Let's talk it over. There's no need to fight. I've already made tea in my office. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Oh no? Another update on the mission? Before Chen Fan agreed, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Controlling the virtual interface with his thoughts, Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Task, agree to enter Vice President Su's office and receive a financial building as a reward. Oh my god. Financial building? This reward sounds very noble. It feels so awesome. Okay. Chen Fan agreed immediately after closing the interface. Well, please. Vice President Su smiled cunningly. Raising his foot, Chen Fan followed behind Vice President Su. Manager Zhang, what does Vice President Su mean by this? Sun Lily asked angrily as she watched the two men leaving. What do you mean? Manager Zhang narrowed his eyes viciously. I'm afraid this kid didn't even know how he died. Although Vice President Su looks like an honest man, he is actually as ruthless as can be. The reason why Vice President Su didn't take action was because there were too many outsiders. Once they arrived at Vice President Su's territory, this guy would have to walk in but could only crawl out. Chapter 27 Onping Insurance's largest shareholder. Turning his head, Manager Zhang glanced at Sun Lily and asked, Sister Sun, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? No, I just want to know what old Su will do to Chen Fan. Sun Lily replied, shaking her head while enduring the pain. Sister Sun, don't worry. Vice President Su will definitely seek justice for you. After all, you are Vice President Su's favorite now. Manager Zhang was interrupted by Sun Lily before he could finish his words. Well, Manager Zhang is really good at making fun of me. There are so many people around here, don't let anyone misunderstand me. Sun Lily's face didn't look good and her voice was dull. Yes, this mouth of mine. How dare you say such nonsense? Sister Sun, please don't take it seriously. After Sun Lily's reminder, Manager Zhang immediately realized that this was not a good place to talk. Let's go and take a look. Sun Lily was extremely curious about how Vice President Su would treat Chen Fan. Is it really as Manager Zhang said, a miserable death? Okay. Manager Zhang nodded and extended his hand to lead the way. Chen Fan, who was following behind Vice President Su, looked at the burly men holding electric batons at the office door and understood what was going on. Talking was just an excuse, the actual purpose was to take him to a place with few people and give him a good lesson. However, it was obvious that Vice President Su still underestimated Chen Fan. If Chen Fan can be bullied so easily, then what is the use of having a system? Catch him for me. Vice President Su stopped and his smiling face suddenly turned cold. Vice President Su, before you arrest me, do you want to call your board of directors? Before the other party could take action, Chen Fan stepped forward and entered Vice President Su's office first. He walked to the desk with a clear purpose and sat down, put his feet on the desk, and leaned his upper body on the ergonomic chair, as if this was his office. What do you mean? Seeing Chen Fan, who didn't take him seriously at all, and thinking about what Chen Fan had said before, Vice President Su had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that this Chen Fan was really capable? Was he not as simple as he seemed? As if he could see Vice President Su's hesitation, Chen Fan said slowly, "If you don't fight, this may be the thing you regret most in your life." Vice President Su. Such a confident tone, could it be that it is really not simple? Okay. I'll make the call. But if you dare to make fun of me, I'll make sure you know what it means to cry to the heavens and get no response, and to cry to the earth and get no response. Soon, Vice President Su took out his cell phone and called the board secretary directly in front of Chen Fan. "Do you know someone named Chen Fan?" Vice President Su asked immediately after the phone was connected. After getting the answer, Vice President Su narrowed his eyes and took the phone away from his ear. "I said, you dare to lie to me." Before Vice President Su finished speaking, the voices of Sun Lily and manager Zhang were heard at the office door. "This is outrageous. Who told you to sit in that position? Is that the position you are allowed to sit in?" Manager Zhang immediately scolded Chen Fan when he saw him sitting behind Vice President Su's desk in such a disrespectful and ungraceful manner. "Old Su, what's going on? How can you let him do whatever he wants?" Sun Lily looked at Vice President Su in confusion. What happened to the promise to help her get justice? That's it? Sure enough, men's words are just lies. They are all so fake and empty promises. How could I let him challenge my authority like this? Vice President Su immediately shouted to the professional bodyguards at the door, "Come in. No one can leave until this brat gets his skin peeled off. Beat him to death." Upon hearing what Vice President Su said, Sun Lily immediately agreed, with a strong hatred in her eyes, "Break his legs. Just breaking his legs would be too easy for this kid. In my opinion, he should be unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life." Manager Zhang leaned against the door and watched the show. "Just do as they say. As long as we can keep a breath, it will be fine." After saying this, Vice President Su walked towards the sofa. As the bodyguards attacked Chen Fan with tools, Vice President Su's cell phone, who had just sat down, rang at this moment. Seeing the incoming call on his mobile phone, Vice President Su leisurely poured the freshly boiled tea into the cup and answered the phone with one hand. "Vice President Su, I'm sorry. It was my mistake just now. The board of directors just issued a document that our Anping Insurance has changed its owner. The person who holds the largest share now is called Chen Fan. He holds 80% of the shares and is the largest shareholder of our Anping Insurance Company." Before the secretary finished speaking, Vice President Su was so dumbfounded that he didn't hear a word of what the secretary said next. "Old Su, what are you doing?" Sun Lily, who originally wanted to see Chen Fan get beaten, turned around and saw that the tea in Vice President Su's cup was overflowing, but Vice President Su was still pouring more tea into it, so she quickly trotted over. Hiss. Vice President Su, who was scalded by the tea that flowed down the table, finally reacted. He gasped in pain and quickly put down the teapot in his hand. Wait. You are not allowed to attack him." Vice President Su didn't care about his legs and stood up and ordered several bodyguards who were about to take action. "Old Su?" Sun Lily was puzzled. She would be able to relieve her hatred soon. Why did it stop suddenly? "All of you get out." Vice President Su ignored Sun Lily and continued to give orders to the bodyguards. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the office. "Old Su, what do you mean?" After the man left, Sun Lily sat down on the sofa. "Why? Afraid of offending people? Why didn't I realize that you were so afraid of people and things before?" Vice President Su turned a deaf ear to Sun Lily's repeated questions, staring at Chen Fan, who was sitting leisurely in the chair. Your name is Chen Fan?" "Sun Lily, aren't you very clear whether my name is Chen Fan or not?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, then sat up straight and put his hands on the table. "Vice President Su, I'll give you a chance to mend your ways." Chen Fan pointed a finger at Sun Lily beside Vice President Su. "You have to teach her a lesson for me." "What?" Sun Lily's eyes widened when she heard Chen Fan's words. Then she burst into laughter, as if this was the funniest joke she had ever heard. "You want Vice President Su to teach me a lesson? What a joke! What's the relationship between me and Vice President Su?" However, before Sun Lily could finish her words, someone suddenly grabbed her hair. My scalp started to hurt, and before I could react, I felt a burning pain on my face. "Fuck! You deserve to die." Vice President Su bared his teeth and showed no mercy in his actions. He punched Sun Lily's face with a big fist on the left and a big fist on the right. In just a moment, Sun Lily's face was swollen like a pig's head. Ah. A tragic scream came from Sun Lily's throat. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. Zhang, Manager Zhang, save me, Lao Su is crazy, he is crazy. Manager Zhang came back to his senses from his shock and immediately ran over and stretched out his hand to stop him. Vice President Su pushed Manager Zhang away and continued to hold down Sun Lily, who was trying to escape. Fuck you, Zhang Fei. If you don't want to be beaten, just get out of here. If Sun Lily doesn't get beaten up today, I won't be able to save myself. Chapter 28 Reward, 1 billion Dahua coins. Ah! Help, help! Someone is going to die. Seeing that no one could help her, the beaten Sun Lily could only scream desperately towards the door. I'm calling your mother. You're a nuisance. Damn it! As if to vent his dissatisfaction, Vice President Su attacked even more cruelly and heavily than before. The punches hit each other's flesh. In just a short while, Sun Lily's voice became weaker and weaker, and her whole face was bruised and swollen. Vice President Su, if you continue to fight, she might die. Seeing this, Manager Zhang, who didn't understand but didn't dare to step forward to continue stopping Vice President Su, reminded him in a low voice. If someone died, he would be implicated. Mr. Chen, are you relieved? Vice President Su stopped and looked at Chen Fan sideways. Okay. Chen Fan stood up from the chair, then raised his foot and walked in front of Sun Lily, looking down at the half-dead Sun Lily. Before, you and Wu Yaotian took a lot of my bonuses. Now if you spit it all out to me, I will spare you. Sun Lily raised her head weakly and glanced at Chen Fan. She wanted to speak but her throat hurt so much that she couldn't utter a word. Damn! Mr. Chen is talking to you, are you mute? Seeing that Sun Lily did not answer, Vice President Su immediately reached out and slapped Sun Lily's head hard, scolding loudly. I'll compensate, please stop hitting me. Even though her throat hurt, Sun Lily had to endure it, fearing that Vice President Su's fist would fall again. The slap just now made her think that she must have a concussion, and her ears are still buzzing even now. Scan the code. Chen Fan immediately took out his mobile phone. He would not take less than what belonged to him. However, he would not take more than what did not belong to him, Chen Fan. Sun Lily was stunned, but did not dare to hesitate. She propped up her weak body, slowly took out her mobile phone, and scanned Chen Fan's QR code. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and transfer the money to me, Mr. Chen. Seeing that Sun Lily was so slow, Vice President Su swung his fist at Sun Lily again to please Chen Fan. Turn, I'm turning now, stop hitting me. Sun Lily immediately reached out and hugged her head. Soon, Chen Fan received a transfer. When I opened it, it was exactly 20,000 yuan. Although the small amount of 20,000 is nothing to him now, it was earned with his own blood and sweat. You're quite sensible. Chen Fan put the phone into his trouser pocket with satisfaction, not daring to take a penny of his money. Mr. Chen, do you have any other instructions? Vice President Su asked cautiously. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan opened the taskbar. Task, dismiss these 3 people and receive a reward of 1 billion Dahua coins. 1 billion US dollars? Chen Fan swallowed and immediately turned to look at Vice President Su. Yes. Regarding Sun Lily's employment. Before Chen Fan finished speaking, Vice President Su immediately took over. Boss Chen, don't worry, we at Anping will never hire someone like her. Vice President Su, we signed the contract, you can't go back on your word. Sun Lily never thought that not only would she be beaten, but now she would even lose her job. Contract? It's useless. Vice President Su immediately put on a mean face. You actually took advantage of me for free? Sun Lily's eyes widened. She had slept with him so many times, but in return all she got was a sentence like this? So what is her contribution? You did it voluntarily. Did I force you? Vice President Su snorted coldly. Chen Fan didn't want to listen to the two of them chattering about private matters, so he moved his gaze from Sun Lily's face to the side, trying to make himself as transparent as possible, and even raised his foot to move towards the door. What? Want to run? Chen Fan asked. No, I dare not. Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment and stood there awkwardly. I just want to go to the toilet. Although he still didn't know the background of this Chen Fan, from Vice President Su's attitude towards Chen Fan, he could tell that this person was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. He couldn't afford to offend, so he could only hide. Unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished. Vice President Su, what do you think should be done with him? Chen Fan threw this question to Vice President Su. Have mercy. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I was blind and had no vision. Please let me go. When Manager Zhang heard what Chen Fan said, he was so scared that he immediately knelt down with a plop. Let you go? Chen Fan pouted, what did Manager Zhang do to me just now? Manager Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately kowed out in front of Chen Fan. I was wrong, Mr. Chen, spare me. Please spare my life. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. I cannot lose this job. Manager Zhang cried, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Looks very embarrassed. But Chen Fan was unmoved. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. It is better to leave a way out for them so that they can meet again in the future. Someone, throw these two guys out. Vice President Su observed for a long time and then shouted to the bodyguards at the door. The next second, the bodyguards appeared in the office. Throw Manager Zhang and this bitch out of Anping. Fearing that his men might have made a mistake in targeting someone, Vice President Su immediately pointed at Manager Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing for mercy. Yes. Several bodyguards worked together to drag Manager Zhang up from the ground. Vice President Su, please help me. We are in the same boat. You can't just stand by and watch me die, Manager Zhang shouted at Vice President Su, but his struggle was futile among the large number of bodyguards and he was soon dragged out of the office. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied? When only Vice President Su and Chen Fan were left in the office, Vice President Su immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Fan with both hands, asking humbly. Satisfied? Chen Fan looked Vice President Su up and down. Vice President Su was so frightened that his legs went weak and the tea in his hand immediately spilled out. Mr. Chen, what else are you dissatisfied with? What do you think? Chen Fan raised his chin. Vice President Su immediately knelt in front of Chen Fan and said with his head down, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I will resign voluntarily and promise that I will never appear in front of you again. Please spare me. That's what you said. Chen Fan didn't expect that Vice President Su was not completely useless and was quite smart. It's just that, if I let you go like this, I'd feel a little guilty about it. He felt uncomfortable when he thought about what Vice President Su had said before, that as long as he was still alive, he could deal with him any way he wanted. I understand. Vice President Su gritted his teeth, picked up the ashtray, put his hand on the table, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and smashed the crystal ashtray towards his arm. Click. The sound of broken bones was very harsh. Ah! What followed was Vice President Su's pig-like voice. Vice President Su's head was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and even his lips were trembling with pain. He looked at Chen Fan, his eyes full of fear and trembling as he asked, Mr. Chen, are you satisfied? Chapter 29 can get random critical hit gold coins reward. Chen Fan did not hear what Vice President Su said. He focused on opening the virtual interface and clicking on the taskbar. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a financial building. Chen Fan was very happy when he received the reward. Today, he gained a lot. It only took him half a day and he received a lot of rewards. If this continues, will he become the richest man in Zhangcheng? Seeing Chen Fan didn't say anything, Vice President Su's heart instantly sank. It seemed that President Chen was not satisfied with his result. Mr. Chen, please forgive me. Vice President Su gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to show more sincerity. Standing up, Vice President Su ran straight into the wall. In just a blink of an eye, Vice President Su's forehead was covered in blood. Hearing the bang 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 sound, Chen Fan came back to his senses and looked at Vice President Su, who was banging his head against the wall. This is? That's enough. Chen Fan said. The blood was almost splattering on him. Mr. Chen, you. Upon hearing Chen Fan call to stop, Vice President Su looked at Chen Fan with hope in his eyes. However, before he could finish his words, he felt dizzy and suddenly, his eyes went dark and he fell down immediately. Seeing Vice President Su lying unconscious on the ground, Chen Fan walked over and kicked him. Seeing that he was bleeding profusely, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste time on him and walked towards the door without looking back. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 1 billion Dahua coins. Oh my god, he got 1 billion Dahua coins so easily? This thing that he wouldn't even dare to imagine in his daydreams actually happened to him. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Fan looked at the increased balance and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. I gained a lot today. Although I only walked around for the morning, Chen Fan decided to go back home and have a rest. After getting in the car, Chen Fan drove towards Tianfu Garden. After a while, we returned to Tianfu Garden. Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan drove the car to the gate and waited for the system to check, a sharp voice rang in his ears. Turning his head to the side, Chen Fan saw Wei Weihua, who had pestered him yesterday to be his girlfriend, walking towards him triumphantly with a middle-aged man who was about 1 meter tall, fat, and had hair so sparse that it seemed like he would become bald in an instant if the wind blew. Behind the two men were 4 bodyguards who looked strong and muscular. Humph. Chen Fan, I didn't expect that I would run into you here by such an unfortunate coincidence. Wei Weihua let go of the middle-aged man's hand, walked to Chen Fan's car and sneered, I haven't forgotten how you humiliated me yesterday. So what? Chen Fan raised his head slightly and glanced at Wei Weihua indifferently. Do you know who he is? Wei Weihua looked proudly at the middle-aged man behind her and threw him a coquettish glance. I'm not interested in knowing. Chen Fan looked forward. What was there for a short, ugly, and poor man to brag about? He is the boss of Gamay Shopping Mall. Wei Weihua raised her chin and said with great pride. The president of Gamay Shopping Mall? Chen Fan couldn't help but turn his head to look. Him? If he is the boss of Gamay Shopping Mall, then what is Chen Fan? Now, I am his girlfriend. Chen Fan, I want you to get out of the car right now, kneel down and admit your mistake. Wei Weihua made the request directly, which is why she stopped Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan humiliated her yesterday, she will return the humiliation to Chen Fan today. What did you say? Chen Fan thought he had misheard and was hallucinating. I say, as long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I will pretend that what happened yesterday never happened. All the grudges between us will be wiped out. Wei Weihua crossed her arms across her chest, looking down on Chen Fan with pride. No matter how rich Chen Fan is, can he compare to the CEO of Gamay? His net worth is tens of billions. Chen Fan, that is nothing. Are you sick? Chen Fan couldn't help but curse. He actually asked him to kneel down and apologize? What a joke. Chen Fan. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for asking someone to attack you. Wei Weihua originally thought that Chen Fan would ask for forgiveness on his own initiative, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to call her sick, which made her so angry that she was fuming. Get out of the way. Chen Fan looked at the barrier in front of him rising and shouted at Wei Weihua impatiently. Chen Fan, if you don't apologize to me, don't even think about leaving today. After saying that, Wei Weihua immediately grabbed the car door with both hands. Come here quickly. He bullied me. Turning her head, Wei Weihua shouted at the man. Finally, at the man's signal, 4 bodyguards immediately ran over and stood at the 4 corners to surround Chen Fan and his car. Pull him out of the car for me. Wei Weihua continued to order. Yes. After the bodyguards responded, they went towards Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan had no choice but to ignore the 4 people for the time being, and instead used his mind to control the virtual interface and open the taskbar. Task, defeat everyone. Each time you defeat someone, you will receive a random critical hit gold coin reward. Random critical hit gold coin rewards? So cool? So what are you hesitating about? Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan grabbed a hand that was stretched out towards him and pulled the person over with his backhand. Chen Fan unbuckled the seatbelt with one hand, pressed the man onto the steering wheel, and punched him in the face again and again. After a few hits, the man fainted before he could even fight back. System, congratulations to the host for knocking down one person and obtaining 5 million Dahua coins. Oh shit. 5 million? Is it that easy? Without any extra time to think, Chen Fan pushed the unconscious person to the ground, supported himself on the car door with one hand, leaped up, and jumped off the sports car in the blink of an eye. Come on. Chen Fan hooked his finger. The other 3 bodyguards looked at each other, and no one dared to approach Chen Fan rashly, for fear of becoming the second one lying on the ground. How can you be a bodyguard if you are such a coward? Chen Fan couldn't help but complain. Grass. Being insulted like this, the 3 bodyguards rushed forward as if they had agreed to do so. Grabbing one of the bodyguards by the collar, Chen Fan lifted him up and threw him onto another bodyguard. The two men fell onto a big banyan tree several dozen meters away, hit it heavily, and fell down heavily again. System, congratulations to the host for defeating two people and receiving a reward of 10 million Dawa coins. Not bad, really damn good. Turning his head, Chen Fan looked at Wei Weihua, who was already frightened out of her wits. Money. That's all money. A full 5 million. Ah. Seeing Chen Fan coming towards her, Wei Weihua was so frightened that she ran towards the middle-aged man desperately. Boss Xia, save me, save me. He wants to kill me. Run? Chen Fan immediately surpassed Wei Weihua and blocked Wei Weihua's way. You, how come you are so fast? Wei Weihua was completely dumbfounded. Chen Fan was obviously some distance away from her, so how could he be in front of her in the blink of an eye? Chapter 30. Complete the mission and get 3 billion Dahua coins. You, what do you want to do? I have a backer. You, if you offend me. Wei Weihua was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly and looked at Chen Fan in horror. However, before she could finish her words, Chen Fan grabbed her neck and raised his other hand to slap Wei Weihua's delicate face. There was a loud snap, and it was as loud as it could be. Wei Weihua's eyes were blurry, as if countless Chen Fan appeared in front of her, and there was a buzzing sound in her ears, as if countless flies were flying. Backer, huh? I want to see if your so-called backer can protect you. Chen Fan said and slapped Wei Weihua in the face again. I've never seen anyone as despicable as you. You dare to make trouble after being rejected. With just one slap, Wei Weihua felt stars on her head and then she fainted. Damn, it's so fucking crispy. Chen Fan let go of Wei Weihua in disgust, and without support, Wei Weihua fell heavily to the ground. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for defeating one person and receiving a reward of 5 million Dahua coins. Turning his head, Chen Fan looked coldly at the big boss of Game, who was so frightened that he forgot to run away. Are you her backer, Boss Game? Ah. Big brother. She's talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with her. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head at Chen Fan, trying his best to distance himself from Wei Weihua. Really? Chen Fan glanced at Wei Weihua, whose eyelids moved and showed signs of waking up. You said you are the boss of Game? Yes, that's right, I am the boss of Game. So, let's talk it out nicely and don't use force. I may be able to help you in the future. The middle-aged man was stunned and nodded guiltily. You are the boss? Then what am I, the general manager? Chen Fan sneered. What? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He took someone else's place and actually met the real person? Impossible. How is this possible? Wei Weihua, who had just woken up, shook her head violently when she heard Chen Fan's words. She was unwilling to believe that not only was she deceived, but more importantly, the CEO of Game was actually Chen Fan. Are you really the boss of Game? But I heard that our Game boss is a man with a precious daughter. The middle-aged man questioned Chen Fan in front of him. This person looks so young, only in his early 20s, and doesn't look like someone who has children. Click. Wei Weihua's disbelieving pupils instantly lost focus and became empty and lifeless. Chen Fan has a 3-year-old baby daughter. In this case, Chen Fan, he is really the boss of Game? How do you know I don't have it? Chen Fan sneered and walked towards the middle-aged man, although the middle-aged man had no communication with him before. But it doesn't mean he has no fault at all. First, impersonating his identity to defraud others. Second, he allowed Wei Weihua to bring his bodyguards to cause trouble for him. No matter what the reason is, Chen Fan will never let him go, not to mention the system reward as a blessing. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Brother, my cousin, he is the manager of Game, and he has been working at Game for many years. You should give some consideration to the Buddha. Seeing Chen Fan getting closer, the middle-aged man backed away in fear. My cousin has worked diligently for Game for so many years. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Dog? Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he heard someone compare him to a dog. Yes, my cousin has worked hard even if he has no credit. You can't do this to me. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. With his eyes narrowed, Chen Fan quickly walked up to the middle-aged man, grabbed the collar of the man, and without giving him any chance to struggle, punched him in the abdomen. Looking at the middle-aged man who was bending over in pain and making a sound, Chen Fan said coldly, Chen Fan, always take soft measures, not hard ones. You dare to do this to me. Raising his head, the middle-aged man wanted to say something. Chen Fan lifted him up with one hand, raised his leg and pushed his knee into the man's abdomen again. Ah! As the middle-aged man screamed, his body fell limply to the ground. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for defeating one person and receiving a reward of 5 million Dahua coins. A perfect ending. Chen Fan looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, already dying, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Chen Fan Wei Hui's delicate voice came from behind. Chen Fan couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body after hearing this. So disgusting. The sound of the clamp really makes me want to punch her. Of course, Chen Fan did the same. He took 3 or 2 steps to Wei Hui and punched her in the face without hesitation. Shut up. If you do that again, I'll kill you. Chen Fan warned. So disgusting. He was so nauseated that he almost vomited the seafood he had last night. This punch made Wei Hui's eyes go dark, as if she saw her great-grandmother. Dad! A soft voice came from not far away. Looking up, Chen Fan saw his little princess being taken for a stroll in the community by Aunt Yang. As soon as he saw his precious daughter, Chen Fan's heart melted. He immediately turned around and got in the car, driving to Nuanyuan's side. Opening the car door, Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan. Nuan baby, do you miss your daddy? Nuanyuan misses her daddy so much. Where has he gone? Nuanyuan is also afraid that her daddy won't come back. Don't want Nuanyuan anymore. As soon as the little guy saw Chen Fan, his big black eyes immediately turned red, and he cried on Chen Fan's shoulder. How could daddy not want Nuan baby? Be good, let's go home. Chen Fan stroked Nuan's head, then looked at Aunt Yang beside him. Get in the car. Yes, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang responded. After the 3 got in the car, it drove towards Villa number 1. After a short while, they arrived at Villa number 1. Mr. Chen, there's something I want to tell you. Aunt Yang followed Chen Fan after getting out of the car, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. What's the matter? Tell me. Chen Fan pinched Nuan's chubby face and glanced sideways at Aunt Yang. It's like this. Logically speaking, everyone who lives in our Tianfu garden is supposed to go to the Tianfu private school next to it. When will you be free to go and complete the admission procedures? Aunt Yang asked. Do I need to do this personally? Chen Fan thought they would be able to complete these small matters. For the first time, you need to go there in person. After all, those who can go to Tianfu are either rich or noble, and the principal needs to recognize your face. Aunt Yang replied with her head down. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hiss, is this another task for him? Chen Fan was stunned, and did not give Aunt Yang an answer. Instead, he used his mind to open the virtual interface and check the task. Task, successfully arrange for Nuan to enroll in Tianfu school and get a chance to win a prize for a max level skill. Chapter 31, Opportunity to win a prize at the maximum level. Full level lottery chance? Chen Fan had never encountered this reward before. It sounds pretty good? The last maximum level reward was the maximum level driving ability, which made him so happy. After all, it is not so easy to get a driver's license nowadays. Not only does it cost money, but you also have to be scolded by the instructor. In layman's terms, it means you are paying to be scolded. And he acquired driving skills of various means of transportation without spending any money or being scolded. How can I not be unhappy? Although he didn't know what the full level skills were, just based on the word full level, Chen Fan immediately decided that he must complete this task. Chen Fan waved his hand and said to Aunt Yang, I understand. I will take Nuan there in person tomorrow. In fact, the reason I wanted to recognize his face was just to see if he had the ability. They are all old foxes who have been struggling in the society. How could they not understand the reality of society? They are all shrewd people who look at people and serve them favorably. Okay, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang nodded, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Mr. Chen, tomorrow you will take Nuanyuan to Tianfu, and dress her up. Aunt Yang hinted. I understand. Chen Fan nodded. In a place like that where people treat each other differently, he absolutely cannot dress too simply, otherwise he will be looked down upon. The next day. Early in the morning. Chen Fan slowly got up after being reminded by the housekeeper. After washing up, Chen Fan opened the door. What is this? Looking at a group of unfamiliar faces standing at the door that he had never seen before, Chen Fan frowned in confusion. "Mr. Chen, this is for your styling," the butler explained. "I need it too?" Chen Fan touched his chin. "Of course." The butler said, "Professional matters should be left to professionals." "Okay." Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. He couldn't bring shame to his baby Nuan Nuan, and he couldn't let anyone look down on his baby Nuan Nuan. Turning sideways, Chen Fan said, "Come in." Soon, a group of people entered Chen Fan's master bedroom, opened the suitcases in their hands one by one, and took out various carefully selected clothes from them. There was also a male model with a similar build and height to Chen Fan, wearing the same outfit and trying it on in front of Chen Fan. "Let's take this one," Chen Fan said casually after looking at 2 or 3 sets. His eyes were just a little blurry from looking at it, and he couldn't tell the difference at all. "Mr. Chen, how about this hairstyle?" After finishing the costume, another stylist took out his iPad. "All right, let's do it quickly." Chen Fan's patience was limited. He was not a big star, so why make it so grand? At Chen Fan's urging, the stylists and costume designers quickly got busy. Chen Fan also understood at this moment that he didn't have to put on his clothes himself. He felt like an emperor being served by many people. Cool. It feels so fucking good. He just stood there, stretched out his hands and legs, and his pants and clothes appeared neatly on his body. He didn't have to do the styling himself. He just sat down, closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he opened his eyes again, it was done. Wow. So handsome. Mr. Chen, you are truly the first extremely handsome dad I have ever seen. If you say you are already a father, I'm afraid no one will believe you. Listening to the compliments, Chen Fan glanced in the mirror. It's true that after tidying himself up, he looked completely different from usual. Very domineering feeling. "Dad." Suddenly, the sweet voice of the cute little girl rang in my ears. Chen Fan turned his head and saw Nuan Nuan running towards him. She was wearing a diamond crown, 2 cute ponytails, a white puffy skirt, and silver leather shoes with lace white socks. Chen Fan was stunned. Which country's little princess is this? How can she be so cute? "Dad, are you Nuanyuan's dad?" Holding Chen Fan's calf, Nuanyuan raised her head with her bright eyes twinkling. "Nuanyuan doesn't recognize your daddy anymore?" Chen Fan picked Nuanyuan up and pinched her chubby cheeks. "Dad, you're so handsome. Even more handsome than a prince." Nuanyuan stretched out her lotus-like hands and hugged Chen Fan's neck, staring at him in disbelief. Chen Fan was so happy to hear his daughter's praise. You can't believe all the praise from adults, but children won't lie. "Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready." Aunt Young appeared at the door and reminded. "Okay." Chen Fan responded, then walked out of the room holding Nuanyuan. After breakfast, Chen Fan and Nuan Nuan appeared at the gate of Tianfu in a limited edition Lamborghini. Oh my god. This seems to be a Lamborghini supercar of which there are only 20 in the world. With the appearance of Chen Fan, the parents who were originally sending their children to school were all attracted by the rumbling sound of the sports car and turned their heads to look over. How is that possible? Our Jiangcheng is only a 5th-tier city. It's impossible for there to be a limited edition 4-seater sports car with only 20 in the world. That's right. Apart from the richest man in Jiangcheng, who else can drive a luxury car of this level? In my opinion, this is just a Lamborghini sports car that costs between a few $100,000 and $1,000,000. It has nothing to do with limited edition. "Mr. Chen, we're here," the driver in the front seat reminded. "Well, let's go, Nuanyuan." Chen Fan, who had his eyes closed, didn't know what was happening outside the car. After opening his eyes, he reached out and picked up Nuanyuan and got out of the car. As soon as Chen Fan got off the car, he felt like the center of attention, as if everyone was staring at him. I've never seen this person before. Isn't he some celebrity? I guess so. Only celebrities dare to be so high profile. Who among us businessmen would spend so much money on a car? As Chen Fan appeared, everyone started talking again. "Dad, will Nuanyuan come here to study in the future?" Looking at the luxurious school in front of her, Nuanyuan turned to look at Chen Fan. "Yes. Nuanyuan, you must study hard." Chen Fan raised his hand and rubbed Nuanyuan's head. "Lift your feet and follow behind the driver." As soon as he arrived at the door, Chen Fan was stopped. "Please show your ID." "ID? What documents?" Before Chen Fan could figure it out, the driver beside him said, "We have already made an appointment with the principal." "What did you say? Did you make an appointment with the principal?" The security guard looked suspicious. "TSK, this guy is just bragging. He actually made an appointment with the principal of Tianfu? Can he make an appointment with the principal whenever he wants? Our family donates millions to Tianfu every year, but the principal never comes to see us in person." The people watching the show couldn't help but laugh. That's right. If you want to show off, why don't you check who the principal of Tianfu is beforehand? Can he meet him whenever he wants? This guy didn't show off, it's really embarrassing. P.S. The sports car picture is in the author's comments. Chapter 32, Slap everyone in the face and reward them with 70% of Tianfu School's shares. Hey, isn't that a bit too much? After all, he drives a Lamborghini sports car. As the saying goes, you have to look at the face of the Buddha even if you don't look at the monk. Who would go against money? I think there's nothing wrong with it. Not to mention the Lamborghini, just the clothes he's wearing, the gem on his sleeve alone, is worth tens of thousands. And the little girl in his arms, the crown on her head, really costs hundreds of thousands. This must be fake. Who would buy a crown worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for a child to play with? Isn't this just a case of having money but not being able to find a place to burn it? Being rich is a big deal. My family is not much worse than his. Who is so high profile like him? It's as if he's afraid that others don't know he's rich. I hate people like you who show off the most. In my opinion, he is probably a nouveau riche who suddenly became a wealthy man with some money thanks to the demolition of his home. It's better for everyone to avoid associating with such people. After all, it will lower your status. The security guard looked up and down at Chen Fan's clothes. Thinking of what passers-by said about each cufflink being worth tens of thousands, his eyes flashed with strong jealousy. Why are we all the same age? He is dressed so decently, but he has to work as a security guard and a watchdog here. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Fan didn't take it seriously. After all, he didn't come from a good family. If it weren't for the system, he would still be a desperate worker working in sales during the day and as a delivery man at night. "Dad, are they saying bad things about you?" Nuanyuan, who was hugging Chen Fan's neck tightly, felt the unfriendly gazes around her and leaned on Chen Fan's shoulder cautiously. "Don't worry about them, they are just jealous of Dad." Chen Fan patted Nuanyuan's back gently. "Jealous? You?" The security guard heard every word Chen Fan said, and said with disdain, "Why don't you take a piss to look at yourself? Do you think you deserve it? Believe it or not, I can not only prevent you from entering this door today, but also prevent your daughter from attending our Tianfu college." "Don't say too much. Do you know that our General Chen?" The driver warned. "Do you know who I am?" The security guard didn't even give the driver a chance to speak. "My cousin is the principal's secretary. Even if you have money, so what? As long as I tell my cousin, you can forget about going to heaven even if you have money. You are just a cousin of a secretary, how dare you be so presumptuous? Our President Chen lives in Villa number 1 in Tianfu Garden?" The driver argued with the security guard in dissatisfaction. "Villa number 1? No way. Isn't Villa number 1 for sale? Moreover, the price is said to be close to hundreds of millions. Even if you have money but no connections, you can't buy it. You also said that it was just a rumor. Whether it is true or not is still a question. We are all doing business. These so-called rumors can raise the price of the house itself. Anyone who takes them seriously is a fool." "That's true. Who knows what the truth is?" Everyone agreed. "What is Villa number 1? The security guard was totally confused. He had just arrived in Jiangcheng a few days ago and had been assigned to this hard job by his cousin in the past 2 days. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Why? The mission is coming? This is the first task of today. Controlling the virtual interface with his mind, Chen Fan clicked on the taskbar. Task, let the principal come down to greet you personally, slap everyone in the face, and be rewarded with 70% of Tianfu School's shares. 70% of the shares of Tianfu School? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface, raised his head and looked through the electric door in front of him at the huge building behind him. As long as he completes this task, 70% of this huge school will belong to him, Chen Fan? Give me the phone. Seeing that these people were simply not making sense and their noses were almost growing above their eyes, Chen Fan immediately said to the driver, "Stop pretending. How could you have the principal's phone number? Do you think you can get our principal's phone number whenever you want?" The security guard continued to sarcastically, "Mr. Chen, we only have the phone number of the principal's secretary." The driver whispered in Chen Fan's ear, "Chen Fan, just be a secretary, as long as I can contact the principal. Beat her now." Chen Fan said, "Yes." The driver responded and immediately took out his cell phone. Soon, the call was connected. Taking the phone from the driver, Chen Fan said, "I'm Chen Fan, I'm at the gate of Tianfu School now." Chen Fan? Are you Mr. Chen who lives in Villa number 1? The secretary was stunned and then asked nervously. "Yeah." Chen Fan responded calmly. "This is how a normal person should behave." This security guard, being stupid is not a disease, but being stupid is really fatal. You've arrived? I'll go down to pick you up." "Sorry, I didn't know you were here." The secretary said sorry several times. "Is the principal here?" Chen Fan asked. As soon as everyone heard Chen Fan mention the word principal, they immediately pricked up their ears and eavesdropped. This kid, didn't he really make an appointment with the principal? Look at him, does he look real? Who among us would talk to the principal with such an attitude? Aren't we all respectful and trying to please the principal, afraid of offending him? It seems so. He is so calm that it seems like he is acting. "Yes, do you want to talk to the principal?" asked the secretary. "Yeah," Chen Fan said. Chen Fan waited for less than 3 seconds, and a slightly aged voice came from the phone. "Mr. Chen." "Hello, principal." Chen Fan glanced at the security guard next to him. "Could you please come down? We are at the school gate, but someone is blocking us from entering." "What? You are not allowed to come in? That's outrageous." The principal's face turned embarrassed when he heard it. This was the number 1 resident of Tianfu Villa, they couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, the president of Tianfu Garden, the largest shareholder behind the villa, had instructed them to treat Chen Fan well. The principal was afraid that Chen Fan would get angry, so he quickly added, "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will bring someone over right away." "Well, okay." After saying these 2 words, Chen Fan hung up the phone. "Look at how pretentious he is. I am so upset. I have never seen such a pretentious person in my life. He really deserves a beating." Aren't you curious about whether he actually spoke to the principal? Why do I feel like he's not acting? If he wasn't acting, I would turn my name upside down. As people began to doubt and dispute the matter, the principal gradually appeared at the school gate. Isn't that the secretary of Principal Zhang? Someone in the crowd noticed the secretary who was arriving late and shouted immediately. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look, and it was indeed the principal's secretary. "What's going on? There's no principal, only a secretary." "Sure enough, this guy is just acting. Maybe the secretary just happened to be out doing some work." "That's what I said. With his status as the principal, how could he see her whenever he wants? Oh my, I can't pretend anymore. Excuse me, who is Chen Fan, Mr. Chen?" The secretary walked to the door, stretched his neck to scan the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Chen Fan not far away. "This guy is so handsome, he really stands out among the crowd." "It is me," Chen Fan said. "Everyone. Could it be that they all guessed wrong?" Chapter 33. Not only you are doomed. Our whole family is doomed. Are you Mr. Chen? Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The principal is still behind us. Let me speed up to pick you up." Hearing Chen Fan's answer, the secretary hurriedly walked up to Chen Fan and spoke in a humbly manner. "Well, how long will it take him to arrive?" Chen Fan responded calmly without much expression on his face. "Probably a few minutes." The secretary replied. "Then wait." Chen Fan raised his chin. "I'm not in a hurry." Secretary. "Mr. Chen, you seem angry? What should I do?" "Cousin." The security guard listened to the conversation between the two and hurried out of the security booth, grabbing the secretary's arm and saying, "What's going on? Who is he? Why did he ask you to come down and pick him up in person? You were the one who stopped him?" The secretary turned around and asked with a stern face. I'm doing this for everyone's safety. I think he's suspicious. The security guard raised his hand and scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. However, before he could finish his words, Secretary Fong immediately raised his hand and slapped him hard on the head. Are you looking for death? You actually stopped Mr. Chen outside. Hey, sister, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. The security guard who was beaten immediately held his head and bent his body to avoid it. Wrong? You really want to kill me? Secretary Fong attacked even more ruthlessly than before. Could it be that this person named Chen Fan is really some great and important figure? Then why should I question it? Fortunately, I haven't said anything bad about him, so he shouldn't cause me any trouble. Some were relieved, while others were worried, fearing that Chen Fan would remember everything they had said before and would take it out on them when he had the chance. Cousin, please stop hitting me. Ouch, ouch. Cousin, you are the principal's secretary, do you need to be afraid of him? The security guard ran around with his head in his hands, shouting at the secretary. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Secretary Fong was so angry that she took off her high heels, grabbed the security guard by the collar and swung him towards the back. What are you doing? How disgraceful. The principal, who had quickened his pace and arrived breathlessly, saw the scene, frowned instantly and shouted harshly. Principal, please save me. My sister is going to beat me to death. As soon as the security guard saw the principal, he ran behind the principal as if he had found a life-saving straw. Brother-in-law, please help me persuade my cousin. I don't know what medicine she took wrongly. Pulling the principal's sleeve, the security guard said in a very low voice. Ahem, Secretary Fong, what are you doing? The principal's fat face trembled. Principal, don't you know it was him who stopped Mr. Chen outside the school? Secretary Fong said angrily. If they don't teach him a lesson now, how will they afford it when Mr. Chen holds them accountable? It's you. Upon hearing this, the principal's face changed and he shook off the security guard's hand that was pulling his sleeve. Do you know who you are stopping? You are so brave. Sister, no, principal, I didn't do anything wrong. What is there for him to be afraid of? It's just a little money. The security guard who was suddenly thrown away was completely confused and didn't understand why his cousin and cousin-in-law treated him like this. Principal? Chen Fan asked. Yes, Mr. Chen, hello, I am Zhang Weisheng, the principal of Tianfu School. Upon hearing Chen Fan speak, the principal, who was about to blame the security guard, immediately trotted to Chen Fan and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Chen Fan. I wasted a lot of time. Chen Fan looked at the principal's outstretched hand without any expression. Yes, it's all our fault. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go to my office and have a good chat. The principal withdrew his hand awkwardly, with a flattering look on his face. When everyone saw the principal's fawning attitude, they felt a chill in their hearts. The principal's attitude has already determined Chen Fan's identity. Have they really provoked a big shot? Okay. I've been standing for too long. Chen Fan thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Then Mr. Chen, where is your car? Why don't you just drive in directly? Upon hearing this, the principal hurried to please. Everyone was stunned. Everyone knows that Tianfu School only allows staff members to drive in, and the rest of the people, no matter how rich their families are, have to park their cars at the school gate. Now, the principal actually took the initiative to let this person named Chen Fan drive in? Okay. Chen Fan agreed immediately. Then, he tilted his head and said to the driver, drive the car over here. Yes, Mr. Chen. The driver responded and then walked to the Lamborghini not far away. Isn't this a Lamborghini limited edition supercar worth millions of dollars, limited to 20 units worldwide? The principal was dumbfounded when he saw the car the driver got into. This Chen Fan, indeed, has a prominent background and an extraordinary identity. No wonder the CEO of Tianfu Real Estate Company gave him special instructions. What? The whole audience was in an uproar when the principal said this. It's really a limited edition Lamborghini? And it's worth millions of dollars? If this is converted into Dahua currency, it would be tens of millions? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent, and many people were so shocked that they were speechless. In Jiangcheng, a small fifth-tier city, there are people driving sports cars worth tens of millions of yuan in the streets? Who is this person? He is so high profile. Listening to the sighs of passers-by, the security guard was so frightened that he was dumbfounded. He quickly walked to Secretary Fang's side and asked tremblingly, "Sister, this can't be true. Is his car really worth tens of millions? Why else do you think we came down to greet him in person?" Secretary Fang, who was so angry that he twisted the security guard's ear, ordered, "You'd better go and ask for Mr. Chen's forgiveness. If you dare to drag us down, not only will you be finished, our whole family will be finished." Security guard. It's over, he is really finished. Mr. Chen. Breaking free from Secretary Fang's restraints, the security guard immediately ran to Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't even look at him, not even bothering to give him a single glance. "Mr. Chen, I know I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I deserve to die. It's my fault that I have a stinky mouth." With a plop, the security guard immediately knelt in front of Chen Fan and put his hands around Chen Fan's calves, while using his other hand to slap his face continuously. "Please forgive me and don't bother with people like me." Chen Fan lowered his head and said coldly, "Let go." "I won't let go. Mr. Chen, if you don't forgive me, I will never let go even if I die." The security guard shook his head, and not only that, he stretched out his other hand and hugged Chen Fan's calf tightly. Principal Zhang and Secretary Fang, who were standing by, were already sweating profusely from fright when they saw this scene. "What the hell, you actually dare to threaten Mr. Chen? If I had known that my cousin was so stupid, I should not have arranged for him to work at Tinfu School. It's really killing people." Chapter 34. Complete the task and get 2 rewards. "Get out of my way, you disgraceful thing." Just as Chen Fan was about to kick the security guard away, he heard the principal's angry voice. Then, Principal Zhang walked over quickly, grabbed the security guard by the collar, and even the secretary beside him came to help. Together, the two of them dragged the security guard a long distance away from Chen Fan's legs. Sister, what are you doing? I have to beg for forgiveness from this important person." "Sister, didn't you say that if I don't apologize, I'll be finished?" The security guard looked at his cousin in confusion. "You are so bold. You even dare to threaten Mr. Chen." Secretary Fang slapped the security guard on the head without any hesitation. "Oh, sister, please don't hit me." Feeling the pain, the security guard quickly raised his hands to cover his head. "Sister? Who is your sister? From now on, I am breaking off relations with you. There is no relationship between us." Secretary Fang let go of the security guard and spoke in a firm tone. "What? Sister, what do you mean?" The security guard was completely confused. "Why did you suddenly cut off ties with him? What do you mean? You offended a big shot like Mr. Chen. Do you think I will let you drag me down? I have worked hard to climb to this position, and I will never let you ruin my future." Secretary Fang bent down and said coldly in the security guard's ear with his head down. "Sister, are you going to abandon me? You don't care whether I live or die?" Suddenly, the security guard felt cold all over, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water just taken out of the refrigerator on him from head to toe. "Who made you upset Mr. Chen?" After saying that, Secretary Fang raised her foot and kicked the security guard hard in order to show that she had nothing to do with the security guard. The security guard was knocked to the ground by her kick and it took him a long time to recover. "Mr. Chen, how about you get in the car first and we will deal with him?" Principal Zhang asked in a flattering manner. "Okay." Chen Fan thought about it and finally agreed. Then, he got into the car holding Nuanyuan. "Sister, you can't just ignore me. If you don't care about me, what should I do?" The security guard who got up from the ground immediately knelt down and hugged Secretary Fang's legs. "We have the same blood flowing in our bodies, you can't be so cold and heartless. Who told you to seek death? How dare you mess with anyone?" Secretary Fang pushed the security guard mercilessly. "Sister, brother-in-law." Seeing that his sister was so ruthless, the security guard had to look at the principal beside him. "Come here, teach him a lesson." However, before the security guard could finish his words, Principal Zhang had already called other security guards. Several security guards dragged the security guard away from Secretary Fang, and then started punching and kicking him fiercely. Venting out the dissatisfaction I've been feeling over the past 2 days. Since he was parachuted into the security team, he has been arrogant to everyone and doesn't take anyone seriously. Relying on his sister being the principal's secretary, he bosses them around and asks them to serve him well and be the master of their security team. As expected, God still has eyes. Now, he has hit a tough wall. Now that's good, isn't it? You deserve it. Stop hitting me. The security guard curled up, covered his head with his hands, and shouted hoarsely. Hit him. Hit him hard. Beat this ignorant guy to death. Principal Zhang spoke immediately. After these words were spoken, the other members of the security team acted even more ruthlessly than before. In addition to the voices of the security guards, there is also the sound of punches hitting flesh. After beating the security guard until his nose and mouth were bleeding and he was dying, the security guard stopped and turned to look at Principal Zhang. Principal, do you want to continue? Let me see. Secretary Fong took the initiative to step forward. Seeing that he had been beaten black and blue, and even a little unconscious, she immediately said, throw him into the trash can. From now on, don't let him get close to here. Yes, Secretary Fong. With Secretary Fong's words, several people worked together to lift the security guard who was lying on the ground without the strength to move, and threw him directly into the trash can. Seeing the principal and Secretary Fong returning to school, passers-by at the door were dumbfounded. It all happened so suddenly that they had no time to prepare. It's over. That guy named Chen Fan must have heard everything I said just now. I hope he won't bear a grudge against me because of this. Damn it, I have such a mean mouth. Why do I open my mouth when there is nothing to do? Even the principal is so afraid of offending Chen Fan, then I am doomed, right? Among the crowd, some people were regretting, while others were gloating. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 70% of Tianfu School's shares. As soon as Chen Fan got out of the car, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Dad, it's so beautiful here, like a castle in a fairy tale. Nuanyuan got out of the car, looked around, and said excitedly while holding Chen Fan's hand. Well, Nuanyuan, do you like it here? Chen Fan bent down and picked up Nuanyuan. I like it very much. Nuanyuan nodded heavily. If you like it, then how about we go to school here? Chen Fan raised his hand and gently scratched Nuanyuan's nose. Okay. Nuan stretched out her arms and hugged Chen Fan, but Nuan is afraid that other children will not like Nuan. No, our Nuanyuan is so cute and beautiful, she must be very popular. Chen Fan comforted Nuanyuan's uneasy mood. Perhaps because she was bullied when she was in other kindergartens before, little baby Nuanyuan is a little afraid of other children. But, here, no one can bully his Nuan. From now on, everything here is decided by him, Chen Fan. Mr. Chen. Principal Zhang's voice sounded in my ears again. Turning around, Chen Fan saw Principal Zhang running towards him in a hurry, supported by Secretary Fong. The person has been dealt with. Mr. Chen, you can calm down now. Principal Zhang couldn't wait to say as soon as he arrived in front of Chen Fan. When can I complete the admission procedures? Chen Fan was not interested in knowing how the security guard would handle it. He was more concerned about entering the school. Now, it can be done now. You can enter the school in a few minutes. Principal Zhang was stunned, then replied hurriedly, fearing that a slow answer would displease Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Then he followed Principal Zhang and Secretary Fong to the principal's office. Mr. Chen, please give me your ID and I will help you with it. Secretary Fong handed Chen Fan a cup of fine oolong tea. Yeah. Chen Fan put the household registration book and identity card aside. While waiting for the other party to finish, he only needs to sign his name and put his fingerprint, and the admission procedures will be completed. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a chance to win a full-level lottery. Chapter 35, refuse to be bribed by the other party and be rewarded with enhanced attribute skills. Full-level lottery chance? Good. I just don't know what the maximum level reward will be. Then, Dad, can Nuanyuan go to school now? Nuanyuan, who was sitting on Chen Fan's lap, turned her head and looked at Chen Fan, full of anticipation. No need, Miss Nuanyuan can come to school whenever she wants. Secretary Fong spoke before Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised his eyelids and looked at her coldly, then touched Nuan's furry little head and said softly, Nuan baby, do you want to go to class now? Yes, Nuan Nuan wants to meet other children and play with new friends. Nuan Nuan nodded and then looked at Secretary Fong cautiously, her big eyes blinking. Is it okay? Secretary Fong. What a cute little girl. How can I refuse this? Of course, no problem. I'll take you to class now. Secretary Fong's heart melted. Well, Dad, Nuanyuan has to go to school. After getting the answer, Nuanyuan turned around and raised her chubby little hand to touch Chen Fan's face, admonishing him like an old father. Dad, be good and don't miss Nuanyuan too much. After Nuanyuan finishes school, go home and play with Dad. Chen Fan. How could this comfort him? Nuanyuan is gone. Without waiting for Chen Fan to answer, Nuanyuan slowly climbed down from Chen Fan's thighs. Teacher, let's go. He took the initiative to walk to Secretary Fong and took her hand. Ah, this. Secretary Fong looked at the well-behaved and cute little girl, then looked at Chen Fan, waiting for Chen Fan's instructions. Go ahead. Chen Fan waved his hand. When a girl grows up, she can't be kept at home. Dad, bye. Nuanyuan raised her hand and waved at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, don't worry, we will definitely take good care of Miss Nuanyuan. Secretary Fong said this before leaving. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but just watched Nuanyuan's small figure disappear at the door with reluctance. Okay, since my precious daughter has gone to class, it's time for me to leave too. Chen Fan stood up from the sofa. Ah. Principal Zhang did not expect Chen Fan to leave like this, but he did not dare to keep him, for fear that Chen Fan would mention what happened before. Then I'll take you out. Principal Zhang also quickly stood up from the chair behind the desk. Chen Fan refused, no need. As soon as Chen Fan came out of the school, he was immediately surrounded by people. What's going on? Chen Fan asked the driver in the front seat. Mr. Chen, I don't know what's going on. I'll go down and solve it. The driver replied to Chen Fan, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door and got out. What do you want to do? The driver asked. Mr. Chen, this is a gift I specially prepared for you, can you accept it? This is a valuable watch I bought for you. This is a bottle of very old Mao Tai that I just bought nearby. Please accept it, Mr. Chen. Everyone rushed towards the back row where Chen Fan was like crazy, pushing and shoving each other, wishing they could stuff the gifts in their hands into Chen Fan's arms. Although the driver was trying his best to maintain order and push these people back with open arms, 2 or 3 steps away from the car, these people still persisted in yelling at Chen Fan, like irrational fans. Mr. Chen, please accept my gift and treat everything I said before as bullshit. Mr. Chen, you must accept it, otherwise I will not be able to sleep all night. Looking at the crazy crowd, Chen Fan frowned. A man came out from under the driver's armpit and ran straight towards Chen Fan. When he came to the car, he picked up the heavy object in his hand and threw it at Chen Fan with great force. Mr. Chen, I spent hundreds of thousands to buy this for you. You can't refuse it. As soon as he arrived at Tianfu School, he eavesdropped on some content. Everyone was discussing what gift to buy for a man named Chen Fan. It seemed that this man named Chen Fan was a person who even the principal had to give some face to. If he could get on the other side of the fence, then he wouldn't have to worry about his children's schooling, right? So he immediately changed his mind and directly gave the gift he was going to give to the principal to him. Hiss. Chen Fan felt a pain in his chest from being hit by the wooden box in the other party's hand. Seeing the gift had fallen into Chen Fan's arms, the man rubbed his hands together and said expectantly, Mr. Chen, we are in the same boat from now on. You have to take care of me and help me. It happens that I have encountered some troubles recently. Can you? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Task, reject the other party's gift, and be rewarded with enhanced attribute skills and physical fitness plus 10. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and threw the gift in his arms towards the man. Why would I care about your junk worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? When these words were spoken, everyone who had been competing to give gifts were stunned. They wanted to break even something worth hundreds of thousands? Then what are the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in their hands? They suddenly felt a little shabby and couldn't show it off. The man stretched out his hand and took the gift that Chen Fan threw back with some difficulty, feeling a little embarrassed. He yelled at Chen Fan in anger, Chen Fan, huh? What do you mean? Don't be ungrateful. I, Mr. Wang, have never given anyone anything worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's always other people who rush to give me gifts. Poof. Chen Fan just snorted coldly. He rejected the other party's offer, so this is called being ungrateful? Chen Fan is worth trillions. Would he be interested in something worth hundreds of thousands given by a scabby guy with ulterior motives? What do you mean by snorting? Are you dissatisfied that the gift I gave you was too small? I didn't realize that you have such a big appetite at such a young age. The man who called himself Mr. Wang looked at Chen Fan, who looked like he didn't take him seriously at all, and he felt even angrier. You kid, I'm giving you a gift because I think highly of you. Don't be so ungrateful. What can you do to me? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and sneered. A cornered dog will do something desperate. You. Chen Fan's nonchalant attitude was a naked provocation in President Wan's eyes. He shouted at Chen Fan angrily, I'm giving you a gift for Principal Zhang's sake. Do you really take yourself seriously? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Wang Yukai. What nonsense are you talking about? Principal Zhang, who rushed over after receiving a call from the security guard, heard what President Wang said. Fearing that Chen Fan would misunderstand, he immediately stood up and accused Wang Yukai of wrongdoing. Principal Zhang. Upon seeing Principal Zhang's appearance, Wang Yukai immediately picked up the gift and approached Principal Zhang. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. For your sake. However, before Wang Yukai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Principal Zhang. President Wang, you really think highly of me, Zhang. I am just a small principal, how can I have any face to speak of? After saying that, Principal Zhang looked meaningfully at Chen Fan who was sitting in the car. I'm afraid you don't know, Mr. Chen, you are now the largest shareholder of our Tianfu school. Chapter 36 rewards you with maximum level skills. When Principal Zhang said this, everyone was stunned. Principal Zhang, you have to be kidding. The shareholders of Tianfu School are not. Wang Yukai turned pale and shook his head in disbelief. I received a call from the board of directors not long after Mr. Chen left. It clearly stated that Mr. Chen is the largest shareholder of Tianfu School, and he owns 70% of the shares of Tianfu School. Principal Zhang said very seriously. Impossible. He is just a kid in his early 20s. How could he be the largest shareholder of a private aristocratic school like Tianfu School? Wang Yukai retorted stubbornly, but his body was very honest and staggered back several steps. Come here, teach this troublemaker Wang Yukai a lesson and throw him 500 meters away from Tianfu School. Principal Zhang ordered the security team behind him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, Principal Zhang. Upon hearing this, Wang Yukai instantly became anxious. He ran forward and immediately stuffed the gift that Chen Fan had thrown back to him into Principal Zhang's arms. Principal Zhang, this is a gift I brought for you. Please help me beg for mercy. I beg you, I can satisfy you with whatever you want in the future. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang subconsciously looked at Chen Fan, who was sitting in the car, staring at his every move with an expressionless face. My heart sank instantly. Although he was a little reluctant, it was obvious that he could not afford to offend Chen Fan more than Wang Yukai. Principal Zhang retracted his gaze, threw the gift to the ground, and pushed away Wang Yukai who was holding his arm. No matter what you say or do, it's useless. After saying that, Principal Zhang winked at the security guard. Several security guards rushed forward and dragged Wang Yukai away. Principal Zhang, Zhang Weishang. You dare to do this to me, sooner or later. Before Wang Yukai could finish his words, the security guard covered his mouth with his hand and pulled him further and further away. Principal Zhang turned and walked towards Chen Fan, bending over with an apologetic and flattering look on his face. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to trouble you. No problem. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Then he looked at the driver beside him, and the driver immediately understood and got in the car quickly. The school's management is still somewhat lacking. I don't want to encounter the same thing again next time. After saying this, Chen Fan said nothing more. Yes, I promise that these things will never happen again. After hearing this, Principal Zhang bent his body even lower and his tone became even more humble. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't seem to be prepared to say anything, the driver immediately started the car, drove through the crowd, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the sports car going away, Principal Zhang slowly straightened up, and then shouted to the still stunned crowd, you all heard it, right? If something like this happens again, not only will I lose my position, but your children will also not be able to study at Tianfu School. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the attribute skill and physical fitness plus 10 reward. Chen Fan was satisfied when he heard the system prompt. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but his body, which had been somewhat weak, suddenly felt strong. What time does Nguyen get out of school? Chen Fan asked. Mr. Chen, Miss Nguyen will be out of school at 5:30. She will stay at school for lunch. The driver replied. Chen Fan was very satisfied after learning from the driver about Nguyen's study courses and rest time. Compared to ordinary kindergartens, this aristocratic school is different. Ding ding ding. The bell rang. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and saw the caller ID. He refused without thinking. The person who called was none other than Sun Lily, who had been taught a lesson by him before. Sun Lily actually dared to call him? Shouldn't she be avoiding him? As soon as Chen Fan refused, the next call rang again. He wanted to see what Sun Lily was trying to do. In the end, Chen Fan picked up the phone. Yes, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? As soon as the phone was picked up, Sun Lily's extremely cautious voice came from the phone. Sun Lily, you still dare to look for me? Chen Fan called Sun Lily by her full name. Mr. Chen, I was wrong about what happened before. I'm here to apologize to you. Sun Lily quickly explained and stated her purpose. Apologize? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. It's too late now that I realize that Chen Fan is not someone you can mess with. Yes, I have booked a table at the Haotian Hotel. Mr. Chen, could you please do me a favor and come for a meal? Sun Lily asked tentatively. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan, who was about to answer that he would not go, had no choice but to turn off the microphone and control the virtual interface with his mind. Task, agree to go to the Haotian Hotel for dinner, and get the full level cooking skill as a reward. Full level of cooking skills? Chen Fan paused. If he acquired this skill, wouldn't he be able to cook any dish? Although he is usually self-sufficient, the food he cooks is really a bit hard to swallow. Even though he has servants now and doesn't need to cook, this is a maximum level skill. Who would complain about having too many skills? Okay. When? Chen Fan changed his mind. Originally he hadn't planned to go. Based on his understanding of Sun Lily, this chicken definitely had no good intentions. When are you free? Sun Lily's voice was filled with unconcealable joy. Now. Chen Fan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was still early for Nguyen to finish school, and he had nothing else to do. Okay, I'll ask someone to arrange it right away. Mr. Chen, you can go there now. Do you want me to ask someone to pick you up? Sun Lily said quickly. No need, I'll go there myself. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone without giving Sun Lily a chance to speak. No matter what Sun Lily is up to, Chen Fan will definitely go to this Hongmen banquet. Let's go to Haotian Hotel. Chen Fan said. Yes, Mr. Chen. The driver responded. Half an hour later, Chen Fan appeared at the door of Haotian Hotel. When I looked up, I saw Sun Lily sitting in a wheelchair. Although there were no bruises on her face was still very swollen. Hurry, push me over. Sun Lily shouted excitedly when she saw Chen Fan. The expression on her face was so exaggerated that it pulled the wound on her face, causing her face to twitch in pain. Ah! A pretty girl standing next to Sun Lily was stunned. Stupid. I can do it myself. Sun Lily glared at her and held the wheel with her own hands. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and catch up. Mr. Chen. Sun Lily came in front of Chen Fan and called humbly. Yeah. Chen Fan got out of the car and just responded faintly. The girl following Sun Lily's eyes widened the moment she saw Chen Fan, as if her eyes were attached to Chen Fan. She lowered her head, glanced at Chen Fan shyly, pushed Sun Lily's wheelchair with both hands, and asked softly, Mom, is today an important day? Why did you specially invite a male star? Chapter 37 The Beauty Confesses Her Love. Well, he is Chen Fan, a colleague of Mom's in her previous company. Sun Lily said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Chen Fan? The woman was slightly startled. Mom, it seems there is another person named Chen Fan in your company. Didn't you say before that he was a waste? Before the woman could finish her words, she was interrupted by Sun Lily. Okay, stop talking. Mr. Chen, please come in, please come in. Facing Chen Fan, Sun Lily changed her expression and flattered him in various ways. Chen Fan didn't say anything, he just walked in, thinking about the mission. You are not allowed to mention anything I told you before about Chen Fan at the dinner table. Do you hear me? Looking at Chen Fan's departing back, Sun Lily warned with a stern face. Oh, I get it, Mom. Although the girl didn't know why her mother did this, she still responded obediently. She raised her head and looked at Chen Fan's back with admiration. Mom, you haven't told me what important day today is. Of course it's an important day. Do you know how much the car Chen Fan is riding in costs? Sun Lily's eyes flashed with cunning, and then she turned to stare at the limited edition Lamborghini not far away. I don't know. Is it very expensive? The woman shook her head ignorantly. This car is worth 8 figures. Moreover, he is also the largest shareholder of Onping, holding 60% of Onping Insurance's shares. Sun Lily took the girl's hand earnestly and patted the back of her hand meaningfully. You always want to marry a rich second-generation man. He is the best choice. If you are with him, you will definitely be very successful. Mom, are you telling the truth? He is so rich? The woman became excited when she heard it. He is so handsome, although he looks a little thin, but the important thing is that he is rich. Isn't this a typical tall, rich, and handsome guy? Which girl can resist such temptation? Can Mom really lie to you? I have created the opportunity for you. The rest depends on your own efforts. Sun Lily let go of the woman's hand, looking determined to win. Mom, don't worry. I will do my best to take him down. Make him fall at my feet. The woman looked at the entrance of Haotian Hotel with a firm gaze. Mr. Chen, please go to the 3rd floor. Sun Lily was pushed into the lobby and pointed to the elevator not far away. Chen Fan took a look and walked over. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Sun Lily said to the girl beside her who was already impatient, turning her head. Then, Mom, I'm going. After the woman said that, she raised her foot and trotted towards Chen Fan. Brother Chen, let me do it. Just as Chen Fan reached out to press the elevator button, the woman had already reached out and pressed it. Brother Chen? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl beside him carefully. The woman had a slightly curly ponytail with a white bow on top of her head. She was wearing a pink and white high-waisted sailor suit and a white pleated skirt. The whole person is youthful and lively. Brother Chen, please come in first. As the elevator door opened, the girl took the initiative to invite him. Yeah. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and nodded. She has a good figure and good looks, she is a pretty girl. By the way, Brother Chen, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Sun Xiaohan, my mother's last name, and I just graduated from high school this year. As the elevator door closed, the woman took the initiative to extend her hand. I'm very happy to meet Brother Chen today. Looking at Sun Xiaohan's bright and charming smile, Chen Fan felt a little uneasy. She had just graduated from high school, she was really young. Without waiting for Chen Fan to make any response, Sun Xiaohan took the lead to grab Chen Fan's hand and shook hands with Chen Fan. Such soft hands. Before Chen Fan had time to feel it carefully, Sun Xiaohan had already taken his hand back. Bite. The elevator door opened. Brother Chen, we're here. After saying this, Sun Xiaohan was the first to walk out of the elevator. Looking at the youthful figure of the girl, Chen Fan seemed to smell the fragrance of a young girl in the elevator. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan walked out of the elevator feeling somewhat guilty and followed Sun Xiaohan into the box. Please bring all the dishes. Sun Xiaohan instructed the waiter beside him. Yes. The waiter responded immediately, turned around and left with Chen Fan. Brother Chen, please sit here. Seeing that Chen Fan was slow, Sun Xiaohan immediately walked to Chen Fan, grabbed Chen Fan's arm with both hands, and pulled him to the main seat. Okay, you sit down too. Chen Fan nervously pulled his hand out of Sun Xiaohan's arms, pulled out a chair and sat down quickly. He is not a eunuch, and he and Zhao Lily have not had any intimate behavior over the years. How could he not be agitated and remain calm? Hey, I want to sit next to you, Brother Chen. Sun Xiaohan pulled out a chair, sat down, supported her chin with both hands, tilted her head and stared at Chen Fan without blinking. Chen Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why hasn't your mother come yet? My mother said we need to wait a while and told us not to worry about her. Sun Xiaohan replied with a smile. Bite. The cell phone in my trouser pocket vibrated. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and saw a text message from Sun Lily. What on earth is this Sun Lily up to? With some doubts, Chen Fan opened the text message. Mr. Chen, to express my deep apology to you, please accept Xiaohan. Xiaohan is also very fond of you, so I will not bother you anymore. Chen Fan? What's the meaning? After his brain froze for a while, Chen Fan regained his sanity. Sun Lily wanted him to stop pursuing the matter, so she just sacrificed her own daughter? Brother Chen, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Before Chen Fan put away his phone, Sun Xiaohan grabbed his arm and leaned his upper body towards Chen Fan. Wait. Chen Fan stopped him immediately. Brother Chen, I'm an adult. Sun Xiaohan thought Chen Fan was worried about her age, so she immediately explained. I already have the right to choose whoever I like and be with whomever I like, and no one has the right to interfere with me. As she spoke, Sun Xiaohan moved closer to Chen Fan. Faced with Sun Xiaohan's fierce attack, Chen Fan was really unable to resist. Wait. Chen Fan came back to his senses from the smell of the woman's body fragrance and used his remaining sanity to push Sun Xiaohan away. After being cheated last time, Chen Fan didn't dare to speak his mind easily. Brother Chen, don't you like Xiaohan? Sun Xiaohan never expected that Chen Fan would actually reject her, which made her very unwilling. No one has ever been able to refuse her, Sun Xiaohan, and Chen Fan was the first one. It's not a question of like or not. While answering Sun Xiaohan's questions, Chen Fan used his skill identity to obtain Sun Xiaohan's identity information. Name, Sun Xiaohan. Height, 163. Chest, 82. Waist, 58. Hips, 84. Chapter 38 I Like Your Mom. Occupation, college student. Holy crap! Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the identity information above Sun Xiaohan's head. Brother Chen, don't you like Xiaohan? Sun Xiaohan took the initiative to throw herself into Chen Fan's arms, hugged Chen Fan's shoulders, and looked up at the unmoved Chen Fan. She couldn't help but feel confused. It was strange. Why was Chen Fan different from other boys? If it were anyone else, he would have pounced on her like a hungry wolf and eaten her up completely. But Chen Fan stood like a pine tree and sat like a bell. It must be said that this steady look made her love him even more. Chen Fan is different from other stinky boys. He is very determined and charming. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan took away Sun Xiaohan's hand that was around her neck with a hint of disgust in his eyes. I have no interest in you at all, let alone like you. Chen Fan looked serious. Sun Xiaohan was not afraid of getting sick, but he was. Brother Chen, what did you say? Sun Xiaohan froze. I don't like you. Chen Fan was more straightforward. I don't like you now, and I won't like you in the future. Yes, what was he expecting before? With a mother like Sun Lily who would do anything to achieve her goals and who would sacrifice her daughter for her own future, how could the daughter she raised be a good person? Brother Chen, but I like you. Sun Xiaohan bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan aggrievedly. It's okay if you don't like me, but please don't reject me, okay? If you think it's too fast, we can start as friends first. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if they would roll down if she blinked and fell asleep the next second. It's really heartbreaking. Don't give me that. Chen Fan didn't even look at Sun Xiaohan. Boss, the dishes are ready. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the waiter's voice was heard at the door. Brother Chen, let's eat something first. Sun Xiaohan turned his head and sniffed. Chen Fan did not refuse. After all, he had not received any task reward reminder from the system yet. This shows that he has not yet completed the mission. After all the food was served, Chen Fan looked at the banquet in front of him and couldn't help but snorted coldly. This table is not cheap, at least tens of thousands. Sun Lily really wants to ask for his forgiveness, so she is willing to spend a lot of money. Brother Chen, try this. Sun Xiaohan took the initiative to pick up a piece of oyster and put it in Chen Fan's bowl. I'll do it myself. Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks. He picked up other dishes and started eating, but as for the oysters that Sun Xiaohan picked for him, he just left them on the plate without moving them. Sun Xiaohan pursed her lips unwillingly, not understanding why Chen Fan's attitude towards her was so different before and after. Before this, Chen Fan did not reject her initiative to approach him. Brother Chen, did Xiaohan do something wrong? Does it make you unhappy? Sun Xiaohan put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Fan who was eating happily. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her and only wanted to eat. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the maximum level of cooking skills. Although the mission is accomplished, it would be a waste not to eat it. After eating and drinking, no matter how much Sun Xiaohan took the initiative and tried to show her affection, Chen Fan ignored her, put down his bowl and chopsticks, rinsed his mouth, and prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, Sun Xiaohan, who was eating absent-mindedly, quickly reached out and grabbed Chen Fan's arm. "Brother Chen, where are you going? What does it have to do with you where I go?" Chen Fan pushed Sun Xiaohan away impatiently. "Brother Chen, don't go. I have made reservations for other activities. Singing, watching movies, massage, healthcare, whatever you like, we can do it. Anything is fine." Seeing Chen Fan's firm attitude, Sun Xiaohan quickly stood up and hugged Chen Fan. She couldn't let Chen Fan leave like this. She was going to take him down today no matter what. "I'm not interested." After saying that, Chen Fan used force to pull Sun Xiaohan's hands away from his body. Then he raised his foot and walked straight to the door. With a bang, a ceramic bowl broke into pieces at Chen Fan's feet. "Chen Fan, you are not allowed to leave." Then, Sun Xiaohan's roaring voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, Chen Fan looked at Sun Xiaohan with a frown. Was she threatening him? "Brother Chen, I didn't mean it. I just don't know what method I can use to make you stay. I really like you so much, so I came up with this method." Seeing that Chen Fan was finally willing to look at her straight in the eye, Sun Xiaohan pretended to be aggrieved and pursed her lips, which was really pitiful. Chen Fan naturally ignored this little trick and just walked away. "Brother Chen." Sun Xiaohan never thought that even though she was like this, Chen Fan didn't feel sorry for her at all. He just ignored her and walked away. Sun Xiaohan immediately chased after him, ran to Chen Fan, opened his arms to block his way, and begged bitterly, "Brother Chen, please don't go, okay? I advise you to be more sensible." Chen Fan said with a cold face as he looked at Sun Xiaohan who was blocking his way. "Brother Chen, I like you, I really like you. It doesn't matter even if you don't like me." In order to keep Chen Fan, Sun Xiaohan raised her hands and held Chen Fan's face, ready to give him a kiss. "Get out." Chen Fan turned his head quickly and pushed Sun Xiaohan away. The force was so great that it slammed Sun Xiaohan heavily against the wall. "Ah!" Sun Xiaohan let out a sound of pain and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. She never expected that Chen Fan would have such an attitude towards her. Why? Everyone said that if Sun Xiaohan showed weakness, she would be able to pick the stars in the sky. Every tear from Sun Xiaohan is as valuable as a star in the sky. But in front of Chen Fan, it was useless for her to cry, show weakness, or even act like a spoiled child. Could it be? "Chen Fan, you can't be into boys." Thinking of this as the only possibility, Sun Xiaohan immediately changed her expression and looked at Chen Fan with discrimination and disdain. "I like your mother." Chen Fan responded bluntly. "You, Chen Fan, you." Sun Xiaohan never expected that Chen Fan would say this. "Don't disgust me." Chen Fan gave the final order. "Chen Fan." Seeing that Chen Fan did not stop because of her shouting, Sun Xiaohan raised her voice directly. "You must be sick, otherwise you would not like someone as young and lovely as me, but prefer an old and ugly aunt like my mother." After hearing this, people in other boxes all came out to watch the fun. These two are the ones making a scene here. It seems so. Just now the little girl said that this boy doesn't like her? He likes her mother? That should be it. Oh my god, is it so explosive? What kind of vision does this guy have? This girl is so pretty and has such a great figure, how could he want to like her mother? Didn't you just hear the little girl say that he is sick? Everyone was pointing and talking at Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan was about to open his mouth to retort, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chapter 39 Obtain Haotian Hotel. Chen Fan didn't care about other people for the time being. He directly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, make Sun Xiaohan embarrassed in front of everyone, reward is Haotian Hotel. Haotian Hotel. Chen Fan was stunned. Was this the big hotel he was in now? Chen Fan? Just as Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and was thinking about how he could embarrass Sun Xiaohan in front of everyone, a bright voice rang in his ears. Turning sideways, Chen Fan looked in the direction of the voice. It was that face again, so beautiful that it could make everything else pale in comparison. Li Muan. It's really you. Li Muan was a little surprised and shocked. She didn't expect to meet Chen Fan here. Why are you here? Li Muwen walked out of the box. What is your relationship with Chen Fan? Seeing that the super beautiful girl in front of her seemed to be very familiar with Chen Fan, Sun Xiaohan immediately stepped forward and questioned. What's the relationship? It's none of your business. Before Li Muwen could speak, Chen Fan had already spoken before her. Beautiful sister, you may not know yet, but this man is physically and mentally ill. Sun Xiaohan bit her lip unwillingly, and then spoke to Li Muwen with resentment in her eyes. He is impotent and likes older women who are several times older than before. If you are interested in him, I advise you to give up and stay away from him. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience started to get noisy again. No wonder this kid looks so thin, it turns out he's sick. As a man, if I'm impotent, what's the difference between that and being a eunuch? Various yin and yang sounds are heard everywhere. Little sister, you look young, but you know a lot. How do you know he is impotent? Li Muwen didn't have a good look towards Sun Xiaohan and had a cold face. Sun Xiaohan's heart tightened when Li Muwen asked her this, and she saw that everyone's attention had shifted from Chen Fan to her. She couldn't say in front of these people that she had a relationship with Chen Fan. After all, it was not a glorious thing. Besides, she also needed to maintain her pure student image. Those who can eat at the Haotian Hotel are all well-known and influential people. If she answers like this, won't she be destroying her own future? Spreading rumors is against the law. Li Muwen snorted coldly when she saw Sun Xiaohan hesitating. I didn't. Sun Xiaohan raised her head and wanted to refute, but when she met Li Muwen's sharp eyes, she immediately lowered her head out of guilt. But she still felt resentful in her heart. If he wasn't sick, why would he like old women? If he was healthy, why would he be indifferent? What does this have to do with him? Shouldn't this be your problem? You failed to win his love, so you turn the tables? You don't look that old, so how did you become the one who escaped the educational obligation? Li Muwen crossed her arms over her chest and glanced at Sun Xiaohan beside her. Hey, this little girl looks so innocent, but I didn't expect that she would confuse right and wrong and slander a young man like this. I hate girls like this the most. If they can't get the girl, they will ruin other people's lives. I didn't. Seeing that everyone around her was judging her, Sun Xiaohan shook her head violently, then raised her hand and pointed directly at Chen Fan. He said it himself, he likes my mom. Lifting his foot, Chen Fan walked to Li Muwen's side. I was cursing, you have low IQ, do you blame me? So that's what's going on. I thought, this guy is pretty good looking, why would he like an old woman who is so much older than him? It turns out this is an insult. This little girl really doesn't look very smart. Chen Fan, you. Sun Xiaohan glared at Chen Fan angrily. Me what? I'm not interested in you. Let alone you throwing yourself into my arms, even if you take off all your clothes and crawl into my bed, I'm not interested. Chen Fan looked at Sun Xiaohan with his eyes wide open and snorted disdainfully. Chen Fan, aren't you afraid that my mother will cause trouble for you if you do this? Sun Xiaohan was so ashamed, and faced with so many unfriendly gazes around her, her mind went blank. She had never been humiliated like this before. Afraid? Ask your mother, does she dare? Chen Fan was even more disdainful when he heard this. Sun Lily didn't even have time to beg him for mercy, how dare she cause trouble for him? Sun Xiaohan. If your mother dared, she wouldn't let you come to me. You are so naughty at such a young age, and you even try to seduce men. Chen Fan exposed Sun Xiaohan's face in front of everyone without any concealment. You are talking nonsense. Sun Xiaohan's face turned red with shame. Am I talking nonsense? Chen Fan sneered and took out his cell phone. Look, this is a text message your mother sent me. Do you want me to read it to everyone? Suddenly, Sun Xiaohan's red face turned pale. She knew very well what kind of person her mother was, and she could guess what her mother had sent to Chen Fan without even using her brain. Affirm those words that are shameful. Stretching out her trembling hands, Sun Xiaohan tried to snatch the phone from Chen Fan. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was well prepared and easily avoided her attack. After being dodged by Chen Fan, Sun Xiaohan's eyes revealed despair and fear, and she begged in a low voice, No, I beg you, no. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Chen Fan picked his ears. It's not that he didn't give Sun Xiaohan a chance, but Sun Xiaohan was ignorant and insisted on provoking him. Why did he come to provoke Chen Fan for no reason? Isn't this just like an egg hitting a stone, looking for death? I beg you, don't read it. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you and slandered you. With her head lowered and her hands clenched tightly, Sun Xiaohan said loudly and desperately. So, what this boy said is true. TSK, she looks young, but she is actually a slut. What a fucking bitch. You get angry because you failed to seduce someone and you ruin their reputation? You say they are impotent? I really learned a lot. If I were this man, I would definitely catch her and beat her up. Beat? Are you willing to do it? I think you want to do something else. Humph, even freeloading is dirty to me. Who knows how many men she has seduced? Listening to the discussions around her, Sun Xiaohan bit her lips tightly, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. She fell to the ground weakly, feeling lost and extremely desperate. She felt extremely regretful. Why did she provoke Chen Fan? If Chen Fan wanted to leave, she should just let him go. But now, he ended up like this. In the end, it's all my mother's fault. It's all her fault. Why should we leave evidence for Chen Fan? If there was no evidence, she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation where she was criticized by everyone. Now, what should she do? How could she beg Chen Fan to let her go and forgive her? Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Haotian Hotel. Chapter 40. Send the female president home and reward her with a luxury car, Maybach Zeppelin 62s. Chen Fan. Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan, her tone gentle, with a hint of pleading between her beautiful eyes. Just let her leave, give her some dignity. Chen Fan. So gentle. How could he refuse this? Okay, get out of here. Chen Fan waved at Sun Xiaohan. After hearing this, Sun Xiaohan looked up at Chen Fan in disbelief. Chen Fan, are you really going to let her go? What are you looking at? Why don't you get out of here? Do you really want to be ruined? Seeing that Sun Xiaohan was still staring at Chen Fan, Li Muwen frowned slightly and scolded him harshly. Yes, it's me. I'll get out of here right now. Get out of here right now. Not daring to stay for another second, Sun Xiaohan rolled and crawled away from everyone's sight. Chen Fan, thank you. As soon as Sun Xiaohan left, Li Muwen turned and looked at Chen Fan. Thank me? Chen Fan was stunned. Why should he thank him for no reason? He hadn't done anything for Li Muwen. Thank you for giving me this face. As if seeing the doubts in Chen Fan's heart, Li Muwen smiled lightly. The dimples at the corners of her mouth are faintly visible, and coupled with her impeccable oval face, she is truly charming. It is not an exaggeration to call her the most beautiful woman in the world. Ahem, that's too polite. Chen Fan came back to his senses from Li Muwen's beauty and waved his hand embarrassedly. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Why haven't you come back yet? Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, a fat man stood at the door of the box where Li Muwen had just come out. Right away. Li Muwen responded, then looked at Chen Fan, hesitated for a few seconds and asked, do you want to come with us? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. The task has been refreshed again? Chen Fan did not give Li Muwen an answer. He took the lead in controlling the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, send Li Muwen home, and get a luxury car Maybach Zeppelin 62s as reward. Maybach? This car doesn't look like a supercar? Chen Fan was instantly informed. He had originally thought of going to the car dealership to see if there were any cars suitable for taking the baby out just for convenience. It has to be said that the reward given by the system really touches his heart. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan agreed immediately, sure. After Chen Fan said this, Li Muwen took Chen Fan into the box. As soon as he entered the box, Chen Fan immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. In addition to him and Li Muwen, there were 4 other people in the box. 3 men and 1 woman were all looking at him with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Muwen, who is this? He's very handsome. Is he a male star? Why don't I seem to have seen him on TV? One of the women raised her glass and walked to Li Muwen, joking. You've certainly never seen a small-time celebrity outside the 18th tier. Before Li Muwen could speak, the man who had called Li Muwen before snorted coldly and couldn't help but sneered, boy, you're so lucky to have our CEO Li as your gigolo. Mr. Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Chen and I are friends. Li Muwen frowned and defended Chen Fan. Oh, we're friends. Mr. Xiao got even more excited when he heard that. He immediately picked up the bottle and poured a full glass. He walked to Chen Fan and handed the glass to him. Since he's Mr. Li's friend, we have to treat him well. Brother, you don't mind having another friend, right? Mr. Xiao. Chen Fan is not from our circle. Li Muwen directly stood in front of Chen Fan, implying that there was no need to become friends with Mr. Xiao. I'm sorry, I can't drink and I have to drive soon. Chen Fan glanced at Li Muwen and felt a little confused. Logically speaking, he and Li Muwen didn't know each other very well and had only met a few times. But, almost every time, Li Muwen helped him? Why is this? What does Li Muwen want? Okay. Boy, I didn't let you drink this cup because of Mr. Li. Mr. Xiao returned in disappointment and snorted coldly. Then he turned around and walked to the dining table and slammed the wineglass heavily on the table. In an instant, the wineglass broke and the liquid fell out. Oh, Mr. Xiao, there's no need to get angry over such a small character. Seeing this, another man immediately walked up to Mr. Xiao and tried to persuade him. What you said is wrong. He is Mr. Li's friend, how could he be a small character? Mr. Xiao glanced at Chen Fan with contempt. What is Mr. Li's status? What is his status? How can he be worthy of her? Another man snorted disdainfully. Come on, everyone, try this dish. I heard that this is king crab shipped in by air from abroad. The woman felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle and immediately tried to smooth things over. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Li Muwen, asked you three to come out today, not to listen to your judgment of my friend. After Li Muwen pulled Chen Fan to sit down, she picked up the red wine glass and shook it casually. Li Muwen, what do you mean? Are you going to offend us for a pretty boy like him? Upon hearing this, President Xiao immediately stood up from his seat. So what? Li Muwen raised her head indifferently and looked at him with contempt. Okay. Li Muwen. You will regret it. After saying this, President Xiao slammed the door and left in anger. Mr. Mr. Zhang quickly got up and left, chasing after him, leaving only Mr. Wang, who was a little embarrassed. Muwen, we shouldn't interfere in your making of friends. But you also know that Lao Xiao has always been fond of you. Mr. Wang said with a somewhat unnatural expression. So? He likes me, so I have to like him? Li Muwen looked at President Wang with sharp eyes. Of course not, it's just that we are old acquaintances. For so many years, you have been alone and there has never been a member of the opposite sex around you, but today you brought him here. Mr. Wang looked at Chen Fan, who was sitting next to Li Muwen, with a meaningful look. Okay, everyone should just eat and drink, and Mr. Xiao, please don't be angry. Mr. Zhang's voice was heard at the door. Turning his head, Chen Fan saw Mr. Zhang dragging the reluctant Mr. Xiao in. Didn't you leave after making such a ruthless statement? Why are you back again? Let's just pretend nothing happened. Come, let's eat. Mr. Zhang pulled Mr. Xiao to the table and forced him to sit on the chair. Then he sat back in his seat and turned the table. Mr. Chen, right? This is Haotian's signature king crab, which costs tens of thousands of dollars. You must have never tasted it. There are not many opportunities like this, so hurry up and try it. What can a poor country bumpkin like him taste? It's such a waste. Mr. Xiao echoed. Oh. Chen Fan understood that the reason these two people came back was for him. The purpose is to humiliate him. Unfortunately, they both have to be disappointed. Chapter 41, Hitting the Opponent in the Face. So what if he has never eaten it? As long as he wants to eat it, he can eat it anytime. Li Muwen once again supported Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Li, everyone. I won't be polite then. Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks and was really not polite at all. Under the unhappy gazes of Mr. Xiao and Mr. Zhang, he picked up the crab legs. Fortunately, he had eaten seafood before. Although he didn't peel it himself, he learned some techniques from the servants. Seeing Chen Fan pick up the tools and easily peel off the shells on the crab legs, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Zhang looked at each other. This kid, doesn't it look like this is his first time eating this? I heard that the king crab legs are of good quality. Mr. Li, please try it first. Wearing disposable gloves, Chen Fan placed the peeled crab meat in Li Muwen's bowl. Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan in surprise, feeling a little flattered. When Xiao Hao saw this scene, he was furious. I thought this country bumpkin had never eaten such high-quality seafood, but in the end, not only was he shown off by the opponent, but the opponent also used his king crab to please Lee Nguyen. That's fucking stupid. Oh, no wonder you can become friends with Muwan, you were so thoughtful. Seeing this, the woman on the side looked envious. Isn't it just peeling crab legs? Who can't do it? Seeing this, Mr. Xiao also put on disposable gloves and picked up the tools. However, due to his impatience and roughness, the crab meat was all scattered, and even the crab shell was stuck in it. Mr. Xiao, are you planning to give this plate of unappetizing crab meat to Mr. Lee to try? Chen Fan asked indifferently, just in time to insert the tip of the knife into Mr. Zhao's aorta. In just a moment, Mr. Zhao's face became as ugly as it could be, especially in comparison, his plate of crab meat was simply inedible. Of course not. I just peeled it for myself to eat. Unlike you rushed to please Mr. Lee. In order to save his own face, Mr. Xiao denied it. Mr. Zhang saw Mr. Xiao being frustrated and quickly helped him vent his anger. I don't even know what Mr. Chen does. I used to be a salesperson during the day and a delivery man at night. Now I'm unemployed. Chen Fan said lightly while peeling crab meat. From the corner of his eye, he would occasionally glance at Lee Nguyen, who was sitting next to him, observing her expression after hearing these words. Lee Nguyen, who was eating crab meat elegantly, was slightly startled. She turned her head and looked at Chen Fan in surprise, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. It must be very hard for him to take care of Nguyen alone, otherwise he wouldn't work 2 jobs. What did you say? You have worked as a salesperson and a delivery man? The woman was dumbfounded when she heard this. She thought the other party was a male celebrity, but she didn't expect that he was just a low-level worker. After Mr. Zhang winked at Mr. Xiao with pride, he continued to question Chen Fan. Sales? What kind of sales do you do? Who knows, I might even know your boss. Insurance sales, a small company with only a few dozen people. Mr. Zhang, you definitely don't know our boss. After peeling the crab meat, Chen Fan dipped it in water before putting it into his mouth. As expected, the king crab, which costs tens of thousands of dollars each, tastes really good. It is different from what I had eaten at home before, and it is even more delicious and sweet. An insurance company with dozens of employees? I really don't know that person. After all, the ones I know are CEOs of large companies with thousands or even tens of thousands of employees. Mr. Zhang was even more proud after hearing that. Mr. Zhang raised his chin and looked at Chen Fan with a superior look. Now you say you are a vagrant. If you don't work, how can you support yourself? You can't rely on Mr. Lee to help you. I have savings. Chen Fan wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue. With the money in his card, let alone lying flat in this life, even in the next life, or even the next life, no matter how they spend it within 10 generations, they will never be able to spend it all. Lee Nguyen was stunned again, and a hint of surprise flashed in her charming eyes. She didn't expect that Chen Fan would be such a good man who was frugal and good at managing the household. You have savings? President Xiao suppressed his ridicule. How much money could this small company's sales have? If he is really rich, does he still need to deliver food? This kid is really good at deceiving himself and others. He is really good at pretending. Then may I ask, how much is your savings? Mr. Xiao was waiting for Chen Fan's answer with an anticipatory look on his face. Not much, but enough. Chen Fan did not say it clearly. After all, wealth should not be shown off. This is a famous saying from ancient times to the present. Tisk, is it enough? Mr. Xiao curled his lips sarcastically. We are all people with a net worth of hundreds of millions, but we dare not say that our savings are enough. You are better than us, and you are even more arrogant than us. Lee Nguyen couldn't listen any longer and slammed the table. Xiao Hao, that's enough. How long are you going to target Chen Fan? She didn't want Chen Fan to stay away from her because of the gap between them, and even felt that there was a gap between them. Xiao Hao was startled by Lee Nguyen, then he stood up and asked aggressively, Lee Nguyen, what do you mean? Ever since he showed up, you've been defending him. Why? Do you like him? Lee Nguyen turned to look at Chen Fan. She didn't know what to say except the word I. Stop arguing. Mr. Wang stood up again helplessly. Mr. Chen, how about you go back first? I'll treat you to a good meal next time we meet. Today's meal is a gathering of our friends, and it's not appropriate for an outsider like you to be here. His words were full of contempt and sarcasm towards Chen Fan. Then I have to ask Mr. Lee's opinion. I have to send Mr. Li home personally. Facing the people who wanted to drive him away, Chen Fan looked at Li Nguyen calmly. If Li Nguyen asked him to leave, he would leave. I'm full, Li Nguyen said, and then she picked up her bag beside her. You guys can eat slowly. I'll go pay the bill. Li Nguyen, if you dare to step out of this door, forget about having any cooperation with Haotian Hotel in the future. President Xiao slammed the chopsticks on the table, making a loud noise. Mr. Xiao? That's too much. Mr. Wang hurried to try to reconcile. What are you talking about? Today, I, Xiao Hao, will make this clear. If you, Li Nguyen, want to discuss cooperation properly, sit down right now. Get that brat out of here. Xiao Hao tilted his head and glared at Chen Fan. It was all his fault. If he hadn't come to mess things up, how could his plan have been affected? Mr. Li, I advise you to come back and sit down. You can't be willful when it comes to cooperation. Mr. Zhang also echoed. Seeing that Li Nguyen was indifferent, the woman quickly walked to Li Nguyen and whispered, Nguyen, isn't it your long-cherished wish to cooperate with Haotian Hotel? Don't you want to bring out the characteristics of our Jiancheng to the extreme? Why are you giving up now? Besides, everyone has spent a lot of energy on this matter. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the company and other people who are working hard on this matter. This sentence moved Li Nguyen, who had a resolute expression. She raised her head and looked at Chen Fan with a guilty conscience. Before Li Nguyen could speak, Chen Fan asked, You want to cooperate with Haotian Hotel? What kind of cooperation? Why not talk about it? Don't you just want to cooperate with Haotian Hotel? Why don't you just go to him directly? Chapter 42, Beat up the opponent severely and get rewarded with attribute skills. What am I talking to you about? About how you're a gigolo, how you're going to get Mr. Li to transfer money to your card. How are you going to have savings? Upon hearing what Chen Fan said, Xiao Hao immediately mocked him. Xiao Hao. That's enough. Li Nguyen had a cold face and shouted at Xiao Hao angrily. Turning his head, he spoke softly to Chen Fan, why don't you go back first? I can't leave for a while. The difference in attitude before and after made Xiao Hao hate Li Nguyen from the bottom of his heart. Even if he had to be a villain today, he was determined to get Li Nguyen. Li Nguyen, if you want to discuss cooperation, come here. Xiao Hao picked up the unemptied bottle of wine and said with a clear purpose, drink this half bottle of wine, and I will help you call the general manager of Haotian Hotel to sign a contract with you immediately. That's what you said. Upon hearing that the contract could be signed now, Li Nguyen's hesitant heart suddenly became very determined. Just as she was about to walk over, Chen Fan stretched out his hand to block her way. Chen Fan? Li Nguyen raised her head and looked at Chen Fan in confusion. It's not you who has the final say on matters concerning cooperation. Chen Fan looked straight at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao did not have enough power to help him decide anything about Haotian Hotel. You little brat. I haven't wanted to tolerate you for a long time. You've ruined my good deeds time and again. I have to teach you a lesson. Xiao Hao had been tolerating him again and again, but he didn't want to tolerate it anymore, so he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to have a big fight with Chen Fan. Mr. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. People like him are not worth your personal attention. If you want to teach him a lesson, leave it to me. Mr. Zhang immediately hugged Xiao Hao, who was furious. Mr. Wang, come and hold Mr. Xiao back. I'm the best at this kind of thing. Turning around, Mr. Zhang said to Mr. Wang standing beside him. Mr. Wang had no choice but to walk over to Xiao Hao and pull him. With a step, Mr. Xiao naturally took it down. He knew how ruthless Lao Zhang was. This brat would lose a layer of skin today, even if he didn't die. Xiao Hao, Zhang Chang, what do you want to do? I brought the people here, and you want to do something. Li Nguyen never thought that things would turn out like this. She opened her arms and immediately protected Chen Fan. Mr. Li, this is not our fault. This kid is really ignorant and has to provoke us. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid none of us will be able to get over it. Zhang Chang walked in front of Li Nguyen, staring at Chen Fan with vicious eyes. Chen Fan, run quickly, I will help you hold them back. Li Nguyen stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Chang's hand, shouting at Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan pursed his lips, controlled the virtual interface with an unmoved mind, and opened the taskbar. Task: beat up the opponent severely, reward attribute skill body plus 20. Body size plus 20? Good. Chen Fan was very satisfied. Although he could clearly feel that his physical fitness was much stronger than before, his body was still too thin and did not match his handsome and charming face. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan stood where he was, looking at the few people with indifference. They wanted to attack him, right? Okay. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and used just a little bit of strength to pull Li Muan into his arms. Li Muan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan in shock. Chen Fan looked so thin, like a sickly person lying in bed. How could he be so strong? Don't worry, they can't hurt me at all. Chen Fan said to Li Muan with his head lowered, and then protected Li Muan behind him. Then he said to Zhang Chang, come over here. Zhang Chang saw that even at this time, Chen Fan still dared to show off in front of them, and he immediately became dissatisfied, and swung his fist at Chen Fan. Before Zhang Chang's fist could land on his face, Chen Fan acted quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. He grabbed Zhang Chang's wrist and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Zhang Chang, who was so strong that he weighed 160 pounds, took off directly on the spot, but because his wrist was caught by Chen Fan, he could only fly in the air. Chen Fan gave no chance and punched Zhang Chang directly on the jaw with his left hand. Ah! Zhang Chang suddenly felt his jaw dislocated and he couldn't close his mouth. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Chen Fan let go of Zhang Chang's hand, leaped up, and kicked Zhang Chang on the head with a high kick. In an instant, Zhang Chang couldn't even utter a sound. His head tilted and he fell down limply. How could this happen? Xiao Hao was completely dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. To be precise, everyone in the box except Chen Fan was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that such a fragile-looking bamboo pole could have such strong explosive power. Next, it's your turn. After Chen Fan dealt with Zhang Chang, he raised his hand and hooked his finger at Xiao Hao, with a smile on his face. Come here. You asked me to come over, why should I have to go over? If you have the ability, come over here. Xiao Hao was a little unsure, but for the sake of face, he had to respond to Chen Fan directly. Okay. Chen Fan agreed. He could go, but Xiao Hao's fate would only be worse. Mr. Li, why don't you come out and take care of this? Mr. Wang quickly looked at Li Muan. He knew that the only one who could stop all this from happening now was Li Muan. It's useless no matter who comes out. Not wanting to embarrass Li Muan, Chen Fan spoke directly. Taking a few steps to Xiao Hao, Chen Fan did not give Xiao Hao a chance to resist. He grabbed Xiao Hao's collar and threw him over his shoulder. With a thud, Xiao Hao's body weight of nearly 200 kilograms hit the ground heavily, and it seemed as if the entire box was shaking. Before Xiao Hao could get up, Chen Fan stepped on his chest and asked, "Can you only bark like a dog? Let me go. You're trying to attack me by surprise. How can you be called a hero?" Xiao Hao grabbed Chen Fan's feet with his hands in pain, but the other party didn't move at all. A sneak attack? Chen Fan snorted. His open attack was turned into a sneak attack? If you can't win, just resort to verbal attacks, right? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, bent down and lifted Xiao Hao up. With just one hand, he lifted Xiao Hao's feet off the ground. Chen Fan Li Muan was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly. Where did he get so much strength? Can you lift such a heavy person with just one hand? What do you want to do? Xiao Hao struggled, watching himself getting farther and farther away from the ground. He was afraid of heights and was so scared that his face turned pale that even his lips were bloodless. What do you think? Chen Fan raised his hand higher and higher. Then, he slammed Xiao Hao onto the table angrily. The solid wooden dining table broke into pieces in an instant, and Xiao Hao fell to the ground through the cracks along with the dishes on the table. It can be as embarrassing as it can be. Oh my god, this is a valuable one Bollywood table, one piece costs hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the food and tableware, they are all custom made. The woman next to her was so frightened by the scene that she covered her mouth. If you calculate it, I'm afraid I'll have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. Chapter 43 The Big Boss of Haotian Hotel. Mr. Chen, I advise you to stop it immediately. Not only did you hit someone, but you also smashed so many valuable things in the Haotian Hotel. I'm afraid you won't be able to compensate for it in your lifetime. Mr. Wang also spoke quickly. Compensation? Chen Fan sneered. The restaurant was his, so why did he need to pay compensation? As for this Mr. Zhang and Mr. Xiao, he didn't care about them at all. Ouch, ouch. Xiaohao's painful groan came from the ruins. Seeing this, Mr. Wang didn't care about anything else and ran over quickly to pick up the wooden block that fell on Xiaohao and the ceramic fragments of the plates. "Mr. Xiao, are you okay?" Mr. Wang reached out and supported Xiaohao. "Hurry, call old Wu and tell him that someone dared to cause a scene in the Haotian hotel right under his nose and even beat people and smashed his things." Covering his aching back, Xiaohao immediately ordered President Wang. "Okay, I'll hit you right away." After saying that, Mr. Wang glanced at Chen Fan, who had no idea how to return, and shook his head. Young people act too impulsively and too emotionally, but they will pay a heavy price. "Chen Fan, hurry up." Li Muan reacted and immediately walked to Chen Fan's side, pulling Chen Fan towards the door. "Why leave? No rush." Chen Fan stood where he was. "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Even I can't guarantee that you will be safe," Li Muan said anxiously. If it were anyone else, she could still protect Chen Fan, but these people were partners she had known for a long time, and they knew each other almost perfectly, and their strengths were similar. "What will you do if I leave?" Chen Fan asked. "It's okay. After all, we have been friends for many years. You don't have to worry about me." Li Muan didn't expect Chen Fan to ask this. Her heart tightened. Could it be that Chen Fan refused to leave because he was afraid that she would have to bear everything? "Heh, I was the one who beat the guy and caused the trouble. How can I let you take the blame for me?" Chen Fan shook his head. He couldn't do such a thing. But Li Muan wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Xiaohao not far away. "Fuck. I'm going to call the police. If I don't send you to jail, I'm not going to be named Xiao." Xiaohao was so angry and annoyed that he wished the police would come right away and put a silver bracelet on Chen Fan in front of Li Muan. "Call the police?" Upon hearing the word "call the police," Chen Fan let go of Li Muan's hand and walked directly towards Xiaohao. What do you want to do?" Looking at Chen Fan walking towards him, Xiaohao's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he had an ominous premonition. He wanted to leave, wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be fixed in place and he couldn't move. "It seems that you haven't been defeated yet." Chen Fan picked up Xiaohao, who was sitting on the chair. "Mr. Chen, you are too lawless. The person in charge of Haotian Hotel will be here soon. I advise you to surrender and stop doing other meaningless actions." Mr. Wang stretched out his hand and wanted to push Chen Fan away. Chen Fan quickly dodged sideways, then raised his hand and slowly performed a Tai Chi punch, immediately knocking Mr. Wang against the wall. Cough cough. Mr. Wang covered his aching chest in disbelief, and looked at Chen Fan in shock and a hint of fear. "Aren't we going to call the police?" Chen Fan turned to look at Xiaohao, who was already trembling with fear. "No, I won't call the police. You, don't do this to me." Xiaohao shook his head violently. Before he could finish his words, he was punched by Chen Fan. Grabbing Xiaohao's collar, Chen Fan punched Xiaohao in the face again and again. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining attribute skill and body plus 20. Chen Fan didn't let go until he heard the system prompt sound. The next second, the tightly closed door of the box opened. A middle-aged man in a gray suit with a work badge on his chest appeared in everyone's sight. "Old Wu, hurry up, call the security." Upon seeing the middle-aged man appear, Mr. Wang covered his aching chest and staggered towards the other party. "What's going on?" Seeing the mess on the ground, Mr. Zhang lying motionless on the ground, and Mr. Xiao who was beaten to a bloody pulp. "Mr. Xiao?" Old Wu was completely dumbfounded. Chen Fan casually picked up a wet tissue from the ground, wiped his blood-stained hands, raised his eyelids and looked at Old Wu. "Are you General Manager Wu? Who are you? Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in my Haotian hotel? Don't you want to live?" Old Wu stared at Chen Fan angrily. "This kid looks very aggressive." "Chen Fan," Chen Fan said lightly. Old Wu, stop talking so much nonsense to him. Hurry up and get someone to arrest him. Don't let him run away." Mr. Wang urged from the side, not noticing that Old Wu was completely dumbfounded after hearing the word Chen Fan. Old Wu's lips trembled slightly, and he asked again in disbelief, What did you say your name was?" Chen Fan? His name is indeed Chen Fan. Is there any problem?" The woman who was hiding in the corner for fear of getting into trouble noticed that something was wrong with Old Wu and asked in confusion. "How is it possible?" Old Wu's eyes widened. Old Wu, did you hear what I said? Seeing that Old Wu ignored him, Mr. Wang immediately reached out and pushed Old Wu. You are not from our Haotian hotel. Old Wu had no time to pay attention to Mr. Wang. His eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, who was not far away. What else? Chen Fan directly took over Old Wu's words. Old Wu. Old Wu, what the hell are you still standing there for? Do you have to wait for us to be beaten to death by him? Mr. Wang was ignored by Old Wu again and again. He was so angry that he immediately raised his voice and yelled at Old Wu. Why are you yelling? Old Wu turned around and yelled at Mr. Wang. He is the big boss of our Haotian hotel. You want me to call the security to deal with him? Do you want me to die? The owner of Haotian hotel? Everyone was stunned when they heard the man's words. Li Muan stared at Chen Fan in surprise. He was actually the big boss behind the Haotian hotel? Suddenly, Li Muan thought of what Chen Fan said when he heard that she was going to cooperate with Haotian hotel. So, this is what he meant? Lying on the ground dying, Xiaohao tried hard to open his eyes and looked at Chen Fan. Old Wu said, Chen Fan is the owner of Haotian hotel? How is this possible? Impossible. He is obviously just a low-level worker, and he is only qualified to enter the Haotian hotel because of Li Muan's support. How could such a person be the owner of Haotian hotel? There must be something wrong. It must be like this. Xiaohao propped himself up and got up from the ground. He spoke in a weak and intermittent voice. No, it's impossible. He can't be that person. The name must be wrong. Chapter 44 instantly transforms into Jiangcheng Edipang. Old Wu, you are not kidding us, is he really the owner of Haotian hotel? Mr. Wang slowly came to his senses, grabbed Old Wu's arm in disbelief, and questioned. Would I joke about something like this? Old Wu simply shook off Mr. Wang's hand. No, it's impossible, it must be just the same name. Xiaohao shook his head. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never believe that this brat was the owner of the famous Haotian hotel. Impossible? Chen Fan sneered, and then took out the thing that the system had just given him. That is the unique symbol of Haotian, a full green emerald ring with the word Haotian wrapped in gold threads. This. Xiaohao was stunned when he saw the ring on Chen Fan's finger. There is only one such ring in Jiangcheng. Only the owner of Haotian hotel has it. I said it couldn't be wrong. Old Wu ran to Chen Fan and tried to please him humbly. Mr. Chen, how do you want to deal with this matter? Throw them out, and never allow them to set foot in Haotian. Chen Fan glanced at Xiaohao and said in a cold voice. Yes, I'll do as you say. Old Wu nodded immediately and took out his mobile phone. Old Wu? You really want to do this? We have known each other for decades. Mr. Wang widened his eyes, caught off guard. Don't talk to me. Who told you to mess with the boss of our Haotian hotel? You could mess with anyone else. Why did you have to mess with anyone else? Old Wu glared at Old Wang. There was a strong warning in his ferocious eyes. What's the point of talking about feelings with him at this time? Damn, aren't you trying to drag him into the water and offend the boss together? Old Wu, you. Mr. Wang never expected that Old Wu would treat them like this in order to protect himself. Not long after Old Wu made the call, a group of security guards appeared at the door. Drag these three away. Old Wu immediately ordered the security guard. Old Wu. You. Before Mr. Wang could finish his words, he was dragged out of the box by the security guards under the instructions of Old Wu. Boss, can I go out for a while? Old Wu turned around and asked Chen Fan in a low voice. Yeah. Chen Fan didn't care and just waved his hand. Immediately, Old Wu, the security guard, Xiaohao, and Zhang Chang, who was pretending to be dead, came out of the Haotian hotel. The two of them were actually thrown directly to the entrance of Haotian hotel by the security guards. Getting up from the ground, President Wang shouted angrily at Old Wu at the door, Good. Good for you, Wu Runyao. How dare you do this to the three of us? Old Wang, I had no choice. Old Wu walked down the stairs and said in embarrassment, Do you know who this Chen Fan is? With just one sentence, both Lao Wang and Xiaohao, who was about to vent his anger, were stopped. They didn't know much about Chen Fan, and they just learned from Old Wu that this guy was the owner of Haotian Hotel. As you all know, the development history of Haotian Hotel is not clean. The previous boss can be said to be a jack of all trades in both the black and white worlds. Many people contributed money and effort to try to take Haotian Hotel away from him, but what was the result? Old Wu kindly reminded them. After these words were spoken, Mr. Wang and Xiao Hao, who wanted to speak, looked at each other. Then did we get beaten up in vain? Xiao Hao felt somewhat unwilling. Mr. Xiao, let me say this, you are still thinking about revenge at this time? Given Mr. Chen's ability, he dares to be so cruel to you so openly. If he wants to make you disappear from this world quietly, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Old Wu pursed his lips and woke up a few people. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. Old Wu, what you said doesn't make sense. No wonder that kid doesn't take the three of them seriously, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that he is so powerful. Old Wu walked directly in front of Xiao Hao and patted his shoulder earnestly. Old Xiao, I advise you to just talk about calling the police, don't take it seriously. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will end up losing more than you gain, and drag down the entire family. This. Old Wu's words instantly dispelled Xiao Hao's thoughts. How could he dare to call the police and ask them to arrest Chen Fan? This Chen Fan can even deal with bigwigs in both the black and white worlds, so dealing with them would be a piece of cake for him. Moreover, from the ruthlessness of Chen Fan's attack just now, it can be seen that this person is a desperado and ruthless. If you really provoke him, he will probably die countless times. Old Wu, can you help us think of a solution? How can we salvage everything we have done before? Mr. Wang immediately became anxious. He never imagined that a poor boy who looked handsome except for his appearance would have such a powerful background. If he had known the other party's identity earlier, he would definitely not have said such a thing and provoked the other party. After being silent for a few seconds, Old Wu gave them an idea. I advise you not to be in Jiangcheng recently, let alone appear in Mr. Chen's sight. Who knows, Mr. Chen may forget about this matter after a while. Old Wu, are you sure? As long as we leave Jiangcheng, Chen Fan won't pursue the matter? Xiao Hao asked anxiously. If Mr. Chen really wanted to do something to you, he wouldn't just order someone to throw you out. Besides, since he can reach this position, he must be a very busy man. How could he have the time to care about you? Old Wu nodded affirmatively. Xiao Hao and Mr. Wang looked at each other. Old Wu was right. Chen Fan was so busy, how could he have the extra time to pay attention to these little scums like them? Hurry up and leave, or Mr. Chen will come down and run into you again. Old Wu looked at the watch on his wrist and urged. Okay, we'll go now. Thank you, Old Wu. Let's get together if there's a chance in the future. Not daring to stay at the door of Haotian Hotel for another second, Xiao Hao got into the car with the help of President Wang. As for Zhang Chang, who had been pretending to be dead, he was carried by the security guards and thrown into the car. In a flash, the car disappeared in front of the entrance of Haotian Hotel. And in the private room of Haotian Hotel. Boss Chen Fan, can Mu Wan and I go to the restroom? The woman took Li Muwan's hand with a complicated look and asked Chen Fan timidly. Of course. Chen Fan just found it a little funny. Why did he have to ask for permission to go to the toilet? I didn't. Li Muwan looked at the woman in confusion, but before she could finish her words, she was dragged towards the door by the woman. Muwan, I have something to tell you. Li Muwan, in the end, she followed the woman and disappeared at the door of the box. Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Fan directly opened the virtual interface and received the reward. But in just a moment, the originally thin body slowly became fuller, and Chen Fan could feel that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. Lifting up his sleeves, Chen Fan discovered that his originally thin arms actually had biceps. Thinking of something, Chen Fan immediately lifted up his shirt. Holy crap! Are these really 8-pack abs? Seeing the obvious muscular mass on the abdomen, Chen Fan found it hard to believe. This was something he never dared to dream of. He actually became Eddie Peng? From now on, he, Chen Fan, is the Jiangcheng Eddie Peng. No, to be precise, his face is Daniel Wu and his body is Eddie Peng. He is the combination of Daniel Wu and Eddie Peng. Chapter 45, Reject the Approach and Get a Reward of 20 billion Dahua coins. After a while, the woman and Li Muwan appeared at the door at the same time. The woman's face looked different than before, with delicate makeup on. Chen Fan, right? My name is Huang Rongrong, nice to meet you. The woman took the initiative to walk behind Chen Fan and greeted him. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan was stunned. Another update? Use your mind to control the virtual interface and open the taskbar. Task: reject Huang Rongrong's approach and receive 20 billion Davua coins as reward. What? 20 billion? Chen Fan thought he had seen it wrong, so he counted it again and again carefully. It is indeed 11 digits. Just by ignoring that annoying Huang Rongrong, he can get 20 billion? This task is too easy, isn't it? Turning around, Chen Fan ignored Huang Rongrong. Seeing Chen Fan from the front, the woman and Li Muwen were both stunned. What was going on? Why does it feel like Chen Fan is different from before? But I can't tell exactly where the changes have taken place. It seems like it's going to be a little bit stronger than before, and maybe even have double doors? Do you want to cooperate with Hao Qian? Chen Fan ignored Huang Rongrong and looked at Li Muwen. Yeah. After recovering from the shock, Li Muwen nodded. What do you want to cooperate on? Chen Fan simply pulled out a chair and sat down to listen. I think. Li Muwen was interrupted by Huang Rongrong before she could finish her words. Mr. Chen, you don't know that our Muwan wants to cooperate with Hao Qian to showcase Jiangqing's special snacks, so that all famous people can taste Jiangqing's special snacks. In this way, it can also boost Jiangqing's tourism economy. I didn't ask you. Chen Fan frowned. He didn't like Huang Rongrong, who always changed her attitude according to the situation. Huang Rongrong was stunned and closed her mouth in dismay. It sounds good. I'm happy to contribute to Jiangqing. Give me the contract and I'll sign it. Chen Fan agreed immediately. Li Muwen was stunned at first, then shocked. What? You agreed? Well. So, there is nothing else now, right? Can I take you back? Chen Fan stood up and said. No, nothing else, it's just. Li Muwen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chen Fan. If there's nothing else, let's go. Chen Fan walked towards the door. Mr. Chen, could you give me a ride? Mu Wan and I live very close to each other. Huang Rongrong quickly walked to Chen Fan's side and reached out to grab his arm. I'm busy. Chen Fan refused without thinking. Mr. Chen, have I offended you in some way? Huang Rongrong looked unhappy, but still asked shamelessly. Chen Fan didn't even look at Huang Rongrong, shook off Huang Rongrong's hand, then looked at Li Muwen who was standing there in a daze, and walked straight to Li Muwen's side. Let's go. Chen Fan said. Yeah. Li Muwen glanced at Huang Rongrong, whose face looked a little hideous due to anger. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say to comfort Huang Rongrong. Huang Rongrong, who was completely ignored, watched Chen Fan and Li Muwen about to leave. She could no longer bear it. Chen Fan, why do you treat me like this? Li Muwen, who was standing by, stopped first after hearing this and said, Rongrong. Li Muwen, don't give me that. When we were in the bathroom, I asked you what your relationship with Chen Fan was, and you told me very clearly that you were just friends. Huang Rongrong, who had nowhere to vent her anger, regarded Li Muwen as her enemy and vented all her dissatisfaction and anger on Li Muwen. Now, what's going on now? You are teasing me on purpose and making fun of me, right? No, Rongrong, it's not what you think. Li Muwen shook her head and wanted to explain. But at this moment, Huang Rongrong had already concluded that Li Muwen was taking this opportunity to trick her and make her look embarrassed. Chen Fan, don't be fooled by Li Muwen. Even though she looks like a normal person now, she has actually been to a mental hospital before. She was even so severely depressed that she attempted suicide. Huang Rongrong turned to look at Chen Fan and directly revealed Li Muwen's background. What Huang Rongrong can't get, Li Muwen can't get either. What's more, Huang Rongrong is not like Li Muwen. She is a normal person, with a figure and face not much different from Li Muwen. After Chen Fan knows Li Muwen's background, he will definitely stay away from Li Muwen. Who would be with a psychopath? Hearing Huang Rongrong's words, Li Muwen's face turned pale. She subconsciously distanced herself from Chen Fan and bumped into the hard wall, not daring to even look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan will definitely stay away from her because of this. Suddenly, Li Muwen's hand was grabbed tightly by someone. Looking up, she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, who had no expression of disgust at all. A disgusting person like you had better never appear in front of me again, otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't beat you like I did to the other 3 people. Chen Fan looked at Huang Rongrong coldly and warned. Huang Rongrong was frightened when she met Chen Fan's cold eyes, and the bloody and violent scenes just now appeared in her mind. Chen Fan's expression didn't seem like he was trying to scare her. He seemed like he would really do such a thing. Ah! Huang Rongrong screamed in shock. She was terrified and held her head without daring to stay for a moment. She ran out of the box as if her feet were greased. Are you okay? Holding Li Muwen's hand, Chen Fan could clearly feel that Li Muwen was trembling all over. Thank you, thank you. Li Muwen thanked with red eyes. Thank him for not abandoning her, and thank him for not hating her. Thank me for what? Chen Fan didn't understand. He didn't do anything for Li Muwen to thank him. No, nothing. Li Muwen shook her head and then lowered it. Let's go then. Chen Fan let go of Li Muwen's hand. Yeah. Li Muwen nodded and followed Chen Fan. After the two came out of Haotian Hotel, Chen Fan took Li Muwen to his car. Is this your car? Li Muwen was extremely surprised. She knew about this car, but it cost tens of millions. Well, get in the car. Chen Fan responded and helped Li Muwen open the car door. Huang Rongrong, who was hiding in the car, was stunned when she saw the scene. As soon as she came out, she saw such a valuable luxury car parked in front of the entrance of Haotian Hotel. She thought that if she missed Chen Fan, she might have a chance to meet a richer boss. But I never thought that the owner of this car would be Chen Fan. Holding the steering wheel, Huang Rongrong gritted her teeth. Why could Li Muwen meet someone like Chen Fan who is handsome, has a good figure, and is so rich and prestigious? Why is Huang Rongrong inferior to Li Muwen? She doesn't believe it. She didn't believe that Huang Rongrong would lose to Li Muwen. No matter what method she used, she must win Chen Fan. Chapter 46. The ghost is still there. After getting off the car, Huang Rongrong quickly ran to the exit, hiding in the dark and carefully observing the situation around her. Seeing Chen Fan driving out of the exit in a valuable Lamborghini, Huang Rongrong made up her mind, closed her eyes and rushed out. Sizzle. The sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was extremely harsh. I'll go down and take a look. Seeing Li Muwen, who was still in shock in the passenger seat, Chen Fan immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. He didn't know whether he had hit anyone just now. Even if the other party was deliberately trying to scam him, he would have no reason to explain if he had hit him. It's you! Chen Fan frowned when he saw Huang Rongrong lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. Why is she like a ghost, haunting us all the time? Chen Fan, did you hit anyone? Li Muwen also got out of the car and followed Chen Fan's line of sight. Seeing that it was Huang Rongrong, she was startled and hurried forward. Rongrong, are you okay? Do you want me to call 120? I'm fine. Huang Rongrong slowly got up from the ground and looked at Chen Fan in pain. Did you hit me with your car? You were the one who hit my car. Chen Fan corrected. That's a bit funny. How could I hit your car? It was you who was driving without paying attention to your surroundings and suddenly hit me. Huang Rongrong rubbed her waist while saying, I'm in pain all over my body now. You have to take responsibility. Rongrong, don't say that for now. I'll call 120 first, in case you have internal injuries. Li Muwen quickly took out her cell phone and was about to dial 120. Li Muwen, stop pretending to be a good person. I don't want that. Huang Rongrong saw Li Muwen interrupting from time to time, and yelled at her in dissatisfaction. Li Muwen, don't even think about disturbing her good deeds and ruining her plans. Even if I have to go to the hospital, it should be you, Chen Fan, who should take me there. No matter what, you hit me, you can't just abandon me. Turning her head, Huang Rongrong looked at Chen Fan eagerly. Just listening to the tone of Huang Rongrong's angry words to Li Muwen, Chen Fan sneered. She didn't look like a hurt person at all. Before Chen Fan could respond, Huang Rongrong stretched out her hands and hugged Chen Fan's legs. You are not allowed to go anywhere today. You must accompany me to the hospital to complete all the examinations. Let go. Chen Fan said sternly. I won't let go. I won't let go. If you don't accompany me to the hospital, I will never let go. Huang Rongrong raised her head and glanced at Chen Fan, then hugged Chen Fan tightly again, like a monkey on Mount Ame, annoying. Rongrong. Li Muwen had already noticed that Chen Fan's anger had reached its highest level, so she kindly advised, just listen to Chen Fan and let him go first. We can talk about anything in a good way. This is a matter between me and Chen Fan. What does it have to do with you, Li Muwen? Do you like to meddle in other people's business? Huang Rongrong turned her head and yelled at Li Muwen again. I'm not meddling in other people's business. I'm just worried about you. You're my only friend. Li Muwen was a little sad. She didn't expect that Huang Rongrong would think of her like this. Ha? Friend? Huang Rongrong immediately sneered when she heard Li Muwen's words. I have never considered you a friend. You are a mentally ill person, and you are a mentally ill person who has been pregnant and had a child. What the hell is wrong with me to be friends with you? Suddenly, Li Muwen's face turned pale and she subconsciously looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was also shocked. Li Muwen had actually been pregnant and had given birth to a child? He thought she was a single, independent woman. Seeing Li Muwen's face turning pale and blue, Huang Rongrong continued to complain, you should be thankful that the child died at birth, otherwise, he would have been a psychopath like you. No, no. No, no. Li Muwen squatted down slowly, holding her head, shaking her head continuously, tears rolling down her eyes. My child, he is innocent, you are not allowed to say that to him. Looking at Li Muwen who was in great pain, and then looking at Huang Rongrong who was a little arrogant, Chen Fan frowned, and directly used force to grab Huang Rongrong's hand, twisting it without any courtesy. Oh, it hurts so much. Huang Rongrong screamed immediately. Let go. Chen Fan warned again, as if he would break Huang Rongrong's slender wrist if she still refused to let go. I'll let go, I'll let go. Huang Rongrong was so frightened by the murderous look in front of her that her heart skipped a beat and she let go immediately. After kicking Huang Rongrong away, Chen Fan walked to Li Muwen, bent down and asked, Are you okay? After a long while, Li Muwen raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, raised her head and shook her head at Chen Fan. I'm fine. After sniffing her red nose, Li Muwen stood up from the ground, as if her fragile side just now was just an illusion, and returned to her previous cold attitude. He looked down upon Huang Rongrong who lost her balance and rolled on the ground for several rounds after being kicked away by Chen Fan. Then he observed the road conditions around him. Chen Fan, there are surveillance cameras around here. You can tell whether Huang Rongrong has been planning this for a long time by checking the surveillance. Retracting her gaze, Li Muwen said to Chen Fan. What? When Huang Rongrong heard Li Muwen's words, she was stunned. She looked up and was completely stunned. There are 2 cameras above her head. So, everything she did just now was captured on camera? Li Muwen, why do you want to hurt me? Huang Rongrong yelled at Li Muwen in frustration. Harm you? Li Muwen snorted coldly, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. I'm going to fight you. Huang Rongrong said as she was about to get up from the ground. However, before she could do so, Li Muwen had already walked up to her and looked down at Huang Rongrong. Huang Rongrong, listen carefully, from now on, I will not show mercy to you. After saying that, Li Muwen turned around and walked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan, let's go. You are not allowed to leave. If you dare to leave, I will call the police. Seeing the 2 men about to get in the car, Huang Rongrong roared without caring about her image. Call the police? Huang Rongrong, have you thought about who will be embarrassed after you call the police? Li Muwen said expressionlessly as she opened the car door. Huang Rongrong. Without saying anything else, Li Muwen opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly got into the car. Just drive away and avoid Huang Rongrong. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 20 billion Dahua coins. The atmosphere in the car was a little weird for a moment. My home address is Huabi Yuan. Li Muwen looked straight ahead and spoke. Yeah. Chen Fan glanced at Li Muwen and responded. I really didn't realize that Li Muwen looked like someone who had given birth to a child. That's not. Li Muwen turned her head and was about to squint when she was stunned for a moment. What? Chen Fan saw that she was a little agitated and looked sideways. When I saw everything so familiar, my body unconsciously stepped on the brakes. The car drew a long line on the road. Surprisingly, it is this place. Chen Fan's heart was already in turmoil. This is where he lost his virginity and became a non-virgin. Chapter 47, accompanying the female president to go shopping and meeting the ex-girlfriend. Why did you stop? Li Muwen came back to her senses and looked at Chen Fan with a complicated expression. No, nothing. Chen Fan concealed everything awkwardly and continued driving. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence on the way. Tilting her head, Li Muwen looked at the scenery flashing by outside the window, and her mind couldn't help but recall everything that had happened. In the bar, there was singing and people of all kinds were everywhere. To celebrate her 18th birthday, her childhood friend called a group of her friends over. In the noisy environment and in the high spirits, she, who never drank, was persuaded to have a drink. It was because of this glass of wine that she felt drowsy. The friend said she would help her go out to get some fresh air, but after helping her out, the other party forced her into the car and even touched her inappropriately. From his face, which looked a little more ferocious than usual, she immediately knew that it was him who did it. He is a beast in harmless human skin. So she struggled desperately, punching and kicking the other person, and even biting him, before she had a chance to escape. Later, she didn't know how long she had been running, but when she saw a residential building nearby with the lights on, she felt like she had seen her only hope. I immediately ran and knocked on the door, asking for help. It took a long time for the door to open. What appeared in her sight was a boy with his back to the dim light and his facial features could not be seen clearly. The other party asked her with concern, "Who are you looking for?" The voice is very clean, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Later, the effect of the drug took effect and she threw the boy to the ground, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. When she woke up the next day, there was no one else in the simple rental house except her. When she got dressed, the door was violently opened. What appeared in her sight was her father with an angry face. At that time, her father slapped her hard, almost making her faint. Without giving her any chance to explain, her father directly asked her to be picked up and thrown into the car. As she was leaving, she heard a voice coming from the residential building, and that name. After being kidnapped and brought home, she was locked up in a small dark room by her father. It was not until she had severe morning sickness that she went for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. Although she had never met the man, she didn't know why she was so stubborn and wanted to keep the child. In the end, the child was not aborted only after she threatened to commit suicide, and was born after 10 months of pregnancy. And then, Lee Muon closed her eyes tightly. She never wanted to endure the feeling of losing her child again. It was after her child died that she became mentally ill and was sent to a mental hospital. I have been abroad for the past few years and only recently returned to China. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Lee Muon, whose back was facing him but whose face could not be seen. He pursed his lips and then looked forward. Everything that happened at that time could not help but emerge in my mind. He was about to rest after taking a shower, but someone knocked on the door. As soon as he opened the door, before he could even see clearly, he was pounced on by the other party, with such ferocious movements that it seemed as if he had never seen a man in his 8 lives. After that, the power went out in the residential building on time, and it was pitch dark all around. His first time was lost in such an inexplicable way. Not long after, Zhao Tingting arrived at his door. She said she was very hungry and asked him to accompany her to eat. He was like a guilty thief, afraid that Zhao Tingting would know what happened before, so he put on his clothes and hurried out of the rental house. At that time, Zhao Tingting was unhappy about her grades and drank to drown her sorrows. He stayed with her until dawn before sending her home and hurried back to the rental house. But I found that there were several expensive-looking luxury cars parked near the residential building. When he returned to the house, the woman was gone. A few days later, they received a notice saying that their area had been acquired and no one was allowed to live there. The landlord threw all his things out without saying a word and told him to get out. He also didn't want the rent he owed. From then on, he left this place and rented a house somewhere else. Even now, he still doesn't know what the other person looks like. Ding ding ding. A series of bells rang. It broke the two people's contemplation. Taking out her cell phone from her bag, Lee Muon looked at the incoming call on the screen and answered the call expressionlessly. Hello. The voice was a little hoarse and nasal, as if she had just cried. Tomorrow is your Uncle Zhou's birthday. Go and choose a nice gift for him. An irresistible command came from the phone. I understand, Dad. After responding calmly, Lee Muon turned to look at Chen Fan. Sorry, otherwise, you can just drop me off here. I have other things to do. Put it down here? How is that possible? His mission is to send her home. If he let her get off here, how could he complete his mission? Where are you going? I'll take you there. I don't have anything else to do anyway. I can wait until you're done and then take you back. Chen Fan refused. Lee Muon looked around and saw that the nearest mall was Gamay, so she said, let's go to Gamay Mall. Gamay? Chen Fan was stunned, then replied, okay. He changed direction and headed towards Gamay Mall. Soon, the two got out of the car and ran straight towards Gamay. Mr. Lee. Seeing Lee Muon walking in front, the two doormen immediately bowed. Yeah. Li Nguyen just nodded lightly. When the two doormen raised their heads again and saw Chen Fan behind Li Nguyen, their expressions changed instantly. Shun. The doorman hadn't finished his words yet. Chen Fan had already rushed ahead. Let's go in quickly. Yeah. Li Nguyen had no doubts. Soon, the two entered the Gamay shopping mall. Chen Fan followed Li Nguyen aimlessly, watching her choose gifts. Otherwise, just sit and wait for me. Putting down the jewelry in her hand, Li Nguyen said to Chen Fan. Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Chen Fan nodded. He really had no interest in these jewels. Especially under the light, the jewels sparkled, making him dizzy. Yeah. Li Nguyen nodded. Then, Chen Fan walked to the lounge a few meters away, which was only for VIPs, and sat down, drinking the coffee made by the waiter himself. Bored to death, Chen Fan said hello to Li Nguyen. I'm going out for a walk, I'll be back to see you soon. Okay. Li Nguyen nodded in agreement. However, what Chen Fan never expected was that as soon as he walked out of the jewelry store, he turned around and ran into his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Tingting. Honey, look, I have nothing on my hands. Can you buy me a bracelet? At that time, Zhao Tingting did not notice the existence of Chen Fan. She was pulling a man who was not as tall as her but had a body twice hers, and acting coquettishly. Chapter 48. Get a luxury Rolls Royce. Okay. Buy it. Buy whatever you want, the man responded quickly. My husband is the best to Tingting, the best in the world. After saying that, Zhao Tingting bent down, held the man's face, and kissed his shiny face. Oh my god. Chen Fan raised his hands and immediately covered his eyes, fearing that this scene would dirty his clean eyes. Zhao Tingting really never refuses anything. She can eat any pig head. Fortunately, after being together for so long, the most intimate thing he and Zhao Tingting do is holding hands. Hey, this is what I should do. After all, I'm your husband. The man was instantly overwhelmed and happily put his arms around Zhao Tingting's waist. Hey, then I want to buy Bulgari. Zhao Tingting raised her head after saying that. She remembered that Bulgari was nearby. But unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw Chen Fan standing not far away. Zhao Tingting was stunned for a moment. She never expected to meet Chen Fan here. Is it her illusion? It's only been a few days since I last saw Chen Fan, but why does he look a lot more handsome than before, and even a lot stronger? Just standing there, he looked like a male model walking on the catwalk. Chen Fan, are you following me? Zhao Tingting asked. Apart from this reason, she couldn't find a second one. After all, a poor guy like Chen Fan couldn't appear here for no reason. Chen Fan? What the hell? He stalked her? He wouldn't do that even if he was sick. I advise you to give up this idea. It's impossible for you and me to be together. Holding the man's arm, Zhao Tingting raised her chin proudly. Who is he? The man asked, sensing something was wrong. Him. Zhao Tingting glanced at Chen Fan with contempt, then tilted her head and leaned on the man's shoulder. He is one of my suitors. He has been pestering me since high school. Hubby, don't get angry about this kind of thing. Zhao Tingting straightened up and said to the man very sincerely, Tingting only has you in her heart. She doesn't like other men at all. Phew. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that after such a long time, Zhao Tingting would still use such means. However, to be honest, men do fall for this. After all, wasn't it because of Zhao Tingting's words that he became completely devoted to her? Chen Fan, what are you laughing at? Hearing Chen Fan's laughter, Zhao Tingting turned and looked at Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, angry at your ex-girlfriend and you will be rewarded with a luxury Rolls Royce. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan didn't indulge Zhao Tingting at all. What's it got to do with you what I'm laughing at? How dare you talk to me like that? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Tingting's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, as if she didn't know him. What else? Chen Fan sneered, you don't think I will lick you like before? Zhao Tingting, I don't even look down on someone like you who is now throwing herself at me. Chen Fan, Zhao Tingting felt that she had been greatly insulted. She turned around and complained to the man, husband, sob, he bullied me. Boy, now I order you to apologize to my wife immediately. The man raised his finger and pointed at Chen Fan, saying rudely. Chen Fan looked at the ring on the man's ring finger. Isn't this a standard wedding ring? Look at Zhao Tingting again, her fingers are bare. Suddenly, Chen Fan thought of something. Use skills immediately to obtain identity information. Name, Shi Tianhao. Gender, male. Age, 46. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 185. Marital status, married. Children, 1 son and 1 daughter. Job, head of loan institution. 46 years old? Chen Fan was shocked. Zhao Tingting actually found an old man who was as old as her father? This appetite is really strong. Why didn't he notice it before? Are you sure she is really your wife? Aren't you afraid that your real wife will find out and come after you? Chen Fan said with a pout. After these words were spoken, both the man and Zhao Tingting looked a little unhappy. Husband, look at him, he is bullying me again, you can't just sit there and watch. Zhao Tingting pulled the man's sleeve aggrievedly. Oh? Chen Fan understood. So you are the one who knows 3 and is the one who is in charge. He thought she was more or less kept in the dark. You! Zhao Tingting was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wished she could rush up and tear Chen Fan apart. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a luxury car, a Rolls-Royce. Chen Fan was quite satisfied when he heard the system prompt. Rewards are easily obtained. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. The man patted the back of Zhao Tingting's hand gently, comforting her. Chen Fan, you are dead. Zhao Tingting turned around and said to Chen Fan very proudly. Do you know who he is? Even the police have to give him some respect when they see him. Hee hee, if you mess with me, you're hitting a brick wall. This is so awesome, is this how you brag? He didn't know whether the police would give face to Shi Tianhao, but in front of Chen Fan, there was no face at all. The man took out his cell phone slowly and dialed the number. Call a few brothers and come to the 3rd floor immediately. Chen Fan, it's not too late for you to beg me now. Who knows, maybe I can even ask my husband to let you go for the sake of our past friendship. Zhao Tingting became even more arrogant and complacent after hearing the man making the call. Please? Where's your face? Chen Fan looked at him disdainfully. Chen Fan, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Be careful that you may even lose your life in the end. Zhao Tingting was instantly unhappy. She raised her finger and pointed at Chen Fan, stomping her feet in frustration. If you have the guts, come and get it. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Tingting, who was like a jumping clown, with an expressionless face. Okay. 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 That's what you said. Zhao Tingting threw her hands in anger. She turned around and said to the man who had hung up the phone, Husband, you must have someone teach him a lesson today. In order to prevent him from pestering me and following me again in the future. Tingting is so scared, who knows what he will do to her. Baby, don't worry, I will have someone beat him up so that he will never dare to have any evil thoughts again. The man immediately reached out and put his arm around Zhao Tingting's shoulders and held her in his arms. Yeah, my husband is the best. Zhao Tingting nodded and looked at Chen Fan with a squint. Oh, if you want to blame someone, blame Tingting for being so outstanding. That's why she attracts so many men. But it's not Tingting's fault that she's outstanding. If Tingting wasn't outstanding, how could she be worthy of my husband? Vomit. Chen Fan bent over and covered his mouth. What should he do? He felt like vomiting so much that he almost vomited out yesterday's leftover meal. Things are really different now. When Zhao Tingting treated him like this before, he just thought she was very real. Now, why is she so artificial and pretentious? It's so disgusting. No, he really couldn't bear it. Boss. Several strong thugs walked behind Shi Tianhao. Chen Fan, you're finished. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, it's too late. Seeing the thugs, Zhao Tingting crossed her arms over her chest, looking gloating. Catch him and teach him a lesson. Shi Tianhao pointed at Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chapter 49, Campus Beauty CEO and Collapsed Ex-Girlfriend. Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Mission, defeat the target's thugs and be rewarded with the lost crown of the Gentleman Kingdom's royal family. The royal family lost their crown? Chen Fan had heard that 100 years ago, the Gentleman country had created a crown worth over 100 million yuan, but it was stolen due to a fire and its whereabouts have been unknown since then. Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and looked at the thugs who were coming towards him aggressively. It was easy for him to deal with these people. But it was just a matter of a few punches, so he decided not to call his bodyguards. Stepping forward, Chen Fan slapped the other person in the face without waiting for him to punch. The person who came was stunned. Without waiting for the other party to react, Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked hard, and the other party flew out immediately. Then, Chen Fan grabbed the arm of the next person, pulled him, and then used his knee to hit the opponent's abdomen, knocking down another person. The remaining two people looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. They are afraid that they will be the next to suffer. This kid's moves were fast and fierce, not giving them any chance to fight back. Come on. What are you all standing there for? You're not afraid of him at all. If you knock him down, I'll reward you handsomely. Zhao Tingting shouted anxiously. These losers can't even handle Chen Fan, let alone professional thugs. As soon as Zhao Tingting said this, one of them shouted loudly, as if to give himself courage, and raised his fist and went towards Chen Fan. You don't know what you can do. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Fan looked indifferent. When the opponent was less than 1 meter away from him, he raised his leg high and pressed on the opponent's shoulder. With a thud, the other party knelt on the marble floor with his legs, making a crisp sound. Hiss. The thug gasped in pain. When Chen Fan retracted his foot, his whole body fell straight to the left. The last remaining thug looked at Zhao Tingting with fear. Boss, we can't beat this guy. Can't beat him? If you can't beat him, what kind of thugs are you? Zhao Tingting said, gritting her teeth. Boss, I can't do this. The thugs kept backing away. Chen Fan walked straight forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and easily knocked him to the ground. No one can escape. Ouch. The thugs groaned in pain from the ground. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the crown reward from the top jewelry king. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Seeing several thugs lying on the ground, Zhao Tingting hid behind a man in fear. She was afraid that Chen Fan would attack her in the next second, and her fate would be the same as these thugs. Me what? Chen Fan put his hands away and straightened his messy clothes. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you hiding behind others now? Chen Fan. Li Muwen's voice rang in his ears. Li Muwen waited for Chen Fan in Bulgari for a long time. Seeing that he had not come back, she took the initiative to come out to look for him. Seeing several people lying around Chen Fan, Li Muwen was startled and immediately ran to Chen Fan. He observed with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, they are the ones in trouble." Chen Fan shook his head. Li Muwen? When Shi Tianhao in front of Zhao Tingting saw Li Muwen, his eyes widened. Isn't this Li Muwen, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng? Why is she here? Li Muwen turned to look at the other person and frowned. Do you know me? She didn't know this person. Of course, you are a famous person, and you are the face of our Jiangcheng. Who doesn't know you? Shi Tianhao took the initiative to walk in front of Li Muwen, like a loyal fan. Tingting, come here quickly. This is the campus beauty who has dominated the list of Jiang University for many years, Li Muwen. By the way, she is your senior schoolmate. The man turned around and greeted Zhao Tingting, who was not far away. Zhao Tingting. She is actually the famous campus beauty of Jiang University, Li Muwen? His eyes kept moving back and forth between Chen Fan and Li Muwen. Chen Fan, how did he know such a rich lady? Shi Tianhao saw Zhao Tingting standing there motionless, and felt that he had lost face in front of his goddess. He immediately shouted at Zhao Tingting, "Zhao Tingting! I'm talking to you and asking you to come over here. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" After being yelled at by Shi Tianhao, Zhao Tingting immediately came to her senses and walked reluctantly to Li Muwen. Hurry up and call senior sister. Shi Tianhao urged. Senior sister. Although Zhao Tingting was unwilling in her heart, she still called out. I've only been here for a little over a month, so I can't be considered your senior. Li Muwen refused coldly. Even if it was only for a week, you were the campus belle of Jiang University. Mr. Li, do you think our Tingting looks somewhat like you? To be honest, I chose her because she looks somewhat like you. Shi Tianhao tried to please her in various ways. Zhao Tingting was stunned. So, everything she enjoyed now was actually because she looked a bit like Li Muwen? How are they similar? They are obviously worlds apart. Chen Fan retorted. After all this time, they were just playing with the stand-in joke. But to be honest, one is the authentic product and the other cannot be said to be a replica. At most it can only be said to be a buyer's show. Lee Myung-won looked at Chen Fan. Do you know them? I guess so, ex-girlfriend. Chen Fan scratched his head, not wanting to hide it deliberately. Ex-girlfriend? After hearing this, Lee Myung-won turned around and looked at Zhao Tingting carefully, then felt a little disappointed. She doesn't deserve you. Zhao Tingting? What are you talking about? He actually said that she was not worthy of Chen Fan? Joke. Only he, Chen Fan, is not worthy of her, Zhao Tingting. Sister, he was the one who pestered me from the beginning, and I reluctantly agreed to be with him. Maybe you don't know that he paid for my living expenses for 3 years of high school in order to pursue me. After a pause, Zhao Tingting continued to boast. Not only that, in order to give me money to go to college, he dropped out of school to earn money to support me. Sister, you have to know that I dumped him. If we talk about worthy, he is not worthy of me. You will regret it. Lee Myung-won said this decisively after hearing this. What a joke. I would regret it? I, Zhao Tingting, will never regret it even if I die. Zhao Tingting sneered. If I really regret anything, it's that I regret meeting him. What bad luck. Ignorance. Lee Myung-won just shook her head, then turned to Chen Fan and said, I've bought the things, let's go. Yeah. Chen Fan responded. Anyway, the mission has been completed, so there is no need to stay here. Wait. Zhao Tingting felt unwilling to see Chen Fan leaving with such a woman. Chen Fan, do you really think that just because you are a bodyguard for others, they will really treat you as a human being? Stop daydreaming. A loser like you, don't think that a toad can eat swan meat. Hearing Zhao Tingting's words, Lee Myung-won stopped first, turned around and corrected, Chen Fan, he is not my bodyguard. Zhao Tingting was stunned. If not a bodyguard, then what else could it be? We can't be friends, can we? She knew very well what kind of person Chen Fan was. He was poor, had no ambitions, and had a burden at home. What good can there be in being friends with him? Mr. Lee, you haven't left yet. A flattering voice interrupted. He is the store manager who came from Bulgaria. Yeah. Lee Myung-won just nodded. By the way, Mr. Lee, you left in a hurry just now, and I haven't asked you whether you want to use the 3 million worth of jewelry necklace you just bought as points or exchange it for a gift. The store manager asked, holding a valuable gift bag in his hand. 3 million? Hearing this number, Zhao Tingting looked at Lee Myung-won in surprise. Thinking of the store manager always calling her Mr. Lee, Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Fan with even more jealousy. How could he find such a capable and young and beautiful backer after leaving her and live a better life than her? She doesn't allow it. Chapter 50, Slap your ex-girlfriend in the face and get a reward. It's a gift. Lee Myung-won said afterwards. This is a gift prepared for you. Since you have spent tens of millions at Bulgaria, this is a ring worth 200,000 that we specially prepared for you. It is just a small token of our respect, and I hope you can accept it. As he said that, the store manager personally handed the gift to Lee Myung-won. A ring worth 200,000? Zhao Tingting was completely stunned when she heard the manager's words. Why is the ring so expensive? Tens of millions? Zhao Tingting looked at Lee Myung-won again. How could she be so rich? If Chen Fan followed her, wouldn't he be able to live a life of luxury? When Zhao Tingting thought about how Chen Fan was living such a carefree life, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. Chen Fan, let's go. After taking the things, Lee Myung-won ignored Zhao Tingting's hateful gaze and directly took Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan was stunned, and then Lee Myung-won's voice rang in his ears, it's just a show, don't let it get away with it. Chen Fan, so that's how it is. Well, let's go. Chen Fan straightened his back, held the back of Lee Myung-won's hand, and the two of them walked past Zhao Tingting intimately. Chen Fan, stop right there. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Zhao Tingting immediately rushed forward and stretched out her hand to pull Chen Fan. What do you want to do to my boyfriend? Seeing this, Lee Myung-won reached out and grabbed Zhao Tingting's hand, forbidding her to touch Chen Fan at all. Boyfriend? Zhao Tingting was stunned. She stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly. Mr. Lee, you said Chen Fan is your boyfriend? Yes, he, Chen Fan, is my, Lee Myung-won's boyfriend. What's the problem? Lee Myung-won held hands with Chen Fan openly. No, it's impossible. How can this be possible? Isn't he your bodyguard? How could he be your boyfriend? Moreover, how could someone of your status like him who is so useless? Shaking her head, Zhao Tingting was unwilling to accept the fact before her. He is good for nothing? Hearing Zhao Tingting's words, Li Muwen was stunned, and then sneered, in my eyes, Chen Fan is much better than Zhi Tianhao. He is young, handsome, responsible, steady, and family-oriented. You actually said he is good for nothing? Chen Fan tilted his head and looked at Li Muwen. He couldn't tell from Li Muwen's face whether she was insincere or really thought he was that kind of person. Take the current situation as an example, isn't Chen Fan better than your boyfriend? As she said that, Li Muwen pulled Chen Fan towards the elevator. Zhao Tingting stood there, Li Muwen's voice kept ringing in her mind. Could it be that she really did something wrong? Mr. Li, I'll see you off. Zhi Tianhao's extremely flattering voice sounded behind him. Immediately afterwards, Zhi Tianhao completely ignored Zhao Tingting's existence and chased after Li Muwen and Chen Fan. Biting her lip, Zhao Tingting shook her head vigorously. No. She couldn't be bewitched by Li Muwen's words. So what if he was young, handsome, responsible, family-oriented, and steady? Could these be converted into money to make her worry-free? No. Cannot. Even though her current boyfriend is not as good as Chen Fan in these aspects, he is richer than Chen Fan and can give her the life she wants and buy her what she wants. Just based on this point, her boyfriend is far better than Chen Fan. With this thought, Zhao Tingting's wavering heart became firm again. Leaving Chen Fan was the best choice she had ever made. Raising her foot, Zhao Tingting quickly followed. Mr. Li, I don't know when I can cooperate with your company. This is my business card. After walking out of Gamay, Zhi Tianhao took out a business card on his own initiative. There is no chance of cooperation between us. Li Muwen just glanced at the business card and refused coldly. Zhi Tianhao was not annoyed by being rejected. He quietly put away the business card and continued to smile. Then Mr. Li, if you have time, let's meet up for a meal. I'm busy. Li Muwen still refused. As soon as Zhao Tingting came out of Gamay, she saw a large truck parked in front of her. On the truck was a luxury car with a unique shape that looked very expensive. This car must cost at least $1 million. Zhao Tingting was attracted by the luxury car in front of her. If she could drive such a luxury car, I wonder how attractive and cool she would be. However, a car of this level is probably only affordable by someone like Li Muwen. Two people jumped out of the truck. When the two saw Li Muwen and Chen Fan, they went straight towards them. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tingting felt a little uneasy. Did they buy this car? Even if they bought it, it was Li Muwen who bought it. How could Chen Fan, a guy who had just gotten close to someone powerful, have so much money to buy this expensive luxury car? Excuse me, does any one of you know Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? The visitor asked directly. It's me. Chen Fan stood up. Are you Mr. Chen? Nice to meet you. The visitor's attitude changed instantly and he became servile. This is the Rolls-Royce you ordered, worth hundreds of millions. The visitor said as he handed over the car keys. Price, worth hundreds of millions? Hearing this, Zhao Tingting's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Li Muwen also looked at Chen Fan in shock. He bought a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Although she knew that Chen Fan was no simple man, she didn't expect him to be so extraordinary that he could buy a luxury car worth hundreds of millions just like that. Okay. Get out of the car. Chen Fan ordered calmly. Okay. After the man responded, he worked with another person to unload the matte Rolls-Royce from the truck. Seeing the surprised expression on Li Muwen's face, Zhao Tingting suddenly realized that it seemed that this car was not bought by Li Muwen for Chen Fan. In this case, there is only one possibility. Mr. Chen, would you like to take a test drive? The visitor asked. Him, test drive? Did you get the wrong name or the wrong person? He doesn't even have a driver's license, and you let him test drive. Before Chen Fan could even open his mouth, Zhao Tingting hurried over. He pointed at Chen Fan and said to the others, you must have recognized the wrong person. The Mr. Chen you are talking about just has the same name as him. He is not the person you are looking for. He doesn't have the money to buy such an expensive car. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Coming for the mission? Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Mission, slap Zhao Tingting in the face and get a chance to win a full-level lottery. Slap Zhao Tingting in the face? Isn't this simple? Seeing Zhao Tingting's almost broken expression, Chen Fan slowly took out his driver's license from his pocket. This is my driver's license. It has my ID information on it. Xiao Tingting. Chen Fan, when did you take the driving test? How come she didn't know? Besides, he runs insurance business during the day and delivers takeout at night. How would he have the time to take a driving test? This must be fake. Xiao Tingting said with certainty, don't be fooled by him. Chapter 51, Ex-Girlfriend's Face Slaps. The visitor rolled his eyes and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You actually said that the highest level driver's license is fake? This kind of driver's license cannot be forged even if you want to. Most people have no chance to see it at all. Then he handed Chen Fan's driver's license back to him with both hands and said flatteringly, I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young and promising. He has obtained a pilot's license and a navigation license at such a young age. He also got an advanced driver's license that only 5% of the people in the country can get. It's really amazing. What? Flight certificate and navigation certificate? When Xiao Tingting heard this, she was completely stunned. Chen Fan, when did you become so capable? How come she didn't know? Thank you. Chen Fan put away his driver's license. I won't try the car. Okay, then please sign your name here. If you have any needs in the future, please feel free to contact us. We will be here at your beck and call. The man took out a list. Yeah. Chen Fan responded, then took the pen and quickly signed his name on the list. Then Mr. Chen, we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first. After taking it, the man said to Chen Fan and turned around and walked towards the truck. It was not until the rumbling sound of a car was heard that Xiao Tingting came to her senses. She stared at Chen Fan in surprise and shock. I'll call and find a designated driver to drive my new car back to Tianfuan. Chen Fan took out his cell phone. Okay. Li Muwen waited obediently by the side. Turning around, Chen Fan took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, a middle-aged man ran out of Gamay shopping mall. Manager Huang? Sure, Tianhao was stunned when he saw the person coming. Manager Huang ignored him and went straight to Chen Fan. Boss, you called me here, what do you want me to do? Ask someone to drive my car to Tianfuan No. 1 Villa. Chen Fan said, and directly stuffed the car keys into Manager Huang's hand. Okay, boss. Manager Huang agreed immediately. Manager Huang, what did you call in just now? Boss? Sure, Tianhao walked to Manager Huang with a look of confusion and puzzlement. Yes, he is the big boss behind our Gamay Mall. Manager Huang nodded. The owner of Gamay Mall? Xiao Tingting repeated. He turned around and looked up at the mall that was almost towering into the sky. Are you kidding me? How could Chen Fan be the owner of this mall? Who would joke about something like this? Manager Huang frowned. Seeing Manager Huang's serious expression, Xiao Tingting's heart skipped a beat. Chen Fan, he is actually the big boss. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a chance to win a full-level lottery. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Fan ignored Xiao Tingting, turned sideways and said to Li Muwen beside him, let's go, I'll take you back. Yeah. Li Muwen came back to her senses and nodded. Then, the two walked side by side towards the Lamborghini not far away. Oh my god. Sure, Tianhao, who had been shocked for a long time, burst into swearing when he saw the two people getting into the car. It was his voice that instantly brought Xiao Tingting back from her trance. This car is not the Lamborghini that is limited to 20 units worldwide. Sure, Tianhao raised his hands and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He actually saw a luxury car that was limited to a global quantity in a small Jiangcheng? Was he sure? Honey, you said this car is limited edition worldwide? Then, how much is it worth? After hearing this, Xiao Tingting turned her head slowly and mechanically like a piece of wood. How much? This car can't be bought with money. Sure, Tianhao snorted. Xiao Tingting's heart sank when she heard the reply. She turned around and stared at Chen Fan, who was walking around the car and preparing to get in. Is this Li Muwen so rich? She is willing to spend so much money on Chen Fan. What did you say? Li Muwen spent money on him? Are you sure? Sure, Tianhao looked at Xiao Tingting with disdain. With Li Muwen's wealth, she may not be able to afford a Rolls-Royce worth hundreds of millions, let alone a limited edition Lamborghini. What, you mean, the car was not bought by Li Muwen for Chen Fan? Xiao Tingting's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Tingting, can't you see the current situation? The truly rich person is not Li Muwen, but that guy named Chen Fan. Didn't you see the people who just delivered the car to him? Those two are the general agents in Zhengcheng. Shi Tianhao pursed his lips. After a pause, she continued, others try every means to curry favor with them, but in front of your ex-boyfriend, they are just like a lapdog. You can imagine how powerful your ex-boyfriend is. Waving his hand, Shi Tianhao looked Zhao Tingting up and down again. A fake is a fake after all. Put together with the real thing, it's really as cheap as it can be. You don't look like Li Muwen at all. In the future, don't come to me or contact me. After saying this, Shi Tianhao turned around and left without any mercy. Looking at Shi Tianhao's back, then looking at Chen Fan who was adjusting his direction, Zhao Tingting snorted coldly. She fell in love with Shi Tianhao because of his wealth. Now, she knows that Chen Fan, whom she abandoned, is a hidden boss. How could she still be with Shi Tianhao? Unless, she is blind and has no clear mind. Chen Fan, you don't go. Zhao Tingting quickly ran to Chen Fan's car and opened her arms to block Chen Fan's way. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me for my mistake for the sake of our relationship over the years, okay? In order to show her determination to reconcile, Zhao Tingting knelt in front of the car in front of Chen Fan, tears streaming down her face. Chen Fan, you're not going to forgive her, are you? Li Muwen was afraid that Chen Fan would feel compassion after seeing this scene, so she asked carefully. No. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Tingting who was crying like a dog in front of him, and his heart was calm. From the moment he saw Zhao Tingting betray him, he no longer had any feelings for Zhao Tingting. Then, I'll get out of the car and help you drive her away? Li Muwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing that. It is said that if the ex cries, the current one will lose. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan paused when he was about to respond to Li Muwen, and quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Task, ruthlessly drive Zhao Tingting away. Reward, enhanced skill attribute agility plus 10. Agility plus 10? If his agility points were increased, wouldn't it be possible to improve his dodging and speed, making it easier for him to seize the initiative in battle? This reward is really good. Chen Fan was very satisfied. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan unbuckled his seatbelt and said, I'll go. Okay. Li Muwen had no choice but to agree, but she was still a little uneasy. Would Chen Fan really remain unmoved? She's not sure. Chen Fan, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Seeing Chen Fan coming out of the car, Zhao Tingting immediately stood up from the ground with great excitement and ran towards Chen Fan. However, before she met Chen Fan, she was greeted by a big pussy from Chen Fan. Chapter 52 Complete the task and gain enhanced skill attributes. A slap in the face stunned Zhao Tingting. After a long time, she raised her hand to cover her aching face and looked at Chen Fan with horror. Chen Fan, you. Do you think I'm here to forgive you? Chen Fan sneered and grabbed Zhao Tingting by the collar. Get out of here right now and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Chen Fan pushed Zhao Tingting hard. Pushed away by gravity, Zhao Tingting leaned back and sat heavily on the ground. The pain was so severe that she felt as if her buttocks were broken into pieces. Ouch! Zhao Tingting cried out in pain. Why don't you get out of here? Chen Fan looked coldly at Zhao Tingting, who was lying on the ground with tears in her eyes. Chen Fan, how could you do this to me? Zhao Tingting rubbed her sore butt and looked up at Chen Fan pitifully. Chen Fan walked up to Zhao Tingting without any patience. He really deserved a beating. Chen Fan picked up Zhao Tingting from the ground and raised his hand to slap Zhao Tingting again. He slapped her left and right, and Zhao Tingting was beaten so hard that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Stop, stop, stop hitting me, I'm going to leave, I'm going to leave. Zhao Tingting shouted with burning pain on her face. You're such a bitch. Chen Fan let go of Zhao Tingting. Wouldn't it be better if she just left earlier? The slap made his palms red and painful. Facing Chen Fan's insult, Zhao Tingting covered her face and did not dare to stay for a moment. She turned around and ran away as if there was a beast chasing her. After seeing Zhao Tingting's departing back, Chen Fan turned around and walked towards his car. Is your hand okay? Li Muwen asked with concern as soon as she got in the car. It's okay. Chen Fan shook his head and then asked, Don't you think there's anything wrong with me hitting a woman? Li Muwen's attitude was something he had not expected. Not only did she not have any fear of him, she also cared about him so much. It's no problem. People like her deserve it. She doesn't deserve sympathy. Li Muwen shook her head. It was obvious that Zhao Tingting was a gold digger. From what Zhao Tingting said, it could be heard that she dumped Chen Fan for money. Chen Fan, the punishment for such a person was a bit too light. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining enhanced skill attribute agility plus 10. After receiving the reward, Chen Fan said nothing else and drove towards his destination. It's true, in order to complete the task of sending Li Muwen home, it was really full of twists and turns. The car soon arrived at the door of a separate villa. Thank you for your help today. Li Muwen unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to look at Chen Fan. Thinking of her family, she finally did not invite Chen Fan into the house. It's okay, just a side thing. Chen Fan didn't care. Well, I'll go in. For fear of being seen by her family and making things difficult for Chen Fan, Li Muwen did not dare to stay any longer. Yeah. Chen Fan responded and watched Li Muwen enter the villa. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the luxury car Maybach. TSK. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and drove towards Tianfu Garden. Today is a really fruitful day. Without spending a penny, he owns 2 top luxury cars, Maybach and Rolls-Royce. Soon, Chen Fan returned to Tianfu Garden. I just happened to meet Nuanyuan, who was returning home. Nuanyuan, what are you doing? Not only did he see that Nuanyuan's school bag was stuffed full, but his hands were also busy. Even Aunt Yang standing by was holding a number of gifts that looked very expensive. What's going on? Dad, I'm so tired. Please hold it for Nuanyuan. Little baby Nuanyuan walked in front of Chen Fan and handed the gift in her hand to Chen Fan with great effort. Okay. Chen Fan reached out and took it. Why did you suddenly buy so many things? Nuanyuan, come in and have some water first. You are so tired. Nuanyuan, whose hands relaxed, turned around and ran to the door. Auntie Yang, it must cost a lot of money to buy these things. I'll give it to you. Looking at Nuanyuan's small figure, Chen Fan smiled and then looked at Auntie Yang beside him. Mr. Chen, these things don't cost any money. Aunt Yang quickly explained. No money spent? Chen Fan was surprised. Could it be that someone gave it to him as a gift? When I went to pick up the young lady, many parents gave her gifts. If we couldn't take them all, we probably wouldn't be back now. Aunt Yang still feels scared when she recalls the scene. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing at her age. Those people gave gifts so excessively. Chen Fan. Parents giving gifts to their children? This was the first time he had heard of such a strange thing. As soon as Chen Fan walked into the house, he saw Nuanyuan's small figure running towards him and hugging his thighs. Dad. After handing the things to the other servants, Chen Fan picked up Nuan and pinched her small nose. Tell Daddy, what's the matter with these gifts? Why would others give you gifts for no reason? Didn't you just enter school today? The short little hands hugged Chen Fan's neck, and Nuan pouted her lips. It's all Dad's fault. Blame me? Chen Fan was stunned. Why is he blamed again? Yes, these people asked Nuanyuan to convey a message, asking you, Dad, to forgive what they did before, and that they would definitely compensate you. Tilting her head, Nuanyuan repeated what those people said. Unfortunately, they said too much and too long, so she couldn't remember it clearly. Chen Fan. Could it be that these people were the ones who had previously clamored to send him an apology gift? Looking at the gifts placed aside, Chen Fan walked forward holding Nuan. Since they were given to him, he would accept them. It was unrealistic to return them. It was estimated that Nuan didn't even know who gave them these gifts. Dad, Nuanyuan has a lot of friends. The adults said that their children are all Nuanyuan's friends, and asked Nuanyuan to make friends with them. Raising her little head, Nuanyuan said excitedly to Chen Fan. Then do you like being friends with them? Chen Fan felt warm in his heart when he saw the joy on Nuanyuan's face. It seemed that living in Tianfuan was his best decision. Some I like, some I don't. Nuanyuan thought about it seriously and answered. Then be friends with the ones you like, and don't be friends with the ones you don't like. Raising his hand, Chen Fan rubbed Nuanyuan's head. Okay, Nuanyuan, I'll listen to Daddy. Nuanyuan nodded heavily. Holding Nuan in his arms, Chen Fan finally understood why it was said that if one person succeeds, everyone in the family will benefit. Now, he and Nuan Nuan didn't need to do anything, and countless people came to curry favor with him. Ding, ding, ding. The cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan held Nuanyuan in one hand and took out a cell phone from his trouser pocket with the other hand. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the caller ID above. Why did Zhao Tingting's mother call him? Chapter 53 Rewards Top Private Hospitals. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan rejected the call. The next second, the cell phone rang again. It was a string of numbers. Chen Fan felt that it looked familiar, as if he had seen it before. Dad, who is calling you? Why don't you answer the phone? Nuanyuan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan curiously and puzzled. It's not a very important call, Dad doesn't need to answer it. Chen Fan rubbed baby Nuan Nuan's little head. As soon as I withdrew my hand, the cell phone rang like a death warrant, ding ding ding. Finally, Chen Fan turned off his phone and threw it on the sofa. Mr. Chen, the food is ready. The servant came over and reminded. Come on, let's wash our hands and go have dinner. Holding Nuanyuan's little hand, Chen Fan went to the bathroom. After dinner, when the servant gave Nuanyuan a bath, Chen Fan came to baby Nuanyuan's room. Holding the textbook that Nuanyuan took out of her school bag, he gently patted Nuanyuan's belly as she lay obediently on the bed, while reading from the textbook. Once upon a time there was a princess who had golden hair. Before Chen Fan finished reading the story, Nuan Nuan had already fallen asleep. Looking at Nuan Nuan who was smiling in her sleep, Chen Fan stuffed the textbook back into Nuan Nuan's cute pink school bag. He stood up, covered Nuanyuan tightly with the quilt, then bent down and touched Nuanyuan's face. Good night, baby. Returning to his room, Chen Fan took a shower and lay down on his oversized bed, reviewing today's tasks and rewards. After a short while, Chen Fan felt sleepy. I took a nap and slept until noon the next day. While waiting for him to get up, Nuanyuan had already been sent to school by Aunt Young herself. While eating lunch, Chen Fan picked up his mobile phone and turned it on. As soon as I turned on the phone, countless text messages popped up, as if I had a virus, non-stop. Ding, ding, ding. The notification sound from the mobile phone made Chen Fan's head a little dizzy. Then he clicked on the most recent text message, which was sent by Zhao Tingting's mother. She sent him more than one text message. Scrolling up, there were dozens of them. No wonder his phone seemed to have been bombarded. Chen Fan, for the sake of a person who won't live long, can you please come to the hospital to see me? Chen Fan, this is my aunt's last wish, please fulfill it this time. Chen Fan, Auntie knows that Tingting has done a lot of bad things to you. Auntie has already severely punished her. Can you please stop bothering her? Chen Fan. After reading a few text messages, Chen Fan lost his patience and exited the text message page. Then I received another text message. Hello, Chen Fan. I'm Zhao Tingting's roommate. She asked us to send you an apology text message, saying that she knew she was wrong and promised that she would never leave you again. Chen Fan. So, the reason why he received so many text messages was because of Zhao Tingting? Hello, Chen Fan. I'm Zhao Tingting's classmate. She said that you are the person she loves most in her life and she can't live without you. If you meet such a good girl, you must cherish her. Good girl? And let him cherish it? Chen Fan was almost laughing when he saw this text message. Whoever wants such a big green hat can take it, Chen Fan doesn't want it. Putting his phone aside, Chen Fan was just about to concentrate on eating, but unexpectedly someone called him the next second. Picking up the phone, Chen Fan looked at the familiar phone number. It was Zhao Tingting's mother calling him again. Thinking that his aunt was not as mean to him as other people, he showed contempt on her face. Chen Fan finally chose to answer the call. The person who was wrong was Zhao Tingting, not your aunt. Chen Fan? Zhao Tingting's mother's slightly surprised voice came from the phone. Yes, it's me. Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable listening to the almost vicissitudes of life voice. Chen Fan, you haven't come to the hospital to see your aunt for a long time. When are you coming? The woman's weak and hoarse voice slowly reached Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan, maybe after a while. Chen Fan, I know there are some conflicts between you and Tingting. Even if you can't be a family, you can't cut off contact with your aunt forever. Auntie has always treated you as her own son. Auntie, I'm very sad. The woman continued. Auntie, of course not. I'm just a little busy these 2 days, so I don't have time to visit you in the hospital. Chen Fan replied after hearing what the other party said. Well, can you come to the hospital to see your aunt today? She has to have surgery tomorrow. The other party asked tentatively. Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan was stunned. This was the first task of the day, so he quickly clicked on the taskbar. Mission, go to the hospital to visit the target person Fan Yu, and the reward is a top private hospital. Top private hospital? This reward is really great. The hospital where his aunt was staying now was only average. If he could send his aunt to a top private hospital, it would be a way of repaying her kindness to him over the years. Okay, Auntie, I'll go to the hospital to visit you later. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan agreed. Really? Will you really come to the hospital to visit me? Seeing Chen Fan agreed, the other party was obviously a little shocked. Really? When have I ever lied to you, Auntie? Chen Fan replied seriously. No, never. I knew you were a kind-hearted child. Okay, then Auntie will wait for you in the hospital. There was a hint of joy in the woman's voice. Yeah. Chen Fan responded and then hung up the phone. After lunch, he changed into more casual clothes and drove his Rolls-Royce to a small hospital in Jiangchang. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the hospital door. At the entrance, many cars were queuing up to enter the hospital. Suddenly, a shrill horn sounded behind Chen Fan, followed by the man's furious voice, "Damn! Do you know how to drive? Can you go faster? Why are you such a coward?" Chen Fan looked at the traffic jam in front of him and frowned slightly. No matter how good his driving skills were, it was impossible for him to pass so many cars and squeeze in. Fuck! If you can't drive, get the hell out of my way. Fuck! The honking and cursing continued behind him. Then, there was the sound of bang 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 frantically hitting his car window. As soon as Chen Fan turned around, the other party started yelling at him, "Hurry up and move your car out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Chapter 54 rewards 3 limited edition Rolls-Royces worldwide. Be rude to me? Chen Fan glanced ahead. What did the traffic jam ahead have to do with him? Are you taking your anger out on him? Are you using him as a punching bag? Kid, what's your attitude? Are you looking for death? The man looked very angry and turned around and walked to the side of the road. After a while, he picked up a brick and walked to Chen Fan's car, pointed at Chen Fan and said, "Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will smash your car today." Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Another mission? Chen Fan quickly clicked on the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Mission, stay calm in the face of the villains and be rewarded with 3 limited edition Rolls-Royces. Limited to 3 models worldwide? Chen Fan was moved. Smash it? Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat and looked at the other party calmly. You try to smash one. Fuck. How dare you force me? Do you really think I dare not smash it? It's just a broken car? I can't afford to pay for it? The man said as he picked up a stone and smashed it heavily on the hood of the car. This move attracted a lot of people's attention. It even attracted the doctors and nurses in the hospital, who thought someone was deliberately making trouble at the door. What is this for? Oh my god. Am I seeing things? I actually saw the Rolls-Royce logo? This can't be fake. People who can afford a Rolls-Royce will come to a small hospital like ours? This car logo can be faked, but this car cannot be faked. You can tell at a glance that this car is very valuable. Look at those 4 tires, they are all painted gold. Does this car belong to this person? Why would he smash the car for no reason? Although the car is not mine, every time I smash it, my heart trembles. It's all money. Fuck. After venting his anger, the man threw the stone to the ground and watched with satisfaction as the car in front of him dented. Then he took out his wallet, pulled out a few red banknotes and threw them at the front of Chen Fan's car. This is my compensation to you. If you dare to block my way again, I will make sure you never get the chance to drive your car on the road again. What? This car isn't his? I thought it was his, that's why he doesn't feel sorry for it. This guy, don't you know the logo of this car? Otherwise, why would he send him off with just a few good bills? Seeing the man's mysterious operation, everyone started talking. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Chen Fan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, and everyone was dumbfounded. What a handsome man. Is he the insurance salesman who used to come to our hospital, Chen Fan? Among them, someone recognized Chen Fan. Chen Fan? You said he is the salesman Chen Fan? Oh my god. How come he has changed so much in just a few days? He looks a lot more handsome, and even his figure has improved a lot. What kind of rejuvenation pill did he take? Isn't the point that he drives a Rolls-Royce? How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Amid the discussions of the crowd, Chen Fan walked up to the man. You want to leave after smashing it? What else? What do you want? The man stared at Chen Fan righteously. I'll pay for the money. What? Don't you think it's too little? If you kneel down and beg me, maybe I can give you a few more. Is this guy crazy? This is a Rolls-Royce. This model is worth millions at first glance. How could he think he could get rid of him with just a few $100s? There is indeed something wrong with this guy. He is easily irritable. Moreover, he has never been to school, has no education, and behaves extremely rudely. Another nurse pointed to his forehead and said in a low voice, Brother, I'm telling you not to bully a young man like this. His car is a Rolls-Royce. You smashed it into this state, and now you only need to pay this little compensation? Someone in the crowd stood up and said, I don't care about Rolls-Royce or anything like that. Anyway, I've already paid the money. After hearing this, the man waved his hand. You call this compensation? Everyone was speechless. A few $100s is not enough, right? I have plenty of money. As he said that, the man with a grim face took out a few red banknotes from his wallet and threw them directly at Chen Fan's face. That's enough. If you dare to. Before the man could finish his words, Chen Fan punched him in the face. With a loud bang, the man fell directly onto the car in front. Chen Fan stepped forward and pressed down the other person's head. Bang, 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 it kept hitting the bumps and dents made by the man. After a while, bright red blood oozed out from the man's forehead and flowed onto the hood of the car. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan threw the man out in disgust. Fuck you. How dare you do this to me? I'm going to call the police. I'll sue you until you lose everything. The man who was thrown out crashed heavily into his own car, leaving a huge dent. You're going to sue me and bankrupt me? Chen Fan curled his lips in disdain. Brother, I advise you to say less and let this matter go. Otherwise, you will regret it. That's right, that's right. If you really want to ask for compensation for your injury, I'm afraid it won't even cover the cost of the car. Isn't it just a broken car? Is it worth more than me? The man covered his bleeding forehead and slowly got up from the ground. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but stand up and complain. It's a top-of-the-line luxury car, a Rolls-Royce. The highest price is hundreds of millions. How dare you? You don't know how much the car is worth, and yet you dare to smash it? You are a real hero. What? You said this junky car is worth hundreds of millions? The man was stunned. Impossible, it's just a junky car, how can it be worth hundreds of millions? You must be making it up. In order to make the man admit defeat with a clear conscience, some people immediately took out their mobile phones to take photos and search for pictures. What the hell? After seeing the above information, I cried out in surprise. This car costs 180 million. No way. Seeing this, others leaned over to take a look. Oh my god. It's true. I thought this car would cost only a few million at most, but I didn't expect it to cost hundreds of millions. I am really ignorant. No, that's impossible. How can a car cost hundreds of millions? The man walked forward with trembling lips and snatched the phone from the other person's hand. It must be a scam. However, when he saw the picture on the phone, he was completely dumbfounded. It was as if all the strength in his body was drained at this moment, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This incident tells us that impulse is the devil. Is this how all rich people spend their money? They buy cars worth hundreds of millions. Some people feel fortunate, while others feel sad. Little brother, I was wrong. The man looked at Chen Fan and knelt down in front of Chen Fan. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know you would drive such an expensive car. I don't know? Chen Fan sneered, weren't you so arrogant just now, clamoring for compensation? After saying this, the man's face turned even paler, and he shouted, "I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. As long as you don't make me pay, you can ask me to do anything." Chapter 55, Reject the beautiful girl as friend request and get a reward. "But I just want you to compensate me." Chen Fan snorted coldly and took out his cell phone to make a call. "Little brother, let's talk it out, don't call the police." Seeing Chen Fan on the phone, the man thought Chen Fan was calling the police, so he quickly stood up from the ground and reached out to grab Chen Fan's phone. Seeing this, Chen Fan dodged to the side and then raised his foot to kick the man in the abdomen. The man flew out again, but compared to the last time, this time he was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. I could only watch Chen Fan make the call. "I'm at Jiangping Hospital. Bring a few people over," Chen Fan said as soon as the phone was connected. Then, he leaned against the car door with his hands clasped. You think that if you call the police, they will only hold me responsible?" The man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, glaring at Chen Fan with red eyes. You beat me up like this, you better figure out how to compensate me. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury." Before someone came, Chen Fan didn't want to say a word to the man. After all, it would be a waste of his breath. Within a few minutes, several black commercial vehicles stopped in front of the already congested hospital entrance. Everyone became dissatisfied instantly. As the car door opened, a dozen neatly dressed bodyguards jumped out of the car. Seeing this scene, all the dissatisfied people fell silent, fearing that the other party would cause trouble for them if they were not careful. "I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. These people are 2 meters tall on average, strong and healthy, like giants. Who can afford to offend? Boss." The bodyguard walked towards Chen Fan with a clear purpose. "Boss?" The man on the ground was stunned. "I'll leave him to you guys. I have something else to do." Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed at the man in the corner, then threw the car keys to the bodyguard. "Drive the car." "Yes, boss." After taking the key, the bodyguards responded in unison. The man panicked instantly. "You can't leave." "What will I do if you leave?" Chen Fan glanced at the man and said coldly, "Just do what you have to do." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the hospital. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 3 limited edition Rolls Royces. The audience consciously made way for Chen Fan. The originally congested entrance was evacuated in an instant under the supervision of the bodyguards. No one dared to fight for space, and everyone followed the rules when entering and leaving the hospital. "Hello, Chen Fan, do you still remember me?" As soon as Chen Fan entered the hospital filled with the smell of disinfectant, he heard the shy voice of a little girl behind him. Chen Fan stopped and looked at the girl in front of him. Ah, he remembered. This girl once helped him get hot water. "What's the matter?" Chen Fan asked. "Well, it's nothing. I just want to add your contact information." "Can I?" "I know you have a girlfriend, but I can wait." The young nurse looked at Chen Fan shyly and lowered her head again. Ding dong. System prompt, reject the other party's friend addition, and reward enhanced attribute skill appearance plus 20. Oh my god, add the appearance attribute? This must not be done? Sorry. Chen Fan shook his head and refused. Is it not possible? Just add me as your friend because I helped you last time. I will never disturb or harass you. Seeing Chen Fan's refusal, the young nurse still picked up the phone and put it in front of Chen Fan. It's really not possible. Chen Fan remained firm. Do you like that girl named Tingting so much? The young nurse frowned unhappily. This has nothing to do with her. Chen Fan corrected. It was purely because he didn't like her and completed the task. It had nothing to do with Zhao Tingting. I'm busy. Without giving the other party any chance to speak, Chen Fan walked forward. Chen Fan, just add one more. It won't take away any neat. Seeing Chen Fan was about to leave, the young nurse quickly stuck to him. Hey! At this moment, Zhao Tingting appeared in front of Chen Fan and walked up to the little nurse with an arrogant attitude like a queen. He raised his hand and slapped the phone out of the nurse's hand. How can you be so shameless as to seduce a man who has a girlfriend in a public place? The young nurse was so frightened by Zhao Tingting's action that she didn't dare to say a word. She turned around and picked up the broken phone that fell on the ground. Seeing the screen was shattered, the nurse bit her lip and stared at Zhao Tingting unwillingly. She's just a girlfriend, not a wife. Only someone who is not loved is a mistress. What did you say? How dare you say I'm not loved? The nurse's words seemed to deeply hurt Zhao Tingting's heart. She rushed forward like crazy and grabbed the nurse's hair. Today I will let you know how much Chen Fan loves me. You dare to grab my face. The young nurse immediately fought back. I will fight you. Soon, the two men started fighting. Seeing such a ridiculous scene, Chen Fan did not step forward to stop it, but turned around and walked towards the stairs. He did not forget the purpose of coming here today. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the room that he was most familiar with. As soon as I reached the door, I heard all kinds of noisy sounds coming from inside. Zhao Tingting's mother was staying in an ordinary ward that could accommodate 6 patients. Pushing the door open, Chen Fan walked in. Auntie. Seeing the middle-aged woman chatting with other patients on the hospital bed, Chen Fan walked straight over. Oh, Chen Fan, you're here. The middle-aged woman turned her head immediately after hearing Chen Fan's voice. Her pale face was full of joy. Then she leaned over and looked behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan, Tingting said she would go downstairs to pick you up. Why didn't you come with her? No. Chen Fan walked to the bedside, pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the fruit he bought from the hospital supermarket on the bedside table. Auntie, this is the fruit I brought for you. Oh, it's fine if you just came, but why did you also bring me a gift? It's really troublesome for you. The woman smiled from ear to ear. Lao Feng, I really envy you. Finding a son-in-law is like finding a biological son. I think Xiaochen treats you better than your biological daughter. Whenever you have any problems, he is the first to come. It's more than just envy. I wish I could find such a responsible and kind son-in-law like you. Others in the ward began to joke around. That's because our Tingting is so outstanding that we can find someone like Chen Fan. The woman also joined in. Chen Fan, he disagreed with this statement. Ahem, Chen Fan, I called you here today because I have something to talk to you about. Seeing Chen Fan's stern face with no expression on his face, the woman quickly put away her smile, took Chen Fan's hand and said earnestly, I watched you and Tingting walk here. Promise your aunt not to quarrel with Tingting, okay? Auntie, we've broken up. Chen Fan firmly held Fong Yu's hand. Even if I break up with her, I will still care about you as much as before. Chen Fan, we can get back together after breaking up. However, before Fong Yu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Fan's cell phone ringing. Taking out his phone, Chen Fan only glanced at it, and then heard Fong Yu say, Go out and answer the phone first, there's a lot of noise in the ward. Yeah. Chen Fan responded. Then he left the ward. As soon as Chen Fan left, Zhao Tingting appeared in the ward. Mom, where is Chen Fan? Zhao Tingting didn't see Chen Fan, so she walked anxiously to the bedside and asked in a low voice. I went out to answer the phone. Fong Yu changed her gentle expression and cursed at Zhao Tingting fiercely. What kind of vision do you have? You gave up Chen Fan, a potential stock, and chose those incompetent people. If you make me lose this cash cow, I will not have a daughter like you. Chapter 56 made this mother and daughter regret it to the extreme. Mom, didn't you tell me that people should walk around and see more, and not hang themselves on a tree? Zhao Tingting came and sat down beside Fong Yu's bed, pouting with some dissatisfaction. How could she know that Chen Fan would become a big boss? If she had known earlier, she would definitely not look for other men. I told you to walk more and look more, but I didn't tell you to let him find out. Fong Yu was so angry that she stretched out her hand and twisted Zhao Tingting's arm. Now it's good, I see that the damn boy is determined and doesn't want to get back together with you at all. Hiss, Mom. Zhao Tingting, who was in pain, took a breath and quickly looked at other people in the ward, fearing that others would notice anything unusual. Finally, Zhao Tingting stood up, pulled the curtain, and whispered, Mom, you're not afraid of being heard by others. Just listen. Anyway, as long as I have a firm grasp on Chen Fan, this cash cow, why do I still need to be hypocritical with these inferior people? Fong Yu snorted coldly. Her son-in-law is a super boss, and all these people have to flatter her. Why does she need to pretend? But, Mom, didn't you say that Chen Fan was very determined and didn't want to get back together with me? Zhao Tingting sat on the chair with a bad look on her face. Humph, he's just talking. That kid has always been devoted to you, and I've been nice to him. As long as I whisper in his ear and use moral blackmail on him, he will definitely soften his heart. In this world, there is no one who doesn't make mistakes. Fong Yu snorted confidently. At the door, Chen Fan was slightly stunned when he heard Fong Yu's words. He didn't expect that the other party would be such a person. Mom, tell me, how did Chen Fan suddenly become a big boss and become so rich? Could it be that he is actually a rich second generation who came to experience the life of a poor person? Zhao Tingting asked in confusion. She knew very well how difficult Chen Fan's life was before. And with that mean girl Nuan Nuan, his life was a mess and he had no time to rest at all. How could such a person suddenly become successful after leaving her? Why do you care how he got rich? It's enough that he has money now. When you see him later, you will cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide. I don't believe that he will remain unmoved. Fan Yu instructed Zhao Tingting. Okay, I understand, Mom. Zhao Tingting nodded heavily. To be honest, I have a good vision. Although I have always looked down on Chen Fan and thought he was a toad, I never showed it. Now, it can be regarded as leaving a way out for my mother and me. Fan Yu couldn't help but sigh at how broad and far-reaching her vision was. Mom, it has to be you. Otherwise, I don't think I would ever see Chen Fan again. Zhao Tingting echoed. Good. Good. That's fucking great. It turns out that it was all pretend. Now that he's away, why not just reveal your true identity and come clean? That's how you play it, right? Make a fool of him? Defraud his sincere heart? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. He was determined to make this mother and daughter regret it to the extreme. Pushing the door open, Chen Fan walked straight in. Chen Fan, you're back. Seeing Chen Fan appear, Fan Yu returned to her gentle look. Chen Fan. Zhao Tingting also quickly stood up from her chair and obediently stepped aside. Auntie, let me pick you up from the hospital. Chen Fan said. Discharge? Fan Yu was stunned. Why should he be discharged from the hospital for no reason? Yes, I have arranged a better hospital for you, the most famous private hospital in Jiangchang. Chen Fan deliberately emphasized. Really? Fan Yu was instantly happy when she heard this, and immediately said to Zhao Tingting beside her, What are you still standing there for? Go and get me discharged from the hospital. Oh, I'll go right away. Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Fan deeply, and finally ran out of the ward. You are so good, Chen Fan. You haven't forgotten your aunt even after you became successful. Fan Yu felt very relieved. She had long since stopped wanting to stay in such a shabby hospital. Several people lived in one ward, and every day she had to put on a smiling face to please others. If Chen Fan hadn't paid for her hospital expenses every month and she wouldn't have to go back and face violent debt collection from various forces, she would not have been willing to stay there. It's my duty. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Soon, Zhao Tingting appeared at the door of the ward with a list in hand. Mom, the discharge procedures have been completed. Shall we leave now? Let's go. Let's go now. Fan Yu said as she lifted the quilt and got off the bed. He moved so swiftly that there was no sign of weakness at all. Chen Fan said nothing, but walked out of the hospital with a sneer on his face. He had previously paid Fan Yu's 6-month hospitalization fee in one lump sum. Logically, she could have stayed in the hospital for more than 3 more months. But now that I have completed the discharge procedures, it is simply impossible for me to stay. Furthermore, although this is a small hospital, beds are very scarce. Fan Yu and Zhao Tingting had just packed up and came out of the ward when they saw a nurse rushing over with several people pushing wheelchairs. Take over Fan Yu's hospital bed as quickly as possible. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining the top private hospital reward. After receiving the reward, Chen Fan took out his phone and said, They just called me and said that the beds in the hospital are full and there are no vacancies. What? Fan Yu, who was excited, heard Chen Fan's words and her face changed. But I asked Tingting to go through the discharge procedures, and now the bed is occupied by someone else. Yeah. Chen Fan's expression was cold, so, you can only go back and live there. How can that be possible? Fan Yu was horrified when she heard that she had to go back, and was extremely unwilling to do so. Chen Fan, you are so rich now, you can definitely arrange a good place for your aunt, right? Fan Yu looked at Chen Fan eagerly. Oh, I am rich, but what does my wealth have to do with you? I have been getting things for free for so many years, you should be content. Chen Fan simply stopped acting, since his goal had been achieved anyway. Chen Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Auntie, why don't I quite understand? Fan Yu looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Chen Fan in front of her, feeling a little uneasy. don't understand? Or are you pretending to be confused? Chen Fan sneered, I heard everything you two said, mother and daughter. What? Fang Yu was stunned. Chen Fan, did you hear everything? Chen Fan, those were all words I said against my will. That's not what I really think. As she said that, Fang Yu walked in front of Chen Fan and reached out to pull Chen Fan. Chen Fan stepped back and said, don't touch me with your dirty hands. Chen Fan, you did it on purpose, right? Zhao Dingting took a while to react and asked loudly, you just want my mother to live on the streets and let everyone laugh at me, right? Chapter 57, Dog Bites Dog, Reward for Enhanced Skill Attribute Temperament plus 10. So what? Chen Fan admitted, I paid for the hospitalization. If I want you to leave, you have to leave. Okay. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. I misjudged you. Zhao Dingting bit her lip, daring to speak but not dare to be angry. When it comes to being despicable and shameless, I can't compare to you. With a cold snort, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste words with them and turned away. Chen Fan, you can't leave. Fang Yu chased after him and grabbed the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. What should I do if you leave? If you ask me to go back, isn't that asking me to die? Those debt collectors are all ruthless villains who kill without blinking an eye. They will definitely not let me go. What does it have to do with me? Chen Fan grabbed Fang Yu's hand and shook it hard, sending Fang Yu flying in an instant. With a thud, Fang Yu was thrown away by Chen Fan and hit hard against the wall. Chen Fan, you. Fang Yu found it hard to believe that Chen Fan's strength was so strong that he could easily throw her so far away. If you come any closer to me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chen Fan warned. Mom, are you okay? Zhao Dingting quickly ran to Fang Yu and asked. I feel like my body is about to fall apart. You please call a doctor to see me. Fang Yu said with great difficulty, bending over. But we have no money. We have no money to call a doctor. Zhao Dingting looked embarrassed. Doctors in small hospitals are very realistic. If you have no money, no one will care whether you live or die. No money? How can you have no money? You should have some. Fang Yu's features were distorted in pain, and he grabbed Zhao Dingting's arm tightly. I don't have much money. Mom, the money I spent before was all from Chen Fan. Having said this, Zhao Dingting raised her head and looked at Chen Fan, just hoping that Chen Fan could have mercy on her. But Chen Fan didn't even look at her. Chen Fan, you can't just ignore my life or death. If anything happens to me, it will be your fault. It was you who pushed me against the wall. Really? You can try to see if it has anything to do with me. Chen Fan smiled coldly. What are you still standing there for? Seeing that Chen Fan was not moved at all, Fang Yu could only place her last hope on Zhao Dingting. What? Zhao Dingting didn't react for a moment. I just taught you, first cry, then make a fuss, then hang yourself. I don't believe that Chen Fan's heart is made of iron. Fang Yu said, gritting her teeth. But Zhao Dingting looked at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan, would he really be soft-hearted? Do as I say. Before Zhao Dingting could finish her words, Fang Yu used all her strength to push Zhao Dingting out. After staggering a few steps, Zhao Dingting managed to stand firm. She turned around and looked at her mother. She sat down on the ground with a determined heart, crying and making a scene. Chen Fan, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I swear, I will only be devoted to you from now on. Chen Fan, look, Dingting already knows she was wrong, so don't bear grudges and pretend nothing happened. We can still be the same as before. Fang Yu flattered him and tried to reconcile. Do you think it's possible? Chen Fan glanced at Fang Yu coldly. He said it so lightly. It didn't happen? It's impossible in this life. Chen Fan said coldly. Seeing how hard-hearted Chen Fan was, Fang Yu knew there was no hope for her daughter. So, she made up her mind and threatened Chen Fan directly. Chen Fan, if you don't arrange a place for me today, I will die in front of you. By then, no matter how rich you are, you will be responsible for a murder. From now on, your children will not be able to take the civil service exam. Then one of you must die now to show me. Facing Fang Yu's threat, Chen Fan was not afraid at all. Chen Fan, how could you be so cold-blooded and heartless? After all, I once sent you food. Even if you don't care about the new feelings, you should at least remember the old ones. Fang Yu never thought that Chen Fan could be so heartless. Aren't the meals you sent me enough to pay for the hospital fees I paid over the years? Chen Fan asked back. Well, you did it willingly. I didn't ask you for it. Fang Yu replied with a guilty conscience. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Another mission? Chen Fan quickly clicked on the virtual interface. Mission, successfully make the target character Fang Yu and Zhao Tingting fight each other, and reward enhanced skill attribute temperament plus 10. Temperament? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and looked at Fang Yu, who didn't think there was anything wrong. Good. That's so unreasonable, isn't it? Chen Fan raised his mouth in disdain. Don't you have a daughter like Zhao Tingting? She will always have to take care of your life and death. If not, you can move to the school and live with her. That won't work. As soon as Chen Fan said this, he was strongly opposed by Zhao Tingting. Our dormitory isn't very big. Besides, if my mom and I squeeze into the dormitory, won't everyone laugh at me? Okay. It turns out that you are the most heartless one. Your mother and I have no place to stay, and you are still afraid that others will laugh at you? Fang Yu was instantly furious when she saw that the daughter she had carefully trained actually despised her at this moment. Mom, what I said is the truth. People will not only laugh at me, but also complain that I am a mama's girl. Zhao Tingting frowned and got up from the ground. I don't want others to look down on me. Didn't you say that Chen Fan would listen to you in everything? Go find him. You. Fang Yu was speechless after hearing what Zhao Tingting said. If Chen Fan really listened to her in everything, would she be like this? Mom, you figure it out yourself. Anyway, I don't have any money to give you. There's no way I can let you live with me. It'll affect my reputation. Zhao Tingting was firm in her attitude. She didn't want to be pestered by her mother. If that was the case, how would she find a partner in the future? You dead girl, I shouldn't have given birth to a money-losing thing like you. Seeing that Zhao Tingting really didn't care about her life or death, Fang Yu was so angry that she didn't care about the pain in her body and ran over to beat Zhao Tingting. Ouch! Zhao Tingting screamed in pain from being beaten. Her mother was really cruel. Mom, if you do this again, I will not be polite to you. Zhao Tingting, who was grabbed by the hair by Fang Yu, couldn't help but speak. Okay. I'm your mother, how dare you talk to me like that? I raised you in vain. Fang Yu said as she pulled Zhao Tingting's hair even harder. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining enhanced attribute skill temperament plus 10. Seeing the two people fighting, Chen Fan picked up the ringing phone. Has the car been delivered? Okay, I'll go down right away. After ending the call, Chen Fan didn't bother to care about where Fang Yu went. Anyway, the mission had been completed, and all he had to do now was to go and welcome his new car. Chapter 58, a Maybach worth 380 million. Not long after Chen Fan left, Zhao Tingting, who had no advantage at all, had to beg for mercy. Mom, there is no point in us fighting like this. Chen Fan is gone. If we don't beg him, it will be too late. Really, he's gone? Fang Yu regained her senses and looked in the direction of Chen Fan, but there was no Chen Fan there, not even a shadow of him. Seeing this, Zhao Tingting quickly broke free from her mother's clutches, touched her scratched face, and dared not say a word. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have come to this. If Chen Fan doesn't arrange a place for me, I don't care what method you use, I will pester you anyway. Don't even think about leaving me. After saying this, Fang Yu quickly raised her foot and chased after him. Zhao Tingting bit her lips tightly. Things were completely different from what she expected. She thought that by asking so many classmates to help her send text messages asking for reconciliation, Chen Fan would be moved and feel compassion. With her mother's encouragement, Chen Fan would definitely reconcile with her. As a result, the result turned out to be like this. It's all my mother's fault. It's all her fault. If she hadn't said those words to Chen Fan, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Although she felt resentful, Zhao Tingting still hurried to catch up. She didn't want to give up even a glimmer of hope. The hospital entrance was blocked by a crowd of people, as if some celebrities were coming to perform. Oh. It's him. When they saw Chen Fan coming, everyone consciously made way for him, knowing that the other party's identity was very unusual. This Maybach worth 300 million yuan, can it be his? No way, doesn't he already have a Rolls-Royce worth hundreds of millions? How can he afford to buy a Maybach that's even more expensive than a Rolls-Royce? This car definitely can't be his. No matter how rich he is, he can't build it like this. He just smashed a Rolls-Royce and immediately replaced it with a more expensive Maybach. This car must belong to someone else. Everyone was commenting on the Maybach and Chen Fan that were parked conspicuously at the door. You are Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, right? A general manager in a suit and tie stood in front of the brand new Maybach. As soon as he saw Chen Fan walking out of the crowd, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. This guy is not only handsome and has a good figure, but most importantly, he is completely different from these ordinary people who look like country bumpkins. Standing in the crowd, she stands out like a crane among chickens, with outstanding temperament. He must be the only one who can afford a Maybach. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. He was a little surprised that the other party recognized him at first sight. Could it be related to the previously enhanced skill attribute temperament? Mr. Chen, this is your Maybach worth 380 million yuan. Please check it. The general manager bent down and presented the car keys with both hands. You, what did you say? Fang Yu's shrill voice like a screaming chicken rang out from behind. Pushing through the crowd, Fang Yu walked a few steps to Chen Fan's side and asked in disbelief, You said this car, how much is it worth? Did she hear it right? It's worth 380 million? This car is the top-of-the-line version of our Maybach, worth 380 million. Although he didn't know who the other person was, the general manager still answered humbly. 380 million. Fang Yu's lips trembled when he heard the other party's answer. How much is this? Zhao Dingting's father only owed a debt of tens of thousands of yuan, but he was chased around the street by someone with a knife, demanding repayment. However, because she had some kidney problems and needed hundreds of thousands of dollars for surgery, she has been putting it off until now. This 380 million, how many kidneys can she buy? Can't count at all. Mr. Chen, do you want to test drive? The general manager asked Chen Fan respectfully. No need. Chen Fan refused. Why try it? If this top-of-the-line luxury car has problems, wouldn't it be like damaging your reputation? Then, please ask Mr. Chen to sign this so that I can report to my superiors when I get back. The general manager immediately took out the list. He liked dealing with such decisive people. Yes. Chen Fan took the pen, and just as he was about to sign his name, the pen in his hand was suddenly taken away by Fang Yu. Chen Fan, you can't sign. You can't sign. This car is so expensive, you can't sign. Fang Yu quickly hid the pen behind her back. Who are you? The general manager saw that the other party knew Chen Fan and could only bear it. I am Chen Fan's future mother-in-law, and he doesn't want to buy this car. Hurry up and ask someone to tow the car away. Fang Yu announced loudly. Mother-in-law? Everyone was shocked. No matter how you look at it, this shrew's appearance is very different from Chen Fan. Mother-in-law, are you worthy? Chen Fan said coldly. Chen Fan, listen to me. You know I'm short of hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a kidney. Why don't you just use the money you would have spent on a car to buy me a kidney and let me have the surgery? Fang Yu said to Chen Fan righteously. What's the point of this car? Aren't they all four-wheeled vehicles? Why does it cost 380 million? Not good. Chen Fan snatched the pen from Fang Yu's hand, and the next second he signed his name on the list in front of Fang Yu. You can go back. Chen Fan handed the pen to the general manager. Okay, Mr. Chen. If you have any questions, you can always contact our Maybach headquarters. After taking the list and pen, the general manager still maintained a flattering attitude. Mom! Zhao Dingting, who had rushed over, saw that her mother was actually standing with Chen Fan. She thought that things had taken a new turn for the better, that Chen Fan had softened his heart and forgiven them for everything they had done before, and she immediately ran to Chen Fan happily. Just as she reached out to hold Chen Fan's hand, Chen Fan immediately pushed her away. Mom, what's going on? Zhao Dingting looked at Fang Yu in confusion. Chen Fan. You are not short of money, why don't you just do it beforehand? Seeing Chen Fan opening the car door and about to leave, Fang Yu hurriedly chased after him and reached out to grab Chen Fan's car door. Let go. Chen Fan no longer had the patience to listen to the mother and daughter's nagging. I won't let go. Chen Fan, you must give me 1 million, not 5 million. Otherwise I will harass you every day. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't even think about doing anything. Fong Yu was determined. She didn't understand why Chen Fan, who was so rich, would not save her life. Why is his heart so dark? Why doesn't he help the dying? Also, don't forget that you have a burden. A cornered dog will do anything. I'm a person who won't live long anyway, and if you really push me into a corner, I'll drag someone else down with me. Seeing that Chen Fan was still unmoved, Fong Yu could only threaten Chen Fan with his weakness. What did you say? Say it again. Chen Fan raised his hand and pinched Fong Yu's neck. Just try to hit on Nuan Nuan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chapter 59, give her a slap and see if she gets crazy again. Upon hearing the mission update, Chen Fan let go of Fong Yu, who was almost suffocated by him. Use your mind to control the virtual interface and open the taskbar. Task, give the target character Fong Yu a slap and see if she still goes crazy. Reward, 30 billion Daihua coins. What? A reward of 30 billion Daihua coins for a slap? Chen Fan looked at the long string of zeros and felt like his eyes were about to be dazzled. This, how much is this? 30 billion? This deal is such a bargain. Mom, are you okay? Zhao Tingting ran to Fong Yu's side, looked at the 5 finger marks clearly visible on her mother's neck, turned around angrily and glared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you are killing people. Murder? Chen Fan pursed his lips. If he really wanted to kill Fong Yu, he wouldn't have to do it at all. When he thought of the mission, Chen Fan sneered, and then slapped Fong Yu in the face. Pop. There was a loud slap, and everyone present was stunned. You, Chen Fan, you hit me? It took Fong Yu a long time to react. Chen Fan actually hit her in front of so many people? Where can she save her face after this? I'm going to fight you. The more Fong Yu thought about it, the angrier she became, and she rushed straight towards Chen Fan. If she hadn't peeled off a layer of skin from Chen Fan today and saved her face, she would not be the tigress of Jiangcheng South Street, Fong Ernyang. Before Fong Yu's hand could touch the corner of Chen Fan's clothes, she was slapped hard in the face again. Louder than before. Fong Yu's face was becoming red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. You! Fong Yu was completely stunned. She never expected that Chen Fan would dare to hit her again. What about me? You came here to get beaten, and you blame me? Chen Fan withdrew his hand. He had never seen such a despicable person who was so eager to come and give himself to him. You bastard! Fong Yu yelled, knowing that she was no match for Chen Fan at all. She turned around and cried to the crowd. Look at me, who is this person? He treats me like this because I am old and seriously ill. You have to help me. After saying that, Fong Yu lay down on the ground. Ouch, my head hurts. My head is buzzing. Tingting, why do I feel like my eyesight is not so good? Why are all the things I see blurry? I am not going to have a concussion, am I? Zhao Tingting glared at Chen Fan fiercely when she heard this. You beat my mother so badly that you have to take responsibility. She deserves it. Chen Fan curled his lips in disdain as he looked at Fong Yu rolling on the ground. If you want to blackmail him, there is no way. Didn't she say she had a concussion? Chen Fan turned to look at the bodyguards not far away. You, send her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Chen Fan deliberately pronounced the 3 words more heavily than the other words. Those who understand will understand. Yes, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, several burly bodyguards walked out. You, what do you want to do? I won't go. I won't go. Seeing several big men coming towards her, Fong Yu wanted to get up from the ground quickly. But before he could get up, one of the bodyguards grabbed him like a chick. Help, please save me, they are not good people, hurry, call the police for me. Fong Yu struggled and tried to ask for help from the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, but no one was willing to stand up and offend a big shot who smashed a Rolls-Royce worth hundreds of millions of dollars one second and replaced it with a more expensive Maybach the next second. Who dares to go against money? Unless this person's brain is filled with tofu dregs. Tingting, you please help me, begged Chen Fan. If not, just call the police. After being taken away by the big man, Fong Yu shouted at Zhao Tingting without giving up. But soon, her figure was lost in the crowd. Chen Fan, what are you going to do to my mother? Zhao Tingting came back to her senses from her shock. She never thought that Chen Fan, besides being rich, would be surrounded by so many bodyguards. How dare she act rashly? What can I do in front of so many people? I can't really kill your mother. Facing Zhao Tingting's questioning, Chen Fan shrugged innocently. Chen Fan was not brave enough to kill someone in front of so many people. After all, doing so would cause public outrage, and he did not want to become a murderer in people's eyes. Then, what exactly do you want to do? When Zhao Tingting heard the word kill, she felt a chill on her neck, as if her head would be separated from her body in the next second. Didn't I just say it? Take your mother to get a checkup. Doesn't she have a concussion? Chen Fan gave a wicked smile. Even if Fong Yu didn't have a concussion before, he had plenty of ways to prove it. His subordinates were not soft-hearted people. No, it's impossible. Your purpose is definitely not that simple. Zhao Tingting felt creepy when she saw the smile on Chen Fan's face. So scary. How could the honest man Chen Fan become so scary? I'm a good person. Chen Fan pursed his lips and shrugged his shoulders. How could anyone think of him as such a bad person? I don't believe it. Zhao Tingting shook her head violently. I want to go and see what you did to my mother. After saying that, Zhao Tingting turned and left. Chen Fan did not stop Zhao Tingting from leaving. He just waved to the bodyguard beside him. Some things did not necessarily require him to do it personally. Now that he has a bodyguard, he doesn't have to do anything himself except for the missions. Mr. Chen. The bodyguard came over. Find a few people to teach her a lesson. Oh, and use some connections to expose her private life at Nanjing University. Chen Fan said in a low voice. Yes, Mr. Chen. The bodyguard glanced at Zhao Tingting's back and nodded. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 30 billion Dahua coins. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his head, Chen Fan turned around without any hesitation, opened the car door and got in. The mission was accomplished, and there was no need for him to stay here. Driving the newly arrived Maybach, Chen Fan raced on the roads of Jiangcheng. Seeing the KFC on the roadside, Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he had promised to take Nguyen to KFC, but due to a series of things, he did not do it. So Chen Fan parked the car not far away and walked towards KFC. As soon as he entered KFC, Chen Fan was stunned. This KFC was really popular and there were many people queuing up. After thinking about it, Chen Fan was too lazy to use his money. After all, if he bought it now, Nguyen would not be out of school yet. And he doesn't need to go to work or anything, so he has a lot of free time. So Chen Fan also joined the long queue. 10 minutes later, just as Chen Fan was about to order a set meal, a fat man with a huge body suddenly squeezed in front of Chen Fan. I want the deluxe set meal 3A, plus set meal 2A. Chapter 60, beat up the opponent and get gold coin critical hit reward. Hey, you cut in line. Looking at the man in front of him who weighed almost 300 kilograms, Chen Fan couldn't tell whether the other person's voice was male or female. Anyway, it was very sharp, and he didn't know how to address the other person. I cut in line? Say it again, what line did I cut in? The man turned his head and looked at Chen Fan, with a threatening look in his not-so-big eyes. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Oh no, another mission? Chen Fan was stunned, then opened the virtual interface. Mission, beat up the opponent and get gold coin critical hit reward. Gold coin critical hit? Chen Fan punched the opponent in the abdomen without any hesitation. Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Fuck. You dared to hit me? Do you know who I am? The man grabbed Chen Fan by the collar, as if Chen Fan's punch didn't cause much damage to him. Damn. Miscalculated. Chen Fan then realized that the other person's body was full of fat, and he couldn't cause any harm to him with his usual strength. No wonder, when he threw the punch just now, he felt a rebound. I don't care who you are. If you cut in line with me, you deserve to be beaten. Chen Fan grabbed the other person's hand and used 70% of his strength to lift the fat man up. Wow. Superman. Many children in KFC were stunned when they saw this scene and clapped their hands. Superman is so awesome. He is so strong. You, what are you going to do? You put me down, otherwise I will call me uncle. However, before the man could finish his words, he was thrown directly at Chen Fan's feet. Boom, boom, boom. The whole house was shaking and it was obvious, like a small earthquake. Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a 100,000 gold coin critical hit reward. You just wait for me. I'm going to ask my uncle to kill you. The man raised his head, tears in his eyes, looking like he was about to cry. Beat me? Chen Fan stepped directly on the man's back, which was still full of fat, and grabbed his hair. Reach out and slap the other person in the face. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a 100,000 gold coin critical hit reward. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 100,000 plus 2. System: obtain 100,000 plus 3. System: get 100,000 plus 10. After slapping him 10 times, Chen Fan's hands became sore before he let go of the man and stood up. Aren't you going to look for your uncle? Go ahead. Woo, my face hurts so much, woo. The man covered his swollen face with his hands, bit his lips and cried in grievance. If you want to cry, go away and cry. Chen Fan frowned. The crying sound of boiling water was really annoying. Woo. The man looked at the fierce Chen Fan and dared not cry out anymore. Humph. Wouldn't everything be fine if you just line up properly? Why do you have to cut in line with me? Is my line so easy to cut in? Do I look so easy to bully? Chen Fan snorted coldly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he ordered all the food from KFC. He wants to let baby Nuan eat enough at one time. You wait. I'll go call my uncle. While Chen Fan was ordering food, the man got up from the ground, threw down these words, then turned around and ran towards the door. Chen Fan didn't care about the words left by the other party. How is this deterrent compared to what Grey Wolf always says before leaving? I will come back sooner or later. Holding the ticket, Chen Fan sat aside. Soon, the sound of clear wind chimes was heard at the door. That guy, he's back. It's over. This uncle is finished. That guy is the little bully in our neighborhood. My parents won't let me play with him. They also told me to stay away from him. The children around Chen Fan all looked at him nervously, feeling nervous for him. Uncle, where is he? He was the one who beat me. After looking around in KFC, the man saw Chen Fan sitting in the corner. He immediately pointed at Chen Fan and said to the middle-aged man behind him. After hearing this, the middle-aged man in a jacket immediately walked towards Chen Fan and looked down at Chen Fan, who was playing the landlord game. It was you who beat my nephew like this? Hearing the voice from above his head, Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the man standing behind the middle-aged man. Although his face was swollen like a pig's head, he was still arrogant. I hit him. Since you were the one who hit the man, then things will be easy. I'll give you two choices. One is to pay 1 million in compensation. The other is to get beaten up, said the middle-aged man with full energy. I don't choose any of them. After changing the landlord game to trusteeship, Chen Fan stood up sullenly. Don't choose. It's not up to you. The middle-aged man didn't expect Chen Fan to be so tough. Uncle, don't waste your time talking to him. Hurry up and get your men to arrest him. The man grabbed the corner of the middle-aged man's clothes and shouted in a dominant manner. Boy, I advise you not to be so stubborn. I am the boss in this area. Everyone has to listen to me. The middle-aged man touched the ruby ring on his hand, with a proud look in his eyes. Really? Chen Fan disagreed. It turned out to be a local tyrant. He thought he was some big shot. What's your attitude? Seeing that Chen Fan looked indifferent and didn't seem to be shocked by his identity, the middle-aged man immediately slammed the table. Don't think I'm just threatening you. Chen Fan punched the other person directly in the face. With a thud, the middle-aged man fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, there was a 300-pound fat man behind him to support him, so he didn't fall to the ground. Since ancient times, villains have all died because of their excessive talking. Glancing at the middle-aged man with a nosebleed, Chen Fan picked up his phone and walked towards the ordering counter. He had packed everything. It was almost time for Nuanyuan to finish school, so he could drive his new car and take Nuanyuan's favorite food to pick up baby Nuanyuan. As soon as Chen Fan took the things, he was stopped by the middle-aged man again. You dared to hit me? The middle-aged man blocked his nostrils with a tissue snatched from a passerby's table and pointed at Chen Fan in anger. Today, if you can walk out of this door, I will no longer be surnamed Wang. After saying that, the middle-aged man quickly took out his cell phone and said, hurry up and call some people over. Not many, just about 20 will do. After the middle-aged man hung up the phone, he said to Chen Fan in a very arrogant manner, "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't use it. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to wait for death." Chapter 61. What? The entire commercial street as a reward. Chen Fan? Is this guy mentally healthy? Let him wait obediently? Is Chen Fan so obedient? Ignoring the man's warning, Chen Fan walked straight to the door. You actually want to run away? The middle-aged man watched Chen Fan swaggering out of KFC and wanted to chase him to stop him, but he didn't dare. His nose still hurts a little. But he still followed out, because the person he called should have arrived. Seeing that the thugs on the left had arrived, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan, who was walking towards the left with great pride. Didn't this just happen to run into the muzzle of his gun? It's him. Catch him, the middle-aged man ordered with full confidence. Upon hearing this, the group of people immediately surrounded Chen Fan, making it impossible for him to escape. "Aren't you very arrogant? Now you know how powerful I am." The middle-aged man walked over. "Powerful?" Chen Fan looked with disdain at the thugs in front of him, who looked very strong but were actually useless. These people are not enough to fill his teeth. Ding dong. System prompt: the task has been updated. Oh no, another mission? Chen Fan excitedly opened the virtual interface. Mission: slap the target character Wang Hao in the face and get the entire South Street commercial street as a reward. The whole commercial street? Chen Fan looked at the South Street with no dragon head or snake tail through the gaps between the people in disbelief. As long as he completes the task, this street will be his? Brother Tonzi, you are too generous to him. This is Jiangcheng South famous commercial street, where you can eat, drink, and have fun all on one street. It is said that Nanjie contributes 60% to Jiangcheng's GDP. Now, it is going to belong to him, Chen Fan? You little brat, don't you like to run away? Why don't you run away now? I gave you the chance to escape, but you ran away. The middle-aged man saw that Chen Fan didn't say anything, so he continued to sneer. You dare to challenge me, the district chief? You don't want to live anymore. District head? Chen Fan was stunned. Why did he feel like he had heard this word somewhere before? What's wrong? Are you scared, silly? You don't even dare to fart. Seeing that there was still no response, the middle-aged man frowned in dissatisfaction. At this time, shouldn't this kid admit his mistake to him and beg for forgiveness? Chen Fan. Are there always so many villains? Like a woman, chattering and whining. With a sigh, Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked the nearest person in the chest. The man flew backwards and hit the person behind him with such great force that most people could not withstand such an impact. They fell one after another. A circle with Chen Fan as the center point immediately had a gap as those people fell. District chief, right? Today I will let you know that the district chief is not omnipotent. Chen Fan said this to the surprised middle-aged man, and he kept attacking the other thugs. Soon, more than a dozen thugs rushed towards Chen Fan, each of them coming with a ferocious momentum, as if they wanted to skin Chen Fan alive. With a side kick and a sweeping kick, Chen Fan easily knocked down several people. Then, he kicked the thug who was lying on the ground and groaning, like kicking a shuttlecock, and jumped up from the spot, kicking the man towards the other thugs who were surrounding him for the second time, like throwing a bowling ball. Boom, bang, bang. Several thugs fell heavily to the ground. In just a few moments, Chen Fan easily dealt with the 20 thugs, without spilling any of the coke in his hand. You? The middle-aged man looked at the thugs groaning in pain on the ground, his face full of disbelief. In less than a minute, he defeated 20 people by himself? This must be a lie. It's acting. How is this possible? With a sneer, Chen Fan walked directly towards the middle-aged man. The mission had not been completed yet, and he had to continue to complete it. Dad. At this moment, a man's voice sounded not far away. When Chen Fan heard this, he felt something was wrong. Wasn't this the voice of the mobile phone store owner who had looked down on him before? Turning back, Chen Fan pursed his lips. It was indeed the other person. Oh. Chen Fan suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that he had heard the term district head somewhere before. Didn't it come from the store manager? Nobita, why are you here? The middle-aged man was startled when he saw the man appear on the right. I heard that you called 20 brothers over here. I happened to be nearby, so I came over to take a look. Dad, who made you unhappy? The man with a plaster cast on his hand hanging in front of his chest walked up to the middle-aged man and asked curiously, "Brother, it's him. He beat me and made me like this. I'm going to ask my uncle to teach him a lesson." Before the middle-aged man could speak, the fat man on the side spoke first. "He?" The store manager looked sideways. What the hell? He was suddenly startled. Why did he feel that this person looked so familiar? Why does he look a bit like the guy named Chen Fan? Raising his hand, the manager rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he had made a mistake? After putting his hand down, the store manager stepped back on the spot. "Yes, it's him. It's really him." His voice was trembling. The whole person's expression was one of extreme fear. "What do you mean, him?" The middle-aged man saw his son showing such a frightened expression and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that this guy is someone of great importance? "Yes, it was Chin Fan who beat me up like this." The store manager hid behind his cousin in fear, complaining, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that it was him? If you knew it was him, I wouldn't have come to join in the fun." He knew better than anyone how ruthless this man was. So much so that when he saw him now, his legs were shaking and weak without any control. It was him? The district chief's eyes widened instantly. It turned out that this person was the one who beat his son like this? "It's true, enemies often meet on a narrow road," Chen Fan said. As soon as Chen Fan said this, the store manager immediately knelt down in front of Chen Fan and said, "Brother, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just passing by." "Nobita, get up." Seeing that his own son was kneeling down in front of a stranger, the district chief immediately reached out to grab him. "What a shame. Dad, you also kneel down to Chen Fan," Nobita said, and then he forced the middle-aged man to kneel down. Nobita, who was already quite strong, easily made his father kneel beside him. He grabbed his father's hand, then turned around and yelled at his dumbfounded cousin, "And you troublemaker, kneel down." The fat guy didn't dare to hesitate at all and knelt down beside Nobita with clumsy movements. "Brother, look, we have all knelt down in front of you. Can you please let us go?" Turning around, Nobita was so scared that his mouth was limp, and he asked in fear and trepidation. Chapter 62, One person makes a mistake and the entire clan is exterminated. "Nobita, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man was suddenly unable to react. "Dad, why did you pick on him when you could pick on anyone else?" Nobita was full of regret at this moment. "Him?" Hearing his son say this, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan. Could it be that this kid was of great importance? The middle-aged man suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw his son, who was usually fearless, showing such a terrified expression and kneeling down immediately. The other party must be someone powerful. Moreover, he is the kind that they can't afford to offend at all. He knows his own son very well. "Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out and everything will be fine." After the middle-aged man figured it out, he immediately flattered Chen Fan. "Misunderstanding?" Chen Fan sneered, "Didn't you ask someone to teach me a lesson? How did it become a misunderstanding?" If he didn't have some skills, the person who got beaten today would be Chen Fan. Picking up the phone, Chen Fan didn't want to waste any more time talking to them and called his bodyguard directly. Anyway, he hasn't completed his mission yet, so he has plenty of time to wait for his bodyguards to arrive. In front of KFC on South Street, "Come quickly," Chen Fan said these few words concisely and ended the call. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please don't blame me. I don't want to die yet. I just got out of the hospital and don't want to go back in." Looking at Chen Fan, who had hung up the phone, the manager quickly knelt down in front of Chen Fan and reached out to hug Chen Fan's legs. Chen Fan stepped back in disgust. "Don't touch me." Yes, I won't touch you, I definitely won't touch you," the manager responded quickly. "He is your father. Do you think this matter has nothing to do with you?" In ancient times, if one person made a mistake, the entire clan would be exterminated. You must know that, right? Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at the store manager in front of him. It seemed that the lesson from last time was deeply imprinted in his mind. Although he managed to survive half of his life, he looked completely different from before. He was very weak and looked like he would collapse at any time. When the store manager heard this, he was so scared that sweat started to break out from his forehead. Then, he stood up viciously and walked to his cousin and kicked him without hesitation, as his cousin was still playing with his fingers at this time. You're already a middle school student, and you don't have any sense at all? Why do you have to provoke someone who shouldn't be provoked? Junior high school? Is Chen Fan stupid? Don't tell him that the fat guy is not a man, but a naughty kid who is only in high school. Ah, brother, stop hitting me, woo-woo, uncle, save me as the manager kicked harder. The fat boy let out sharp cries. Come on, Nobita, why don't you just say it nicely? Why are you arguing with a 14-year-old kid? Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly stood up and pulled his son. Care about it? Dad. Do you want our whole family to die because of him? Nobita said angrily, pointing at his cousin who was howling on the ground. Is he really that powerful? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he heard his son's words. The whole family is sending themselves to die, is it that serious? What else could it be? Why do you think I, a veteran, would be beaten to the point where I was left with only one breath left? Nobita shook off the middle-aged man's hand. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. You mean, he is that person? Uncle, save me, save me. Seeing that his cousin was about to punch and kick him again, the fat man quickly hid behind the middle-aged man. You? Looking at his nephew who kept asking him for help, the middle-aged man felt conflicted. Rumble. Several black business cars stopped behind Chen Fan. Mr. Chen. More than a dozen bodyguards got out of the car. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man had a bad feeling in his heart. Coach? Seeing one of them, Nobita knelt down to Chen Fan again. Why are you here? The bodyguard on Chen Fan's left side looked a little surprised when he saw Nobita. I didn't expect to meet his former subordinates here. Coach, please help me plead with him. We know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, we will do anything. Seeing that there was an acquaintance around, Nobita immediately seized the opportunity. It's just business as usual. We'll follow Mr. Chen's orders in everything. Faced with Nobita's request, the bodyguard directly refused. Coach, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. So, the group of bodyguards behind this young man were actually retired mercenaries? When he thought of this possibility, the middle-aged man lost his balance for a moment, staggered, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Anyone who can afford to hire mercenaries is not an ordinary person, and they cannot afford to offend him at all. This time, they might have provoked a deity. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the entire South Street Commercial Street as a reward. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Chen Fan turned around contentedly and gave a few instructions to the bodyguards. Yes. The bodyguards answered in unison. Then, Chen Fan stepped past the bodyguards and walked towards his car. Brother, don't go, don't go. I don't want to die, the manager's wailing voice came from behind. However, Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to it. Why are there naughty children? It's because their parents didn't teach them well. Since it's the parents' responsibility, then none of them can escape responsibility. Let go? That's impossible. After getting in the car, Chen Fan drove away from the scene in just a few moments and headed straight for Tianfu School. Maybe it happened to be the time when school was over, and the entrance of Tianfu School was blocked by a huge crowd. It is difficult for people to walk, let alone drive. Oh my god. Isn't that the boss? What boss? Damn. It's him. Oh my god, I didn't expect to run into him again today. I don't know if he likes the gift I gave his daughter. I say, shouldn't we take the initiative to make way for the boss at this time? Someone proposed it, and someone agreed to it. Soon, the vehicles that were originally blocking Chen Fan were all moved to both sides under the arrangement of these people, leaving Chen Fan with a road that was wide enough for two cars to run side by side. Mr. Chen, please come in. One of the parents walked directly to Chen Fan's car, bowed and led the way. Chen Fan. To be honest, this is the first time he has encountered such treatment. I have to say, taking shortcuts is really cool. Since they had already done this, Chen Fan had no choice but to accept the favor and drove directly to the school gate. Dad, woo-woo. After coming out of school, Nuanyuan saw Chen Fan getting off the car, and immediately ran towards Chen Fan crying. What's wrong? Seeing his daughter crying so sadly, Chen Fan hugged her with heartache, his brows furrowed and his face cold. When the people around saw this, they didn't even dare to breathe. Hugging Chen Fan's neck, Nuanyuan cried breathlessly, and said with tears in her eyes, Wow, Dad, someone is bullying Nuanyuan, pulling Nuanyuan's hair, it hurts Nuanyuan. Chapter 63 rewards Disney's largest amusement park. What? Chen Fan was instantly furious. How dare you bully his daughter? Are you tired of living? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Here comes the mission. Chen Fan quickly opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Task, help Nuan Nuan vent her anger and get Disneyland as a reward. Disneyland? Isn't that a paradise for children? Not to mention that there is such a mission. Even if there is no such mission, he will seek justice for their baby Nuan Nuan. Who is it? Tell Daddy who bullied you. Chen Fan asked. Even if he had to turn the entire Tianfu school upside down, he would find this person. No, it won't be my good-for-nothing son, will it? It can't be my naughty daughter. It's over. Why do I feel like the little bully that I used to be at home all day long? Everyone began to panic, fearing that it was their own child. Yes, it's a kid named Han Lei. Nuanyuan pursed her lips and sniffed her red nose. Han Lei? Phew, I haven't heard of him. Luckily he's not from my family. I would be scared to death. That's right. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Fortunately, my daughter is doing well. Han Lei, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Hey, isn't this the grandson of Mr. Han? Master Han? The Master Han you are talking about could not be. Yes, it's him. No wonder Han Lei is so bold, there is a reason. Listening to everyone's conversations, Chen Fan finally heard some useful information from them. Han Lei's parent seems to be a remarkable figure in Zhangcheng. Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the principal's anxious voice rang in my ears. But as soon as he heard that Mr. Chen's precious daughter was bullied, he immediately put down his work and took the lead in dealing with it. Misunderstanding? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiao. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Let's go to the office to talk? Principal Zhang bowed and nodded, for fear of making Chen Fan unhappy. Chen Fan did not agree immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Nuan Nuan in his arms, and asked softly, Nuan Nuan, is it still painful? If it hurts, let's go to the hospital? Nuanyuan doesn't feel any pain anymore. Nuanyuan shook her head. After seeing Daddy, Nuanyuan doesn't feel any pain anymore. After hearing Nuanyuan's words, Chen Fan felt like his heart was about to melt. How could there be such a lovable little person in this world? After pinching Nuan Nuan's chubby face, Chen Fan looked at Principal Zhang and said, let's go. Afterwards, Chen Fan returned to the car and drove directly into the school with Nuanyuan in his car. I feel like something big is going to happen. This Mr. Chen seems very powerful, but the Han family is not weak either. If these two clash, I don't know who will win or lose. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? I bet the Han family will win. Why can the Han family win? On the contrary, I think that Mr. Chen has a greater chance of winning. He looks to be in his early 20s. To have such a status, you can imagine how strong he is. I don't think so. Mr. Chen is quite young, but the Han family is deeply rooted in our Jiangcheng. It is not something that ordinary people can shake. Watching Chen Fan drive the car in, everyone began to make their own guesses. The car soon stopped downstairs of the office building of Tianfu School. As soon as Chen Fan got out of the car, he saw Principal Zhang rushing down from the school's special car. Mr. Chen. Let's go upstairs. Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan, turned around and went upstairs. When Chen Fan arrived at the principal's office and just sat down, Principal Zhang personally made him a pot of tea. If you have something to say it quickly. Chen Fan didn't have much patience. Mr. Chen, this is what happened. As soon as I heard the secretary report, I immediately went to inquire about the matter. That little boy named Han Lei, in fact, he didn't mean to bully your precious daughter. Principal Zhang brought a cup of hot tea and a bottle of milk for Nuanyuan. Not intentional? How can you be sure? Chen Fan took the tea from Principal Zhang and put it aside. That kid said that he bullied Princess Nuanyuan. Yes, it was because he liked Princess Nuanyuan. Principal Zhang said, bending over. I love my baby. Chen Fan's voice instantly rose when he heard the principal's words. In my mind, the image of an ugly fat pig digging up cabbages kept flashing. No. I don't agree. Chen Fan said firmly. Don't worry, we will definitely not let him do whatever he wants. Seeing Chen Fan's big reaction, Principal Zhang quickly comforted him. The love between children is not that complicated. He bullies Nuanyuan just because he likes her. That won't do. Chen Fan said righteously, bullying is bullying. He must be responsible for the harm done to my Nuanyuan. He is a naughty boy at such a young age, but he likes female classmates. Besides, Nuanyuan from their family has just arrived in this school. From this we can see that this little boy is not a good person. He is tempted by beauty and will definitely be a scumbag when he grows up. Yes, he has to take responsibility. I also called Han Lei's home, and they will probably send someone over soon. Principal Zhang quickly echoed. That's fine. After getting a satisfactory answer, Chen Fan picked up the tea beside him and took a sip. Dad, when are we going home? Nuanyuan is a little hungry. Baby Nuanyuan, who was sitting on Chen Fan's lap, raised her little head and asked. Be good, wait a few more minutes. Daddy bought you your favorite KFC. Chen Fan rubbed Nuanyuan's head. If he had known earlier, he should have taken out some food for Nuanyuan when he was in the car just now. Really? When she heard about KFC, Nuanyuan's eyes suddenly widened and sparkled like a gem. Of course, Dad won't lie to Nuanyuan. Chen Fan nodded. I knew that good things would happen when Nuanyuan met her dad. Nuanyuan gave Chen Fan a big smile. Hello? Chen Fan heard a familiar voice as the knock on the door came. Turning his head, he was dumbfounded. The person who came was actually Li Nuan? Could it be that Han Lei was her son? No way. Chen Fan. He was disdainful of using the information he obtained to obtain his identity on Li Nuan. After all, Li Nuan had never had any benefit from him. But when Chen Fan saw the little boy holding hands with her and who looked somewhat similar to her, he couldn't help it. Directly opened the identity to obtain information skills. In an instant, a string of information glowing blue appeared above Li Nuan's head. Name, Li Nuan. Gender, female. Height, 170. Weight, 51. Chest, 88. Waist, 60. Hips, 90. Job, president of multiple companies. Marital status, single. Children, 1. Gender, female. Age, 3 years old. Chapter 64, The father is gone and the son is kept. Never been in love? But children, 1. Gender, female. Age, 3 years old. Chen Fan thought he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again, and it was indeed correct. Didn't they say that Li Nuan's child died? Perhaps the child who died in infancy is not counted? After all, the person is dead. He just didn't quite understand. How could a man who was unmarried have a child? Have you ever been in love? The only thing Chen Fan could think of was to get rid of the father and keep the son. After all, in this internet age, aren't there many feminists shouting that women are financially independent and better than men in every way, and that it is useless to have men? It is really unlikely for a peerless beauty like Li Nuan to be abandoned. Auntie, I don't like it here. When are we going home? The little boy standing next to Li Nuan pouted and asked unhappily. Why go home? You bullied a little girl, you must come and apologize. Li Nuan did not notice Chen Fan's presence, and spoke very seriously to the little boy beside her. Chen Fan. So, this little boy is not Li Nuan's child? That's right, the information on the ID card says it's a female, not a male, so how could it be her child? Dad, it's him. When he sat behind Nuanyuan, he often disturbed Nuanyuan in class and pulled Nuanyuan's hair. Seeing the little boy appear at the door, Nuanyuan hurriedly pulled Chen Fan's sleeve. Little princess, you are here too. Hearing Nuanyuan's voice, the little boy immediately turned his head to look, and all the unhappiness on his face disappeared. Then he broke free from Li Nuan's hand and ran towards Nuanyuan. Sorry. Li Nuan was about to apologize when she saw Chen Fan sitting on the sofa. Chen Fan? Li Nuan was stunned. So, the person her nephew bullied was little baby Nuanyuan? Beautiful sister. Nuanyuan also noticed Li Nuan's presence and immediately lay down from Chen Fan's legs. She pushed away the little boy who was running towards her happily and fell down, and ran straight towards Li Nuan. Beautiful sister, why are you here? Are you here just to see Nuanyuan? Nguyen excitedly pulled Li Muwen's hand and shook it. Chen Fan. Looking at Nguyen's sweet smile, and then looking at Li Muwen who was also smiling, Chen Fan raised his hands and rubbed his eyes. He must be dazzled, otherwise why would he feel that Nguyen looks 70% similar to Li Muwen when she smiles? You must be Nguyen's father. The little boy put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at Chen Fan with a stern face and squinted eyes. Yeah. Chen Fan retracted his gaze and looked at the little boy in front of him. Her skin is as white porcelain without any blemishes, her lips are rosy, and her eyebrows are bright and her teeth are white. Although he didn't want to admit it, the little boy was indeed very good looking. It was obvious from a young age that he would definitely be a girl killer when he grew up. But even so, Chen Fan still felt that he was unworthy and not worthy of their precious daughter in any way. Yes, I am Nguyen's father. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and put on a strong attitude. I thought he would scare the other party with this, but he came straight to the point and said, in this case, I will inform you that I will marry Nguyen in the future. What? Chen Fan thought he had heard it wrong. Lele, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Nguyen walked over holding Nguyen's hand and slapped the little boy without any hesitation. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll spank you. Well. Aunt, I'm not wrong. When I grow up, I want to marry Nguyen as my wife. Rubbing his beaten head, the little boy pouted with extreme grievance. If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you up. Li Nguyen immediately raised her hand. Mr. Li, please calm down, please calm down. Upon seeing this, Principal Zhang quickly stepped forward to try to mediate. As adults, we don't need to take children's words to heart. They are just joking. Chen Fan, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that the brat would like your daughter. Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan with great guilt. She had heard from other teachers about the course of events and how things had developed. It's okay if he likes it, the main thing is that he hurt Nguyen. Faced with Li Muwen's apology, Chen Fan didn't know what to do. If it were any other parent, he would definitely be justified. Did you hear that? You hurt Nguyen, apologize to her quickly. Li Muwen slapped the back of the little boy's head again. Little princess, I'm sorry. I bullied you because I like you. Please don't be angry with me, okay? This time, the little boy did not contradict Li Muwen, but apologized to Nguyen seriously. Well, now that you've apologized to me, I forgive you. Nguyen glanced at Li Muwen who was looking at her, and finally took the initiative to reach out and hold the little boy's hand. Then, can I still like you? The little boy immediately pulled Nguyen's hand excitedly. Chen Fan. Grass. Why did he find this scene so blaring? The more I watch it, the more unhappy I feel. No. Baby Nguyen refused firmly. Chen Fan. Right. That's it. Let this brat give up from now on. At this moment, Chen Fan wished he could give his precious daughter a big reward. Why? The little boy asked in confusion, why don't you let me like you? Because you like me, you will bully me. I don't want you to bully me. Chen Fan. He raised his hand and held his forehead. He was speechless. No, he was extremely speechless. Doesn't Nguyen mean that if you don't bully me, you can continue to like me? Well, then I will never bully you again and will protect you well, okay? The little boy held the warm little hand with both of his hands very sincerely. Not good. Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch it any longer and took the little boy's dirty hands away. He picked Nguyen up. Nguyen was his and no one could snatch her away from him. Dad? Nguyen tilted her head and blinked her big watery eyes at Chen Fan. Nguyen, let's ignore him. He is a little bad guy and he just wants to deceive you. Chen Fan said angrily. Chen Fan. Hearing Chen Fan say this about his nephew, Li Muwen wanted to explain. After all, she watched Han Lei grow up, and the child was kind by nature. The reason why he bullied Nguyen was that the child thought that if he liked her, he should bully her and then attract her attention. It has nothing to do with bad guys. Well, let's be frank. We can't ignore the short-term harm he caused to Nguyen just because he likes her. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Li Muwen and said with determination. Yes, you are right. Li Muwen nodded in agreement. So, Nguyen should treat him the same way he treats her, so that he can understand that love is not harm. Chen Fan continued. Yes. Li Muwen continued to nod. Indeed, it is time for Han Lei to experience it personally so that he can understand the truth and not make such childish mistakes in the future. Then, what do you want to do? Li Muwen asked Chen Fan. Chapter 65. Please, give us a way out. How to do it? Chen Fan thought for a moment, lowered his head and asked Nuan baby, how did he bully you? He pulled Nuanyuan's hair and tugged at her little skirt like that. Nuanyuan answered truthfully. Okay, then you treat him the way he treats you. Li Muwen stood up and said, without any selfish intention to protect her nephew. Ah. Nuan opened her mouth slightly, is it okay? Of course, Nuanyuan, don't show mercy to this brat. You should let him know clearly how much harm his actions have caused you. Li Muwen squatted in front of Nuanyuan, raised her hand to rub Nuanyuan's head, and spoke softly. But? Nuanyuan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan. Go ahead. Chen Fan was already unhappy that the little boy bullied their precious daughter and liked their precious daughter, and he wished Nuanyuan would do this. It would be best to use this to discourage the little boy from coveting their precious daughter and make him never dare to like their precious daughter again. With Chen Fan's words and the encouragement from her beautiful sister, Nuanyuan walked up to Han Lei. She reached out and carefully tugged at the boy's clothes, then reached out and pulled Han Lei's hair. Okay, we're even now. Don't bully me in the future, and I won't bully you either. Taking her hand back, Nuanyuan looked at Han Lei with tears in his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, I will never bully you again. Han Lei pursed his lips, and his distinct eyelashes were wet with tears. After saying this firmly, he ran towards Li Muwen and hugged Li Muwen's slender yet even thighs tightly. Wow, Auntie. Do you feel the pain now? Li Muwen bent over and tidied up Han Lei's slightly messy hair. You feel the pain, doesn't Nuanyuan know it? And you're a boy, so you didn't use any gentle force. I understand. Lei knows he was wrong and will never do this again. Han Lei raised his head and nodded heavily with red eyes. You know you're wrong, why don't you go and apologize to Nuanyuan? Li Muwen was very relieved to hear Han Lei say this. I understand, Aunt. Han Lei turned around and walked towards Nuanyuan again, and knelt on the ground with a plop. He kowtowed to Nuanyuan. Li Muwen? Chen Fan. Nuanyuan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Han Lei's eyes were firm, as if he was joining the party, very clear and resolute. You've apologized to me, so I forgive you. Nuanyuan nodded, then walked forward and stretched out her hand to help Han Lei up. Bite. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining Disneyland. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan felt very disappointed and didn't feel any joy of receiving the reward at all. Why did things develop differently from what he expected? Why don't you thank Nuanyuan? Li Muwen looked at the two people who had reconciled and urged, but not every little girl is as kind as Nuanyuan and will forgive you so easily. Thank you, Nuanyuan. After Li Muwen's reminder, Han Lei quickly said to Nuanyuan solemnly. Pretty sister. After letting go of Han Lei, Nuan ran to Li Muwen and took her hand. Are you Han Lei's aunt? Can you come home with me later? Go home together? Li Muwen was stunned. Yes, we have a lot of delicious food at home. I want my beautiful aunt to come to our house to eat. Is that okay? Nuanyuan asked cautiously, fearing that she would be rejected. Hearing Nuanyuan's words, Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable. If Nuanyuan hadn't had an unhappy life in the past, she wouldn't have been so self-deprecating. If Li Muwen refused, he couldn't imagine how much of a blow it would cause to Nuanyuan's psychology. Just when Chen Fan was about to beg Li Muwen took the lead and said, okay, I also want to go and see what Nuanyuan's family is like and how they can raise such a cute and kind little baby. Chen Fan. My heart suddenly felt warm. Fortunately, Li Muwen did not refuse. Oh yeah. Hearing Li Muwen's answer, Nuanyuan was so happy that she jumped up on the spot. Then can I go with you? Han Lei asked in a very low voice. Can't. All right. Chen Fan and Nuan said the same thing. Chen Fan's attitude was very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Lei. You have to go to other tutoring classes today. Li Muwen took a look at Chen Fan and knew what Chen Fan was thinking, and immediately found a reason for Han Lei. No. Lei doesn't want to go to the tutoring class. Lei wants to go to Nuanyuan's house with his aunt. Han Lei shook his head. Seeing this, Li Muwen did not yell at Han Lei for being disobedient, but walked to Han Lei's side, bent down and whispered in his ear. If Lele doesn't want Nuanyuan to be snatched away by other boys, then Lele must become better and more like a prince in order to protect little Princess Nuanyuan. Hearing Li Nyuan's words, Han Lei pursed his lips and said nothing, looking straight at Nuanyuan, who walked to Chen Fan's side. Okay. I'll listen to my aunt and go to the tutoring class. The little boy's voice was extremely firm and unshakable. Hearing Han Lei's answer, Chen Fan looked at Li Nyuan in surprise. Li Nyuan spoke so softly that he didn't hear anything. I don't know what she said to Han Lei that made the little brat who was determined to fight to the death change his mind. Okay, I'll let Uncle Zheng take you there. Li Nyuan stood up with satisfaction and rubbed Han Lei's head. So, is this the end of the matter? Principal Zhang stepped forward and asked after seeing that the atmosphere had eased somewhat. Yeah. Chen Fan looked at Li Nyuan deeply before responding. Li Nyuan nodded at Chen Fan with a faint smile on her lips. After sending Han Lei to the car, Nuanyuan couldn't wait to come to Li Nyuan's side. Pretty sister, please get in my dad's car. My dad's new car is so big. Okay. Li Nyuan responded to Nuanyuan with a smile. Chen Fan had no choice but to walk to the car and open the door. This car is indeed very big for a child, but for a female president like Li Nyuan, she has already seen a lot, and to her, it is probably just an ordinary car. Wow, there are so many KFCs. As soon as she got in the car, Nuanyuan was attracted by the rich aroma. This is the KFC that your dad prepared for you. Do you like it? Chen Fan took the shopping bag and took out a hamburger from it and handed it to Nuanyuan. I like it very much, I like it very much. He took the delicious hamburger and nodded heavily. Do you want one? Chen Fan asked Li Nyuan beside him. Okay. Li Nyuan did not refuse. This was beyond Chen Fan's expectations. He thought girls would be somewhat resistant to this thing. After all, eating this thing seemed to make people gain weight easily. He also took out a burger from the bag and gave it to Li Nyuan. Not enough, there are more here, take as much as you want. After saying that, Chen Fan put the bag down and then walked around to the driving seat. As the car drove to the door, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Fortunately, Chen Fan braked in time to avoid a car accident. The man knelt down in front of Chen Fan's car and begged bitterly, please, please, give us a way out. Chapter 66, Refuse to get entangled and be rewarded with superb skill control. What? Chen Fan looked at the man kneeling in front of the car, confused. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen this face. I have no connection with this person at all, so why should I let him go? Isn't this framing him and ruining his reputation? Turning his head to look at Li Nyuan and Nuanyuan, who were sitting in the back seat, Chen Fan opened the door and got out in order not to disturb them. I'll take care of it. Yeah, okay. Li Nyuan nodded in response. Lifting his foot, Chen Fan walked in front of the man, frowning slightly. I have no grudge against you, why do you say such words in front of so many people? Doesn't this create an image of him as a villain in front of everyone? You must be Mr. Chen Fan, right? My son offended you before because of something, and now he is still lying in the hospital. Our family is not rich to begin with, and now that he is lying here, how can we afford to give the money to the hospital? The hospital wants to kick my son out because we can't pay. You can't just ignore this. Seeing this, the man immediately stepped forward, hugged Chen Fan's thigh and cried. Chen Fan. From the time he had the system until now, many people had provoked him, and for a moment he couldn't remember who they were. What's your son's name? Chen Fan asked. My son's name is Huang Jiangwo. He used to be the captain of the security team here. Upon hearing this, the man immediately started explaining. Oh. After hearing what the man said, Chen Fan suddenly remembered the blind security guard from before. I have nothing to do with his condition. I didn't beat him up. If you want to find someone, you shouldn't look for me. That won't work. Who else can I go to if not you? They all said that he was injured after he provoked you. He even lost his job because of you. Upon hearing this, the man grabbed Chen Fan's trouser leg tightly, fearing that Chen Fan would run away the next second. From what you said, you just have to blame me? Seeing his pants worth tens of thousands of dollars being torn into a mess, Chen Fan frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. You can't say that. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be lying in the hospital for no reason. You must take responsibility. The man said shamelessly. Ding dong. System prompt. The task has been updated. Before Chen Fan could react, a system prompt sounded in his mind. With patience, Chen Fan opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Task: refuse to harass the other party, and be rewarded with superb skill control. Control? Doesn't that mean he can control the other person's body with his mind? Oh my god. This skill is really awesome. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan bent down and grabbed the other person's wrist. With just a little force, the other person grimaced in pain and had to let go of Chen Fan's trouser leg. If you want to settle the score for your son, go find the person who beat him up. After saying that, Chen Fan shook off the man's hand, turned around and was about to leave. You can't leave. You can't leave like this. The man chased after him without giving up, wanting to continue to pester Chen Fan. Turning around, Chen Fan issued a final warning. Stop bothering me. How can you be like this? You are too lawless, especially in your love for women. What do you think of the lives of us poor people? Are the lives of us poor people cheap? The man was startled, and the next second he fell to the ground and couldn't get up, rolling on the ground in front of everyone. Although everyone didn't dare to say anything to Chen Fan, they still started talking about it. Fuck. Chen Fan couldn't bear it any longer, so he stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and grabbed his jaw. Just try to slander me again if you dare. Beautiful sister, what is daddy doing? Are you playing games with other uncles? Noanyuan, who was sitting in the car, looked forward curiously. Well, yes, your dad is playing games with other uncles. Noanyuan, come and eat some French fries. We shouldn't watch what the adults are doing. Li Nuan took the initiative to open a bag of French fries to divert Noanyuan's attention. She couldn't let Noanyuan see Chen Fan's ferocious behavior, as this would be detrimental to Chen Fan's image in Noanyuan's heart. No one wanted their father to be a cruel person. Well, beautiful sister, you eat too. Noanyuan considerately picked up a French fry and fed it to Li Nuan's mouth. Thank you, Noanyuan baby. Li Nuan ate French fries while keeping an eye on the scene in front of the car from time to time. What did I slander you about? I was telling the truth. You rich people rely on your wealth and power to bully others and look down on us poor people. However, before the man could finish his words, Chen Fan pinched his jaw without saying a word. Click. The sound of the jaw dislocating is very obvious. Ah. The man widened his eyes in shock. What happened to him? Why couldn't he close his eyes? Then, the man said and tried to utter a normal sentence. Unfortunately, his voice was so hoarse that even he couldn't hear what he was saying. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Fan directly called the principal. He didn't believe that Principal Zhang knew nothing about what happened at the door. Why don't you get out of here to the school gate? Chen Fan said coldly as soon as the phone was connected. Not long after, Principal Zhang appeared at the school gate. When Principal Zhang saw Chen Fan and the man who kept trying to speak up, he immediately understood everything. Beads of sweat appeared on his greasy forehead. He wiped them with a handkerchief while walking towards Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Principal Zhang smiled apologetically as he came in front of Chen Fan. What happened? Chen Fan looked at Principal Zhang coldly. What happened? Don't you know? As soon as these words came out, Principal Zhang's legs went weak and his body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Chen, everything is a misunderstanding. It's all my secretary's fault. I don't think so. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Did he really think he was a fool who couldn't see anything? With a plop, Principal Zhang immediately knelt in front of Chen Fan. This kneeling shocked the whole audience. Oh my god. The principal of Tianfu School actually kneeled down to a junior? Am I seeing things? What do you mean by junior? He is the largest shareholder of Tianfu School, Mr. Chen. I guess this Principal Zhang did something to offend Mr. Chen. Wasn't Principal Zhang so arrogant before? Didn't he look down on others? I didn't expect that he would be so cowardly in front of someone with a stronger backing than him. That can't be helped. After all, the devil is 1 foot high and the Tao is 10 feet higher. There are always people who are better than you. I have to admit defeat. All around, there were various discussions about Principal Zhang's kneeling. The vast majority of people are waiting for the follow-up with a spectator attitude. Mr. Chen, this matter really has nothing to do with me. It was not me who leaked your information. Principal Zhang raised his head and looked at Chen Fan, defending himself anxiously. It's all my secretary's fault. My secretary is actually his niece, and the security guard in the hospital is her cousin. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Chapter 67 Shocked. She has been sending people to monitor him? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked down at Principal Zhang, who was already sweating from nervousness. So how do you think this matter should be handled? Deal with it? Principal Zhang was stunned, then he looked suddenly at the man with a hoarse voice beside him, stood up, and kicked the other person. The man who was kicked violently fell backwards immediately and took a long time to get up. He looked at Principal Zhang with confusion and fear in his eyes. He opened his mouth and said ah, in some words that no one could understand, and in the end he even gestured with his hands. Fuck. It's all your fault. Principal Zhang seemed dissatisfied and kicked the man again. Principal, what are you doing? The secretary who came running saw this scene and immediately pushed through the crowd and ran over. How could she watch her man beat up her own uncle? Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? You will be struck by lightning if you do this. The secretary ran over and hugged Mr. Zhang from behind. She was so excited that she forgot that she should keep a distance from Principal Zhang and also forget to address him by his name in front of the crowd. Fuck. Let me go. Principal Zhang pushed the secretary away and kicked him a few times. It's all your fucking fault. I told you this method wouldn't work, but you just insisted. What's going on now? If I lose my position as the principal, you're dead. When the secretary who was beaten heard what Principal Zhang said, he was stunned. What? Can't keep the position of principal? How could this be? You bastard, if you want to die, go away from me. It's better to die with your good-for-nothing son. Damn it. There is no good person in your family. All of you are garbage and trash. Principal Zhang didn't care about the secretary's life or death. He walked straight to the man, grabbed the man's collar and punched him again. As if venting his unhappiness, he punched the man again and again, ignoring the man's constant begging for mercy. Seeing that someone was about to die, the secretary rushed forward again and stood between the two men. Lao Zhang, if you keep fighting, my uncle will die. You don't want to spend your life in jail with a life on your shoulders, do you? In one word, Principal Zhang, whose sanity had collapsed, gradually came to his senses. He spat at the man, fuck. Then, he turned around and walked towards Chen Fan again. Boss Chen, I am responsible for this matter. I know I was wrong. Please don't bear grudges. I will resign from the board of directors immediately. Please, let me go. He knew in his heart that he couldn't keep the position of principal just because he wanted to. Now that something like this had happened, being able to make Chen Fan stop pursuing the matter and give in to him to save his life was already the greatest blessing. Before, I trusted you too much to handle such small matters, which led to what happened now. Chen Fan looked at the principal with cold eyes. So what do you mean? After hearing what Chen Fan said, Principal Zhang felt a chill all over his body and a chill on his back. What do you mean? Chen Fan smiled coldly and looked at the bodyguards who came. Since the system didn't let him do it, there was no need for him to do it himself. I will inform the board of directors that you will no longer serve as the principal. After saying this, Chen Fan made a gesture to the bodyguards, turned around and walked towards his Maybach. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining God-level skill control. Ignoring the system prompts, Chen Fan still felt a little anxious. Although he didn't do anything, if Nuanyuan saw the scene of Principal Zhang taking action just now, it would definitely have a certain psychological impact on her. Nuanyuan, are you okay? Chen Fan asked anxiously after opening the back door of the car. However, what appeared in his sight was a different picture, completely different from what he had imagined. At this moment, Nuanyuan was lying in Li Muan's arms with a slight smile on her lips, and she looked like she was sleeping very soundly. Shoo, Nuanyuan fell asleep early. Li Muan raised her hand, put her index finger on her lips, and spoke to Chen Fan in a very low voice. That charming face, coupled with her actions that look well-behaved yet pure and lustful, is so beautiful that she looks like a cartoon character created by AI. So beautiful, it doesn't look real. Yeah, okay. Coming back to his senses from the beauty, Chen Fan carefully closed the car door and returned to the driving seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he turned his head to look at Li Muan, still worriedly asking, did Nuanyuan see anything she shouldn't have seen? Don't worry, after you got off the car, I will divert her attention and she didn't see anything. Li Muwen lowered her voice and answered in a very low voice, but it seemed extremely gentle. That's good. Thank you. I was afraid that Nguyen would see me. Chen Fan said to Li Muwen gratefully. He had never met a woman as caring and gentle as Li Muwen. No need to thank me. Is the matter settled? Li Muwen shook her head. Okay, it's handled. Chen Fan nodded. From now on, these few people would never have the chance to appear in front of him again. Let's go. Li Muwen nodded. Soon, the car passed by Principal Zhang and his secretary, who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and headed towards Villa Number 1 in Tianfu Garden. Not long after Chen Fan left, several people were dragged and pulled into the car by the bodyguards. As for where the car ended up and what happened to these people, no one knows. Are you used to living here? Li Muwen got out of the car and followed Chen Fan, who was holding Nguyen in one hand and looked like a very manly man. Not bad. Chen Fan answered casually. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't get used to the unfamiliar environment. Li Muwen nodded with a smile. Chen Fan was startled, then stopped and stared at Li Muwen with complicated eyes. From what you said, it seems that you knew I lived here a long time ago? If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have never told Li Muwen that he lived in Tianfuan. In this case, how did Li Muwen know this? Could it be that she had been monitoring him all along? What was she spying on him for? Li Muwen also stopped. It was over. She had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Facing Chen Fan's suspicious gaze, Li Muwen was afraid that Chen Fan would misunderstand, so she quickly explained, I didn't send anyone to follow you. Then how did you know that? Chen Fan's voice was colder than before, and his attitude towards Li Muwen was also more distant than before. I always feel that Li Muwen has ulterior motives when she approaches him. Many things, if you think about it carefully, are just too coincidental. To be honest, I knew it from the first day you moved into Tianfu Garden. Li Muwen could no longer hide it, so she got straight to the point. Tianfu Garden is my company. I agreed to your living in number 1. What? Chen Fan was particularly shocked when he heard Li Muwen's words. Chapter 68 rewards another super skill. Chen Fan immediately thought of the house that was supposed to be worth hundreds of millions, but ended up being worth tens of millions. Could it be because of Li Muwen? The so-called 10,000th owner was made up, right? In fact, you secretly gave me a discount behind my back? And you didn't want me to find out? Chen Fan asked tentatively. Yeah. Li Muwen nodded without any hesitation. Grass. Chen Fan shook his hands. It was exactly as he thought. He said that Chen Fan's luck had never been good. It was as bad as it could be. How could it be possible that he was so lucky to become a lucky man just because of the system? Although, Li Muwen had good intentions but did something bad for him, causing him to lose 100 times the reward. But, fundamentally speaking, Li Muwen also had good intentions and did good things quietly without letting him know. Why are you so nice to me? Chen Fan asked the biggest question in his mind. Because your name is Chen Fan. Li Muwen met Chen Fan's gaze. It reminds me of an old friend, and with Muan, she is so likable. Chen Fan. Looking Li Muwen up and down, no matter how you look at it, Li Muwen doesn't look like she is lying. Could it be that what she said was true? Just because his name sounds like an old friend, she treats him well? This reason is somewhat absurd and untenable. But, if it comes to the relationship with Nguyen, he would agree. After all, his baby Nguyen is the cutest girl in the world. It would be strange if she is not liked by others. Also, I was the one who personally went to see the principal about the school matters. Li Muwen continued. Instead of letting Chen Fan find out on his own, she might as well tell it herself to avoid Chen Fan's suspicion. Chen Fan. Okay. Li Muwen actually did so many things behind his back, making him narcissistically think that she treated him so well because she respected him. I've said everything. After taking a deep breath, Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan very calmly, not knowing what Chen Fan was thinking. Chen Fan. He was so frank and honest, and he really didn't know what to say in response. Mom. Nguyen, who was lying on Chen Fan's shoulder, suddenly murmured, Mom is so beautiful. Hearing this, Li Muwen's face changed. No, sorry, I didn't know there was someone else at your home. I just wanted to please Nguyen, so I came here. It's okay, Nguyen likes you very much. Chen Fan looked at the not-so-obvious changes on Li Muwen's face and felt a little confused as to why she was so nervous for no reason. I think I'd better not go in, so as to avoid your girlfriend misunderstanding. Lee Myung smiled apologetically and turned to leave. Girlfriend? Chen Fan was stunned. When did he get a girlfriend? How come he, the person involved, didn't he know about it? Nguyen Yuan's mother. Lee Myung stopped and turned to look at the shocked Chen Fan in surprise. Could it be that she was wrong? Nguyen Yuan's mother, not to mention she hasn't seen her, I haven't even seen her. Chen Fan suddenly reacted. It turned out that after hearing what Nguyen Yuan said, Lee Myung thought that Nguyen Yuan's mother was at his house, so she was in a hurry to leave? Ah. Now it was Lee Myung's turn to be shocked. Never seen it? How did you give birth to Nguyen if you haven't seen it before? Chen Fan, are you kidding her? But, even though she hadn't known Chen Fan for very long, she still knew him a little bit, and he didn't seem like the kind of person who would joke about such things. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan was stunned. Why did the mission come at this time? It was too sudden. Opening the virtual interface, Chen Fan clicked on the taskbar. Task, tell the target person Lee Myung the true origin of Nguyen, and you will be rewarded with the superb skill of mind reading. Oh my god. Read, mind reading? Is it so awesome? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface. This task was not difficult at all, but the reward was so generous. Why was that? Come in. I think Nguyen Yuan will want to see you first when she wakes up. Regardless of the reason why Brother Tonzi did this, at this stage, Chen Fan just wanted to coax and trick Lee Myung into the villa first. Okay. After taking a look at Nguyen Yuan, who was sleeping soundly on Chen Fan's shoulder, Lee Myung nodded and followed Chen Fan into the house. Mr. Chen, you're back. As soon as Chen Fan entered the villa, the housekeeper and servants all put down their work. There's some KFC I bought for Nguyen Yuan in the car. Who of you can go get it? Chen Fan ordered, then carried Nguyen Yuan to the stairs. Suddenly he stopped and looked at Lee Myung. By the way, help me entertain my guests. Okay, Mr. Chen. The butler responded. After Chen Fan left, the housekeeper walked up to Lee Myung, bowed and said, Mr. Lee, what would you like to drink? A cup of coffee, please. Lee Myung said casually, then looked around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he walked towards the back garden impatiently. He saw a giant pink doll. Oh my god, it was the first time she had seen such a big doll, almost 20 meters tall. It was so conspicuous when placed in the back garden, giving her the illusion of having walked into a fairy tale. Let her fall in love at first sight. Are you interested in this too? Chen Fan, who came down from upstairs, saw Lee Myung standing in front of the giant doll. He carefully reached out his hand and stroked the plush on the doll. Did you buy this? Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Lee Myung turned her head and looked at Chen Fan. Well, when I took Nguyen Yuan to the mall, she fell in love with it at first sight. Chen Fan recalled. It's true, when Nguyen Yuan saw this giant doll, her eyes were exactly the same as Lee Myung's now, bright and shining, as if she had seen some rare treasure. Nguyen Yuan is very lucky to have a father like you who loves her so much. Lee Myung said with a smile. A gust of wind blew, ruffling Lee Myung's hair that was scattered on her back. Coupled with her bright and charming smile, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. What a nice view. She is so beautiful that she looks like a fairy walking out of a painting. Mr. Lee, this is really the coffee you asked for. The butler appeared beside the two of them at a very inopportune time. Thank you. Lee Myung walked over and took the coffee from the housekeeper. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan looked at Lee Myung, who was sipping coffee, wondering how to open the topic. If he directly said that Nguyen Yuan was picked up by him, would it be too abrupt? Make Lee Myung think that he has ulterior motives and is trying to win her sympathy? Just when Chen Fan didn't know how to start, Lee Myung spoke. You just now said that you have never seen Nguyen Yuan's biological mother. What does this mean? After swallowing the slightly bitter coffee in her mouth, Lee Myung stared at the giant doll with a deep and complex look. Chapter 69, Becoming Nguyen Yuan's Mother? This is really a piece of cake. Chen Fan was delighted, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. After all, apart from Zhaodingting, he had never interacted with other girls before, and didn't know how to get along with them. Now, Lee Myung directly brought the topic to the point, so he didn't need to rack his brains to find a solution. Nguyen Yuan is the child I picked up at the door 3 years ago. Looking at the same giant doll, Chen Fan's thoughts were suddenly brought back to 3 years ago. At that time, he had only been a freshman for half a year. In order to work part-time outside, he rented a small shabby house not far from the school. One night when I came back from delivering a takeaway, I heard the sound of a cat meowing. When I got closer, I saw a baby in swaddling clothes lying at the door. The little baby should be less than a month old, pink and tender, and extremely small. He could easily pick her up with just one hand. The little baby who was crying loudly stopped crying after he opened his eyes and saw him. He even smiled at him with big eyes and a pink mouth, just like a little angel. So he immediately brought the baby back into the house, went to the supermarket to buy milk powder, put it in a bottle, and waited until the temperature was right before feeding her. I guess she hasn't had milk for a long time. Her little mouth kept moving, which was extremely cute. Later, he asked around, but no one said they knew the child. He also called the police, but because there were no cameras nearby, they could not find any trace of the child. Later, he learned that if the child's parents could not be found, the child would be sent to an orphanage after being raised up. He made up his mind at that moment that he, Chen Fan, would raise this child even if he had to sell everything he had. So, under the pressure of raising a child, paying for Zhao Tingting's mother's hospitalization, giving Zhao Tingting pocket money, and earning her tuition, he had no choice but to drop out of school and make money. However, the reality is always contrary to one's wishes. What he waited for was not light at the end of the tunnel, but betrayal. 3 years ago? Li Muwen was slightly startled, and turned to look at Chen Fan in surprise. How could it be such a coincidence? What coincidence? Chen Fan came back to his senses and only heard the word coincidence. No, nothing. Li Muwen shook her head. She also gave birth to a child 3 years ago. I heard it was a little girl. Unfortunately, when she woke up, the doctors, nurses, parents, etc., everyone asked her to mourn. Her daughter died shortly after she was born, and she didn't even have the chance to take a good look at her. Thinking of this, Li Muwen's eyes couldn't help but become moist, and her heart still ached slightly. In the past 3 years, I have always been the one taking care of Nuanyuan, and there has never been any strange woman around. I think Nuanyuan's biological mother should have never come to visit her in these 3 years. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the sky, anger flashing in his eyes. How could there be such a cruel woman in the world who didn't even come to visit the daughter he gave birth to? This kind of person is not worthy of being a mother. Nuanyuan is so cute, how could she bear to do that? Li Muwen also echoed with a jealous look. If Nuanyuan was her daughter, she would definitely hold her carefully in her hands, treat her as the apple of her eye, love her well, cherish her and protect her. It doesn't matter. It's the same with her or not. I just feel a little sad. Nuanyuan has lived a hard life with me for 3 years. Chen Fan closed his eyes, then opened them again. There was only tenderness and a bit of guilt in his eyes. In order to make money, he left Nuanyuan to be taken care of by a neighbor when she was 2 years old. He would go back 2 or 3 times a month to visit her and buy her delicious food. If he had not unexpectedly failed to return as planned, he probably would not have seen that damn woman abusing her precious daughter. Then, have you ever thought about finding a mother for Nuanyuan? Li Muwen tilted her head and looked at Chen Fan with her lips pursed. From the tone of Nuanyuan's words just now, she could hear that baby Nuanyuan really wanted to have a mother. Logically speaking, based on Chen Fan's appearance, figure and status, it would not be a problem for him to find a woman. Not to mention one, as long as he opens his mouth, I'm afraid there will be thousands and thousands of women swarming towards him. The competition is so fierce. Not considering it for now. Chen Fan shook his head. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. I know you are good to Nuanyuan, but fatherly love and motherly love are different after all. Children who grow up in a single-parent family will feel very insecure. Li Muwen reminded gently. She doesn't know about others, but she is like this. She has lived in a single-parent family since she was a child, so she is extremely lacking in love and has a strong self-esteem. Compared with other girls around her, she is like an outlier. She didn't want Nuanyuan to experience this feeling. Chen Fan. Li Muwen suddenly looked at Chen Fan seriously. What? Chen Fan was stunned. If possible, do you think I can do it? Li Muwen took a deep breath and said to Chen Fan. Ah? Chen Fan's brain froze. What is allowed or not allowed? I want to be Nuanyuan's mother and give her unlimited maternal love. I have experience as a mother, and I will definitely treat her as my own daughter. Li Muwen spoke out all her thoughts. From the first time she saw Nuanyuan, she felt an indescribable sense of intimacy and liked this child very much. Are you kidding? Chen Fan was stunned. It was the first time she told him that she was willing to be Nuan Nuan's mother. When the women heard that he had a child, they wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. I never joke, Li Muan said firmly. This lets me think about it? Chen Fan asked tentatively. The incident happened too suddenly and he didn't know what to do. Okay, sure. Li Muan didn't force it. After all, this kind of thing really should be carefully considered. You can't make a decision just based on her few words. I will use my actual actions to prove that I really like Nuan Nuan and I am not approaching you with other motives. Li Muan continued to say to Chen Fan very sincerely, so, if you want to find a girlfriend, you can still find one. I just want to be a good mother to Nuan Nuan. Holy crap! After hearing this, Chen Fan thought there was something wrong with his worldview. How can he find this? I have already found a mother for Nuan Yuan, is it appropriate for him to look for another woman? Wouldn't it make everyone think that Chen Fan is a scumbag who has his cake and eats it too, and has multiple girlfriends under his belt? No, how could Chen Fan be such a person? He is very pure. Scumbag, this word, don't even think about having anything to do with him in this life. Chapter 70 Mind Reading. Let's wait and see the situation. Chen Fan refused tactfully. You can make any request of me. If I don't meet any of them, I will quit. Li Muan said hurriedly. She didn't want to miss any opportunity. Request? Li Muan's question stumped Chen Fan. To be honest, he had never thought about this question. A week ago, he always thought that Nuan Yuan's mother was Zhao Tingting. Anyway, they will be able to succeed after Zhao Tingting graduates. Even if Zhao Tingting is unwilling to accept Nuan Yuan now, at least she is still Nuan Yuan's mother in name. Moreover, Nuan Yuan is so cute. After Zhao Tingting gets along with Nuan Yuan, she will definitely like Nuan Yuan as much as he does. However, things turned out to be disappointing, and he had not thought about this issue since then. Suddenly, a request popped up, and he really couldn't say it. Looking at Li Muan carefully, Li Muan has a good figure and a pretty face. She is domineering when she should be domineering, and gentle when she should be gentle. Isn't she much better than that bitch Zhao Tingting? Isn't she more suitable to be Nuan Yuan's mother than Zhao Tingting? Don't worry, I can wait. You don't have to give me an answer now. Li Muan waited for a long time, but did not get Chen Fan's consent. She was afraid that what she would get in the end would be a rejection, so she quickly found a reason to save herself. After all, she was too abrupt and suddenly made such an unreasonable request, so it was normal to reject her. Yeah. Chen Fan also felt that he should consider it carefully. In addition to thinking about it carefully himself, he also had to ask Nuan Yuan for her opinion. After all, if Li Muan wants to be her mother, she has to ask her if she agrees. Hearing Chen Fan's answer, Li Muan couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, she still had a chance. Mr. Chen, dinner is ready. The butler appeared behind the two of them again. Let's go and eat first. Chen Fan made a gesture of invitation. Yeah. Sorry to bother you. Li Muan nodded and followed Chen Fan. As soon as she sat at the dining table, Chen Fan finally realized what a lady from a noble family meant. Even the way she ate was so elegant. It's true, if Li Muan were Nuan Yuan's mother, she would definitely be able to raise Nuan Yuan into a real little princess. Although, he could do it. After all, he has the money now, and he can spend money to hire professionals to take care of Nuan Yuan and train her, but it is still different after all. One is to complete the task for money, the other is because you like it. However, this liking still requires more observation. Ever since the last time several women confessed to him for no apparent reason, because of him, he always felt that the current women had impure intentions. Even though Li Muan herself is not short of money, she is no exception. Daddy! At the door of the living room, Nuan Yuan rubbed her eyes and called Chen Fan in a daze, looking like she had just woken up. Chen Fan's heart melted when he heard this soft voice. He turned and looked towards the door. Mr. Chen, the young lady woke up suddenly, so I had to bring her down. The servant holding Nuan Yuan's little hand explained. It's okay. It's just right. Let's have dinner together after Nuan Yuan wakes up. Chen Fan waved his hand. He walked over and picked Nuan Yuan up. Nuan Yuan. Li Muan also put down the chopsticks in her hand, stood up from her seat and greeted Nuan Yuan. Daddy, is Nuan Yuan still dreaming? Nuan Yuan asked in a baby voice while hugging Chen Fan's neck. What's wrong? Do you still want to sleep? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Chen Fan thought that baby Nuanyuan was still sleepy. Nuan Nuan shook her head, staring at Li Nuan. Dad, why do I seem to see a beautiful sister? Li Nuan could tell at a glance that Nuan Nuan was puzzled, and she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed secretly. Nuan Nuan, you are not dreaming, it's really me. Didn't you invite me to your house for dinner? What a beautiful sister. Hearing Li Nuan's words, Nuanyuan's voice instantly rose several degrees. Dad, please let Nuanyuan down quickly. Nuanyuan turned around and said to Chen Fan impatiently. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Chen Fan still did it. He bent down and carefully placed Nuanyuan on the ground. As soon as she landed, Nuanyuan raised her short legs and ran towards Li Nuan. Coming to Li Nuan's side, she hugged Li Nuan's legs and said, Hee hee, pretty sister didn't lie to Nuanyuan, it's really you. Yes, it's me. Li Nuan felt warm in her heart and hugged Nuanyuan. Sitting on the chair, she hugged Nuan Nuan directly on her lap and looked at the table full of delicious food. Nuan Nuan, what do you like to eat? Sister will help you pick it up. Nuanyuan wants to eat shrimp. After looking around, Nuanyuan raised her hand and pointed at the red shrimp not far away that looked particularly sweet. Okay, then the beautiful sister will help you peel the shrimp. Li Nuan nodded, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a shrimp. Aunt Yang, who was standing by, was about to step forward when she saw this, but Chen Fan gave her a look and she immediately understood what he meant and left the restaurant with the other servants. Chen Fan wanted to take this opportunity to see whether Li Nuan was sincere or insincere. After all, her hands looked slender, white and delicate, not at all like those of someone who did such rough work. Soon, a piece of clean white shrimp was born in Li Nuan's hands. Li Nuan broke the meat bit by bit and fed it to Nuanyuan's mouth in a very restrained manner. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was a little dazed. Isn't this what a mother should do? Li Nuan, does she really treat Nuanyuan as her own child? You eat too, don't just focus on her. Chen Fan came to his senses. More than 10 minutes had passed and Li Nuan herself hadn't eaten a single bite. Auntie Yang, come and feed Nuanyuan. Chen Fan shouted towards the door. Yes, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang walked in immediately. Mr. Li, please put the young lady down. It will affect your eating. Aunt Yang looked at Nuanyuan who was sitting in Li Nuan's arms and reminded her. No need. Li Nuan wanted to refuse. After all, she didn't know when she would have dinner with Nuanyuan next time. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nuan Nuan's sweet voice. Nuan Nuan, sit next to the beautiful sister. Okay. Li Nuan smiled. After arranging the chairs, Aunt Yang picked Nuanyuan up from Li Nuan's legs and placed her on the children's chair. Dad, eat more. Turning her head, Nuanyuan clumsily picked up the shrimp that Li Nuan had peeled for her Aunt Yang and put it in Chen Fan's bowl. Chen Fan thought that the little guy's heart was now entirely on Li Nuan, but he didn't expect that he still had him in his heart. Okay, Dad will eat. Raising his hand, Chen Fan rubbed Nuanyuan's head. It turned out that his love for this daughter was not in vain. Bite. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the super god level skill of mind reading. Chapter 71. If you agree to the request, you will get the top level Nangang number 1? Is this a reward? Chen Fan was a little surprised when he heard the system voice ringing in his mind. Quickly control the virtual interface with your mind, open the taskbar, and receive the reward. Looking at Li Nuan who was interacting with Nuanyuan from time to time, Chen Fan finally made a decision in his heart. Since he can't figure it out himself, let the system help him distinguish what is true and what is false. The next second, Chen Fan used his super skill, mind reading, directly on Li Nuan. Nuanyuan is so cute. I really want to love her well. How great would it be if she was my daughter? No matter what method I use, I will strive to be Nuanyuan's mother and take good care of her. If Chen Fan really disagrees, then I will settle for the next best thing and recognize Nuanyuan as my goddaughter. Godmother, it's not impossible. Oh, how can there be such a cute little angel in this world? The more I look at her, the more I like her. When Chen Fan heard Li Nuan's inner monologue, he thought he had come to a rainbow world. Otherwise, how could he hear so much praise? All of them were praising their baby Nuan Nuan. Yes, he admitted that baby Nuanyuan was indeed the cutest little angel, but Li Nuan not only had no blood relationship with Nuanyuan, but they had also only known each other for a short time. Why are you bragging to Nuanyuan like that? It's so cute, I really want to pinch it, but isn't that rude? But what should I do? I like it so much, I can hardly help myself. Suddenly, Lee Myuwon's voice rang in my ears. Noanyuan, there's dirt on your face. Let me wipe it off for you. So, the next second Chen Fan saw Lee Myuwon reach out her hand and gently touch Noanyuan's cheek with her fingers. Ah, it's just as I thought, bouncy, fragrant and soft. I love it. Chen Fan. Looking at Lee Myuwon again, there was no expression on her face at all, and it was impossible to tell that she actually liked Noanyuan so much in her heart. What a two-faced woman. After taking a deep breath, Chen Fan turned off his mind-reading skill. He was afraid that his mind would soon be filled with Lee Myuwon's voice bragging about Noanyuan. Come, beautiful sister, eat too. Noanyuan gave Lee Myuwon a smile brighter than the sun. Suddenly, Chen Fan saw Lee Myuwon froze in her chair and stared at Noanyuan for a long time. Without turning on the mind-reading skill, Chen Fan knew that Lee Myuwon's heart was absolutely surging and excited at this moment. Thank you, Noanyuan. After a long time, Lee Myuwon held the bowl and thanked Noanyuan. Chen Fan. Not really. Are your eyes red? Why do you look like you're about to cry? After dinner, Lee Myuwon played with Noanyuan for a while. She came down from upstairs only after Noanyuan fell asleep. Chen Fan, thank you for giving me so much time to spend with Noanyuan. Lee Myuwon expressed her gratitude when she came to the living room. Are you leaving? Chen Fan asked. It can be seen that Lee Myuwon really likes Noanyuan, and he apologizes for suspecting that she had ulterior motives before. Well, it's getting late. I have to go back. I still have other work to finish. Lee Myuwon said truthfully. Okay, I'll take you there. Chen Fan got up and left the sofa. He could understand. After all, Lee Myuwon was a female president with so many companies to manage. It was already good enough that she was not overly busy. No need, my driver is already at the door. Lee Myuwon quickly refused. Okay. Then I'll take you out. Chen Fan didn't expect the other party to act so quickly, so he had to change his words. Thank you. Lee Myuwon still thanked politely. Chen Fan didn't say anything else and walked towards the door of the living room. After walking out of the villa, Lee Myuwon stopped and looked at Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan, she called. What? Chen Fan subconsciously turned his head and looked at Lee Myuwon behind him. I hope you can think carefully about my suggestion just now. Okay? Lee Myuwon brought up the topic again. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Before Chen Fan could answer, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Coming for the mission? Chen Fan was surprised. I didn't expect the mission to come at this time. Quickly use your mind to open the virtual page and click on the taskbar. Task: agree to the target person Lee Myuwon's request and be rewarded with the top-level villa Nangang number 1. Nangang 1? Chen Fan was stunned. This is a big villa that is said to be affordable for only the richest man in the country. It is more like a modern castle than a villa. It is said that the house is so big that if two servants fall in love, it is called a long-distance relationship. Moreover, the cars were driven into the house. All the information he knew about Nangang number 1 came from the news in Douyin, and it was extremely popular. Let us just say that if you locate near Nangang, you will be called a rich person. Then, a large number of old slaves and maids will become your fans. Some of the crazier ones will probably send you private messages to confess their love and courtship directly. In fact, it only takes one night to increase the number of followers from 0 to 1 million. Chen Fan witnessed the scene at that time with his own eyes. Don't mention how shocking it is. Chen Fan? Lee Myuwon looked at Chen Fan, who was secretly delighted with his lips curled up, not understanding what was going on. What made him so happy? Ahem. Chen Fan heard Lee Myuwon's voice and quickly closed the virtual interface. He raised his hand and touched his chin, pretending to think deeply. Since Noanyuan likes you so much, I can only agree reluctantly. What? Upon hearing Chen Fan's answer, Lee Myuwon opened her lips slightly, and her charming eyes were as big and round as glass marbles. Chen Fan, do you mean that you agree that I should be Noanyuan's mother? Lee Myuwon confirmed in disbelief. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Lee Myuwon ran to him, grabbed his hand, and said excitedly, Thank you, thank you. Chen Fan. Is it worth being so happy about being a mother to someone else's daughter for free? He doesn't understand. I really don't understand. Anyway, it's impossible for him to be the scapegoat, nor for anyone else. Then I will come to visit Nguyen again tomorrow? Realizing that she had behaved impolitely, Lee Nguyen quickly let go of Chen Fan's hand and asked carefully. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Well, then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Looking at the driver who kept looking at his watch, Lee Nguyen knew that the other party was urging her. After saying this, she walked around Chen Fan and hurried towards the car. Yeah. Chen Fan looked at Lee Nguyen's hurried back. Although he didn't understand, he expressed his respect. After all, who made Chen Fan's daughter so charming that she could directly control the most famous female president in Zhangchang? Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining Nangang No. 1 Villa. Chapter 72, accept the gift from the other party and reward Elizabeth with a sapphire necklace. It was not until the system prompt sounded in his mind that Chen Fan came to his senses and found that Lee Nguyen had already left in a car. Turning around, Chen Fan walked into the villa while collecting the mission reward. Unexpectedly, one day, Chen Fan would also have the most enviable life. Nangang No. 1 Villa. My god, this is a place that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. After returning to the villa, Chen Fan took a shower and as it was getting late, he lay down on the bed. I happily fantasize about my future life moving to Nangang No. 1 Villa. The next day. Early in the morning. Chen Fan was awakened by the sound of birds outside the window. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the alarm clock. Surprisingly, it's only 8 o'clock. The chirping of birds outside the window is endless. So Chen Fan had to get up first. After washing up, I changed into a casual suit and went downstairs. Lee Nguyen? Chen Fan was stunned as he reached the door of the living room. Isn't it just 8 o'clock? Lee Nguyen, why did she show up at his house so early? Beautiful sister, are these gifts all for me? Looking at the dazzling array of gifts, Nguyen felt dazzled and didn't know which one she should like. Yes, this is the gift I gave you to make up for all these years. Do you like it? Sitting on the sofa, Lee Nguyen reached out and hugged Nguyen in her arms. I like it. Nguyen likes all gifts given by beautiful sister. Nguyen hugged Lee Nguyen's neck and nodded happily. Why are you so cute? Lee Nguyen couldn't help but kissed Nguyen on the face. Chen Fan. Suddenly, a bad thought arose in my mind, as if he was the superfluous person. Oh, beautiful sister kissed Nguyen, so Nguyen should kiss beautiful sister back. Daddy said that this is called reciprocity. After saying this in a baby voice, Nguyen raised her little head and moved close to Lee Nguyen's face, pouting her little lips and kissing Lee Nguyen on the face. How come Nguyen is so sensible and smart, and she also knows the meaning of reciprocity? The smile on Lee Nguyen's face gradually brightened. Chen Fan couldn't help but think that today's sunshine was not bright enough, otherwise how could it not be as dazzling as the smile on Lee Nguyen's face? Because Daddy said Nguyen needs to be sensible and obedient when she stays at Grandma Huang's house. Nguyen answered while holding the pink bunny in her hands. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Fan's heart was shaken, as if he was hit hard with a hammer. Stay here? Lee Nguyen frowned. Yes, Dad is busy working and making money, and has no time to take care of Nguyen. So he lets Nguyen live in Grandma Huang's house, and he will visit Nguyen when he is free. Nguyen nodded. Is Nguyen living well there? Lee Nguyen felt very distressed. She knows what it feels like to live in someone else's home. Okay, because every time Dad comes to see Nguyen, he will stay with Nguyen for a long time and bring her a lot of delicious food. Nguyen nodded heavily again. Okay. Chen Fan's heart felt like it was being tightly pulled by a pair of unknown hands. In fact, Nguyen was not having a good time at all. Probably even worse than what he saw. However, she didn't want to make anyone worry about it, and kept saying that she was doing very well. Nguyen. Chen Fan called softly. He owed Nguyen so much that he didn't know how to make up for it. Even though he gave Nguyen a princess-like life now, he still felt it was not enough. Dad. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Nguyen immediately turned her head and looked towards the living room door. Why did you wake up so early today? Chen Fan. This is indeed a bit embarrassing, after all, Lee Nguyen is still here. Don't you have to go to school today? Chen Fan changed the subject. Dad, today is Saturday, Nguyen doesn't have to go to school. Nguyen said seriously with a pout. It's Saturday already? Chen Fan didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Well, since he got the system, he doesn't have to go to work, so he doesn't have to care about what day of the week it is. Yes. Nuanyuan nodded heavily. Then he jumped off Li Muan's body, walked to Chen Fan, stretched out his hand and took Chen Fan's hand and said, "Dad, did you have breakfast? Are you hungry?" Hearing these words from his sweet little girl, Chen Fan felt warm in his heart. He squatted down and rubbed Nuanyuan's head. "Daddy is not hungry. Did Nuanyuan have breakfast?" "Nuanyuan has eaten. Aunt Yang said that if you want to grow taller, you must drink milk and eat breakfast." Nuanyuan nodded and said seriously, "Yes, Aunt Yang is right." Chen Fan agreed. "Dad, can my beautiful sister come to our house to play with me?" Nuanyuan turned her head to look at Li Muan, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked in a low voice. "Of course." Chen Fan responded with a smile. "Sorry to disturb you so early." Li Muan stood up from the sofa. "It's okay." Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan and walked over. Looking at the colorful gift boxes on the table and around the sofa, Li Muan is really thoughtful. "This is the gift I brought you." Li Muan took out a dark blue, delicate-looking gift box from her bag. Ding dong. System prompt: the task has been updated. OMOEO? Coming for the mission? This is the first mission of the day, and he has to see what the mission is, unbiased, and come at this critical moment. After opening the virtual interface, Chen Fan couldn't wait to click on the taskbar. Chen Fan was stunned. He also had a gift? This is all Chuanchuan's thanks to the little baby Nuanyuan. Task: accept the gift and get Elizabeth's sapphire necklace as a reward. Elizabeth jewel necklace? Chen Fan paused. Could this be the Elizabeth sapphire necklace that was allegedly stolen? It is said that this sapphire is the purest gem in the world without any impurities. At that time, after it was stolen, it caused a sensation around the world. Someone even offered 30 billion to buy this necklace. However, isn't today's task too easy? If he agrees to accept the gift, he can get such a precious jewel necklace? I'm afraid even if this were put in a novel, the author wouldn't dare to write it this way. Thank you. Holding Nuanyuan with one hand, Chen Fan took the gift from Li Muan with the other. Oh no? Still a little heavy? Wow, Dad also has a gift. Nuanyuan exclaimed in Chen Fan's ear. Are you jealous? Chen Fan teased her. I'm not envious. Nuanyuan also received many gifts from the beautiful sister. Turning her head away, Nuanyuan looked at the gifts around the sofa. Nuanyuan is going to open the gifts from the beautiful sister. Daddy, put Nuanyuan down. Okay. Chen Fan smiled dotingly and then put Nuanyuan down. Miss, come here, let's open the presents over here. Aunt Yang understood and waved at Nuanyuan. Okay, Aunt Yang. Nuanyuan responded and followed Aunt Yang happily. Haven't you told Nuanyuan about becoming her mother? Chen Fan sat on the sofa, playing with the gift box in his hand. In fact, he doesn't care whether it is expensive or not, what matters is the thought behind it. Chapter 73, Marriage? No, it would be better if you tell her in person about such important matters. Li Muan shook her head. She couldn't take the lead. Then I'll tell her later. I think she will be very happy. As he said that, Chen Fan turned his head to look at Nuanyuan, who was squatting obediently beside Aunt Yang, separated from them by a transparent glass, and watched Aunt Yang cut open the box with a knife. Thank you for your help. Li Muan said gratefully again. She was afraid that Chen Fan would regret it, so she worked from yesterday until this morning, without even sleeping. She immediately went to the mall to buy a gift that Nuanyuan would like, and then rushed here without stopping. Wow! This is Nuanyuan's favorite Peppa Pig. Seeing Peppa Pig in the gift box, Nuanyuan couldn't wait to take it out. Nuanyuan, come here. Chen Fan waved at Nuanyuan. Okay, Dad. Nuanyuan responded and ran towards Chen Fan. After Nuanyuan came over, Chen Fan hugged Nuanyuan onto his lap and said, Nuanyuan, Dad has something very important to tell you. Is it something very important? Nuanyuan held the pink bunny that Chen Fan bought for her in one hand and Peppa Pig in the other, tilting her head and pursing her lips. Dad, you won't abandon Nuanyuan, right? Seeing Chen Fan's serious look, Nuanyuan suddenly felt a little scared. Nuanyuan doesn't want a big house anymore, Nuanyuan doesn't want to go to school, Nuanyuan doesn't want these gifts anymore, Nuanyuan only wants Daddy. Daddy, please don't leave Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan threw away the things in her hands and hugged Chen Fan's neck tightly in fear. Chen Fan. How could he not want such a cute and caring little girl? Nuanyuan, be good and don't cry. Daddy doesn't mean that he doesn't want Nuanyuan. Daddy just wants to tell you something very important. Haven't you always wanted a mother? Chen Fan gently patted Nuanyuan's back with a gentle tone. Nuanyuan doesn't want her mommy, Nuanyuan only wants her daddy. Nuanyuan only wants to be with her daddy. When Nuanyuan heard this, she cried even harder. She was afraid that Chen Fan would no longer want her after finding her a mother. What if the mother is a beautiful sister? Chen Fan glanced at Li Muan, who was very distressed. Beautiful sister? The crying stopped abruptly. Raising her head, Muan Muan glanced at Li Muan and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms again. Muan Muan just wants to live with daddy. Chen Fan. Yes, she is worthy of being Chen Fan's daughter. Nuanyuan baby, you misunderstood. Even if your beautiful sister is your mother, you can still live with your father. Do you understand? Chen Fan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Nuanyuan's eyes. The little girl must be so afraid that he would lose her that she cried like this. It's really heartbreaking. Dad means that beautiful sister wants to live with us? Are you going to get married? She raised her head with a sob, and her warm eyes moved back and forth between Chen Fan and Li Muan. Get married? Chen Fan was stunned. To be honest, he had never thought about this question. You wouldn't even dare to dream of marrying a female boss like Li Muan. Yes, if they don't get married, how can that beautiful sister become Nuanyuan's mother? Nuanyuan nodded heavily. It's not impossible. Li Muan glanced at Chen Fan, fearing that Chen Fan would disagree. Chen Fan widened his eyes and turned to look at Li Muan. It's not impossible. If it was in the past, he would have understood it immediately after hearing it. But now, why does he feel that this sentence seems a little difficult to understand? Really? Beautiful sister, are you really willing to marry my dad? Upon hearing Li Muan's words, Nuanyuan burst into laughter instantly. Of course. Li Muan nodded. She had never had any expectations for marriage. Besides, her family has been pushing her a lot lately, always asking her to make time to go on blind dates. If she married Chen Fan, she could avoid such trouble. Why not? Besides, Chen Fan is a good man no matter how you look at it. She will not lose out if she marries such a man. She was afraid that Chen Fan would not agree. After all, there was no emotional basis between her and Chen Fan. Chen Fan. What? He must have heard it wrong. Li Muan was actually willing to marry him? Wasn't she just marrying some random man out of spite for her family? Otherwise, marrying him just for Nuanyuan seems like a far-fetched reason no matter how you look at it. Just as Chen Fan was about to use his god-level skill of mind reading to read Li Muan's thoughts again, Li Muan suddenly stood up. Chen Fan, are you willing to marry me? Li Muan asked. Chen Fan? Ha? Could it be that he hasn't woken up yet and is still dreaming? Dad, please agree to it quickly. Nuanyuan quickly reached out and pushed Chen Fan. Chen Fan came back to his senses. Was this really not a dream? Dad, don't you like it? Before Nuanyuan could finish her words, Chen Fan covered her mouth with his hand. Children's words should not be restrained, children's words should not be restrained. Chen Fan said to Li Muan with some embarrassment. It's okay, you can consider it. Li Muan didn't care. Her goal was to become Nuanyuan's mother. As for marrying Chen Fan, it's not something that can be forced. I can't affect Chen Fan's happiness just to be Nuanyuan's mother. How about, let's go out and play? Chen Fan also knew that Li Muan was forced to this point by Nuanyuan's words, so he quickly changed the subject. He, Chen Fan, doesn't want to marry a reluctant woman. Although he doesn't believe in true love now, since he wants to get married, he has to find someone who is sincere to him. Go play? Nuan was immediately attracted by Chen Fan's suggestion. Dad, where are we going to play? Sherdini, haven't you always wanted to go? Chen Fan rubbed Nuanyuan's head. When watching TV before, Nuanyuan was full of fantasies about Disney, and said that she would go to Disney to play when her father made money. Really? Are we going to Disney? That's great. Nuanyuan clapped her hands excitedly. No, I can't wear this to see the princesses in Disneyland. Nguyen lowered her head and looked at the little dress on her body, very dissatisfied. Auntie Yang, please take Nguyen upstairs to change into other skirts, Chen Fan said. He was worrying about how to find an opportunity to be alone with Li Nguyen. Isn't it coming? Okay, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang responded, then left with Nguyen. Don't take what Nguyen said just now to heart. Children are just children and they don't mind what they say. Even if you don't marry me, you can still be her mother, Chen Fan said to Li Nguyen while turning sideways. Okay, I understand. Li Nguyen nodded, feeling a little disappointed inside. Isn't Chen Fan's words a disguised rejection of her? It seems that Chen Fan should have found someone already. But I don't know how outstanding a girl must be to be favored by him. Chapter 74 The Only French Tavennery in Jiangcheng. Dad, Nguyen has changed into a beautiful little dress. Let's go to Disney. Nguyen's excited and extremely cheerful voice was heard at the door. Okay. Chen Fan replied and stood up from the sofa. Li Nguyen followed closely behind. Since you guys want to go play, then You don't want to go with us? This is originally a chance for you and Nguyen to get along. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Li Nguyen. Since Li Nguyen was going to be Nguyen's mother, naturally she had to cultivate their relationship first. Let Nguyen understand her, and at the same time let her understand Nguyen better. So that's how it is. Li Nguyen was a little surprised. She had originally planned to accompany Nguyen for the whole morning, take some time to take a nap at noon, and then attend a banquet in the afternoon. However, since this was an opportunity Chen Fan had specially created for her and Nguyen, she naturally had to seize it. Thank you so much, Li Nguyen said to Chen Fan with gratitude, and then took a look at the gift box that Chen Fan had placed aside. How about you wear this when you go out? Li Nguyen suggested. Okay. Although he didn't know what was in the box, Chen Fan still picked it up and quickly opened it in front of Li Nguyen. What appeared in his sight was a watch that looked very valuable, no wonder it seemed heavy. The rubies inside should all be real. It suits your outfit today very well, Li Nguyen said. This watch is mainly casual style, which matches Chen Fan's outfit very well. On the contrary, the Vacheron Constantin on Chen Fan's hand looks a bit more businesslike. Okay. Chen Fan didn't know how to dress, but since Li Nguyen said so, he still accepted other people's kindness. Raising his hand, Chen Fan easily took off the Vacheron Constantin watch worth tens of millions from his wrist. Put on the one Li Nguyen gave her. Indeed, it's pretty good. The silver chain-like strap is completely different in style from the one on Vacheron Constantin. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining Elizabeth's sapphire necklace. Let's go, Dad. Nguyen walked to Chen Fan's side, holding Chen Fan's hand with one hand, and stretched out the other hand to Li Nguyen very hard. Pretty sister, let's go. Let's go play together. Seeing Nguyen extending her little hand, Li Nguyen smiled and nodded, then took the initiative to hold her hand. After taking a look at Li Nguyen, Nguyen turned to look at Chen Fan, feeling very happy. She has a father and a mother. From now on, no one could say that she was a child without a mother. Chen Fan and Li Nguyen looked at each other tacitly, then looked down at Nguyen who was jumping and leading them forward. It's true, Mr. Chen and Ms. Li are a perfect match made in heaven. Looking at the backs of the family of three, Aunt Yang couldn't help but sigh to the housekeeper. Looking around, the only one in Jiangcheng who was worthy of our general manager Chen is probably General Manager Li. The housekeeper also echoed in agreement. They are a perfect match, and Mr. Li likes Miss Nguyen so much. This is so rare and precious. Aunt Yang smiled like an auntie, looking happier than the person involved. If so, Mr. Chen and Mr. Li can be together, wouldn't that be a powerful combination? After coming out of Villa Number 1, the three got into Chen Fan's Maybach. He went towards Sherdini with a clear purpose. Probably because it's the weekend, there are a lot of people at the entrance of studios, and there is even a queue to enter the parking lot. Looking from afar, it looks like the dragon has no head or tail. How about we park somewhere else? Seeing that the line was so long and who knows how long it would take to get there, Li Nguyen suggested, I happen to have a VIP card for Disney, so we can park in the VIP parking lot. There is also a VIP parking lot? Chen Fan was surprised. He had never been to Disney before and this was the first time he heard of it. Yes. It's normal that you don't understand since it's your first time here. Li Nguyen nodded. Chen Fan was not short of money. The reason he didn't know was simply because he had never been here before. She understood. Go to the right. Li Nguyen pointed to the right. Yes. Chen Fan agreed without any hesitation. With Li Nguyen's guidance, Chen Fan quickly drove the car to the entrance of the VIP parking lot. Only after verifying Li Nguyen's identity information did the security guard let the car in. As soon as he entered, Chen Fan was dazzled. Although there are not many cars parked inside, each of them has a car logo that only appears on TV. There are several other cars with the same logo as his. Looking at the sky above, Chen Fan sighed. It was worthy of being a VIP parking lot. Not only was the venue large and wide, but it also had such a round dome, which was not only not hot but also very cool. Moreover, the coolness was different from that of air conditioning. Chen Fan couldn't tell exactly how it was different. Wow, Dad, there's a little man on this car. Just as Li Nguyen was leading Nguyen forward, Nguyen's eyes were suddenly attracted by something, and she raised her hand and pointed at the little man logo on a car. Do you like it? Chen Fan just took a look and saw a little angel with wings. I like it. Nguyen nodded. Then after we finish playing, let's go and customize one. Squatting down, Chen Fan rubs Nguyen's head lovingly. They are not short of money, so customizing not only one angel figurine, but even hundreds of them would not be a problem. Dad is the best. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Nguyen kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. Hey! What are you doing? Just as Chen Fan picked up his phone to take a picture of the angel, a loud voice sounded behind them. I saw the three of you sneaking around my car ever since I came out of the elevator. What do you want to do? Are you jealous that I drive the only French Venturi in the city? The man rushed to the front of the car and carefully observed whether there was any damage to his car. Venturi? Chen Fan said that he had never heard of this brand. Is it amazing? Is it even more powerful than Rolls-Royce and Maybach? Your Venturi is just a low-end version. What's there to be jealous of? Li Nguyen snorted coldly. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Li Nguyen. Did she know this car? Yes, Li Nguyen is a female boss, so it is normal for her to understand. Yes, so what? It's a low-end version, you can't afford it anyway? After hearing what Li Nguyen said, the man immediately looked at Li Nguyen and was instantly stunned by Li Nguyen's beautiful face. I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding. The man's attitude changed immediately. Beauty, I see you know a lot about cars, so why don't we sit down and have a good chat about cars? After all, there are not many women who know cars like you. When I saw you, I felt like I had met you too late. Not interested. Li Nguyen looked at the other party's lackey-like appearance and refused without hesitation. Seeing that Li Nguyen didn't give him face, the man instantly became angry. You, don't be so shameless. I invited you because I think highly of you. Chapter 75, just slap the other person in the face and plunder all his property? Do I need you to look up to me? Li Nguyen just glanced at the other person with contempt. Fuck. What the hell do you mean by that? If you don't explain it clearly to me today, you're not going anywhere. The man's self-esteem was trampled upon. Zhou Daxiong has never failed in his quest to seduce a woman. Every one of them has become his slave. This woman, don't be ungrateful. This is the VIP parking lot, you seem to have forgotten. Li Nguyen reminded the other party. After all, those who can enter this VIP parking lot are not ordinary people. Don't use the same tactics he uses on ordinary people to threaten her. You. Zhou Daxiong was furious. Chen Fan, Nguyen, let's go. Li Nguyen was too lazy to deal with this scoundrel anymore. Yes, beautiful sister. Nguyen nodded heavily. The uncle opposite was so fierce and looked so scary. Fuck. Looking at the three people's leaving backs, the man cursed unwillingly. Isn't it just because you slept with men all the way to your position? Why are you pretending? Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Coming for the mission? Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Task, pick the target task and slap Zhou Daxiong a few times to make him shut up and get all his property. What the hell? Doesn't the system mean that as long as he takes action against the other party, he can easily plunder the other party's property and turn the other party into a pauper in seconds? This is so cool. Watch your stinky mouth. Li Nguyen warned. What I said is the truth. You are so sexy, and I don't allow people to say it? The man snorted. Just when Li Muan wanted to say something else, Chen Fan said, "Don't bother with him. Leave the rest to me." Ah. Before Li Muan could react to what Chen Fan meant by this, she saw Chen Fan had already raised his foot and walked towards the man. What do you want to do?" Looking at Chen Fan walking towards him with a cold face, the man instantly felt a murderous aura coming towards him. Chen Fan said nothing, but moved quickly and accurately, slapping the other person in the face. "Shoot with both hands." The pa sounds were particularly crisp in the large parking lot, and even echoed. The speed is so fast that you can even see after images. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining all of the other party's property. It was not until he heard the system's prompt that Chen Fan let go of the man whose mouth was bleeding and whose face was almost swollen. System, according to statistics, the total assets of the Zhou family are 10 billion. They own a health club, a swimming pool, a stadium, 500 acres of unsold land in the eastern suburbs, and about 20 stores of all sizes in various shopping malls. Looking at the virtual translucent page in front of him that was glowing blue and had a very high-tech feel, Chen Fan smacked his lips. Among ordinary people, Zhou Daxiong is indeed quite rich, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Since he couldn't get Li Muan, he slandered her. As soon as Chen Fan let go, Zhou Daxiong fell straight to the ground. Not even bothering to look at him, Chen Fan walked towards Nuanyuan and Li Muan. "Wow! Dad is so handsome. So awesome." Nuanyuan looked at the man lying on the ground, then looked at Chen Fan, with stars in her eyes. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. It was all over. He had only thought about teaching the man a lesson to get the mission reward and had forgotten about Nuanyuan. "Nuanyuan, don't you think your dad is very fierce?" Chen Fan squatted in front of Nuanyuan, looking straight into Nuanyuan's clear eyes. "Dad is not fierce at all. He is very gentle." Although Nuanyuan didn't know why her father asked this, she still answered truthfully and shook her little head like a rattle. Hearing Nuanyuan's answer, Chen Fan felt his heart tightly wrapped in warmth. He never dared to attack other people in front of Nuanyuan, mainly because he was afraid that Nuanyuan would be afraid of him and terrified after seeing his brutality. Unexpectedly, Nuanyuan never thought so in her heart. "Dad, you are so awesome." Nuan tilted her head and glanced at the man lying on the ground behind Chen Fan. "Dad, are you Superman?" "Yes, Dad is Superman. I will be able to protect Nuanyuan well in the future. As long as Nuanyuan needs Dad, Dad will be there at any time." Rubbing Nuanyuan's head, Chen Fan straightened up. Sure enough, the world of children is different from what adults think. They don't have so many concerns. They are very naive and simple. "Dad," he got up. Nuanyuan saw the man getting up from the ground and pointing in panic. "It's okay, Dad will protect Nuanyuan." Chen Fan didn't care at all. After all, the system only asked him to call this person what was it? Oh, by the way, Zhou Daxiong's several slaps did not allow him to take the other person's life, so it was reasonable for him to get up. Furthermore, he couldn't get over the thought of killing someone in front of Nuanyuan. Fuck. The man shook his head. The pain on his facial muscles caused him to grimace immediately, and the corners of his mouth twitched continuously. How dare you attack me? Do you know my status in Zhongcheng?" Covering his painful face, he yelled at Chen Fan with an obviously lack of manliness. I didn't dare to make any big expressions on my face, for fear of pulling my muscles and causing more pain. "Status?" Li Muan smiled coldly. "If you have anything to say, come to me, Li Muan." Li Muan? The man was stunned when he heard it. Don't tell him that the beautiful woman in front of him would be the famous Li Muan, the ruthless female president, Li Muan. Now, you still have one choice, and that is to get out of here. Li Muan looked at the shocked man coldly. This. Hearing the other party's tone, the man already had the answer in his heart. But he was unwilling to be beaten up in vain, mainly because he could feel that his teeth were a little loose. As you can imagine, the other party beat him to death. How could he possibly run away in disgrace with his tail between his legs after facing such a great humiliation? Li Muan, right? Let me tell you, my family has cooperation with your company. Raising his head, the man instantly became confident. Their family has a 500-acre piece of land in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, which has been requisitioned by Li Muan's company, and it is still in the negotiation stage. From a certain perspective, Li Muan was asking them to do something for her, so they had to give him some face, otherwise, his family would not agree to the contract. So? You want to threaten me with this? Lee Myung-won saw through what Jo Da-seong was thinking at a glance. It's not even a threat. Jo Da-seong snorted complacently, he dealt such a heavy hand to me. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'm afraid there's no point in negotiating this cooperation. Nothing to talk about? Chen Fan curled his lips as if he had heard a huge joke. Do you want to make a phone call and ask if you are still qualified to cooperate with Mr. Lee? After hearing what Chen Fan said, Lee Myung-won and Jo Da-seong both looked at Chen Fan at the same time. What does this mean? Chapter 76 Jo Da-seong, the clown is actually me? Stop scaring me. Lee Myung-won's company has been pursuing our family for this cooperation for more than half a year. Jo Da-seong waved his hand, thinking that Chen Fan was just fooling him with these words. As soon as the man finished speaking, the cell phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. At the same time, Lee Myung-won's cell phone rang. How could this be such a coincidence? Lee Myung-won took out her cell phone and it was her right-hand assistant calling. Chen Fan, I'm going to take a call. Lee Myung-won said to Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. After Lee Myung-won walked aside, he bent down and picked up Nguyen. Dad, that uncle is so fierce. Nguyen is scared. Hugging Chen Fan's neck, Nguyen didn't even dare to look at him. Don't be afraid, Nguyen, Daddy is here. Chen Fan raised his hand and touched Nguyen's fair and clean little face. Taking out his cell phone, the man was stunned when he saw the caller ID. Without wasting a moment, he picked up the phone immediately. Dad, why are you calling me out of the blue? What? Something big happened at home? What big thing? Dad, what did you say? You said we have to give our family property to someone else? Grandpa, is he getting senile? Those are all mine, Jo Da-seong's. Why should he give them to others? Who the hell is so blind as to dare to steal my things? Dad, what did you say? Say the other person's name again. A few words made Jo Da-seong's expression change again and again. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Chen Fan with horror in his eyes. Chen Fan? Dad, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Jo Da-seong swallowed the saliva in his mouth, unable to believe it. If he heard correctly just now, it seemed that when Ms. Lee Myung-won called this man just now, she called him Chen Fan? Is it possible that people with the same name and surname are not the same person? After all, Chen Fan was right here, and he had no time to do anything else except beat him. Chen Fan, what's going on? My assistant just called and said that the 500 acres of land in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng is no longer owned by the Zhou family, but yours. After ending the call, Lee Myung-won walked to Chen Fan's side. Until now, she has not fully digested this shocking news. What on earth did Chen Fan do? How could he acquire the 500 acres of land from the Zhou family in such a short time? You have to know that this piece of land is not only targeted by her company, but also by several other companies. That is why the Zhou family has been reluctant to give in, because the water is deep and they can still make some more money. How come now, as soon as Chen Fan makes a move, it's his without any surprise? What? After hearing what Lee Myung-won said, Jo Da-seong no longer had the heart to listen to what his father was saying on the phone. My mind is full of what Lee Myung-won said. Yes, it's really him. How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Coincidence, it must be just a coincidence. Jo Da-seong kept shaking his head in disbelief. What's impossible? Joe's father on the phone noticed something was wrong. Dad, that person who seemed to have taken away our family's assets is right in front of me. Jo Da-seong seemed to have no idea what to do. I can only count on my father. Where are you? Upon hearing this, Joe's father immediately asked about Jo Da-seong's location. Dad, I'm in the VIP parking lot of Disneyland. Jo Da-seong lowered his head, feeling uneasy. If the other party is really that Chen Fan, then what he just said. Suddenly, thinking of this, Jo Da-seong shuddered. He was afraid that the other party would not let him go so easily. He now has only one chance to turn things around, and that is to protect all the assets of the Zhou family. Otherwise, after becoming a pauper, what can he use to challenge Chen Fan or compete with him? How can I explain it to you? Faced with the question raised by Lee Myung-won, Chen Fan couldn't think of a reasonable excuse for a while. Could it be that you have recognized the other person a long time ago? Lee Myung-won suddenly had a bold guess. That's why Chen Fan said that. Yeah. Chen Fan answered carelessly. He couldn't tell Li Muwen the truth and say that he knew nothing about it and that the reason he was able to obtain all the property in Zhou Daxiong's family was because he slapped Zhou Daxiong in the face several times? I guess no one would believe him if he really said that. But don't you want this piece of land? Chen Fan was afraid that Li Muwen would become suspicious, so he immediately changed the subject. Well, according to the government's plan, this piece of land will have great plans in the future. Li Muwen nodded, otherwise she would not have spent half a year asking the people under the company to find ways to get this piece of the pie. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Chen Fan was very generous. This can be considered as a return gift for the famous watch Li Muwen gave him. Give it to me? Li Muwen stared at Chen Fan in surprise. I will transfer the money to you based on a profit margin of 2% higher than that of the Zhou family. No need. Chen Fan waved his hand. After all, you will be considered Nuanyuan's relative from now on, so there is no need for us to be so polite to each other. There is no reason for Chen Fan to ask for money for the things he gave away. This is not called gift giving, this is called a transaction. But Li Muwen wanted to say something else. After all, this gift was too expensive. They had previously offered the Zhou family 800 million yuan, but they still refused to give in. One can imagine how much profit they could make from this piece of land in the future. Nobita. A car drove in from outside. A middle-aged man got out of the car in an instant. His temples were gray. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were actually quite a few white hairs mixed in with his black hair. Dad, how come you got here so quickly? Zhou Daxiong was stunned when he saw the middle-aged man walking towards him. You said Chen Fan is with you, where is he? The middle-aged man did not answer Zhou Daxiong's question, but looked around. In the entire VIP parking lot, there were only 3 people left besides Zhou Daxiong. You are Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Fan, the middle-aged man walked up to Chen Fan and asked tentatively. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Li? The middle-aged man then realized that the person leaning sideways was actually Li Muwen. Mr. Zhou. Li Muwen knew the other party. Although she did not go directly to discuss cooperation with the Zhou family, she had met them before. So, this was all planned by you? The middle-aged man's eyes moved back and forth between Chen Fan and Li Muwen, and finally came to this conclusion. Seeing that she couldn't get the land from their family, Li Muwen decided to cooperate with this guy named Chen Fan? Let Chen Fan swindle all the Zhou family's property from his father, even the 500 acres of land. What a shrewd and sinister woman. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man glared angrily, you 2 dogs. As long as I, Zhou Hao, am here, don't even think about taking a cent from our Zhou family. Chapter 77, just a few punches and you'll capture a golden island. Bastard? Chen Fan's expression suddenly turned cold after hearing Zhou Hao's words. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Mission updated? Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, teach Zhou Hao a lesson, and get a golden island as a reward. Huang, Golden Island? As the name suggests, the whole island is full of gold and every part of the body is covered with treasures. In the Great Hua country, this is a piece of fat meat that many people are eyeing. Get it, must get it. Turning around, Chen Fan handed Nuan Nuan to Li Muwen. Nuan Nuan, be good and close your eyes. Open your eyes when daddy tells you to, okay? Okay. Hugging Li Muwen's neck, Nuanyuan closed her eyes obediently. The next second, Chen Fan turned around and walked directly towards Zhou Hao. Dad, Dad. Seeing Chen Fan, whose aura was very oppressive, walking towards them step by step, Zhou Daxiong was so scared that he hid behind Zhou Hao. What do you mean, Dad? You're such a loser. Zhou Hao shook off Zhou Daxiong's hand that was pulling on his clothes. He was so disappointed with him that the boy would just hide behind Zhou Daxiong when encountering problems since he was a child. What a disgrace. Dad, he is not simple. However, before Zhou Daxiong could finish his words, Chen Fan had already arrived in front of them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Hao's neck. Are you 2 bastards? You. Zhou Hao raised his hands and struggled, trying to pry open Chen Fan's hand that was pinching his neck, but it was in vain. Chen Fan's hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly gripping his neck. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't move at all. Seeing that his father's face had turned purple-red, Zhou Daxiong could only rush forward. Get out. Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked Zhou Daxiong in the chest, immediately kicking Zhou Daxiong dozens of meters away. After falling heavily to the ground, Zhou Daxiong, who was already in poor health, vomited blood on the spot, spraying several meters away. Seeing this scene, Li Muan finally understood why Chen Fan asked Nuanyuan to close her eyes before leaving. Such bloody scenes really cannot be seen by children. It's not because we are afraid that Nuanyuan will learn bad things, but mainly because we are afraid that Nuanyuan will be scared after seeing it. Chen Fan slowly lifted Zhou Hao from the ground without raising his head, but just slightly raised his eyelids. The fist was thrown out instantly, hitting Zhou Hao's abdomen hard. Ugh! Zhou Hao, who had already seen his great-grandmother, cried out in pain. One punch was not enough, so Chen Fan punched Zhou Hao several more times until Zhou Hao passed out in his hands. Chen Fan threw Zhou Hao to the ground as if he were a worn-out shoe. Dad, Dad! Seeing Zhou Hao lying motionless on the ground, Zhou Daxiong endured the severe pain in his body and crawled towards Zhou Hao like a dog. Arriving next to Zhou Hao still had no reaction no matter how Zhou Daxiong called out. He raised his head and yelled at Chen Fan in horror, You killed someone. In broad daylight, you actually killed my dad. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a golden island. Oh, the reward is here. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Daxiong and turned to leave. At this moment, something suddenly grabbed his feet. Before Chen Fan could lower his head, Zhou Daxiong's extremely excited voice rang in his ears, You can't leave. You killed my father, you must pay with your life. Pay your life? Chen Fan snorted with disdain. There were many people who wanted him to pay with his life, but unfortunately, no one could get what they wanted. With just a little effort, Chen Fan kicked away Zhou Daxiong, who was clinging to his legs like a clinging koala. Suddenly, a dazzling high beam flashed not far away. Even though it was broad daylight, it was still so dazzling that it made it difficult to open one's eyes. Cars soon stopped in front of Chen Fan. Several people got out of the car, but the leader was an old man with a cane and silver hair. Grandpa? Grandpa? Zhou Daxiong, who was crawling on the ground covering his abdomen, widened his eyes when he saw the old man. Hearing Zhou Daxiong's voice, the old man turned his head and saw not only Zhou Daxiong with blood all over his face, but also his own son lying not far away. With a frown on his face, the old man walked towards Chen Fan with his cane. You're dead. Seeing that his grandfather brought so many people with him, Zhou Daxiong was secretly proud. His grandfather would definitely settle accounts with Chen Fan. Grandpa, quickly tell IE to kill him. It's better to break his legs. Chen Fan still wants to take away the Zhou family's assets from them? He asked, dreaming. Plop. The old man came in front of Chen Fan and knelt down without saying a word. Dad? Zhou Haoqiang, who had gradually regained consciousness, propped himself up and turned his head to see this scene. He was completely stunned. He is your 80-year-old father. Is he old and confused? How can he kneel down to a younger generation? Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you properly. The old man raised his head and looked up at Chen Fan like a sincere believer. Grandpa? Zhou Daxiong's eyes widened. He didn't understand, not even a little bit. Dad, do you know what you are doing? You are bringing shame to our Zhou family for generations. How disgraceful. Zhou Hao slowly got up from the ground and yelled at the old man's back. Just after saying this, Zhou Hao couldn't help coughing, and the coughing became harder and harder. So much so that in the end, he coughed up a pool of blood on the ground. Mr. Zhou. Upon seeing this, the people brought by the old man hurriedly walked towards Zhou Hao and reached out to support the staggering Zhou Hao. Grandpa, did you see that? The reason my dad became like this is all because of him. Raising his hand, Zhou Daxiong pointed at Chen Fan and yelled at the old man. He beat your son like this, and you still want to kneel down to him. Grandpa, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey or was it caught in the door when you went out? Shut up. The old man turned his head and scolded sternly, What do you know? You are the one who caused the disaster, and you still dare to question me? The old man's yellow, turbid eyes were filled with anger. If it weren't for the next generation of the Zhou family, would he, a man who already had one foot in the coffin, come out to kneel down and embarrass himself? What trouble did I cause? What does it have to do with me? He was just unhappy with me and attacked me. After hearing what the old man said, Zhou Daxiong retorted righteously. Besides, he knocked out all my teeth. Now, he has hit my dad so hard, it's obvious that he wants to kill both of us. Grandpa, we are your blood relatives, why are you so ungrateful? Not only did you not help us, but you actually helped him. Chapter 78 Ancestral Treasure. How dare you? The old man still showed no intention of getting up. Turning around, the old man was afraid that his grandson's words would upset Chen Fan, so he quickly explained, Mr. Chen, my grandson is a waste and doesn't know anything. Please don't take it to heart. Get up. Chen Fan said expressionlessly. Compared to Zhou Daxiong and Zhou Hao, two short-sighted guys, it is obvious that the person in charge of the Zhou family is a man of insight and has much more vision than them. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing what Chen Fan said, the old man trembled and slowly stood up from the ground. Mr. Chen, this is the apology I brought to you. It was these two bastards in our family who were ignorant and made you unhappy. I will definitely seek justice for you in this matter. The old man quickly winked at the secretary following behind him. The secretary quickly handed the box in his hand to Chen Fan and opened it. This is a piece of jade that has been passed down from our ancestors to the present day. It's a small token of my appreciation. The old man explained. Chen Fan just glanced at it indifferently. Although he didn't know much about jade, this green color was almost the same as that of a beer bottle, so it should be quite valuable. Isn't it said that the darker the color of jade, the more valuable it is? Li Muwen was stunned after just one look. If this piece of jade was put on the market, it would be worth at least 10 figures. Thinking of this, Li Muwen turned to look at Chen Fan. What on earth had Chen Fan done to the Zhou family that not only did Mr. Zhou treat him so humbly, but he even went so far as to take out the ancestral jade to please him? Grandpa? What did you say? You actually gave him our Zhou family heirloom? Zhou Daxiong thought he had misheard. He was so excited that he ignored the pain in his body and walked towards old man Zhou. When he saw with his own eyes that the box contained the ancestral jade that he was not allowed to touch, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the piece of jade from our family? Grandpa, are you crazy? How dare you give this thing away to anyone? I told you to shut up. Old man Zhou was afraid that Zhou Daxiong would make more mistakes if he talked too much, so he swung the crutch in his hand and hit Zhou Daxiong hard. In an instant, Zhou Daxiong jumped up on the spot as if he was possessed by a toad. Hey, Grandpa, please stop hitting me. Hey. Mr. Chen, these are all the assets of our Zhou family. If there is no problem, just sign my transfer letter. Old man Zhou reluctantly put away his crutches and took a thick stack of documents from another secretary. No. No way. Before Zhou Daxiong could say no, Zhou Hao, supported by other secretaries, limped towards the old man. Dad, I think you are really getting old and confused. Not only are you giving our Zhou family's heirloom to an outsider like him, you are also giving him the Zhou family's assets as well. Since you can't tell right from wrong, let me take care of the Zhou family. Shut up. The old man swung his cane at Zhou Hao again, shaking with anger. If you hadn't failed to discipline your good son, would I have given away all my life's hard work to someone else? What does this have to do with Nobita? Zhou Hao was stunned. Then you have to ask your good son what he did to Mr. Chen. The old man blew his beard and glared, wishing he could cut the good-for-nothing Zhou Daxiong into pieces. Mr. Chen, you have taught us a lesson in giving you the things. Can you please let us go and give us a chance to live? I promise you that from now on, our Zhou family will never set foot in Jiangcheng again and will never appear in front of you in our lifetime. The old man turned his head and looked at Chen Fan again, pleading sincerely with every word. After signing the transfer contract, Chen Fan took a look at it and then looked at old man Zhou. Okay, then do as you say. A man should be grateful for what he has received, and he should be grateful for what he has received. Now that people are so sincere and have given him all the heirlooms from their ancestors, he should have to be more polite. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, the old man quickly bent down to express his gratitude. Chen Fan picked up his phone and made a call directly. Then he said to the old man, just give these things to my people. They will be here soon. We still have things to do. Okay, Mr. Chen, take care. The old man nodded hurriedly, standing in place, watching Chen Fan and Li Muwen leave. Dad. Zhou Hao was extremely unwilling. What do you mean, Dad? From now on, I don't have a useless son like you. After the old man got Chen Fan's response, he vented all his anger on Zhou Hao. Without any regard for Zhou Hao's face, the solid wood crutch hit Zhou Hao heavily. Look at you, what a thing you gave birth to. If it weren't for him, how could the empire that I spent my whole life fighting for be? When he said this, the old man couldn't help but moisten his eyes. How does this matter have anything to do with Nobita? Didn't you want to give the Zhou family's assets to this man named Chen Fan? Zhou Hao was even more confused. If he hadn't angered Mr. Chen. Before old man Zhou had finished his words, Zhou Daxiong couldn't wait to defend himself. What does it have to do with me? I'm innocent. Innocent? Old man Zhou snorted coldly. Luckily I asked someone to check the parking lot surveillance on the way here, otherwise I would really think I had wronged you. Grandpa. Hearing what old man Zhou said, Zhou Daxiong immediately shrank his neck and whispered in defense, I just wanted to pursue Li Muan, who knew she was so tactless. Besides, I was severely beaten by Chen Fan. Is it really that serious? How dare you? If you didn't have evil intentions towards Mr. Li, would our Zhou family have suffered this unexpected disaster? Old man Zhou said as he was about to swing the crutch in his hand towards Zhou Daxiong. Dad, so, you are not going to give our Zhou family's assets to that Chen Fan? Instead, it's him. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Hao took a deep look at Zhou Daxiong, who was hiding with his head in his hands, and quickly reached out to stop him. What else? Old man Zhou rolled his eyes at Zhou Hao. Who is this Chen Fan? I've never heard of him before. How can he be so powerful that he lets you deliver the things personally? However, before Zhou Hao could finish his words, several black business cars appeared in the parking lot. They surrounded the Zhou family members. Dad, what's going on? Seeing this commotion, Zhou Daxiong quickly hid behind old man Zhou and Zhou Hao. Could it be that Chen Fan has changed his mind? He doesn't want to give us a chance to live? Zhou Hao's heart began to lift as well. That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Chen doesn't look like someone who would go back on his word. Old man Zhou didn't know who these people were. Chapter 79. Mr. Chen, the things have been obtained. Dozens of bodyguards who looked very dignified and capable got out of the business car. It's over. These people must have been called by Chen Fan. After he took all of our Zhou family's property and ancestral treasures and left, he sent people to deal with us. He doesn't want us to leave here alive. Zhou Daxiong had never seen such a big scene before and was scared to death. We are here on the orders of Mr. Chen to help him get his things. Where are the things? Said the leading bodyguard. So that's how it is. After waiting for the other party to explain his purpose, old man Zhou's heart finally settled down. Even though he was reluctant, he still handed over the contract and the ancestral jade to the other party. Money can be earned again if lost, but if the entire Zhou family is gone, what will you do with so much money? Thank you. The bodyguard took the things, counted them, checked them, and left without saying anything. Oh my god. As soon as Zhou Hao got in the car, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He thought these people were coming to take his life. You're afraid now, what were you doing before? Old man Zhou was helpless looking at his weak and incompetent son. Dad, this Chen Fan, he... Zhou Hao looked at old man Zhou guiltily and couldn't help but feel lucky that his father came, otherwise he would have to call the police. If he called the police, the consequences would be disastrous, and both he and Nobita would not be able to escape alive. Okay, let's go back quickly, pack up and go back to the countryside. Old man Zhou waved his hand. Things have come to this point, and they have to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the topic about Chen Fan, it is not appropriate to talk about it here, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble if someone with ulterior motives hears it. Yes. Zhou Hao did not dare to hesitate. Now he knew that his father was not confused, but had to do this for their sake. If his father had been a little more selfish and not cared about the life or death of both father and son, the Zhou family's business would still be there. Before leaving, old man Zhou took a deep look at the elevator, shook his head and sighed, what a sin. Years of hard work and sweat were destroyed in an instant. Falling asleep? In the elevator, Chen Fan wanted to carry Nuanyuan back, but found that Nuanyuan was lying on Li Muan's shoulder, motionless. Yeah. Li Muan glanced at Nuanyuan on her shoulder and nodded softly. Let me hold you. Chen Fan stretched out his hand. Okay. Li Muan returned Nuanyuan to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what did you do to the Zhou family? Li Muan wanted to ask Chen Fan what he had done to the Zhou family, but she felt that this was Chen Fan's private matter and she should not ask about it. I didn't do anything. It's just that old man Zhou is far-sighted and knows he can't afford to offend me. Chen Fan said lightly. He was not in a position to talk about the specifics. Yeah. Lee Myung-won didn't ask any further questions. Bite. As the elevator door opened, Lee Myung-won was the first to walk out of the elevator. Outside, the sun is shining. However, there were not many people because they were in the VIP channel. As soon as he left the VIP channel, Chen Fan finally understood why Disney was a paradise for children. It is too dreamy. Even as an adult, everything in front of you will remind you of the childishness and innocence that you have long lost. There are noisy sounds all around my ears. Nguyen, who was lying on Chen Fan's shoulder, moved her body and slowly raised her head. Dad, where is this place? Maybe because she was woken up, Nguyen spoke with a strong nasal tone. This is Sherdini. Chen Fan tilted his head and rubbed Nguyen's head. Do you want to sleep a little longer? No. Upon hearing the word Sherdini, Nguyen was no longer sleepy and looked around excitedly. Her already round eyes became even brighter after seeing the surroundings clearly. Wow, Snow White. Nguyen pointed excitedly at the cartoon characters on the parade. And the 7 dwarfs. From Nguyen's voice, you can tell that she likes all of this very much. Nguyen, come on, I'll take you to buy a beautiful headband. Lee Myung-won looked at Nguyen, who looked very happy, and reached out to hold Nguyen's little hand. Is this what they wear on their heads? Nguyen didn't understand what a headband was, and asked, pointing at the 2 cat ears on the head of a child not far away. Yes. Lee Myung-won took a look and then nodded. Wow, Nguyen wants it. Nguyen nodded quickly. Okay, then you take her there, and I'll buy you some drinks. What do you want to drink? Chen Fan put Nguyen down. There were a lot of people inside the sit-ini, and there were long queues to buy things and play games. I'll have a glass of lemonade, please. Lee Myung-won wanted to say coffee, but changed her mind. Daddy, I want ice cream. Before Chen Fan could ask his baby daughter, a little hand was pulling his trouser leg and said in a baby voice. Okay, Dad will buy it for you. Bending down, Chen Fan pinched the bouncy cheeks of the Nguyen baby. Then they parted ways with Lee Myung-won. One took Nguyen to buy a hairband, and the other went to buy drinks. After taking a few steps, the cell phone in Chen Fan's pocket began to vibrate. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Fan just took a look at it. Mr. Chen, the items have been received. Afterwards, Chen Fan put his phone back into his pocket and lined up in front of the ice cream truck. On the other side, Lee Myung-won, wearing Nguyen, was happily choosing various headbands. This little rabbit is cute. Lee Myung-won put a pink and white headband on Nguyen's head. It goes perfectly with the warm white puffy skirt. Let me see, let me see. Upon hearing Lee Myung-won say this, Nguyen stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck to look at the mirror in Lee Myung-won's hand. It was chosen by the beautiful sister, and it really looks good. Nguyen likes it very much. Let's go and pay the bill. Holding Nguyen's little hand, Lee Myung-won was about to leave. Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere and pulled the hairband off Nguyen's head. He also pulled out a few strands of Nguyen's hair. Ouch! Nguyen raised her hand and touched her head in pain. It hurts so much. What's wrong? Lee Myung-won turned around and found that the headband on Nguyen's head was missing. Looking towards Nguyen, I saw a little girl who looked a little too plump. She was looking at herself left and right in the mirror. Mom, I want this one. This rabbit is so cute. The little girl turned around and said to the middle-aged woman next to her, who also looked very wealthy. Beautiful sister, she snatched Nguyen's rabbit headband away. Nguyen pouted, feeling aggrieved. No wonder. Lee Myung-won frowned and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Please return the headband to us. What do you mean yours? This is mine. Whatever I like is mine. The little girl said arrogantly. Yours? You snatched it from someone else's head, and you dare to say it's yours? Lee Myung-won said coldly, stretched out her hand to snatch the hairband back, and put it on Nguyen's head again. She was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. Wow, whoa, Mom. Seeing this, the little girl grabbed the hand of the woman next to her and burst into tears. What do you mean? The woman saw this and reached out to push Lee Myung-won. How dare you bully my daughter in front of me? Chapter 80, This bitch, I must kill her. Lee Myung-won was pushed by the woman and staggered back several steps, her brows slightly furrowed. Seeing that Lee Myung-won was so easy to bully, the woman reached out to snatch back the headband on Nguyen's head. Woo! Several strands of Nguyen's hair were pulled out by the woman's violent behavior. The pain made her eyes red and tears welled up in her eye sockets. You're going too far. Pulling Nguyen behind her, Lee Nguyen gritted her teeth and simply took off her high heels. Originally, she shouldn't have to do anything herself when facing such a rude and unreasonable woman. But she didn't bring any bodyguards with her when she went out today. If she didn't seek justice for Nguyen herself and let Nguyen be bullied by this woman, would she still be qualified to be Nguyen's mother? Nguyen, please step back a little. Lee Nguyen squatted down and hugged Nguyen's shoulders. Don't come over for a while. I'm afraid of hurting you. Do you understand? Nguyen, I will listen to my beautiful sister in everything. Nguyen nodded heavily. After Lee Nguyen stood up, she immediately bent down to pick up Lee Nguyen's high heels and bag that she had taken off aside, and held them in her arms, then obediently stepped aside. Lee Nguyen lifted her sleeves and looked at the other person coldly. She had never fought since she was a child. But, for Nguyen, she had to do this. You, what are you going to do? The woman looked at Lee Nguyen, who was obviously coming towards her, and felt inexplicably nervous. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the live broadcast and wanted to point the phone at Lee Nguyen to take a photo. Take a photo of me? Lee Nguyen slapped the other person's phone away. Without giving the woman any chance to react, he reached out and grabbed the woman's hair. Amid the woman's scream of fear, he raised his foot and used his knee to hit the woman's abdomen. Ah! The woman suddenly let out a shrill sound like a pig being slaughtered. The next second, Lee Nguyen slapped the other person in the face without any hesitation, making a loud slapping sound. I'm going to fight you. The woman in a passive position was like a mad dog. She stretched out her hands and pulled Lee Nguyen's curly hair that was scattered on her shoulders. Snort! Lee Nguyen endured the severe pain from her scalp and grabbed the woman's shoulders. She never fought, but she had learned karate since she was a child. She might not be that capable of dealing with men, but dealing with a mere woman was not a difficult task for her. He stretched out his other leg, put all his weight on the woman, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Then Lee Nguyen threw the woman to the ground. Without giving the woman a chance to get up, Lee Nguyen pounced on her from behind and rode on her, raising her hands and pulling her hair hard. In a short while, several strands of women's hair appeared in the palm of his hand, and the woman's screams were incessant. Mom! Seeing her mother being beaten, the little girl could only cry. Don't you like pulling other people's hair? Lee Nguyen grabbed a handful of the woman's hair, and the woman had to look up high. Today, I'll let you taste enough. After saying that, Lee Nguyen pulled the other's hair hard. Ah! Help, help, the woman struggled, but it was useless. She could only reach her hands behind her head and pull Lee Nguyen's hands hard. Dad! Suddenly, a man jumped out of the crowd, and the little girl who was crying seemed to have seen a savior. Suddenly, a figure rushed up like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, and immediately knocked down Lee Nguyen, who was riding on the woman. Husband! The woman, who suddenly felt no pressure, turned her head and saw that it was her husband. She immediately got up from the ground as if she had taken stimulants. Kill her for me. This bitch. I must kill her today. When the man heard this, he immediately restrained Lee Nguyen with his hands and pressed her under him. Fuck! How dare you bully my wife? Are you tired of living? The man cursed. The woman quickly picked up her phone, turned on the live broadcast and started filming Lee Nguyen. Everyone, come and see. There is a crazy woman here. She rushed up to me and beat me without saying a word. She also tore out so much of my hair. Come and help me judge for myself. Beautiful sister. Seeing that Lee Nguyen was imprisoned by the man and unable to move, Nguyen hurried out from the corner. Before he could get even a step closer to Lee Nguyen, the woman pushed him hard and he fell heavily to the ground. You let go of my beautiful sister, you let go of my beautiful sister. Nguyen, who was pushed down, was not discouraged. Instead, she endured the pain in her buttocks, got up from the ground, came to the woman, picked up Lee Nguyen's high heels and hit the woman's legs. You're looking for death. The woman grimaced in pain from being hit. She grabbed Nguyen's clothes and raised her hand to slap Nguyen a few times. If you dare to touch a hair on her, I promise that you will never have peace in your life. Lee Nguyen shouted at the woman with bloodshot eyes. Oh, you are so arrogant. You dare to threaten my wife? Hearing Lee Nguyen's fierce tone, the man slapped Lee Nguyen on the back of the head with disdain. I just moved, what can you do to me? The woman reached out her hand and pulled Nguyen's cheek mockingly. Did you see that? What can you do to me? Woo woo. Nguyenuan's fair cheeks were instantly pinched red by the woman. Let her go. Take your dirty hands off her face. Lee Nguyen screamed hysterically at the woman. You can't even protect yourself, and you're still thinking about her. The man grabbed Lee Nguyen and was about to attack her, but Lee Nguyen turned her head to the side, her eyes red, and those charming eyes spewed out blazing fire. She said word by word, "You will regret it." The man was stunned. What a beautiful girl. In his entire life, he had never seen such a beautiful woman, who looked like a fairy. Thinking that the person was right under him, at his mercy, the man couldn't help but have bad thoughts. Just as he was about to touch Lee Nguyen's plump buttocks in an obscene manner, something heavy suddenly hit him, and the plastic cup was instantly broken, with liquid splashing everywhere. The man's neck was dislocated and he couldn't move. Before he could see the culprit, he was suddenly sent flying. With a thud, the whole person glided on the ground for a long time like a dog eating shit. Husband. When the woman saw her husband in such a miserable state, she ran over immediately. I saw that my husband's handsome face was covered with bloodstains of fear left by being rubbed against the ground. The woman was startled for a moment, then turned her head abruptly and looked at the person who came with great anger. If her husband's face was disfigured because of this, she would never let this person go. Just one glance and the woman was stunned. Good, what a handsome man. He is so many times more handsome than my husband. If she had met such a gorgeous man earlier, there would be no point for her husband. Chapter 81 Kill them all. Reward, Super God Skill Time Stop. After helping Lee Nguyen up, Chen Fan quickly came to Nguyenuan's side. Looking at Nguyenuan's red face from being pinched, and the dust on her white puffy skirt, Chen Fan turned his head to look at the woman who was being infatuated with him. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. In just a moment, the woman shuddered when she met Chen Fan's gaze. It was as if there were tens of millions of poisonous snakes wrapped around her, ready to eat her up if she wasn't careful. Beautiful sister, are you okay? Nguyenuan looked at the person who was limping towards them. His knees were bruised and bleeding continuously. I'm fine. Lee Nguyen shook her head, endured the pain and squatted down in front of Nguyenuan, holding Nguyenuan's face sincerely and guiltily, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well, and let you be bullied by these people. It's not my beautiful sister's fault, it's them. They are unreasonable. Seeing that Lee Nguyen's tears were about to fall, Nguyenuan raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lee Nguyen's eyes. Dad, they bullied Nguyenuan and my pretty sister. Nguyenuan raised her head and pouted, trying hard not to cry. They snatched the things my pretty sister bought for Nguyenuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan slowly raised his foot and walked towards the two of them. Chen Fan is a protective person. No matter who is right or wrong in this matter, he will never let go of the party that bullies Nguyenuan. Not to mention, it was Nguyen's fault in the first place. You, what are you going to do? This is a society ruled by law. The woman looked at Chen Fan, who had a strong aura, and was so scared that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chen Fan just looked down coldly at the two people who were constantly retreating at his feet. Use your mind to control the virtual panel and open the taskbar. Mission, kill all those who offend Nguyen, and you will be rewarded with the God-level skill time stop. Time paused? This skill sounds particularly practical. What's more, even if there was no mission, he would never let these two people go easily. Chen Fan, my people will be here soon. As soon as Chen Fan closed the virtual interface, Lee Nguyen's voice came from behind him. It's okay, leave them two to me. Chen Fan tilted his head and glanced at Lee Nguyen, who was covered in wounds. If he hadn't been so bored waiting that he was watching Dosha's live video and hadn't seen the scene of Lee Nguyen being bullied by a woman and rushed over as fast as he could, I'm afraid that Beast would have molested Lee Nguyen in front of so many people. When he thought of this, Chen Fan turned around and stared at the man with a sharp gaze. It was really a pity that he died. Controlled by thoughts. Chen Fan directly brought the two people into the void cave he had obtained. What is this place? Where are we? Aren't we in Disneyland? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, the woman suddenly became panicked. The endless white here is so white that it makes people feel uneasy. Where? Chen Fan walked out of the white mist, his handsome face full of mockery. Hell. You, how could you? When she saw Chen Fan, the woman's already panicked heart suddenly became nervous and frightened. She didn't care about the man next to her at all and started to run. Want to run? Look at the woman's back as she runs away. Chen Fan just looked on expressionlessly. He raised his foot, walked to the man who also wanted to run, and lifted him up. After throwing him into the air, he waited for the man to fall and then raised his foot and kicked him in the waist. Click. The sound of breaking bones was extremely obvious in the void cave. The woman who was running for her life was completely frightened when she heard the sound behind her. Ah, the man let out an extremely annoying cry. Chen Fan was not affected at all. He threw the man to the ground like garbage. Chen Fan walked forward and stepped on the man's chest. Just now, it was this hand. Chen Fan stared at the man's hand that was about to do something bad. Without waiting for the man to answer, he grabbed the man's hand and twisted it apart. Ah! The man's screams became more intense. I was wrong, please let me go. The man's face was covered with sweat, and his face was so pale that it was almost transparent. He begged Chen Fan with his last remaining strength. Let you go? Chen Fan snorted coldly. The next second, he raised his foot and stepped on the man's lower body. With a bang. This kick was like stepping on a balloon that was full of air. With a bang, in just a blink of an eye, the entire balloon exploded. Ah! The man's eyes rolled back in pain. From then on, he was no longer a normal man. With a move of his hands, Chen Fan twisted the man's head off alive. Then, like kicking a ball, he kicked it directly towards the woman not far away who was already frightened by his action. Seeing her husband's bloody head rolling to her feet, the woman's eyes seemed to fall out of their sockets with fear. There was nothing but fear in her head, so she ran away. It wasn't until Chen Fan walked in front of her that she reacted. It's too late to run. So he just knelt down in front of Chen Fan with a plop. I was wrong. I didn't know that was your daughter. If I knew she was your daughter, I would definitely not treat her like this. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. As the woman spoke, she kowtowed to Chen Fan. Please be prudent and spare my life for the sake of my precious daughter, just like you. A child can be without a father, but not without a mother. If I die, what will happen to my daughter? Seeing that Chen Fan was not moved at all, the woman quickly found a reason to impress Chen Fan. Daughter? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Oh, how could he forget about this? As a family, we should be together and in order. Wouldn't it be pitiful if she were left alone? The next second, a little girl appeared in the void hole. Ah! Mom! The little girl was at a loss, with a blank and confused mind. After seeing her mother kneeling on the ground, she raised her foot and immediately ran towards her mother. Wan. Seeing her daughter appear here, the woman immediately raised her head and looked at Chen Fan in horror. I suddenly had a very ominous premonition in my heart. He wouldn't treat her daughter the same way he treats her husband. Thinking of this, the woman knelt down close to Chen Fan, stretched out her hand to grab Chen Fan's trouser leg, and pleaded in a low voice. I beg you, if you are willing to let us go, you can pay me any amount of money you want. My family owns a mine, so we are not short of money. Chapter 82, Refuse to be bribed and get 4 mine rewards. Mining? Chen Fan sneered when he heard this. If it were in the past, he would definitely agree to such a proposal without even a second's hesitation. But now, Chen Fan looks like someone who is short of money? Just wanting to calm his anger with this mine is underestimating Chen Fan's temper. Yes, my family owns several mines in South City. As long as you let me go, I can transfer one to you unconditionally. Don't worry, the formalities are complete. As long as you agree, I can give you anything. When the woman saw that Chen Fan did not attack her, she thought that Chen Fan was tempted by the conditions she proposed, so she quickly got up from the ground. Kneel down. Chen Fan shouted. When did he agree that she should stand up? Was he consulted? With a thud, the woman, who had a triumphant smile on her face, immediately knelt on the ground. The smile on her face disappeared in a second, replaced by nervousness and uneasiness. This shouldn't be the case. This man was obviously moved by the conditions she proposed, so why did he suddenly change his attitude? Do you think 1 is not enough? If you think 1 is not enough, then try 2. The woman knelt on the ground, raised her head and raised 2 fingers to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked down at the woman, his face still expressionless, with only indifference in his eyes. 3. 3 should be enough, right? We have 3 mines in our family, and we give them all to you. As long as you spare my life and my daughter's, I'll give them all to you. Seeing that Chen Fan remained unmoved, the woman gritted her teeth and raised another finger. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Chen Fan frowned, controlled the virtual interface with his mind, and opened the taskbar. Mission: refuse the other party's bribery and obtain the other party's 4 mines. 4 mines? After Chen Fan closed the virtual interface, he lowered his head and looked at the woman at his feet. Great, she actually dared to lie to him. Mom! The little girl ran to the woman. Seeing this, the woman glanced at Chen Fan, and seeing that he didn't seem to be planning to attack her and her daughter, she was immediately overjoyed, thinking that Chen Fan had let her go. The next second, the little girl was suddenly picked up. The woman widened her eyes and looked at the culprit, Chen Fan, in surprise and horror. What are you going to do? The woman asked. What? Chen Fan sneered, and pinched the little girl's slender neck in front of the woman, breaking it abruptly. Click. The sound of bones breaking was like a dead tree being snapped. The little girl, who was originally crying and had a look of fear on her face, tilted her head. Her not-so-big eyes were filled with blood, and blood was still flowing from the corners of her mouth. Chen Fan remained steadfast and threw it back to the woman coldly and mercilessly. Wan. Looking at the little girl who had stopped breathing beside her, the woman picked her up from the ground like a madman, letting her lean on her arms, while her other hand kept patting the little girl's face. Why? Haven't you already agreed? Why are you still attacking my precious daughter? The woman glared at Chen Fan with resentment. When did I promise you? Chen Fan stared at the woman coldly. From the beginning to the end, he never agreed to the conditions proposed by the other party. You. The woman was stunned, then became furious. Now, it's your turn. Chen Fan issued the death notice cruelly. Me? The woman holding the little girl suddenly panicked. She immediately pushed the little girl away, knelt in front of Chen Fan again, and grabbed Chen Fan's trouser legs with tears and snot. As long as you let me go, I will satisfy you with whatever you want. Please, let me go. You have already killed 2 of them, just let me go. Get out of the way. Chen Fan kicked the woman away with disgust. After waiting for the woman to fall from mid-air, Chen Fan raised his foot and walked over, lowering his head with a mocking look on his face. Before you bullied my daughter, you never thought it would end like this. After saying that, Chen Fan stepped on the woman's leg as she tried to push off the ground and crawl backwards. Ah! In an instant, the woman let out an extremely tragic scream. Do you know why I attacked you last? I wanted you to feel the fear and terror of watching your people die one by one. As Chen Fan spoke, he increased the strength of his feet. For this woman, physical torture is not torture. What Chen Fan wanted was double torture. He felt that his wife Huang died too easily last time and it was too cheap for her. So this time, he has learned from his last experience and will make those who bullied Nuanyuan suffer a fate worse than death before killing them. Ah! It hurts so much, my bones, my legs, the woman screamed as if her eyeballs were about to pop out. This little pain is nothing. Chen Fan continued to increase the strength of his feet. After completely crippling the woman's leg, Chen Fan grabbed the woman's arm and broke it again. In just a few moments, he had broken the woman's limbs, turning her into a completely immobile human pig. She could neither live nor die. The ground was covered with blood, but Chen Fan seemed not to smell it. With a wave of his hand, the originally white empty hole was like a PPT, and the scene changed in the blink of an eye. The sun was shining brightly overhead, and the ground was covered with hot, fine sand that made it impossible to move. When I looked again, I realized that I was already in an endless desert without realizing it. Where is this? In just a moment, the woman felt dry mouth and tongue, as if the water in her body had been absorbed, and she sank into a state of extreme dehydration. It was so hot and thirsty. If she didn't drink some water, she would faint. Where else could this be? Of course it's hell. Chen Fan stood aside, watching the woman's skin crack and peel off due to the dazzling and extremely scorching sun, revealing the bright red flesh. In just a few minutes, the woman died suddenly under the sun, bleeding from all her orifices, looking horrible. Bite. System: congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Super God skill time. Pause. Bite. System: congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 4 mines. After receiving the reward, Chen Fan waved his hand and reappeared in the crowd. The surroundings were no different from when he left. Dad. Nguyen Nguyen ran to Chen Fan and sniffed, "Hurry up and take my beautiful sister to the hospital. She's bleeding a lot." "Okay." Chen Fan agreed immediately. All I could hear were the whispers of passers-by. What's going on with this family of three? No one has done anything to them yet, why did they suddenly faint? Hey! Look at that little girl lying on the ground. Why is she in such a terrible state? Her eyes are bloodshot. No, why is there blood coming out of the corner of her mouth? Chapter 83 rewards you with a superb skill flash. Fuck! It's not just her. Look at this woman. Her lips are so dry and cracked. No, her skin is also cracked. How did it become like this? The crowd was in an uproar instantly. The three people who were originally lying on the ground suddenly appeared to be dead in the void, scaring passers-by and making them step back one after another, as if they were carrying some invisible germs on their bodies. Let's go. Chen Fan ignored everything around him and walked to Li Muwen's side. Only then did they discover that Li Muwen not only had an injured knee, but also had varying degrees of abrasions on her face and arms. If I leave a scar on her beautiful face, wouldn't it be a waste of nature? Would it ruin this incredibly beautiful face? I'm fine. Li Muwen shook her head and then looked at Nguyen Nguyen. But Nguyen Nguyen, I wonder if her scalp is injured. The woman was very violent when she snatched Nguyen Nguyen's headband just now. Hearing what Li Muwen said, Chen Fan lowered his head and carefully examined Nguyen Nguyen's head, frowning slightly. Although there was no bleeding, there was a very prominent spot without a single hair, and the skin was also red. That woman deserves to die. Dad, Nguyen Nguyen is fine. Fearing that Chen Fan would worry, Nguyen Nguyen immediately shook her head at Chen Fan. Dad, don't be unhappy. Dad is not unhappy, Dad just feels a little guilty for not protecting you. Chen Fan bent down and hugged the warm-hearted Nguyen Nguyen. I'm sorry. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Muwen felt very guilty. It was because she failed to protect Nguyen Nguyen that Nguyen Nguyen was bullied. I didn't mean that. You've done a very good job. Chen Fan explained quickly. He really didn't mean to blame Li Muwen. After all, Li Muwen didn't just stand by and watch, and didn't even consider herself and worked hard for Nguyen Nguyen. This is not something that other people can do. Through this incident, he also knows that if Li Muwen is Nguyen Nguyen's mother, she must be very qualified. But I still hurt Nguyen Nguyen. Li Muwen lowered her head and said with red eyes. The first time she went out with Nguyen Nguyen, she encountered such a thing. Pretty sister, it has nothing to do with you. They are just impolite. They are stealing other people's things. Nguyen Nguyen quickly comforted Li Muwen. Pretty sister, look, the headband you gave me is still here. Nguyen Nguyen held Li Muwen's high heels in one hand with great effort and pointed at the little white rabbit headband around her neck. Li Muwen raised her head and looked at Nguyen Nguyen, who was trying hard to make her happy and comfort her. Her heart seemed to be injected with a ray of warm sunshine, and all the bad emotions were swept away. Dad, please let Nguyen Nguyen go down. Seeing Li Muwen's frown slowly relax, Nguyen Nguyen turned her head and said to Chen Fan. Okay. Although he didn't know what Nguyen Nguyen was going to do, Chen Fan still listened to her and put Nguyen Nguyen on the ground. Lifting her foot, Nguyen Nguyen walked to Li Muwen's side and placed Li Muwen's pair of high heels in front of her. Pretty sister, please put on your shoes quickly, the floor is dirty. Okay. Li Muwen nodded. Just as she was about to look for the bag she had just thrown on the ground, her bag appeared in her sight. Looking at the hand holding the bag, Li Muwen was slightly stunned. This is your bag, right? It seemed like you were carrying this just now. Chen Fan looked at the logo on the bag. This logo was not common, so the price was probably not cheap. Thank you, thank you. Li Muwen came back to her senses and quickly took it. Then he found a wet wipe from his bag, wiped the soles of his feet clean, and then put on his shoes. At this moment, a group of bodyguards suddenly surrounded the three people. The man came to Li Muwen and greeted her respectfully in a low voice, "Boss Li." Turning her head, Li Muwen looked at the three people lying on the ground who seemed to have no breath left, and her gentle gaze suddenly became sharp. You guys, deal with these three people properly. Even if they die, this matter is not over. I want their entire family, from top to bottom, to apologize to Nguyen Nguyen. Yes. Mr. Li. The visitor followed Li Muwen's gaze and immediately understood what was going on. As expected of a female boss, she is so decisive and efficient when doing things, without any procrastination. Chen Fan highly appreciated Li Muwen's behavior at this moment. Beautiful sister, your wound is still bleeding, let's go to the hospital quickly. The hand hanging by her side was tightly held by a small but very warm hand. Nguyen raised her head and said to Li Nguyen in a baby voice with heartache. Okay. In order to prevent Nguyen from worrying, Li Nguyen's eyes softened and she reached out to rub Nguyen's head, but when she thought about her hair being pulled by someone just now, she simply changed her focus to touching Nguyen's face. Can we go? Chen Fan asked. However, before Li Nguyen could answer, Nguyen's anxious voice rang in her ears. Dad, how can you let your beautiful sister go by herself? Ah? Chen Fan looked at Nguyen in confusion. Nguyen raised her other hand, tugged at the corner of Chen Fan's clothes, and said in a low voice, Dad, at this time, you should hold your beautiful sister and leave. Chen Fan. Did Nguyen baby think that Li Nguyen couldn't hear it? But Li Nguyen was right beside her. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Chen Fan was stunned when he heard the system prompt sounding in his mind. He was given a task at this time? What will the task be? With a little curiosity, Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and clicked on the taskbar. Task, follow Nguyen's suggestion and get a superb skill flash as a reward. Oh shit. Flash? Chen Fan was stunned. Is there any need to hesitate? After closing the virtual panel, Chen Fan came directly to Li Nguyen without saying a word, bent down, put one hand around Li Nguyen's waist and the other hand around Li Nguyen's legs, and carried her horizontally like a princess. Chen Fan. Li Nguyen was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses and said with a red face, I can walk by myself. Pretty sister, you're lying. Nguyen followed closely beside Chen Fan's legs, holding Li Nguyen's hand with one hand and pulling the corner of Chen Fan's clothes with the other hand, pouting, pretty sister couldn't even walk steadily just now. Well, that was an accident. Li Nguyen lowered her head, her face turned even redder, making her look even more charming and pretty. It's just a few steps, not strenuous. Chen Fan was a little surprised when he saw Li Nguyen's red ears. I didn't expect that she was such a shy person. Well, thank you then. Li Nguyen raised her head, looked at Chen Fan and thanked him. He. Hearing the conversation between the two, Nguyen followed Chen Fan in a skipping manner as if nothing had happened. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the Super God Skill Flash. Chapter 80 for the big boss of the Four Seasons hotel chain. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Chen Fan lowered his head to look at Li Nguyen in his arms, and his nose could faintly smell the fragrance that only Li Nguyen had. Really, it's very exciting. Chen Fan, otherwise, you put me down. It's only a few steps away. Li Nguyen lowered her head and did not dare to look at Chen Fan. Her heart was beating wildly uncontrollably. Beautiful sister, don't worry, my father is very strong. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Nguyen spoke first. That's not what I meant. Upon hearing Nguyen say this, Li Nguyen hurriedly explained. Don't worry, your weight is like a feather to me. Chen Fan also said. Yes, is that so? Li Nguyen raised her head and glanced at Chen Fan. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she was not very heavy, otherwise Chen Fan would have to work hard. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded and continued walking towards the VIP channel. After a short while, I took the elevator to the parking lot on the first floor. In the parking lot, besides them, there were a few unfamiliar people. As for the Zhou family, they had disappeared long ago. After carrying Li Nguyen into the car, Chen Fan also carried Nguyen, who was about to climb up with her short legs raised, with a somewhat funny and cute movement. He turned around and walked towards the driving position. Beautiful sister, let Nguyen blow on you, it will not hurt so much. Nguyen, who was sitting next to Li Nguyen, slid down from the seat. He took a deep breath, and blew on the wound on Li Nguyen's knee with his cheeks like a puffer fish. Li Nguyen. Nguyen baby, you are so thoughtful. My heart was already deeply moved. Nguyen, it's okay. I don't feel any pain, not at all. Li Nguyen stretched out her hand and quickly stopped Nguyen from blowing on her wound. But after just a while, baby Nguyen's breathing became a little rapid. If this continues, she is really worried that Nguyen will soon run out of energy. My beautiful sister, you are lying. How can it not hurt when you have lost so much blood? Nguyen pouted, looking unhappy. It really doesn't hurt, because my baby Nguyen is here, so it doesn't hurt. As she said that, Lee Myuwon reached out her hand and hugged Nguyen back to sit on the chair. Really? Does Nguyen have such great magic power? Nguyen widened her eyes, staring at Lee Myuwon with her sparkling black eyes. Yes, baby Nguyen, you have such great magic power. Lee Myuwon smiled and touched Nguyen's smooth and tender cheek, and nodded. If you don't believe it, you can ask your father if it's true. Dad, is what my beautiful sister said true? Nguyen immediately turned her head and looked at Chen Fan, who was driving. Chen Fan looked at the back seat of the car through the rearview mirror and nodded. Yes, Nguyen baby is very good. Hee, the beautiful sister really didn't lie to Nguyen. After getting the answer, Nguyen raised her hand excitedly. Hiss. Lee Myuwon couldn't help but laugh when she saw Nguyen's happy expression. But as the smile on her face grew, it also affected the wound on her face, causing her to gasp in pain. Beautiful sister, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lee Myuwon raising her hand to touch her face, Nguyen asked nervously. It's okay. Lee Myuwon gently stroked Nguyen's head with her backhand. The car quickly headed towards Zhongqing's top private hospital. But this time, when the security guard at the door saw Chen Fan in the driving seat, his attitude was different from last time. Mr. Chen. The two security guards were extremely respectful to Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan didn't take it to heart. After all, this private hospital is his now. I think the reason why these two people have such a big change in attitude is that they know his identity. The car entered the hospital's parking lot smoothly. After parking the car, Chen Fan immediately opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the back seat. I'll go by myself. This time, Lee Myuwon took the initiative to say. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. He reached out and helped Lee Myuwon out of the car, and then picked Nguyen up from the car. Holding Nguyen with one hand, seeing Lee Myuwon staggering for several steps and about to fall, Chen Fan hurried forward and stretched out a hand to support her. Thank you, thank you. Lee Myuwon looked up at Chen Fan in shock, still feeling a little scared. Just now, if Chen Fan had not acted in time, she would have fallen to the ground in front of so many people. Let's go. Chen Fan firmly grasped Lee Myuwon's hand. Lee Myuwon obviously looked so attractive, but why were her hands so thin that they seemed like they could be broken with just a little force? Yeah. Lee Myuwon nodded and followed Chen Fan's pace. But every time I took a step, I felt a sharp pain in my ankle, as if millions of needles were piercing it at the same time. You really want to go by yourself? Chen Fan caught a glimpse of Lee Myuwon's pale face and the dense beads of sweat on her forehead, and his brows frowned slightly. Why is Lee Myuwon trying to be so strong in front of him? Can't she be like other girls? Must she bear everything by herself? Yeah. Lee Myuwon raised her head and nodded. If she let Chen Fan carry her in, she was afraid that it would cause gossip, but she didn't care. Anyway, she didn't care what others thought of her or talked about her. The main concern is that it will affect Chen Fan and Nguyen. After all, she has not yet been recognized by Nguyen and cannot allow people to misunderstand her. Okay. Seeing Lee Myuwon's firm attitude, Chen Fan didn't know what to say. He couldn't force others to do it. Hey, isn't this Mr. Lee Myuwon, who is rumored to be averse to men? Suddenly, a man's cheerful voice sounded in my ears. Following the sound, I saw a well-dressed man in a black suit leading a fairly pretty woman towards Lee Myuwon. You are. Looking at the person who came, Lee Myuwon really had no impression of him. You don't remember me? The man saw Lee Myuwon looking at him with a look she had never seen him in before, and he immediately broke down. I'm the big boss of the Four Seasons hotel chain, Jihaoyang. Last time, we had dinner at Mr. Zhang's table, and you don't remember me? Really? Lee Myuwon frowned and thought carefully. Why didn't she remember such a person? Fuck. Lee Myuwon, you did this on purpose. Seeing Lee Myuwon like this, Jihaoyang became even more frustrated. The other party actually had no impression of him at all? What a joke. Jihaoyang is also a famous bachelor in Zhongcheng. Many women are attracted to him and try to get to know him and get into his bed. As a result, when he came to Lee Myuwon, he acted like a dog, trying to fawn on her and please her. Boss Ji, this is the somewhat famous Lee Myuwon. The woman next to Jihaoyang looked at Lee Myuwon with disdain. She's just so-so. I thought she was so powerful, but she still relies on men. Chapter 85, One slap and you get the maximum level skill. Rely on men? Lee Myuwon repeated, her eyes fixed on the hand that Chen Fan was holding on her. It turned out that this was what the woman meant. I heard that Ms. Lee is allergic to men? As long as a man touches you, you will stay away from him. Why is what I see now different from what I heard? The woman continued to sarcastically. Apart from being good looking and having a better family background, what is the difference between this Lee Nyuwon and her? Why is Ji Haoyang still obsessed with her? Why is there a man who is taller and more handsome than Ji Haoyang by her side who is devoted to her? That only proves that you have no subjective consciousness of your own. Facing the other party's ridicule, Lee Nyuwon simply stated the facts lightly. You. Who are you calling brainless? The woman became angry and embarrassed upon hearing that. How could she not hear such obvious sarcasm? After all, she is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, so she is smart enough. Of course it's you. Is there any need to ask? Lee Nyuwon sneered. You. The woman never thought that Lee Nyuwon would dare to admit it so openly. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't take her seriously at all? Boss Ji. The aggrieved woman could only act coquettishly to Ji Haoyang standing beside her. Look at her, how could she be like this? Lee Nyuwon. You are really going too far. As the saying goes, you should look at the owner before beating a dog. Isn't it not nice for you to bully my friend in front of me? Ji Haoyang was already dissatisfied with Lee Nyuwon for not remembering him. Now that he had a reasonable reason, he naturally took advantage of the situation. Oh, so you just treat her as your dog? Facing Ji Haoyang's aggressiveness, Lee Nyuwon remained calm. You actually called me a dog? The woman was immediately filled with indignation. Lee Nyuwon, you don't think that just because you have a little background in Jiangcheng, you can bully people like this. I'm not afraid of you. So, what do you want to do? Tell me quickly, don't waste my time. Lee Nyuwon frowned, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Beautiful sister, are you okay? Nyuwon asked with concern. Why is the beautiful sister's face getting paler and paler? It's so scary. I'm fine. Lee Nyuwon turned her head to look at Nyuwon, and forced a smile at her. Only then did the woman notice the little girl in Chen Fan's arms. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did, I was shocked. Why was there the shadow of Lee Nyuwon on this little girl's face? Hey, why does this little girl look a lot like you, Mr. Lee? Could it be that you, Mr. Lee, gave birth to a bastard with some bastard man? Bastard? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Chen Fan could only put it aside for the time being and deal with it after finishing the task. Use your mind to open the virtual interface and click on the taskbar. Task, give her a slap, and you will be rewarded with the maximum skill of piano skills. Full level of piano skills? Chen Fan was stunned. Isn't this almost the same as a full level skill? Piano, guitar, guzheng, violin, cello, etc., he can play them all? Oh my god. Is it so awesome? Chen Fan's heart suddenly burned to an extreme. After all, he was a tone-deaf person. He was a rookie when it came to anything related to music. If he acquires this skill, wouldn't he be a super god? You can get a full-level skill with just a slap. Is that even a thought? After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan said to Lee Nyuwon, hold on for a while. Before Lee Nyuwon understood what Chen Fan meant, she saw Chen Fan put Nyuwon down from his arms. Nyuwon, close your eyes. Okay, Dad. Nyuwon closed her eyes obediently. Although she didn't know why her father asked her to close her eyes, she still did it unconditionally. Without saying a word, Chen Fan walked up to the woman, and in front of everyone's confused and bewildered eyes, he slapped the woman in the face. There was a loud bang. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The woman was caught off guard by Chen Fan's slap and was sent flying. She staggered several steps and fell heavily to the ground. Bright red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The woman suddenly felt like there was something hard in her mouth and spit it out on the ground. The two big teeth were covered in blood. The woman pushed her tongue in disbelief and found that there were indeed two missing teeth in her mouth. You actually hit me? Covering her burning face, the woman raised her finger and pointed at Chen Fan. Her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the maximum level of piano skills. A system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. I'm going to hit you, why do I have to choose a day? Li Muwen came back to her senses from her shock. She knew better than anyone why this slap was given. Ji Haoyang's female companion deserves it. How dare he call her a bastard in front of Nuanyuan? Even if Chen Fan didn't take action, she would never let her go easily. You two dogs are going too far. After all, I am a top talent in Jiangcheng Nandik Conservatory of Music, the woman yelled at Li Muwen angrily. Who told you that your dog can't spit out ivory? Li Muwen snorted coldly. It's what you deserve. Boss Ji. The woman looked at Ji Haoyang aggrievedly. What will I do if my face is ruined? I still have to participate in the city's competition in a few days. You must seek justice for me. Li Muwen, I'm still here, and you're bullying my people like this? Aren't you really looking down on me? Ji Haoyang said with a gloomy face. She deserves it. Facing Ji Haoyang's accusations, Li Muwen was not afraid at all. You've been saying she's not the one, and I think she's right. After saying that, Ji Haoyang stared at the little girl who was standing next to Li Muwen with her hands covering her eyes. If this little girl said she had anything to do with Li Muwen, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Ji Haoyang. Afraid of hearing the word bastard from Ji Haoyang's mouth, Li Muwen quickly interrupted Ji Haoyang. If you have nothing else to do, take your female companion and leave immediately. Don't let me hear anything unpleasant. Otherwise, I will do it myself without anyone else having to do anything. Are you threatening me? Ji Haoyang stared at Li Muwen in disbelief. She actually declared war on the Ji family just to protect such a little girl? Could it be that this little girl was really her illegitimate daughter? That was why she was so protective of her. Then who is her father? Ji Haoyang's gaze moved from Nuanyuan to Chen Fan and suddenly paused. No, it can't be him. Chapter 86 Self-Destruction. Mr. Ji, do you even need to ask this? She is obviously threatening you and challenging your dignity and bottom line. The woman on the side quickly fanned the flames. Li Muwen, I fell in love with you before and thought you were a self-disciplined person, but I didn't expect that you were so promiscuous in private. You gave birth to a bastard with other wild men. After hearing what the woman said, Ji Haoyang felt more and more that Li Muwen didn't take him seriously at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he started to mock her. This is really an eye-opener. If this gets out, you, Li Muwen, will probably become a laughingstock among Jiangcheng's celebrities. Ji Haoyang, if you have any dissatisfaction, just come to me. Before Li Muwen finished her words, Chen Fan had already rushed in front of Ji Haoyang and punched him in the face. But in the blink of an eye, Ji Haoyang flew out and fell heavily on the hood of another car, leaving a dent. Hiss. Ji Haoyang's face changed in pain and he couldn't even move. Mr. Ji. The woman reacted and ignored the pain in her body. She quickly got up from the ground and ran towards Ji Haoyang. When they came to the car, the woman stretched out her hand to support Ji Haoyang, but she didn't dare to touch him. How could she afford it if secondary injuries were caused? Turning her head, the woman glanced at Chen Fan and shouted with a lack of confidence, "You are so brave. How dare you attack Mr. Ji?" After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Chen Fan, and moved his gaze to Li Muwen who was standing beside him. Li Muwen, you guys are too bullying. Don't even mention bullying you. Even if I kill you, what can you do to me? Chen Fan snorted coldly. You. When the woman heard Chen Fan say this, she didn't know how to respond for a long time. Li Muwen, you're finished. Ji Haoyang slowly propped himself up and said to Li Muwen with gritted teeth. I will never let you go, nor your Li family. Just wait for me. After saying that, Ji Haoyang tremblingly took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. What are you still standing there for? Call my brother right now. Ji Haoyang handed the phone directly to the woman. Okay, Mr. Ji. The woman was stunned, then quickly reached out and took the phone from Ji Haoyang's hand. Mr. Ji, I want the password. The woman raised her head, a gleam in her eyes. President Ji gave her something as private as a mobile phone. Does it mean that she has a special position in President Ji's heart? 971015, Ji Haoyang said impatiently. 971015? Hearing this number, Li Muwen frowned and repeated in surprise. Ji Haoyang suddenly realized something and said in a bad tone, Don't be so self-indulgent. My password is not your date of birth at all. It's just a coincidence. Chen Fan. What a good attempt to cover up one's own guilt. Li Muan didn't say anything, so Ji Haoyang just blew himself up? The woman, who was originally happy, became unhappy when she heard Ji Haoyang's words, and her eyes were full of jealousy when she looked at Li Muan. Holding the phone tightly, she pursed her lips and found the number of Ji Haoyang's elder brother in the address book. Then, he dialed the number. Li Muan was so arrogant that she even beat Ji Haoyang like this. Even though she was the white moonlight in Ji Haoyang's heart, the Ji family would never pretend that this incident had never happened, and would not allow Li Muan to marry into the Ji family. Let's go. Chen Fan noticed from the corner of his eye that Li Muan was no longer able to stand steadily, and her already frail body was about to fall. He quickly reached out to support her. Then Li Muan looked at Ji Haoyang and the woman who was on the phone. Your health is more important now. Without saying a word, Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan with one hand and supported Li Muan's arm with the other. Okay. Li Muan didn't hesitate anymore, but followed Chen Fan into the hospital. Mr. Li. As soon as she entered the hospital lobby, several doctors and nurses surrounded Li Muan. You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Go find me a wheelchair. Li Muan said calmly. Okay. Several people quickly agreed. After a short while, a wheelchair was found. Sitting in a wheelchair, Li Muan finally said, I think my ankle is sprained. It looks like the injury is serious. Let's take an X-ray. The doctor squatted in front of Li Muan and said seriously after taking a look. Yes. Li Muan responded and looked at Chen Fan, sorry to bother you. Otherwise, you can take Nuanyuan out to play first. I'm afraid I can't accompany her today. No, Nuanyuan has to stay here to look after my beautiful sister. We can't leave her alone in the hospital. Nuanyuan hugged Chen Fan's neck and shook her head firmly. The pretty sister was already injured. If she went to play with her father and ignored her pretty sister, how pitiful would that be for her? Nuanyuan is right. No matter what, we have to wait for your results to come out before we leave. Chen Fan also agreed. Okay. Seeing that Chen Fan said so, Li Muan didn't know what to say. Then, under the guidance of the doctor and the nurse, I quickly took the elevator to the examination room. Outside the examination room, Nuanyuan paced back and forth anxiously in front of Chen Fan. From time to time, he would lean on the doorframe and poke his head inside. Dad, it seems like pretty sister is in pain. Turning her head, Nuanyuan said to Chen Fan with a wrinkled face. Pretty sister was biting her lips tightly now. She saw tears in pretty sister's beautiful eyes and felt so distressed. It will feel better only if it hurts. Chen Fan didn't know how to comfort Nuanyuan. He thought for a long time before he came up with this sentence. Really? But Nuanyuan doesn't want to hurt my pretty sister. Nuanyuan walked away from the door and came to Chen Fan. If Daddy gets hurt like my pretty sister, Nuanyuan will be very sad. Don't worry, Dad won't let himself get hurt. Hearing Nuanyuan's heartwarming words, Chen Fan rubs Nuanyuan's head. She is really his sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Brother, it's them. The next second, a woman's gloating voice came to his ears. Are you sure? The man in the lead had facial features somewhat similar to Ji Haoyang. With just one glance, Chen Fan recognized that this middle-aged man who came with a menacing look was definitely the big brother that Ji Haoyang mentioned. Yes, I'm sure it was them. Mr. Ji, he was the one who injured me. And me, my teeth too. The woman was interrupted by the middle-aged man before she could finish her words. The middle-aged man looked down at Chen Fan with contempt on his face. Tell me, how are you going to make amends? Or how are you going to die? Chapter 87 Obtain divine medical skills again. Apologize? Die? Chen Fan stood up slowly. He didn't like looking up at others. He preferred the feeling of looking down at others. Yes. Do you want to settle it privately? Or publicly? The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan with great dignity. His younger brother was so useless that he was beaten like that by such a man. Is this even worth thinking about? Chen Fan smacked his lips. It can't be private, and it can't be public either. You little brat. Are you kidding me? The middle-aged man didn't expect that the other party had no intention of taking responsibility at all. So what? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the people of the Ji family were not very smart. You. Too arrogant. The middle-aged man sneered, "I'll give you one more chance, think about it carefully, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "No need." Chen Fan waved his hand indifferently. Not to mention one chance, even if it was 10 or 100 times, he would still say the same thing. Good. Very good. Ji Haoming, have never seen such an arrogant person as you in my life. You will definitely regret it. The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned red and his chest heaved violently. Mr. Ji, you can't reason with such an unreasonable person. You might as well teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful the Ji family is. The woman urged. This kind of person is the typical one who won't cry until he sees the coffin. As soon as the woman said this, Ji Haoming glanced at her with dissatisfaction. Did Ji Haoming, need her to tell him what to do? The woman, knowing that she had said something she shouldn't have, quickly lowered her head. She shouldn't have said so much at this time. What if Ji Haoming vented his anger on her? Wouldn't she be losing both the wife and the army? This is your daughter, right? Seeing the well-behaved little girl beside Chen Fan, Ji Haoming smiled coldly. How pitiful. She looks only 3 or 4 years old. She has to lose her father so early. I'm afraid her life will be very difficult in the future. Seeing Ji Haoming's eyes fall on his precious daughter, Chen Fan moved in front of Nuanyuan, and his tall figure directly blocked Nuanyuan's entire body tightly. If you dare to hit on her, I will bury your entire Ji family with you. What a big tone. Ji Haoming was startled, and then he was furious. Do you really think I dare not? This man is very courageous to speak to the Ji family like this. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. I heard the system prompt sound ringing in my ear. Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Task, beat up the opponent, reward super god skill god level medical skills. Medical skills? What the hell? Chen Fan was immediately delighted. With medical skills at his disposal, if Nuanyuan got injured in the future, wouldn't he be able to treat her himself? I'm not threatening you. Chen Fan curled his lips coldly and came to Ji Haoming as quickly as possible. He grabbed Ji Haoming by the collar, pushed him against the hard wall, and punched him in the abdomen. Ah! Ji Haoming cried out in pain. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan pushed Ji Haoming to the ground with great force. Ji Haoming didn't have the chance to resist or struggle at all, and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Chen Fan had already bullied Ji Haoming, sat on him, and punched him in the face and head one after another. Help come, someone is being beaten, someone come quickly. The woman, frightened by the scene, took a long time to come to her senses and shouted around. Before anyone else could arrive, Chen Fan had already beaten Ji Haoming so hard that blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and his face was swollen and bruised, looking extremely miserable. Sir, this is a hospital, you can't cause trouble here. Others who heard the noise rushed forward to stop it. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining god-level medical skills. After hearing the system sound ringing in his ears and looking at Ji Haoming who was lying motionless on the ground, Chen Fan got up from him. He had never seen such despicable people. The Calabash brothers were trying to save their grandfather, but they came one after another to give themselves to him. Mr. Ji, seeing this, the woman rushed to Ji Haoming, knelt down, and shook him with her hand. However, Ji Haoming did not react at all and completely fainted. Kill, murder. Seeing this, the woman was so scared that she quickly stepped back, looking at Chen Fan with horror. You actually dared to kill someone in the hospital. Idiot. Chen Fan didn't even bother to pay attention to the woman. Nuanyuan, are you not scared? Chen Fan pursed his lips when he came in front of Nuanyuan. Oops, he was too anxious to complete the task and completely forgot to let Nuanyuan close her eyes. I wonder if Nuanyuan will become afraid of him and never get close to him again after seeing his violent side. Dad is so awesome. He knocked down the bad guy in just a few moves. Nuanyuan stared at Ji Haoming on top without blinking. Chen Fan. He really didn't expect this reaction. Dad, are you Superman? Nuanyuan withdrew her gaze and excitedly pulled Chen Fan's hand. Should be, right? Chen Fan raised his other hand and scratched his head. Oh, what a pity. However, Dad is as powerful as Superman. Nuanyuan hugged Chen Fan tightly. She actually had such a super powerful dad. Dear family member, don't worry. The person is not dead, he just fainted. After giving Ji Haoming a simple examination, the doctor said to the woman who was already stunned with fear. No, he's not dead? The woman came to her senses and immediately yelled at the doctor, then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save him. Isn't this your duty as a doctor? Do you know who he is? He is the big boss of the Four Seasons hotel chain, Ji Haoming. Ji Haoming? When the doctor heard the name, he was slightly stunned. This name is also a well-known name in Jiangchen. Who dares to rescue? Chen Fan stood up and spoke directly. Well, sir, it is our duty as doctors to save lives. We can't just refuse to save people just because you say so. The doctor coughed awkwardly. This was the big boss of the Four Seasons hotel chain, how could he just sit there and watch? After all, the other party was a big shot with some ability. Whoever dares to save me will be kicked out. Chen Fan said coldly. Get lost? The doctor glanced at Chen Fan and didn't take his words to heart at all. He waved to the nurses around him and said, hurry up and help Mr. Ji up. As for what he said, you don't have to take it to heart. He doesn't have that much power yet. The doctor glanced at Chen Fan again. No rights? Chen Fan sneered, the entire hospital belongs to me, and you're telling me I have no rights? What? Everyone who heard this was shocked. The hospital is his? Chapter 88, Fire the opponent and be rewarded with skill attribute temperament plus 10. You? How is that possible? The woman was stunned for a moment, then immediately retorted, wishing she could expose Chen Fan's hypocritical mask right there and then. Do you know what kind of hospital this is? This is a hospital that only treats powerful people. Even Li Muan, the entire Li family only holds 20% of the hospital's shares. After saying that, the woman sneered and continued to mock, you don't think that just because you have Li Muan's thigh, this hospital is yours. Where do you put the other shareholders and other people? So, he's Mr. Li's pretty boy. No wonder he's so presumptuous. After hearing what the woman said, Zhou Tianyao pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and glanced at Chen Fan with disdain. Isn't it rumored that Mr. Li doesn't like men? Now it seems that this is not the case. If he had known that the rumor was false, he shouldn't have just sat there and waited for death. If he had taken action earlier, there would be no use for this man. Li Muan would have been his long ago. Boy, don't be so presumptuous just because you have Mr. Li as your backer. Mr. Ji is not someone you can compare to. The more Zhou Tianyao looked at Chen Fan, the more unhappy he became. From head to toe, this man had nothing else except that good-looking face. He thought Li Muan was a person who valued inner qualities more, but now it seems that she is just like other women, who only care about appearance. Don't just stand there. Follow my instructions and take Mr. Ji to the intensive care unit. Zhou Tianyao didn't even look at Chen Fan. He turned around and gave instructions to the other nurses. But, he is Mr. Li's man after all. The others hesitated. What's Mr. Li? Mr. Ji is a good friend of our hospital's largest shareholder. If his treatment is delayed, can you afford it? Do you still want to work in the hospital? Seeing that no one was willing to take the first step, Zhou Tianyao walked straight to Ji Haoming, did a simple examination, and then helped Ji Haoming up. When everyone heard what he said, they came forward to help. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system sound ringing in his mind, Chen Fan had no choice but to let them go and directly control the virtual interface with his mind to open the taskbar. Task, fire the target person Zhou Tianyao, and get a skill attribute temperament plus 10 as reward. Temperament? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface. He really needed the bonus of temperament now, otherwise people would always think he was a gigolo. You'd better call the person in charge of your hospital, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chen Fan glanced at the people who were carrying Ji Haoming onto the stretcher. Zhou Tianyao immediately took over Chen Fan's words, Humph, who are you trying to scare? With such a big thing happening, I would have called the director over even without you telling me. Just wait to go to jail. You dare to hit President Ji, you are really tired of living. What are you all arguing about? Just as Zhou Tianyao finished speaking, a powerful voice came from behind him. A middle-aged man in a white coat with some gray hair on his temples was marching towards this side. Dean. As soon as Zhou Tianyao saw the person coming, his proud face instantly turned humble. Aren't you busy with things every day? Why are you here? Are you the dean? The woman looked at the man and then said, You know Ji Haoming, the owner of the Four Seasons hotel chain, right? The woman raised her hand and pointed at Chen Fan, saying sarcastically, "It's him. He beat Mr. G into such a state, and we don't know whether Mr. G is alive or dead now. You must give us an explanation. Otherwise, if the G family investigates, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as the dean." Ji Haoming? President G? The dean was stunned and then walked to the stretcher. "Dean, don't worry, Mr. G is not seriously injured. He just suffered some minor skin injuries and fainted." Zhou Tianyao walked to the dean and spoke in a low voice. "Did he really hit him?" The dean looked at Chen Fan, who was not far away. This man was extremely ruthless. "Yes. It is true. Dean, quickly call the police and don't let him run away. If he runs away, the incident happened in our hospital, and President G will definitely hold us responsible." Zhou Tianyao followed the principal's gaze and nodded heavily, his eyes full of pride. As long as this person is caught, won't he have the opportunity to get close to Li Nguyen and take advantage of her misfortune? By then, wouldn't Li Nguyen be easy for him to capture and allow him to do whatever he wants with her? "Sir, I don't know your last name. You beat someone up like this. Regardless of whether you are right or wrong, we must call the police for this matter." The dean stared at Chen Fan. The young man looked young, but he was too impulsive. It's obvious that he has never suffered from the harsh treatment of society. If he dares to attack Mr. G today, he will dare to attack the mayor of Jiangqing next time. It's time to teach him a lesson. Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled contemptuously. "You, what did you say?" The dean, who was originally observing the injuries on Ji Haoming's body, shook his head and stared at Chen Fan when he heard Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan? Could it just be a duplicate name? It can't be such a coincidence. Dean, what's wrong? Is there any problem with this name? Zhou Tianyao, who was standing next to the dean, was the first to notice the dean's change in shock. Isn't it just an ordinary name that can be picked up at random on the street? How could the dean have such a big reaction? No, nothing. The dean raised his hand and waved it, probably because he was overthinking it. How could the other person be the one he was thinking of? With that temperament and age, it was obvious that they didn't match, so it was definitely not him. "Dean, others may not know me, but you must know that I, Chen Fan, hold 80% of the shares of Rengsentang Hospital." Chen Fan said in a calm tone, holding Nguyen hand with one hand and putting the other hand in his trouser pocket. 80% of the shares? Before the dean could speak, Zhou Tianyao shouted in surprise. Then he immediately denied it. "Are you kidding me? Li Nguyen only owns 20% of the shares. Where did you get 80%? If you want to show off, don't do it in front of us, the experts. This is ridiculous. I only have one request, fire him now, immediately, right now." Chen Fan didn't want to say too much nonsense, and looked straight at Zhou Tianyao, who was laughing at him. "Fire me? You're so funny. Do you know who I am? I'm a doctoral student who graduated from the top medical school, Columbia University. You say fire me, so you fire me?" Zhou Tianyao laughed immediately after hearing what Chen Fan said. How could such a rare and outstanding student be fired just by an outsider like him? At the beginning, the vice president of Renatang kept calling him while he was abroad, begging him to come. There's no way to fire him. Chapter 89, the G family and dogs are not allowed to enter. Are you really Mr. Chen? Chen Fan? The dean swallowed the saliva in his mouth, wanting to confirm it again. After all, what if the other party is an imposter? He had heard of this young-looking doctor beside him. He was considered a genius in the medical school and was extremely talented and intelligent. If Zhou Tianyao were to be fired based solely on the other party's one-sided statement, it would be totally unfair to him. Even if they went to Zhou Tianyao to apologize afterwards, a proud man like him would not accept their apology. Therefore, isn't this a huge loss for the hospital? Since you are the dean, you should know the phone number. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. It's not easy to confirm his identity, right? Yes. Upon hearing this, the dean quickly took out his mobile phone. Although he had never called this number once, he had saved the number in his phone since the day the shares were changed. What do you mean? Zhou Tianyao looked at the dean and suddenly felt uneasy. The dean did not answer Zhou Tianyao's question. Chen Fan even dared to ask him to confirm it personally by phone. He already had a 90% premonition that this Chen Fan was the largest shareholder of Renatang. "Chen Fan, Mr. Chen." As the bell rang, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Slowly, Chen Fan took out his cell phone in front of everyone and answered the call with a disdainful smile on his face. "Hello." Hearing the voice coming from the phone, the dean immediately leaned over to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't recognize you." Zhou Tianyao? Woman? And a group of people who were just watching the show, each had their own ideas. Impossible. How could he be the largest shareholder of Renatang? He is clearly just Li Muan's kept gigolo. The woman kept shaking her head, unwilling to believe this shocking truth. "I don't want to repeat what I just said a second time." Chen Fan hung up the phone and put the phone in his trouser pocket. It was obviously not necessary to let him act so pretentiously, but he had to do it. Do these people like being slapped in the face like this? Really? He couldn't even keep a low profile. "Yes, yes, yes." The dean echoed repeatedly. Although he was extremely reluctant, he turned around and said to Zhou Tianyao with a serious face, "Zhou Tianyao, from now on, you are fired from our Renatang hospital. You are no longer a doctor in our hospital. Please take off your work clothes in our hospital immediately, pack up your things, and leave." "Dean, what did you say? You want to fire me?" Zhou Tianyao came back to his senses from the shock and looked at the dean in disbelief. "In the beginning, you begged me to come here? Just because of what he said, you want to fire me without any reason?" "It's not without reason." The dean corrected with a stern face, "Your behavior just now has offended Mr. Chen. Just for this reason, he has no right to stay in the hospital." Although the essence of a hospital is to save lives and heal the wounded, Chen Fan is the hospital's largest shareholder, and almost all of the hospital's expenses are paid by Mr. Chen. Without Mr. Chen, the hospital would not be able to operate, would not be able to purchase the most advanced medical equipment from abroad, and would not be able to retain rare talents in the medical industry with high salaries and the best benefits. In this case, how could it save lives and heal the wounded? Compared with Mr. Chen's efforts, Zhou Tianyao's efforts are obviously not worth mentioning. If they don't fire him, will all of them be implicated because of his relationship? He has a clear sense of importance as he is able to sit in the position of dean. "No. I won't leave." "Why should I leave? He is a liar, how can he be the largest shareholder?" Zhou Tianyao refused to take off his white coat. After leaving Renatang, where could he find a hospital with such good benefits? The dean glanced at Chen Fan, who remained calm, and said, "This is not up to you." After saying that, he winked at the others, "Take off his clothes, and then throw him and his things out of the hospital." It's not that he didn't have the opportunity for Zhou Tianyao to leave in a dignified manner, it's that Zhou Tianyao himself didn't cherish it well, so don't blame him for turning against him. "How dare you? I'm a top student, how dare you do this to me?" Before Zhou Tianyao could finish his words, several doctors and nurses came up, roughly took off Zhou Tianyao's white coat, and carried Zhou Tianyao away from the left and right. "Mr. Chen, do you have any other instructions?" As soon as Zhou Tianyao left, the dean asked Chen Fan respectfully. "From now on, the Ji family and their dogs are not allowed to enter this hospital." Chen Fan glanced at Ji Haoming on the stretcher. "It's Chen Fan's hospital, and he, Chen Fan, has the final say." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The dean knew what Chen Fan meant and immediately winked at the others. Everyone quickly lifted Ji Haoming off the stretcher and placed him next to the woman. "You, how dare you do this to President Ji?" The woman couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. "This is Ji Haoming, the big boss of the Four Seasons hotel chain. How dare they? I don't want to see them." Chen Fan said and turned his back to the dean. "Yes, I'll do it right away." The dean instructed a few more people to take Ji Haoming and the woman out. "Chen Fan, you actually dare to be so arrogant, you will definitely regret it. You will definitely regret offending the Ji family." The woman was unable to break free from the security guard's restraints and could only curse at Chen Fan. "What's going on?" As the tightly closed door opened, Li Muan's weak voice was heard. Chen Fan looked up and saw Li Muan's ankle was wrapped in white gauze, and she walked out slowly with a crutch in her hand. "Dad, what are you waiting for? Go and support the pretty sister, don't let her fall." Nguyen quickly let go of Chen Fan's hand and reached out to push Chen Fan away. "Chen Fan." He walked forward and held Li Muan's other hand. After all, Li Muan became like this just to protect Nguyen, so he should take the responsibility. "Thank you for your help." Li Muan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan. "It's my duty." Chen Fan didn't care. It was just a piece of cake after all. Just now when I was checking in the room, I heard a lot of noise outside. How come there is no one around now? Li Muwen looked around curiously and puzzled. Apart from Chen Fan and Nuanyuan, there was no other person. But she had clearly heard a lot of noise outside before. It was just that she was doing an examination at the time and had no time to come out to see if anything had happened. Everything has been handled, and the troublemakers have been driven away. Chen Fan said calmly. Is that so? Li Muwen didn't continue to ask further questions. Just as the three of them were walking forward, the dean came hurriedly. Mr. Chen, something terrible has happened. Chapter 90. The deputy mayor's son-in-law. Huh? Looking at the dean's flustered expression, Chen Fan was very calm. Apart from Nuanyuan, no matter how big the matter was, it was just a small matter to him. Mr. Chen, just now, the deputy mayor of Jiangcheng was suddenly admitted to the hospital and specifically requested Zhou Tianyao to be his attending physician. The dean raised his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Chen Fan nervously and anxiously. Now Zhou Tianyao hasn't gone far. If we can call him back, this matter will be easier. However, I was afraid that Zhou Tianyao would not come back. In addition, Mr. Chen did not agree with Zhou Tianyao's return. In such a big hospital, can't we find a better doctor than Zhou Tianyao? Chen Fan said with disdain with a cold snort. Mr. Chen, you don't know that although Zhou Tianyao is young, he has a talent in medicine that ordinary people don't have, so he has mastered many expert skills very early. The most outstanding one is brain surgery. Looking across the entire Jiangcheng, no one can compare to him. The dean said anxiously. After all, he is the deputy mayor, not an ordinary person. If they offend him, their hospital may never survive. Zhou Tianyao. Isn't that the Columbia University student that the hospital spent a lot of money to hire? What happened to him? Li Muwen was confused after listening to the conversation between the two. How could Zhou Tianyao be related to Chen Fan? Mr. Li, Mr. Chen. The dean looked at Chen Fan cautiously, not knowing how to say it. I fired him. Chen Fan said first. Fired? You? Li Muwen was shocked. How could Chen Fan fire Zhou Tianyao? How did he fire Zhou Tianyao? You know, even she didn't have the right to decide whether Zhou Tianyao stayed or left. In addition to Zhou Tianyao's status as a top student, there is another reason, that is, Zhou Tianyao is the deputy mayor's son-in-law who is not yet married. To offend him is to offend the deputy mayor. What these businessmen fear most is offending officials. Once a conflict occurs with officials, the road ahead will be dozens of times more difficult than before. Yeah. Chen Fan was not surprised by Li Muwen's shock. Everything was within his expectations. After all, Li Muwen still doesn't know that he is the largest shareholder of Renatang Hospital. How do you have this right? Li Muwen was extremely surprised. Mr. Li, you don't know? The dean looked confused. He saw that Mr. Chen and Mr. Li seemed to have a good relationship? Why did Mr. Li seem to be completely unaware of it? Know what? Li Muwen's gaze moved from Chen Fan to the dean. What should she know? Mr. Chen, he is the largest shareholder of our hospital. Seeing Li Muwen was full of confusion, the dean blurted out. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Logically speaking, this matter should be said by Mr. Chen himself. Mr. Chen naturally had his reasons for not telling Mr. Li. If he said it so openly, it might ruin Mr. Chen's plan. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for speaking too quickly. The dean raised his hand and slapped his own mouth. No problem. Chen Fan raised his hand to stop her. He had never thought of hiding it from Li Muwen. Anyway, Li Muwen will know about this sooner or later. You are the largest shareholder of Renatang? Li Muwen was completely dumbfounded. She knew that a huge change had taken place in the Renatang board of directors not long ago, but she never expected that the mysterious boss behind it was Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. Li Muwen. What else is there about Chen Fan that she doesn't know? However, the most important thing now is not to worry about Chen Fan's identity as the largest shareholder, but the deputy mayor in Zhou Tianyao. Chen Fong had just become the major shareholder of Renatang, and the relationship between them was very close, so it was normal that he didn't know much about it. Chen Fan, why did you fire Zhou Tianyao? Thinking that Chen Fan was not a person who made trouble for no reason, he must have his reasons for firing Zhou Tianyao, so she had to ask clearly. Zhou Tianyao contradicted Mr. Chen and went against him. The dean quickly stepped forward to explain for Chen Fan and to make up for the mistake just now. Is that so? Li Muan nodded. Zhou Tianyao should indeed be fired. Dean, please take me to see the deputy mayor. After a few seconds of silence, Li Muan spoke. She has to do this herself. Ah. Okay. The dean was stunned for a moment, then nodded. One is Mr. Chen, who controls 80% of Renatang's shares, and the other is Mr. Li, who controls 20% of Renatang's shares. He has to listen to either of them. Chen Fan, leave this matter to me. Li Muan turned and said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan. He's just a deputy mayor, why is it like the end of the world? Beautiful sister, are you leaving? Your injury hasn't healed yet. Nguyen walked forward and gently pulled the corner of Li Muan's clothes. It's okay, this injury won't be a big deal. Li Muan bent down and rubbed Nguyen's head gently. Hey you can't come in. Just then, several hurried voices came from behind. Chen Fan. Zhou Tianyao's voice rang out at the end of the corridor. Turning his head, Chen Fan looked over and saw Zhou Tianyao being pinned to the ground by several security guards. There was a smug look in his eyes, and the arrogance on his face was obvious. Hurry up and tell them to let me go, Zhou Tianyao said. Chen Fan frowned. The 4 words "a villain succeeds" really describe Zhou Tianyao to the fullest. Hurry, let him go, the dean said quickly. With the dean's words, the security guards had to let go of Zhou Tianyao. After standing up, Zhou Tianyao brushed off the dust on his body and walked towards Chen Fan step by step. He raised his chin with a proud look on his face. If you kneel down and beg me, I can consider whether to help you solve the deputy mayor's problem. You're dreaming. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Li Muan said, You're not qualified to ask him to kneel down for you. Chen Fan looked at Li Muan with a little surprise. He thought Li Muan would be like everyone else and ask him to put the overall situation first and compromise. Mr. Li. You know my relationship with the deputy mayor. Don't you really consider the hospital? Zhou Tianyao looked at Li Muan with a mixture of love and hate. Oh, isn't it just a good son-in-law? Li Muan curled her lips in disdain. Guess what the deputy mayor would do to you if he knew that you were unfaithful to her daughter and cheated on her? You. Zhou Tianyao was shocked. Stop slandering me. Slander you? Li Muan sneered. I have plenty of evidence. What are you still standing there for? The deputy mayor's condition cannot be delayed. Arrange the surgery immediately. Just when Zhou Tianyao wanted to say something else, a middle-aged woman with silver-rimmed hair came over and urged him hurriedly. Secretary Huang. The dean spoke quickly and then looked at Chen Fan. He cannot make the decision on this matter. The one who can make the decision is the person next to him. Looking around the entire Jiangcheng, who else but me, Zhou Tianyao, would dare to take on this operation? Zhou Tianyao proudly crossed his arms over his chest. This operation must be performed by Zhou Tianyao. But if he wants to take on this operation, this guy Chen Fan has to kneel down and admit his mistake. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Just when Chen Fan was extremely contemptuous of Zhou Tianyao's words, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Coming for the mission? Chapter 91 Save people and get rewards from the largest casino Venetian. Thinking about this, Chen Fan controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, save the deputy mayor and get the reward of the largest casino Venetian. Ai Chow. Chen Fan was stunned. Isn't this the Venetian guy whose advertisements were all over the internet? As long as he is willing to help this so-called deputy mayor, it will be his? Is he seeing things? Chen Fan confirmed it again. Indeed, it was indeed from Venice. Mr. Li, you know which is more important, the survival of the hospital? If you offend the deputy mayor, how are you going to develop in Jiangcheng in the future? Seeing that no one spoke, Zhou Tianyao continued. My request is not difficult. There is only one. That is to make Mr. Chen Fan, kneel down and admit his mistake in front of all the doctors. Li Muan frowned, hesitated for a moment and said, I'll do it. I'll kneel down and admit my mistake to you. You? Zhou Tianyao was surprised when he heard this. Li Muan, who was so arrogant and never took him seriously, was willing to agree to his request? It's not impossible. Zhou Tianyao smiled perversely when he thought of the days when Li Muan ignored him. He wanted to regain the self-esteem that was trampled by Li Muwen. Taking out his cell phone, Zhou Tianyao turned on the video. He not only wanted to let everyone in Renatang Hospital see how Li Muwen, this icy beauty, knelt down to him, Zhou Tianyao, and begged him. Just as Li Muwen put down her crutches and prepared to kneel down, a hand grabbed her. Li Muwen turned her head and looked at Chen Fan. If she didn't kneel, she would definitely offend the deputy mayor. Whether for the future development of the hospital or for her and Chen Fan, she had to do this. A man's knees are made of gold, and she really couldn't bear to see Chen Fan kneeling down to Zhou Tianyao, such a despicable villain, with her own eyes. Chen Fan, let go. Li Muwen said. No need to kneel him. Chen Fan used a little force and easily pulled Li Muwen up. If this is the way Li Muwen said she would handle it, it would be better for him to solve it himself. I'll perform the deputy mayor's surgery. You? As soon as Chen Fan said this, the faces of the people around him were shocked. So funny. How do you have the courage to say something like that? This is a brain surgery. Who do you think you are? Can you do whatever you want? Zhou Tianyao took the opportunity to laugh. Chen Fan, are you serious? Li Muwen stared at Chen Fan closely. Chen Fan would not joke about such things. Yes. Don't worry, this is a piece of cake for me. Chen Fan waved his hand, and then handed Nuanyuan to Li Muwen. You will help me take care of Nuanyuan for the time being. Well, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Li Muwen held Nuanyuan's little hand. Even though she knew that Chen Fan was not a person who boasted, she still couldn't help feeling a little worried. Chen Fan, if it doesn't work, you must tell me. She spoke to Chen Fan in a very low voice that only the two of them could hear. Chen Fan smiled faintly after hearing this, his confidence radiating. A man should not say that he is incompetent. Li Muwen was stunned, as if at this moment, there was a 1,000-foot-long light behind Chen Fan, and his entire body was coated with a layer of golden light, making it impossible to look away. What are you pretending to be? How dare you, a layman, say such nonsense? Can you get on the operating table whenever you want? Zhou Tianyao was jealous to the point of madness when he saw Li Muwen and Chen Fan whispering to each other. He had known Li Muwen for such a long time, but he had never seen such a worried look on Li Muwen. It is conceivable how much Li Muwen cares about Chen Fan. You talk too much nonsense. Chen Fan had been dissatisfied with Zhou Tianyao for a long time. He walked up to Zhou Tianyao and punched him in the face. In an instant, Zhou Tianyao flew out and hit the wall heavily. Before he could slide down, Chen Fan appeared in front of him again, punched him in the abdomen again, and threw him to the ground. He stepped on Zhou Tianyao's chest, narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "You dare to make me kneel down?" Zhou Tianyao screamed in pain as he exerted force with his feet. He raised his hands and tried to remove Chen Fan's foot that was stepping on his chest. But no matter how hard he tried, the opponent's foot seemed to be welded to his chest and did not move at all. Bending down, Chen Fan grabbed Zhou Tianyao's hair, which was not thick to begin with, and slammed his head hard on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Li Muwen quickly reached out and covered Nuanyuan's eyes. After a few seconds, bright red blood flowed from the back of Zhou Tianyao's head, and Zhou Tianyao fainted. You actually dare. The secretary, who had reacted, looked at Chen Fan with a pale face as he stood up as if nothing had happened. Do you still want your deputy mayor to live? If so, take me there quickly. Chen Fan looked at the secretary calmly. No one can save him now except me. The secretary bit her lip and looked at Zhou Tianyao, who was lying motionless on the ground. Why do you say that only you can save our deputy mayor? Why should I believe you? Why? It seems that you don't know that the best equipment in Jiangcheng is in our hospital? Or do you think Zhou Tianyao, who has left our hospital, has this ability? Chen Fan sneered. When the secretary heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Even though Zhou Tianyao is an excellent doctor, without the assistance of the best equipment, the chance of survival would be reduced by half. If the deputy mayor died, wouldn't she be left without a backer? Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I beg you to save our deputy mayor. Please. The secretary immediately changed his attitude and begged bitterly. That's better. Chen Fan raised his chin. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and lead the way. Yes, Mr. Chen. The secretary quickly led Chen Fan away. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the dean turned around and looked at Li Muwen with sweat pouring down his face. Mr. Li, this is not a joke. If anything happens to the deputy mayor, none of us can escape the consequences. I believe in Chen Fan. He will definitely be able to cure the deputy mayor. If there is any accident, I will take all the responsibilities. Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan's back with a firm gaze. He just needed to let go and do what he wanted to do. As for the consequences, he didn't need to consider them. She would take care of it. Seeing that Li Muwen had said this, the dean didn't know what to say. He then looked at Zhou Tianyao, who was lying lifeless on the ground. Then Mr. Li, you can do whatever you want with him. Li Muwen just glanced at Zhou Tianyao indifferently, then took her hand away from Nuanyuan's eyes. Come on, Nuanyuan, let's go outside the operating room and wait for your father to come out. Yeah, okay. Nuanyuan nodded and followed Li Muwen obediently. The two of them quickly arrived outside the operating room. Looking at the red light, Li Muwen still felt a little uneasy. When the secretary saw Li Muwen and the other person, his expression immediately changed. He walked up to Li Muwen and said to her arrogantly, Li Muwen, if anything happens to our deputy mayor, I will make you pay a heavy price. Your Li family and him will never have a foothold in Jiangcheng and will never see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 92, Kick Away and Get a Super Skill as Reward. Beautiful sister, she is so fierce, just like Grandma Huang. Looking at the secretary's back as she walked away, Nuanyuan was so scared that she tightly grasped Li Muwen's hand, and her brows were furrowed into an inverted H shape. Don't be afraid, Nuanyuan. I'm here. I won't let anyone else bully you. Hearing Nuanyuan say this, Li Muwen slowly squatted down and hugged Nuanyuan in her arms. Who is the Grandma Huan that Nuanyuan mentioned? Li Muwen asked while gently patting Nuanyuan's back. She seemed to have heard the word Grandma Huang is fierce from Nuanyuan's mouth more than once. Grandma Huang was the old lady who took care of Nuanyuan before. She was not nice to Nuanyuan at all and never gave Nuanyuan meat to eat. Nuanyuan pouted. No meat for you? Then what will you eat? Hearing Nuanyuan say this, Li Muwen immediately let go of Nuanyuan, and her brows were even more tightly furrowed. They eat leftovers, and sometimes they don't even give us any to eat, leaving Nuanyuan hungry. Nuanyuan pursed her lips and said, Not giving it to you? Li Muwen frowned even deeper. Yeah, and there's also the fat boy at Grandma Huang's house. He often steals my things and beats me. Nuanyuan nodded, her little face wrinkled, obviously still traumatized by this incident. Hit you? Li Muwen felt a surge of anger in her chest. But beautiful sister, it's okay now. Nuanyuan is with Daddy every day now, and Daddy is very good to Nuanyuan. Seeing that Li Muwen was very angry, Nuanyuan quickly reached out and gently patted Li Muwen's shoulder, comforting her in a baby voice. Li Muwen didn't know what to say, so she hugged Nuanyuan into her arms and held her tightly. It's okay, it's okay. If someone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will protect you even if it costs my life. Li Muwen said with a jealous look. Yeah. Although Nuanyuan didn't fully understand what Li Muwen meant by this, she still agreed and imitated Li Muwen's previous actions, gently patting Li Muwen's back with both hands. Don't be angry, pretty sister. It's what they said on TV. You'll become ugly if you get angry. Li Muwen, who was originally angry, was instantly amused when she heard Nuanyuan's words. The depression in my heart was also swept away. Nuanyuan is really a little angel. Li Muwen let go of Nuanyuan and touched Nuanyuan's cheek. How can she be so cute and lovable? At this moment, the red light in the operating room suddenly went out. Is the operation done? The secretary's shocked voice came from behind. Could it be that something happened to the deputy mayor? Hearing the secretary's voice, Li Muwen quickly turned her head to look at the door of the operating room. Sure enough, the tightly closed door of the operating room slowly opened. Chen Fan, wearing protective clothing, appeared at the door of the operating room. Dad! As soon as she saw Chen Fan, Nuanyuan ran towards him. Nuanyuan baby, Daddy is dirty. Wait until Daddy takes this thing off before you touch him. Chen Fan said as he reached out to take off his protective suit. How was the operation? Was it successful? If anything happens to our deputy mayor, I will hold you accountable. The secretary walked up to Chen Fan in her high heels and asked sternly. Are you asking us? Just you? Chen Fan glanced at the secretary with disdain. The secretary was inexplicably unsure of herself after being looked at by Chen Fan. She then became angry and asked Chen Fan repeatedly, Do you really think I don't dare? Do you really think I'm trying to scare you? Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to what the secretary said. He threw the protective suit he took off on a chair beside him and picked up Nuanyuan. Hey! I'm talking to you. Seeing that Chen Fan had ignored her from beginning to end, the secretary became furious and reached out to grab Chen Fan's clothes. Let go. Chen Fan warned with a frown. If I don't let go, what can you do to me? The secretary raised his chin high. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Chen Fan ignored the secretary for the time being, and used his mind to control the virtual interface and open the taskbar. Task, kick the secretary away, and you will be rewarded with the super skill pain transfer. Pain transfer? Doesn't that mean you can transfer your own pain to others? I have to say, the system's rewards are really good. None of them are useless. I'm telling you, if anything happens to the deputy mayor today, none of you will be able to leave. The secretary continued to threaten, this should be your precious daughter, you don't want her to have no tomorrow and not see the sunrise at such a young age. The secretary moved the hand that was pulling Chen Fan's clothes to Nuanyuan's arm, and grabbed Nuanyuan's already thin arm tightly. Daddy, Nuanyuan hurts. After enduring for a long time, Nuanyuan was finally pinched by the secretary and cried out in pain. She looked at Chen Fan with tears in her eyes. It hurts? What did you do to Nuanyuan? When Li Muan heard Nuanyuan crying out in pain, she was about to come over with her crutches. Chen Fan turned his head and saw the secretary pulling Nuanyuan's hand viciously. Nuanyuan's fair skin turned red and his expression turned cold. He held Nuan in one hand, grabbed the secretary's neck, and shouted, "Let go. Otherwise I'll twist your head off." If he wasn't worried about hurting Nuanyuan, he wouldn't have tried to persuade the secretary in a nice way. I let go. The secretary felt her breathing becoming more and more rapid, and the air becoming thinner and thinner, as if the other party was not only threatening her, but was really able to do such a thing. The hand that was pinching Nuan's arm slowly moved away. Dad! Nuanyuan sobbed aggrievely and lay on Chen Fan's shoulder. Dad, take a look. Chen Fan didn't care about the secretary now. Instead, he raised his warm arm and blew on it. Dad, blow on it. It won't hurt in a while. Nuanyuan sniffed her red nose. Looking at the arm that quickly turned blue, Chen Fan just wanted to kill someone. She was so fucking tired of living that she actually bullied Nuanyuan in front of him. No, he had to finish the task quickly so as to divert the pain from Nuanyuan. Okay, Daddy, Nuanyuan doesn't feel any pain anymore. After Chen Fan blew for a while, Nuanyuan raised her little hand and touched Chen Fan's cheek, saying softly, Nuanyuan, just sit here for a while. Dad has something to take care of. Okay? Chen Fan put Nuanyuan down and carried her to another chair. Go ahead, I'll help you take care of her. Li Muan walked to Nuanyuan's side with a cane. Seeing the bruises on Nuanyuan's arm, she turned with a cold look at the secretary who was patting his chest beside her. As soon as the secretary met Li Muan's gaze, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a little scared. But, thinking of her own identity, she straightened her back again. What are you looking at? If our deputy mayor can't make it, let alone strangling her, it wouldn't be too much to even drag her to be buried with the deputy mayor. Chapter 93 Get 2 mission rewards. How dare you set your sights on her? You're like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Chen Fan walked straight to the secretary, raised his foot and kicked her in the abdomen. Suddenly, the secretary slammed hard against the door of the operating room, causing both doors to collapse. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Super God Skill Pain Transfer. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chen Fan quickly received the reward, turned around and walked towards Nuanyuan. You actually dare to hit me? You're dead. I will make you pay a heavy price. In the mess, the secretary climbed up, covering his aching abdomen, and threatened Chen Fan from behind. Chen Fan just pretended he heard nothing and snorted coldly. He told her to wait until she had the chance to be alive before saying harsh words to him. Nuanyuan. Coming to Nuanyuan's side, Chen Fan squatted down, grabbed Nuanyuan's hand, and used his mind to directly transfer Nuanyuan's pain to himself. This little pain is nothing to him. That's so strange. Why does Nuanyuan no longer feel pain after Dad touches her hand? Nuanyuan suddenly opened her eyes wide and asked with great curiosity. Because Daddy is Superman, he can relieve Nuanyuan's pain. Chen Fan let go of Nuanyuan's hand, rubbed her head and said gently. When he took Nuanyuan from Li Muan's arms, he pretended to touch Li Muan's arm accidentally, and immediately used his super skills to transfer the pain. Strange? Li Muan frowned and then stood up. Why did she suddenly feel no pain? It seems like there is no injury on the body? Beautiful sister, what's wrong? Nuanyuan tilted her head and asked in confusion. No, nothing. Li Muan shook her head. She couldn't say that she didn't feel any pain. If she said this, not only would no one believe her, but she would also be treated as an alien. After thinking about it, she finally decided it would be better not to say anything. After all, she is still in the probation period, and no one wants the mother of their child to be a mentally ill person. Call. Seeing that Li Muan didn't notice anything unusual, Chen Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the secretary, whose internal organs were ruptured even though he had only kicked her once, but whose attitude was still very arrogant. Secretary Yang? A weak and somewhat vicissitudes voice came from the operating room. This voice seems to be from the deputy mayor? Li Muan was stunned and stared at the door of the operating room uncertainly. Deputy mayor, are you okay? Hearing the deputy mayor's voice, the secretary hurried forward. The deputy mayor lying on the stretcher coughed lightly. The secretary who had approached him and was about to extend his hand suddenly realized something and withdrew his hand. Deputy mayor, I'm glad you're okay, the secretary said with red eyes. This is all thanks to Dr. Chen. The deputy mayor inadvertently saw Chen Fan not far away. Although he was unconscious during the operation, after he woke up, the doctor told him everything that happened in the operating room. Miraculous Dr. Chen. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the deputy mayor struggled to get up. Deputy mayor, you just had surgery and it's not easy for you to move. The secretary quickly reached out to stop him. I'm fine. The deputy mayor raised his hand to stop him, then propped himself up and sat on the stretcher. Thank you, Dr. Chen, for saving my life. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to me. I will do my best to complete it for you. The deputy mayor looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could see tears flashing in his eyes. Okay, with your words, my efforts are not in vain. Chen Fan nodded. Deputy mayor, was it really him who saved you? Is he really that capable? Upon hearing what the deputy mayor said, the secretary looked at Chen Fan with complicated eyes. Is this person more powerful than Zhou Tianyao? It is said that even Zhou Tianyao only has a 60% chance of successfully completing the operation. How come it's 100% accomplished once it comes to this man? If it's not him, then who could it be? The deputy mayor was very dissatisfied with his secretary's doubt on Chen Fan's ability. He was now able to successfully leave the operating room alive, all thanks to Chen Fan. How could she be so disrespectful to him in front of Dr. Chen? Yes, I said the wrong thing. The secretary quickly lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Hateful. Let Chen Fan pretend to be it. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the largest casino Venetian. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Chen Fan received the reward. After closing the virtual interface, he said to Li Muan, let's go. Since they have completed their mission, there is no need for them to stay here. Dr. Chen, if it's convenient for you, could you please leave your contact information so that I can contact you in the future? Seeing that Chen Fan was about to leave, the deputy mayor quickly spoke. No need. If there is anything, I will naturally find a way to find you. Chen Fan did not stop and left with Li Muan and Nuanyuan. He is indeed a miracle doctor, unique. The deputy mayor was not angry at all about Chen Fan's departure, but sighed from the bottom of his heart. He is so lucky to have met such a miracle doctor who allows him to continue living. Deputy mayor, could it be that you have been deceived by him? He doesn't look like a miracle doctor at all? After the secretary said this, he felt a dull pain in his chest. What do you know? Don't think that I'm in the operating room and I don't know what you said and did to Dr. Chen outside. The deputy mayor retracted his gaze and looked at the secretary coldly. The secretary was frightened by the deputy mayor's eyes and immediately lowered his head. I need to have a good rest these days and don't want to see you, the deputy mayor said bluntly. Yes, deputy mayor. The secretary felt bitter, but didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only swallow the bitterness and headed for the elevator. But as soon as she entered the elevator, she felt more pain in her chest, as if she had been hit hard by a 1,000-pound hammer. Then, something began to pour out of his throat. Vomit. As the secretary vomited, a large pool of blood spurted out. Chen Fan, are we just leaving like this? In another elevator that arrived downstairs, Li Nguyen, leaning on her crutches, asked Chen Fan, who had already stepped out of the elevator. Yeah. Chen Fan turned around and stopped waiting for Li Nguyen. If you don't leave, what are you doing here? But, after we leave, that secretary. Li Nguyen's face was filled with worry. After all, it was obvious at first glance that the secretary was not a good person. After they left, she didn't know what she would say to the deputy mayor. Don't worry, she won't live for more than a few minutes. Chen Fan turned around and said confidently. You won't live for more than a few minutes? Li Nguyen was stunned. Ah! Before she could wait for Chen Fan's answer, she heard a scream of fear in her ear. Someone's dead in the elevator. Chapter 94. Either you guys go away on your own, or I'll do it myself. Dead? Someone's dead? People who heard the news rushed over. Oh my God. Isn't this the deputy mayor's secretary? Quick, call someone. All I could hear were the anxious and hurried voices of people. Li Nguyen turned around and looked at Chen Fan subconsciously. Only then did she understand what Chen Fan meant by she won't live for more than a few minutes. Chen Fan, had he expected this? Is it so ingenious? As soon as they walked out of the hospital, they saw dozens of people making a loud noise at the hospital entrance. In the crowd, Chen Fan saw the dean surrounded by doctors and nurses. The dean raised his hand helplessly and said to the troublemakers not far away, I'm really sorry, please go back. Why can't our President Ji be hospitalized? Our President Ji was injured in your hospital must be responsible. If you don't take responsibility, we will overturn your hospital. That's right. Not only will we destroy your hospital, we will also make it impossible for your hospital to continue operating. No one will be able to step out of the hospital. The others followed suit. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Just as Chen Fan was using his super ear skill to listen to the conversations of several people, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Surprisingly, another mission? Chen Fan thought that he had finished his mission for today, but he didn't expect that he would be given another mission. Then, Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, successfully solve the current problem and be rewarded with 1 trillion Dahua coins. Oh my God. 10 trillion. Chen Fan saw the long string of zeros and counted them carefully. 13 zeros? Awesome. Chen Fan, who had not received any Dahua currency rewards from the system for a long time, was extremely excited at this moment. With these 1 trillion Great Xia coins, he wouldn't even take the Four Seasons hotel chain or even Hilton seriously. Besides, the Ji family was only the owner of the Four Seasons hotel chain in Jiangcheng, not the whole country. All their assets added together were probably not even a fraction of his. It looks like the Ji family's group of professional thugs. Li Nguyen saw Chen Fan looking towards the hospital entrance, and she looked over too. Professional thugs? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. No wonder the two brothers of the Ji family dare to be so arrogant. Well, these people are extremely vicious and cruel. The Ji family spends a lot of money to support them. Once someone causes trouble in the Four Seasons hotel, they will send these people out, and the troublemakers will be dealt with in the end. Li Nguyen nodded and answered seriously. Oh, use force to suppress everything. Chen Fan raised his lips, you guys get in the car first, I'll go over and deal with this matter. As he spoke, Chen Fan opened the car door, carried Nguyen into the car, then took out his cell phone and made a call as if nothing had happened. Or, I'll go with you. Seeing Chen Fan muttering a few words into the phone and then hanging up, Li Nguyen was a little worried. After all, Chen Fan knew nothing about the Ji family. No need, just help me look after Nguyen. If the Ji family wants to cause trouble on my territory, they have to ask my consent. Chen Fan shook his head. He tried to end the battle as quickly as possible. Okay. Li Nguyen glanced at Nguyen, who had already entered the car. Indeed, she should stay and take care of Nguyen. Then, Li Nguyen also got into the car. Seeing this, Chen Fan closed the car door. As the car window lowered, Li Nguyen said to Chen Fan's back, Chen Fan, if you can't solve it, come back to me and I will solve it. After all, the G family has business dealings with the Li family, so it would not be appropriate to break up with them. So they will more or less give the Li family some face. Chen Fan said nothing, just raised his hand and waved to Li Nguyen, then continued walking towards the hospital entrance. Get out of the way! Chen Fan shouted. Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Can't you see we are dealing with something? Everyone turned around and looked at Chen Fan with dissatisfaction. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? Upon seeing Chen Fan, the dean immediately came out of the safe circle and came to Chen Fan respectfully. Why are you out? Was the deputy mayor's operation successful? I never do anything without a chance of winning. Chen Fan said lightly, looking past the nurses, doctors and security guards of his own hospital to the thugs in uniform outside the door. Do you guys want to go away on your own, or do you want me to do it myself? After these words were spoken, not only the opponent's thugs were confused, but even their own people were confused as well. Who on earth is this Mr. Chen? How dare he speak in such a loud tone to these thugs who will not leave until they achieve their goal? Isn't he afraid that the other party will act in groups? They are professional fighters, and he can't fight so many people alone. If you don't pretend to be cool, you will die. Ah, boy, you are really promising. You dare to talk to us like that, do you know who we are? Who gave you the courage? The leading thug took the iron baseball bat in his hand and kept hitting the ground, making a bang 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 sound. This was his warning to Chen Fan. As expected of a group of dogs raised by the G family, they talk so much nonsense. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. You want to compete with him in terms of numbers, right? Once his people arrive, he will see if these people dare to be so presumptuous in front of him. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more aggressive, the dean was afraid that the conflict between the two parties would escalate, so he quickly reached out and pulled Chen Fan to persuade him in a low voice. Mr. Chen, how about you step aside first and let me handle this matter? You handle it? Chen Fan crossed his arms over his chest and asked, how are you going to handle it? This group of people openly made trouble because they treated the two brothers of the G family. Obviously, they wanted to force them to back down in this way, and not only let the two brothers of the G family be admitted to the hospital for treatment, but also compensate the G family. The dean was stumped by Chen Fan's question. After all, Mr. Chen had already made his attitude very clear just now. The G family and the dog were not allowed to enter the hospital. Seeing the dean hesitating and unable to say a word for a long time, Chen Fan pushed the dean away and said, your duty is to help me manage the hospital. As for other matters, don't interfere. Yes, Mr. Chen. The dean's heart skipped a beat and he quickly lowered his head to respond. How could he not hear it? Mr. Chen was being weird, but he was also warning him to do his job well. Just when the opponent's emotions were high, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and attacked Chen Fan. Fuck! Why are you being such a coward? Weren't you being so pretentious just now? Come out here, or we'll come catch you and break your legs. I'll let you show off in front of us. Get out of here right now. Dean, why don't we call the police? Frightened by the other party's arrogance, everyone stepped back, looking at the dean with different expressions. The dean looked at Chen Fan in embarrassment. Everything was decided by Mr. Chen, and he had no say. Slowly, Chen Fan walked to the first row of the crowd and looked indifferently at the black business car that was driving towards the group of people. Oh. Didn't anyone tell them that if they shouted in front of Chen Fan, they would pay a heavy price? Chapter 95, Solve the trouble and get a reward of 1 trillion Dahua coins. Sizzle. The harsh sound of the car stopping attracted the attention of the thugs who were glaring at Chen Fan. A group of strong men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car in a well-trained manner. They are more majestic than soldiers, and seem like an organization that has undergone years of special training. Their aura is extremely powerful. Mr. Chen. The leading man walked past the stunned thugs and walked straight towards Chen Fan. It's them. Go ahead. Chen Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at the thugs gloomily. Yes. The man received the order, raised his hand high and stretched out his finger. Bent downward as if giving an order. Immediately, all the bodyguards in black suits attacked the G family's thugs who had not yet recovered from their shock. Even though they were unarmed, it only took them a moment to snatch the weapons from the other party's hands, and their movements were clean and neat, detaining these people on the ground like prisoners. In terms of strength, these thugs are no match for Chen Fan at all. In terms of numbers, his bodyguards are twice or even 3 times their number. What can they use to compete with Chen Fan? What can they use to challenge him? Take everyone away. Chen Fan said lightly. Yes, Mr. Chen, the leader of the bodyguards responded. He still picked up the thug on the ground with swift movements, turned around and left. In less than a minute, the crowded entrance was cleared away in an instant. It seemed that there were no troublemakers just now. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a reward of 1 trillion Dahua coins. Soon, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Mr. Chen. The dean came back to his senses and walked up to Chen Fan with a look of awe on his face. He thought that the other party was already very impressive as he controlled 80% of Renatang's shares at such a young age, but he didn't expect that there was someone even more impressive behind him. Now that the matter has been dealt with, let them do what they should do. Chen Fan said. All the people gathered at the hospital entrance. People who didn't know thought there were monsters and beasts in the hospital, so no one dared to stay inside. Yes. The dean nodded immediately. However, just as he was about to turn around, he found the deputy mayor walking towards them. The dean was completely dumbfounded. Didn't the deputy mayor just have surgery? How come he looked like nothing had happened? He didn't look haggard or worn out at all. Miraculous Dr. Chen. Before the dean could flatter the deputy mayor, he saw the deputy mayor paying homage to Chen Fan from a distance. Dr. Chen? Everyone was stunned when they heard the deputy mayor call Chen Fan like that. How come they didn't know that a miracle doctor had come to the hospital? They only knew that the hospital had a new leader, and it seemed that it was only because Zhou Tianyao accidentally provoked this leader that he was not only beaten up but also thrown out. Anyway, when they saw it, they had no idea whether Zhou Tianyao was alive or dead. Dr. Chen, I just heard from the nurse who was taking care of me that someone came to our hospital to cause trouble. Don't worry, I am here, and I will never allow anyone to cause trouble in our hospital. Whoever dares to come, I will handle it impartially and will not tolerate it. The deputy mayor came up to Chen Fan and spoke to him in a flattering and fawning manner. I've already dealt with it. You're late. Looking at the other party's attitude, Chen Fan felt somewhat relieved. Although he rescued the deputy mayor because it was a task assigned to him by the system, no one wants to save a heartless person who doesn't know how to be grateful. Ah? Have you finished it? The deputy mayor opened his mouth. It seemed that he could not repay this favor. However, since you want to help me, I might as well tell you that the people causing the trouble are none other than the G family of the Four Seasons hotel chain. After saying that, Chen Fan raised his hand and patted the deputy mayor on the shoulder. I hope you can completely restore peace to the hospital. Yes, Dr. Chen, just leave this matter to me. I will never tolerate it. Seeing that Chen Fan actually handed the matter over to him, the deputy mayor immediately patted his chest and made a promise to Chen Fan. Everyone? Oh my god. After all, he is a deputy mayor. How can he treat this man named Mr. Chen with such an attitude? Could it be that this Mr. Chen has an important background? Hey, didn't I hear that the deputy mayor is seriously ill and needs surgery urgently? And this surgery only has a 70% survival rate? Why does the deputy mayor look like nothing happened? I also heard that when the deputy mayor entered our hospital, he was unconscious. This Mr. Chen, no, this divine Dr. Chen, aren't you curious about his background? Why does the dean call him Mr. Chen, but the deputy mayor calls him divine Dr. Chen? I'm completely confused. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Everyone be quiet. The dean raised his hand and solemnly introduced to everyone, today's incident happened too suddenly. I haven't had time to introduce you to Mr. Chen Fan. He is the largest shareholder of our hospital and holds 80% of the shares of our Renatang. After everyone quieted down, the dean introduced Chen Fan's identity in one breath. The deputy mayor was also stunned after hearing this, and then immediately smiled flatteringly. Dr. Chen is so young, but he is so amazing. It's really eye-opening. Oh my god. He is actually the largest shareholder of our hospital? I can't believe it. He seems to be younger than any of us? I have a bold guess. Do you think Zhou Tianyao ended up in such a miserable situation because he provoked him? That's not certain. I heard that Zhou Tianyao was the deputy mayor's attending physician. Could this be related? Who can say for sure? After all, if we can get in touch with the deputy mayor, wouldn't we have an official umbrella of protection? Listening to everyone talking and guessing about him, Chen Fan pursed his lips in disdain. Does he need to rely on others? Joke. It's good enough if others don't come to rely on him for shade. Stop arguing. The dean and the deputy mayor could not hear the questioning voices from the crowd clearly, they just heard some of them vaguely. As soon as the dean said this, everyone shut up. Don't just listen to hearsay. If it weren't for divine Dr. Chen's treatment, how could I have recovered so quickly? The survival rate was only 70%, but under divine Dr. Chen's treatment, it became 100%. Isn't this enough to explain everything? The deputy mayor also stood up to defend Chen Fan, saying that he did not want his savior to be misunderstood in this way. Oh my god, so the deputy mayor's operation was successful? But the deputy mayor doesn't look like someone who has been to the gates of hell. Is this Chen Fan really that amazing? Where did he graduate from? Which medical expert did he work for? No matter which boss he is from, the point now is not that he is awesome. His medical skills are amazing? He actually completed the brain surgery in such a short time and made the deputy mayor look energetic. This is a medical miracle. No wonder the deputy mayor called him a miracle doctor. Chapter 96, Ex-girlfriend's brother comes to the house secretly. Listening to everyone talking, Chen Fan remained calm. He didn't care whether the doctor was a miracle doctor or not. Okay. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving. Chen Fan said this, and without waiting for the dean and the deputy mayor to speak, he turned around and walked towards the car park not far away. Yes, Dr. Chen, take care. The deputy mayor bent down and said flatteringly. Mr. Chen, have a safe trip. The dean echoed without wanting to be outdone. When he came to the car, Chen Fan immediately opened the door and got in. Has the problem been resolved? Li Muwen asked. Well, let the deputy mayor take care of the Ji family. You don't have to worry about it. Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat and looked at Li Muwen sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. It can be seen from Li Muwen's expression that she is very worried about this matter. The deputy mayor, will he handle it? Hearing Chen Fan say this, Li Muwen subconsciously turned her head and looked through the car window at the deputy mayor at the hospital entrance. He muttered to himself, it would be great if the deputy mayor would help me with this. After all, we businessmen have to look up to the officials to some extent. Yeah. Chen Fan responded indifferently. Chen Fan is neither a businessman nor an official. He can give face to whoever he wants to give face to. If he doesn't want to give face to someone, he can just not give face to the other person. He does what he wants. As soon as Chen Fan's car arrived at the door, the deputy mayor and the dean stood on both sides. Mr. Chen, take care. Dr. Chen, take care. The deputy mayor also spoke. The two of them said it almost in unison. Looking at the two people's attitude towards Chen Fan, Li Muwen instantly understood the Ji family's affairs and was safe. Or, let's go directly to my house. Chen Fan saw Li Muwen's relieved look in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. You really don't believe that he has this ability? Pretty sister, just go to my house and recuperate. My father is very capable and he can take good care of you. Before Li Muwen could say anything, Nuanyuan beside her had already spoken before her, excitedly pulling her hand on her leg and speaking. Li Muwen raised her head and met Chen Fan's gaze in the rearview mirror, straight and without any concealment. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and Li Muwen subconsciously turned her head to look elsewhere. However, in just a blink of an eye, she turned around as if nothing had happened, and stroked Nuanyuan's face with a faint smile on her face. Does Muan like to stay with me? Yes. I like beautiful sisters. Muan hugged Li Muwen's waist, afraid that Chen Fan would be angry, and quickly added, Muan likes daddy too. The person I love most in the whole world is my dad. Ha ha. Li Muwen was very happy. She didn't know if this little girl's personality was like Chen Fan's, which made her so likable. Beautiful sister, just go. You are injured now and need someone to take care of you. Nuanyuan did not hear Li Muwen's accurate reply, so she quickly pulled Li Muwen's smooth and tender hand, shook it, and said coquettishly, Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Muwen gently patted Nuanyuan's furry head and spoke softly. Oh yeah. When she heard Li Muwen agreed, Nuanyuan raised her hand excitedly. Dad, the beautiful sister agreed to come to our house. Yes, I heard it all. Chen Fan in the driving seat agreed with a smile. I don't know who his daughter's personality is inherited from. She likes to be a matchmaker at such a young age. When she grows up, I don't know how many matchmakers will be needed to make her satisfied. The car quickly drove towards Tianfu Garden. As soon as the car stopped, the butler came over anxiously. "Sir, we caught a thief." But he didn't admit that he stole the things. He said he came to take what belonged to him. "You owe him, and you owe his whole family." Chen Fan, who got out of the car, frowned when he heard the housekeeper's words. "Where is the person?" Chen Fan asked. Then he turned around and walked to the back seat, opened the door, helped Li Nguyen out of the car first, and then hugged Nguyen in his arms. "The person has been taken into custody by us, and he has not called the police. It seems that the other party does know you." The housekeeper replied. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Chen Fan nodded. What he owed him, he also owed to their entire family? This person has quite a big mouth. Following the butler's footsteps, the three returned to the big villa and went straight to the most secret small house in the villa. If Chen Fan remembered correctly, this room was just a place to store sundries and coal. "Mr. Chen." The housekeeper opened the closed door with the key. "Chen Fan? Chen Fan, you're here?" An excited voice soon came from the room. "It's him. Zhao Tingting's younger brother. Shouldn't he be attending high school in a private school now? Why was he in his house? Still here to steal things? Chen Fan, quickly tell them to untie the ropes on me." Before Chen Fan could speak, Zhao Tingting's younger brother Zhao Yaoting started yelling again. "How do you know I live here?" Chen Fan said coldly with narrowed eyes. After all, even that bitch Zhao Tingting didn't know he lived in such a place, let alone Zhao Yaoting. Isn't this simple? Do you want to know? If you do, then quickly tell them to untie me. Mark Chow deliberately kept the suspense. Chen Fan sneered when he heard this. How come there are still people who don't want to live and threaten him now? Bring him out. Chen Fan said. It just so happened that he also wanted to settle a score with the other party. Auntie Yang, please bring Nguyen back to the house. Turning his head, Chen Fan said to Auntie Yang, who was standing beside him. Okay, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang came over and took Nguyen away from Chen Fan's arms. Nguyen, Daddy will come to play with you in a while, okay? Chen Fan said, holding Nguyen's little hand. Okay. Nguyen agreed immediately. After Nguyen was taken away by Aunt Yang, Li Nguyen asked, Do you need me to leave? No need. Chen Fan shook his head. Why should we avoid such a thing? This was not the first time he had taken action in front of Li Nguyen. Go and bring a chair for Miss Li. Chen Fan ordered the housekeeper. Although he transferred the pain from Li Nguyen, her wounds did not heal. Even though he had acquired top medical skills comparable to Hua Tuo, there was no way to heal Li Nguyen's wounds in one day. Yes, Mr. Chen. After bringing Zhao Yaoting out of the small room, the housekeeper immediately walked to a nearby place and brought a chair and placed it next to Li Nguyen. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Yeah. Li Nguyen moved her eyes away from the young man who was tied up tightly and sat on the chair. This person looks somewhat familiar, and he doesn't seem to be very old, as if he has just reached adulthood? Judging from the tone of his voice just now, he seemed to be very familiar with Chen Fan. Moreover, he showed no respect to Chen Fan at all. Logically speaking, he should have called him brother, but he called Chen Fan by his name. Who is this person? Chapter 97, Psychic Critical Attack, rewards Super God Skills. Kneel down. Chen Fan ordered coldly. What? Chen Fan, did I hear you right? You actually asked me to kneel down? When Zhao Yaoting heard what Chen Fan said, his eyes widened in disbelief. Was it his illusion? Why did he feel that Chen Fan was different from before? It was as if he had become a different person. Not only did he become much more handsome, but his temperament also changed. He no longer looked like a poor loser. Instead, he looked a bit like a rich second generation. Sure enough, after becoming rich, people will undergo tremendous changes. No wonder others say that a saddle makes the horse and clothes make the man. Seeing that the other party didn't move and was even questioning him, Chen Fan walked over and kicked Zhao Yaoting in the popliteal fossa. In less than a second, Mark Chow fell to his knees with a plop. Fortunately, the lawn here was all very cleanly maintained, so he didn't feel any pain at all. Chen Fan, how dare you do this to me? After coming to his senses, Zhao Yaoting was about to stand up and question Chen Fan when he felt a heavy force pressing on his shoulders, making him unable to move. Why shouldn't I dare? Chen Fan grabbed Zhao Yaoting's hair. In an instant, Zhao Yaoting had to raise his head high in pain, as if his entire scalp was about to be blown off by Chen Fan. Fuck. Chen Fan, don't you want to be with my sister anymore? As expected, my sister is right. Men become bad when they have money. You abandoned my sister the first time you got rich. You even caused my mother to have no hospital to stay in. Chen Fan, you are a bastard. Zhao Yaoding cursed at Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Are there any other tasks? Chen Fan quickly used his mind to control the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Mission: if you hit the target character Zhao Yaoding with a 100-point mental crit value, you will be rewarded with the superpowered cell control skill. Control cells? Doesn't that mean that if he acquires this skill, he can control cell decomposition, recombination, etc.? If this is true, then he is even more awesome than Hua Tuo and Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine? This mission must be completed. A mind-bending attack, right? Isn't this simple? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and let go of Zhao Yaoding's hair. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me how you know my address. I will deal with you as you break into a private residence. Chen Fan, how do you want to deal with this? Zhao Yaoding immediately became nervous when he heard that Chen Fan didn't care about their previous feelings at all. How should we deal with this, butler? What do you think? Chen Fan looked at the butler. Deal with it according to the law and call the police, the housekeeper replied. Call the police? Upon hearing that he wanted to call the police, Zhao Yaoding's face turned pale. Bite. System prompt, target character's mental critical value plus 10. Chen Fan, you can't call the police, you can't send me to the police station. That kind of place is not a place for people to stay. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, Zhao Yaoding said anxiously. If he went to that kind of place, he would be taught a lesson and beaten. He would never go there, even if he died. Oh, I can choose not to go. Chen Fan raised his hand and touched his chin. He was just trying to scare Mark Chow. If he really sent him to the police station, it would be too easy for him. And he couldn't complete his mission. I knew you wouldn't disregard our brother-in-law relationship. Zhao Yaoding couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Chen Fan say this. Brother-in-law? This one sentence woke up Li Muwen, who was watching on the side. No wonder she felt that the other person looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. It turned out that it was because this young man looked like Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend Zhao Dingding. Even if you don't compare them together, you can tell they are brother and sister. They look so alike. Brother-in-law? Chen Fan snorted coldly and lifted Zhao Yaoding, who was kneeling on the ground. You are worthy of it? After saying that, he threw Zhao Yaoding to the ground again. Zhao Yaoding, whose hands and feet were tied, lost his balance and rolled several times on the grass. He wanted to get up but couldn't, so he could only turn around and look at Chen Fan in confusion. You made my sister unable to stay in school. You spread all kinds of bad news about her in school, and spread rumors that she cheated on me. You also made me beg for admission from hospitals everywhere. Chen Fan, you are still treating me like this now. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? Listening to Zhao Yaoding's accusation against him, Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. Shouldn't this sentence be used on your family? What? Zhao Yaoding was stunned. Over the years, I would rather not go to college and earn money to support your family, but how did you repay me? Your sister cheated on you, and your mother just wanted to take advantage of my money. As for you, let alone, didn't I step in to solve the problem when you got into trouble at school that time? Even so, he still says that his conscience has been fed to the dogs. My sister cheated on me, but that's because of your own incompetence. You can't let my sister rely on you for her whole life. As for my mom and me, you did it willingly. Zhao Yaoding retorted disdainfully after hearing this. Who told you to be such a bootlicker? We didn't force you to do this. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, curled the corner of his mouth, revealed a sneer, and raised his foot to walk towards Zhao Yaoding. Looking at Chen Fan walking towards him step by step, Zhao Yaoding suddenly became panicked. How come Chen Fan's aura suddenly became so powerful that he couldn't help but feel scared from the bottom of his heart? I want to hide, but there is nowhere to hide. I want to escape, but I can't escape at all. What do you want to do? Hitting people is against the law. Zhao Yaoding threatened in a trembling voice. Breaking the law? Chen Fan stepped on Zhao Yaoding's back. You broke into my house and robbed me. How is that illegal if I beat you? After saying that, Chen Fan continued to exert force with his feet. In just a moment, the force crushed Zhao Yaoting like a turtle. He raised his head high and let out a terrible scream. Bite. System prompt, target character's mental critical strike plus 20. Too little. Chen Fan impatiently let go of his feet and said to Zhao Yaoting, who was wailing, "Do you know why you can't go to school?" "It's all my fault." "What?" Zhao Yaoting, who was originally wailing, was stunned for a moment. The reason why he, the top student in the school, was ordered to drop out was because of Chen Fan? Bite. System prompt, target character's mental critical value plus 50. I'm going to kill you. If it weren't for you, I would have been admitted to a top university in this year's college entrance examination. From now on, my destiny will be changed and I will be successful. Zhao Yaoting roared with red eyes. It was all Chen Fan's fault. It was all because of him that his future was ruined. Kill me? Chen Fan smiled contemptuously. I'll tell you another piece of news. No school in Jiangcheng accepted you. That's all thanks to me. After all, with your good grades, other schools would be eager to accept you. Zhao Yaoting, who was already filled with hatred, was like a fish that had just jumped out of the water onto the shore, struggling and jumping continuously when he heard Chen Fan's words. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Chen Fan, I'm going to kill your entire family. Chapter 98. Complete the mission and gain the super skill Cell Control. Kill my whole family? Chen Fan smiled coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Bite. System prompt, target character's mental critical value plus 50. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Super God skill Cell Control. Now that the mission had been completed, Chen Fan slowly walked in front of Zhao Yaoting. The other party already wanted to kill his entire family, so how could he give him a chance to live? After all, the only family Chen Fan has now is Nuanyuan. Zhao Yaoting attacked his baby Nuanyuan. What else could this be but courting death? Use skill Void Hole. Where is this? Zhao Yaoting, who hadn't reacted yet, looked at the vast expanse of white in front of him. Zhao Yaoting was immediately terrified. Wasn't he in the back garden of Chen Fan's villa? How did all the scenes suddenly change? This is your burial place. Chen Fan's voice sounded from above Zhao Yaoting's head, with a cold voice. Chen Fan? This is Chen Fan's voice. Raising his head, Zhao Yaoting was dumbfounded. It was all white. Where was the slightest trace of Chen Fan? Lowering his head, Zhao Yaoting looked around in panic and shouted excitedly at the vast expanse of white. Chen Fan, don't you think I don't know that you are playing tricks to scare me? You are dreaming. I have been scared since I was a child. Do you think these little tricks of yours can fool my eyes? I am a fucking materialist. Really? Chen Fan suddenly appeared in front of Mark Chao, scaring him so much that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. You, how could you? Looking at Chen Fan in front of him, Zhao Yaoting's face turned pale. Chen Fan was obviously not there before, so how come he appeared in just a blink of an eye? What the hell is this place? Chen Fan did not make any explanation. He raised his foot, walked in front of Zhao Yaoting and slowly squatted down. Just when Zhao Yaoting was confused, he quickly grabbed Zhao Yaoting's neck. Chen Fan, you let me go, let me go. Zhao Yaoting kept slapping the back of Chen Fan's hand. Anyone who dares to set his sights on Nuanyuan must die. After saying this, Chen Fan continued to increase the strength in his hands. Zhao Yaoting's pale face turned red, and his eyes were full of blood, bulging out, looking particularly scary. Even the tongue hidden in the mouth kept stretching out like a hanged ghost. With a bang, the bulging eyeball suddenly exploded, and blood splattered on Chen Fan's face. Zhao Yaoting's struggling hands lost their life signs and fell to the ground. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, let go of the dead Zhao Yaoting, and left the void cave with an expressionless face. Ah! I heard the terrified screams of the butler and the servants. Chen Fan took a closer look and saw that Zhao Yaoting's eyeballs were bulging out, and it seemed as if his eyeballs were about to fall out of his eye sockets. It was very scary. Afterwards, Zhao Yaoting covered his neck with both hands and stuck out his tongue, as if someone was strangling his neck invisibly. Before Chen Fan could continue reading, Li Muwen suddenly came to his side and took his hand. Ha! Chen Fan looked confused. There's something wrong with this guy, stay away from him. After saying that, Li Muwen pulled Chen Fan away from Zhao Yaoting, who was lying on the ground and looked very unwell. Just a few steps after Chen Fan and Li Muwen left, Zhao Yaoting suddenly died, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his death looked extremely scary. To the extent that Chen Fan's ears were filled with the servants' screams of fear. Dead, someone is dead. Oh my god, how could he die suddenly like this? Ah! So terrible, so scary. Mr. Chen, we should. The housekeeper walked up to Chen Fan with a pale face, suppressing the fear in his heart. You handle it. Chen Fan just glanced at Zhao Yaoting, whose 7 orifices were still bleeding red blood, without any change on his face. Yes. The butler nodded quickly in response. Let's go. Turning around, Chen Fan held Li Muwen's hand in return. The air now didn't smell good at all, and even made people feel a little nauseous because there was a disgusting smell of blood. Yeah. Li Muwen came back to her senses from her shock, raised her foot and followed Chen Fan's steps into the villa. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said to Chen Fan, actually, you don't have to feel any burden for that person's death. He must have been ill and died suddenly. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan? How did he act like he cared about Zhao Yaoting's life or death? Li Muwen, did you misunderstand something? I understand. But after all, the other party had good intentions, so Chen Fan could only go along with her wishes. I'm glad you understand. I'm just afraid that you feel a little guilty and self-blame. Seeing Chen Fan nod, Li Muwen was still a little worried. No. Chen Fan let go of Li Muwen's hand. He would not care about a damned person. Feeling her hands were empty, Li Muwen subconsciously looked down at the hand that Chen Fan had held, and ripples began to form in her heart. Just now, she was actually holding hands with Chen Fan. Even though she is already in her 20s, she becomes restless just because of holding hands with a member of the opposite sex. Could it be because she has never been in a relationship and has no friends of the opposite sex? It must be like this. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. A familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. Chen Fan immediately controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, heal the target character Li Muwen's wounds, and receive a bonus of +20 attribute skill and appearance. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan turned to Li Muwen and suddenly said, sit down. Ah. Li Muwen, who was distracted by other things, was slightly stunned, but still obeyed Chen Fan's words involuntarily and walked towards the sofa in the living room under Chen Fan's gaze. Chen Fan, do you have something to tell her? Could it be related to Nuan? Or maybe Chen Fan was not very satisfied with her performance today. After all, Nuan was bullied after being with her. Chen Fan, please give me another chance. I know I didn't protect Nuan well today. I promise that this will never happen again. Thinking that she was about to lose the qualification to be Nuan's mother, Li Muwen anxiously assured Chen Fan again and again. If I cause Nuan to suffer any harm in the future, you can do whatever you want to me, even beat me or scold me. Can you give me one last chance to prove that I can be Nuan's mother? After saying this, Li Muwen's eyes, still as charming as before, were filled with a pleading look that made people unable to refuse. Chapter 99, Gain Attribute Skill Appearance +20. Handsome again. Chen Fan. Why did Li Muwen feel that he was going to disqualify her from being Nuan's mother? When did he say such words? When did he express such an attitude? That's not what I want to talk about. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Although it was true that Nuan was slightly injured, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Li Muwen risked everything to protect Nuan. A famous female boss in Jiangcheng, just for Nuan, she fought with others barefoot in front of so many onlookers without caring about her image at all. Isn't that enough? When it comes to being Nuan's mother, I'm afraid no one is more suitable than her. How could he refuse? Then, what do you want to say? Li Muwen was confused. Could it be that she was overthinking? Let me show you your injury. Chen Fan walked up to Li Muwen and squatted down, looking at Li Muwen's ankle, which was wrapped thickly in white gauze. No need. Actually, it's not that much. I don't feel any pain. Looking at Chen Fan squatting in front of her and staring at her feet, Li Muwen suddenly felt a sense of shame in her heart. Would her legs look bad? Would Chen Fan think she was too thin, like a bamboo pole, and had no aesthetic appeal? In just a moment, all kinds of insecurity and worries arose in Li Muwen's heart. Chen Fan didn't care about Li Muwen's refusal. He simply reached out and lightly grasped Li Muwen's calf. Li Muwen. Chen Fan's hand was actually grabbing her calf? She could clearly feel the warmth from Chen Fan's palm. Li Muwen's face turned red all of a sudden. She wanted to struggle but felt that it seemed a little too hypocritical. After all, Chen Fan had no selfish motives. He was just kind enough to help her check her injuries. After figuring it out, Li Muwen regained her composure and let Chen Fan fiddle with it. Chen Fan took off the disposable slippers on Li Muwen's feet. When he saw her jade feet with red toenails, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? It's like a flawless work of art. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan suppressed his inner impulse, pretended to be calm as if he saw nothing, and stretched out his other hand to put Li Muwen's foot on his kneeling thigh. Li Muwen. Is this behavior too ambiguous and intimate? But seeing that Chen Fan was concentrating on removing the gauze on her ankle bit by bit, Li Muwen didn't dare to have any more wild thoughts. She kept reminding herself in her heart that Chen Fan had no feelings for her at all and she shouldn't be self-indulgent. As he removed the white gauze, Chen Fan frowned. Although he had previously diverted Li Muwen's pain, he was powerless to heal the injury on her foot. He thought she would feel better after seeing a doctor. However, the reality was far worse than he had imagined. His ankle was swollen like a pig's trotter, with alternating bruises and purples, and sodium and water retention. Even if you press it with your hand, it will leave a deep mark and it will take a while to return to normal. Is it serious? Seeing that Chen Fan was hesitant to speak and frowned, Li Muwen became a little nervous. The doctor said that she should rest at home for more than a month and recover slowly. A little bit. Chen Fan raised his head and met Li Muwen's gaze. But fortunately, I can handle it. After saying that, Chen Fan placed his hand directly on Li Muwen's ankle. Use skills to control cells. But after a short moment, a little sweat appeared on Chen Fan's forehead, and Li Muwen's ankles and other abrasions were healing at a rapid speed. The swelling is also slowly subsiding. Okay. As a drop of sweat was about to slide down Chen Fan's forehead, a handkerchief with the scent of gardenia also rested on Chen Fan's cheek. The light fragrance, coupled with Li Muwen's body odor, smells quite pleasant. Okay? Li Muwen quickly withdrew her hand and nervously held the handkerchief. Well, move around. Chen Fan took his hand away from Li Muwen's ankle. Li Muwen was surprised to realize that Chen Fan was talking about her foot injury, not that she had wiped his sweat without his permission. Her eyes fell on her ankles and Li Muwen's eyes widened instantly. What was going on? How did her feet, which were so swollen that she couldn't even show them to others, get better? How did they return to normal? No. In addition to her foot injury, there was also her bruised knee. How did it heal? How did it look like she had never been injured? Her skin was intact? Chen Fan, what is going on? Li Muwen quickly rolled up her sleeves, and the scratches on her arm disappeared. The title of Miracle Doctor is not given for nothing. Chen Fan put Li Muwen's feet down and put on disposable slippers for Li Muwen. Li Muwen. Chen Fan, really a god. She clearly saw that he did nothing but put his hand on her ankle, but her injury healed just like that? It's really puzzling. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining attribute skill appearance plus 20. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Chen Fan immediately clicked on the taskbar to receive the reward. Li Muwen stood up from the sofa and tried to move her feet. She could move freely, without any problem. Am I really okay? Li Muwen raised her head happily and looked at Chen Fan. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but this look made Li Muwen stunned. Is it her illusion? Why did she feel that Chen Fan's facial features were more three-dimensional and tough? He was very handsome before, and now he was even more handsome, the kind that people would never forget after just one look. What? Is there dirt on my face? Chen Fan, who was unaware of this, saw Li Muwen staring at him like that. He raised his hand and subconsciously wiped his face. No, it's not. Your face is clean. Li Muwen felt guilty and didn't dare to look directly at Chen Fan. Is it because Chen Fan healed her injuries that she couldn't help but cast a filter halo over Chen Fan? Otherwise, how could Chen Fan's appearance change so drastically in just a few moments? Just as Li Muwen was doubting herself, a servant came over. Mr. Chen, what would you like to eat for dinner today? I can do anything, but you have to ask Mr. Li. Chen Fan put down his hands and answered casually. When the servant saw Chen Fan's handsome face, he was stunned for a moment. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but cover his mouth, for fear of shouting out the word so handsome. Chapter 100 has another maximum level skill reward. Is there anything else? Chen Fan looked at the servant's eyes wide open and frowned slightly. No. The servant shook his head, and before leaving, he did not forget to look at Chen Fan deeply. He. Li Muwen smiled. Chen Fan was really a straight man like steel. He didn't even notice the little girl's obvious love. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan turned around and saw Li Muwen laughing. He was surprised for a moment. When Li Muwen doesn't smile, she gives people the impression of being a very cold and domineering lady, like a queen. But this smile gives people a spring breeze feeling, just like the feeling of first love. He had never seen two apparently unrelated temperaments being perfectly displayed in one person. It is true that she is the white moonlight and the red rose. No, nothing. Li Muwen immediately put away the smile on her face and denied it. By the way, you have helped me so much and cured my injury. I don't know how to thank you. Otherwise, I will cook dinner myself tonight. Li Muwen took the initiative to suggest. If I invite Chen Fan to dinner, it would seem too polite. After all, Chen Fan has such status and position, has he never eaten anything? You can do it? Chen Fan was stunned. Then he looked Li Muwen up and down. No matter how he looked at her, Li Muwen didn't look like someone who could cook. Her slender jade fingers showed that she was not a woman of culture. I can learn. Li Muwen immediately took over Chen Fan's words. She is not a stupid person. It's just cooking. How difficult can it be? Chen Fan. Learn now? Could he refuse? As soon as he looked into Li Muwen's sincere eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Soon, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface. Task, agree to Li Muwen to cook, and be rewarded with a max level skill. Full level of ball skills? Can he use this thing? However, since it is a reward from the system, and it is at the maximum level, who would despise it? It's always good to have many skills. Are you sure? In the end, Chen Fan just changed his words and confirmed it again. Yes. I'm sure. Li Muwen nodded heavily. She already owed Chen Fan enough favors and couldn't owe him anymore. Otherwise, the two of them would be unequal in status. In their line of work, you can owe anything except favors. Okay. Then I'll ask them to teach you step by step? Seeing Li Muwen so persistent, Chen Fan could only respond. I think it's okay. Li Muwen nodded. Afterwards, under the leadership of Chen Fan, the two entered the kitchen one after another. Teach Mr. Li how to cook. Don't make it too complicated. Chen Fan gave instructions to the 5 servants who were busy in the kitchen. Yes, Mr. Chen. The 5 servants immediately put down their work, turned around and bowed to Chen Fan and nodded. Okay, you can go. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Li Muwen who was standing beside him. Okay, thank you for your help. Li Muwen just nodded slightly, raised her foot and went to the kitchen. Leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen, Chen Fan clasped his arms across his chest, looking indifferently at Li Muwen, who was already wearing an apron and had a unique charm. It was really hard to imagine that such an empress-like person would actually cook for him personally to thank him. With the 5 of them, there shouldn't be any surprises. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the maximum level ball skill reward. After watching for a while, Chen Fan put down his hand and turned to walk upstairs. It was almost time for dinner, and he had to wake up his baby Nuanyuan. Mr. Li, do you want to wear gloves? Your hands are used for. The servant was interrupted by Li Muwen before he could finish his words. No, you don't have to treat me as President Li. I'm just a pure newcomer. What are you planning to do tonight? At this moment, Li Muwen did not have the airs of a female boss at all, and asked the 2 servants sincerely. Tonight's meal is... The servant went through the menu. A dozen dishes. Then let's start now. What is the first step? Li Muwen asked curiously. Wash the vegetables, said one of the servants. Okay, I'll go wash the vegetables. After saying that, Li Muwen walked towards the sink. Looking at the harmony in the kitchen, although they all had similar heights and temperaments, Chen Fan could recognize Li Muwen from the backs of the 6 people. Just because Li Muwen has a different temperament from them. Not long after, Li Muwen had almost finished washing the vegetables and wanted to put them on the platter, but was sternly stopped by the servant. Mr. Li's hands are not meant to be used like this. If anything gets hurt, they won't be able to afford the compensation. Finally, after some discussion, several people decided to let Li Muwen learn how to cook. Although it was just a simple cooking, a servant was still left by the side. When can we pour oil into the pot? Li Muwen asked the servant with a spoon in her hand, looking innocent and confused. Mr. Li, wait until the pot is hot. It will take about 20 seconds. The servant replied. After counting 20 seconds silently in her heart, Li Muwen picked up the oil bottle beside her and poured oil into the pot. Mr. Li, it's okay. Seeing the oil in the pot increasing, the servant was frightened and stepped forward to stop it. Oh. Li Muwen put down the oil bottle and looked at the servant expectantly. What about now? Wait 20 to 30 seconds, then pour the washed vegetables in. The servant took the oil bottle and put it aside. 20 seconds, then. After counting, Li Muwen put the pot and spoon aside, then picked up the basket with both hands and poured all the vegetables in it into the pot. With a whoosh. As soon as the hot oil in the pot touched the water stains on the vegetables, it immediately splashed everywhere. Ah! Li Muwen was splashed with oil and couldn't help but gasp. Mr. Li, are you okay? Seeing this, the servant picked up the pot and spoon and stir-fried while asking anxiously. It's okay. Li Muwen pretended to be calm and ignored the several red marks on her arm. Let me do it. Okay. Seeing that Li Muwen said so, the servant had no choice but to hand the pot and spoon back to Li Muwen. Thank you. Li Muwen thanked the servant and imitated the way the servant had stir-fried the food just now. However, when adding the salt, Li Muwen had no idea how much salt to add, and even with a servant beside her, her hands were shaking and she added a little too much. This. The servant swallowed. It must be particularly salty. What's wrong? Li Muwen, who knew nothing about anything, blinked her ignorant eyes and looked at the servant. It's okay, Mr. Li. You just need to wait a while and then the food can be served. The servant forced a smile and said with a dry laugh. The main point is that I dare not say it openly to offend Mr. Li. As Li Muwen was serving the pot of delicious-looking vegetables on a plate, the servant suddenly screamed. Mr. Li! Your hand is burned. Moreover, blisters appeared. It's okay. Let's make the next dish. Looking at the blisters appearing on her white arms, Li Muwen just shook her head indifferently. Now she just wants to hurry up and learn how to cook the next dish so that she can cook for her baby Nuanyuan in the future. Several servants had complicated expressions, and finally one of them walked out of the kitchen silently. This is Mr. Li. How can Mr. Li, who is of an extremely noble status, just pretend that nothing happened? This must be told to Mr. Chen. Let Mr. Chen come forward to solve it. Chapter 101 Reward Attribute Skill Telekinesis plus 10. Mr. Chen, something bad has happened. The servant ran hurriedly towards Nuanyuan's room upstairs. What happened? At this moment, Chen Fan was putting shoes on Nuanyuan. Hearing the servant's anxious tone, he turned his head and looked towards the door. I was stunned for a moment. Isn't this one of the servants working in the kitchen? Did something happen to Mr. Li? Chen Fan's tone became louder when he thought of such a possibility. Well, Ms. Li was scalded by the oil, but she still insisted on staying in the kitchen. The servant nodded. Mr. Chen's guess was really accurate. System prompt, the task has been updated. The system prompt sounded suddenly in my mind. Chen Fan controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Task, care about the target person Li Muwen, reward attribute skill telekinesis plus 10. Okay, I'll go down and take a look. Chen Fan stood up and told Aunt Yang beside him, come down after you've packed up for Nuan. I'll go down first. Yes, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang responded immediately. Quickening his pace, Chen Fan hurried from upstairs to the kitchen. This hot oil is not much worse than sparks. Aren't there 5 servants here? How could Li Muwen be injured? Is this right? Is it okay to add a little salt? As soon as Chen Fan arrived in the kitchen, he heard Li Muwen asking the servant beside him in a very approachable tone. Yes, that's okay, Mr. Li. The servant nodded. The level of salt is just right. Mr. Chen? The other servants saw Chen Fan walking towards them with a cold face, and they were so scared that they immediately put down their work and lowered their heads, and no one dared to breathe in the cold air. Mr. Chen? Chen Fan is here? Li Muwen turned her head and saw Chen Fan walking towards her with a bad look on his face. Are you hungry? There are only a few. Li Muwen hurriedly explained that it was all her problem, she was too slow, so the speed of serving the dishes was much slower than that of others. However, before Li Muwen could finish her words, the pot and spoon in her hand were snatched away by Chen Fan. Then, Chen Fan grabbed her wrist tightly and said, "Come out with me." The unquestionable tone made Li Muwen subconsciously follow his steps. What's wrong? Li Muwen was confused. Why did she feel that Chen Fan was angry? Pulling Li Muwen, Chen Fan came to the living room, then let go of Li Muwen's hand, turned around and looked at the back of her hand and arm. As if she noticed Chen Fan's gaze, Li Muwen hid her hands behind her back guiltily. There are only 2 dishes. It will be ready quickly. Li Muwen lowered her head and spoke in a low voice like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look Chen Fan in the eye. Is this about the food? Chen Fan sighed helplessly. He really couldn't do anything about Li Muwen. She had just recovered from her injury, so why did she let herself get hurt again? Did she like getting hurt so much? There were several shiny blisters on her fair arms, which looked like they would burst if touched. Did she really think that he wouldn't be able to see anything if she hid behind him? Well, what else could it be? You don't dislike the food I cooked, do you? But you haven't even eaten it yet. Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan, who had turned and left, and explained anxiously. She smelled pretty good, though not as good as the others. Ding dong. Come here. Chen Fan came to the sofa and said to Li Muwen in a commanding tone. Oh. Li Muwen responded and walked over obediently. Sit down. Chen Fan continued. Li Muwen. Without saying anything, he just sat down as Chen Fan asked. Stretch out your hand. Chen Fan said. Ah. Li Muwen was just about to do what Chen Fan said when she realized, can I not stretch it out? What do you think? Chen Fan stared down at him. Li Muwen. His aura was too strong, as if she had no choice but to obey. In the end, Li Muwen stretched out her hands. Not only are there blisters on the arms, but there are also densely packed red dots on the back of the hands, which clearly show burns. It doesn't hurt? Chen Fan frowned. It hurts, but it's okay. I can bear it. Li Muwen answered truthfully. Chen Fan. Do you like being strong? Holding Li Muwen's hand, Chen Fan used pain transfer again, and then continued to use the god-level skills to control the cells. The blisters on Li Muwen's arms were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the red marks from the burns on the back of her hands were gradually disappearing. After a while, Chen Fan finally let go of Li Muwen's hand. By then, both Li Muwen's arm and the back of her hand had recovered. Li Muwen looked at everything in amazement. No more pain? No pain at all. And her blisters and the red marks from the burns, all gone? Chen Fan, you. Li Muwen wanted to ask Chen Fan what was going on, but before she could finish her words, a warm voice sounded in her ears. Beautiful sister. As soon as she saw Li Muwen, the little baby Nuanyuan immediately let go of Aunt Yang's hand and ran towards Li Muwen with her short legs. He hugged Li Muwen's legs, raised his head and said to Li Muwen, Nuanyuan thought she wouldn't be able to see her beautiful sister after waking up. How could that be? Didn't I promise you that I would stay with you for one night? As soon as Li Muwen saw Nuanyuan, her heart felt like it was illuminated by the sun and her whole body felt warm. Hee, I knew that beautiful sisters are the best. Hug me. Nuanyuan opened her arms, and her pink little face was filled with a smile brighter than the sun and more dazzling than the stars. Cute to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Li Muwen bent down and picked up Nuanyuan, and couldn't help but peck Nuanyuan gently on the cheek. Baby Nuanyuan is so cute and lovable. With her arms around Li Muwen's neck, little Nuan turned her head to look at Chen Fan beside her, pouting her lips. Daddy, when can we eat? My stomach is rumbling. Auntie Yang, go and see when we can have dinner. Chen Fan instructed Auntie Yang, who was standing beside him. Yes, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang responded. Thinking that the mission had not been completed, Chen Fan had to turn his gaze back to Li Muwen, who was holding Nuanyuan and couldn't let go. Does it still hurt? Chen Fan asked. Ah. Li Muwen, whose whole attention was focused on her baby Nuanyuan, was stunned. Only then did she realize that Chen Fan should be asking about her injuries. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Are there any other discomforts? Chen Fan continued to ask. No, everything is fine. Look, there are no injuries. Li Muan continued to shake her head and look down at her smooth arms. Of course, this is all thanks to Chen Fan, otherwise she wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Chen Fan. What's going on? The system is broken? Why hasn't he received the system's prompt sound that the task has been completed? Chapter 102 officially becomes Nuanyuan's mother. Could it be that his level of concern is not up to standard? Apart from this possibility, there seems to be no other possibility. After all, this is more real than Brother Tonzi being bad. Mr. Chen, the food is ready. I heard the servant's reminder. Yeah. Chen Fan responded, and then said to Nuan Nuan and Li Muan, let's go and have dinner. Okay, Dad. Nuan Nuan answered first, then looked at Li Muan, beautiful sister, let's go eat together. Okay. Looking at Nuanyuan's lovely face, Li Muan agreed without any hesitation. Holding Li Muan's hand, Nuanyuan followed Chen Fan in small steps, and the three of them walked towards the restaurant. Mr. Chen, these two dishes were made by Mr. Li. After Chen Fan, Li Muan and Nuanyuan took their seats, the servant took out the dishes made by Li Muan and talked about them separately. After all, if Mr. Chen thought that this dish was made by them, he would think that their skills were not up to standard and would fire them directly. In Taiyan Fuan, they dare to guarantee that no other owner can be as generous as Mr. Chen and provide such good welfare benefits. If they are fired, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Okay. After wiping his hands with the wet towel handed over by the servant, Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks. His appearance was only average. There is still a certain gap between the food and the food prepared by the servants, which can be seen at a glance. Furthermore, perhaps because he now possesses the highest level of cooking skills, if it were a dish like this in the past, he would not only not be disgusted with it, but would probably gobble it up in big mouthfuls. But now, before I even put it in my mouth, I already feel that it doesn't taste good, and I even feel a little disgusted. After all, what kind of good person can stir-fry vegetables so that they turn them black? Nuanyuan, do you want to try my cooking? Li Muan turned and asked Nuanyuan baby who was sitting between her and Chen Fan. Wow, yes, yes. Nuanyuan wants to eat the food cooked by the beautiful sister. Nuanyuan nodded excitedly. Then I'll serve you some. As she said that, Li Muan picked up the chopsticks, picked up the warm bowl, picked up a piece of food and put it into the warm bowl. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. The system prompt sounded immediately in my mind. The mission is here. Chen Fan quickly used his mind to control the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Task, taste the food cooked by Li Muan, and get the attribute skills of taste plus 10 and smell plus 10. Let me try it first. Chen Fan reached out and held the warm bowl. In addition to the mission, he was also worried that if he gave this kind of food to Nuanyuan, it would make Nuanyuan feel uncomfortable. After all, Nuanyuan's stomach was not very good because she had been skipping meals. Okay. Li Muan nodded without thinking too much. Then, Chen Fan picked up the dishes from Nuan Nuan baby's bowl and put them into his own bowl. Under Li Muan's hopeful gaze, he put it into his mouth with an expressionless face. Salty. And it's super salty. However, Chen Fan still resisted the urge to spit it out and swallowed it down. Then, he pretended to casually pick up the boiled water on his left hand and drank it silently. How is it? Is it okay? Li Muan asked expectantly. Well, it's pretty good. However, you have just been injured, so it is not suitable for you to eat these light foods. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he stood up and picked up the empty bowl in front of Li Muan. He put whatever was donkey hide gelatin, ginseng, or anything else that could replenish the body into Li Muan's bowl. But in just a short while, Li Muan's originally empty bowl was filled with food like a small mountain. Then, Chen Fan put the bowl in front of Li Muan again and reminded her, "You are too thin. You need to eat more." Looking at the food in front of her, Li Muan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan, is he concerned about her health? Thank you. Whether it was sincere or just a courtesy, Li Muan quickly came to her senses and thanked Chen Fan sincerely. You're welcome. I don't want people to misunderstand that I'm abusing the child's mother. Chen Fan sat down. Li Muan. She stared at Chen Fan in surprise and excitement. Didn't Chen Fan think that she was not suitable to be Nuanyuan's mother because of her previous series of failed actions? Eat quickly, it might be greasy when it gets cold. Seeing Li Nuan staring at him so bluntly without any reservation, even though Chen Fan felt that he had a thicker skin than a city wall, he still felt a little embarrassed in his heart. It can be said that in the world he sees, no woman is more beautiful than Li Nuan, even the stars on TV are not as beautiful as her. Being stared at by such a peerless beauty, if someone had a weak tolerance, he would have probably fainted from happiness. Okay. Li Nuan nodded, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining attribute skill telekinesis plus 10. The system prompt sound quickly came to my mind. Call. The mission is finally completed. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at him without noticing, while secretly glancing at Li Nuan, who was picking up food with her hands covering her mouth and laughing secretly. Dad, can I let my beautiful sister be my mother? When Chen Fan placed the bowl in front of baby Nuanyuan, Nuanyuan asked cautiously. Li Nuan, who was eating, raised her head in disbelief when she heard Nuanyuan's words, staring at Chen Fan closely. My heart could no longer contain its surging emotions. She never imagined that when she wanted to be Nuanyuan's mother, take care of her daily life, and give her a mother's love and protection, in fact, Nuanyuan also wanted her to be her mother. Sure. Chen Fan raised his hand and touched Nuanyuan's head, and glanced at Li Nuan. As long as Nuanyuan wants, there's nothing wrong with that. Really? Upon hearing Chen Fan say this, Nuanyuan immediately turned to look at Li Nuan. The pair of eyes as clear and transparent as glass beads looked at Li Nuan with twinkling eyes, nervously but uneasily asking for Li Nuan's consent. Beautiful sister, can you be Nuanyuan's mother? Of course. Li Nuan was so excited that she put down her chopsticks, leaned sideways and placed her hands on her thighs. She said to Nuanyuan very seriously, Nuanyuan baby, don't worry, I will take good care of you and won't let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to bully you, I, your mother, will fight her to the death. Great. Nuanyuan, you have a mother now. Hearing Li Nuan claiming to be her mother, Nuanyuan raised her little pink fist and shouted to everyone present with a cheerful face, Nuanyuan, you have a mother now, Nuanyuan has a mother now. Okay, let's eat first. Looking at the happy smile on Nuanyuan's face, Chen Fan felt 100% sure that his decision was not wrong. Yeah. Nuan Nuan nodded heavily, but the smile on her lips was still there. Nuan Nuan has a dad and a mom. I'm so happy. Hearing Nuanyuan's words, Li Nuan and Chen Fan looked at each other. In a flash, Li Nuan's face, which was as white as porcelain, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood red not only spread to the ears, but even her slender neck was dyed red. Chen Fan? Could it be that she has food poisoning? Chapter 103 Obtain the attribute skills of taste plus 10, smell plus 10. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Li Nuan quickly lowered her head, buried her head and ate the food that Chen Fan had picked for her in the bowl, not daring to look at Chen Fan. Are you okay? Chen Fan still asked. After all, Li Nuan had just become Nuanyuan's mother, and he didn't want Nuanyuan to become a single child again so soon. No, I'm fine. Li Nuan answered softly. Apart from her hot face and body, she was fine. Maybe it was because these supplements were too nutritious, she always felt that the blood in her body was flowing fast and a little hot. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me. Seeing that Li Nuan said so, Chen Fan didn't say anything else. Yeah. Li Nuan paused and responded. Her already red face turned even redder because of Chen Fan's caring words. Chen Fan looked at another dish that looked okay. Both dishes were made by Li Nuan. However, this dish is much better than the previous one, at least the appearance is still acceptable. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the attribute skills of taste plus 10, smell plus 10. Let me try the dish I cooked and see how it tastes. Suddenly, Li Nuan's voice sounded in my ears. Upon hearing what Li Nuan said, Chen Fan felt very conflicted. Should he use this opportunity to let Li Nuan know that she was not suitable for cooking, or should he hide it from Li Nuan first? In the end, Chen Fan chose the former. He believed that Li Nuan was not a person with a fragile heart. After all, how could a female boss who could become a boss be a weak person at heart? Then try it. Chen Fan turned the table. Nuanyuan also wants to try it. Nuanyuan said softly. Be good, Nuanyuan baby. Wait until your mother has a taste before you try it, okay? Chen Fan reached out and pinched Nuanyuan's cheek. Okay. Nuanyuan nodded. She knows that delicious food should be eaten by dad and mom first. When the dish was passed to Li Muan, she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a little, and put it into her mouth. Chen Fan was so upset that he almost tapped his toes. After all, no one knew how salty this dish was. Pa! As soon as it was fed into her mouth, Li Muan frowned, and her originally rosy cheeks instantly turned bluish-white, turning into a mask of pain. Li Muan quickly picked up the tissue beside her, turned her back to everyone, and spit out the food in her mouth. No, it should be said that it was the poison. Then he picked up the cup beside him. Sorry, I have to leave for a moment. After saying that, he hurried to the nearest restroom. Coming to the bathroom, Li Muan kept gargling, "Oh my god. Why is it so salty?" She clearly didn't put much salt in it. Are you okay? Chen Fan's concerned voice came from behind. How can you eat this thing without changing your expression? Turning her head, Li Muan looked at Chen Fan in confusion. When she saw Chen Fan eating, she thought that she had some talent in cooking. She didn't expect it, it was just what she thought. What she cooked was simply a dark dish that no one could eat. After all, this is your first time cooking, so you should give me some face. Chen Fan said embarrassedly, scratching his head. If it were someone else, face? What is face? Can you eat it? It's too difficult for you. Li Muan smiled awkwardly. At this moment, she finally understood why Chen Fan stopped Nuan and told her to eat first. Fortunately, he didn't give it to Nuan, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It seems that I am not suitable for cooking. After wiping her mouth with a tissue, Li Muan walked out of the bathroom. It doesn't matter. There's no need for you to cook at home. If you take away their jobs, won't that leave them idle? This world doesn't support idle people. Chen Fan didn't care. His affection didn't have to be expressed through cooking. Yeah, then I won't compete with them for this job. Knowing that Chen Fan was giving her a way out, Li Muan naturally went along with it. The two returned to the restaurant one after another, and saw Nuanyuan sticking out her tongue and drinking milk continuously. It's so salty he kept fanning it with his little hands. Mr. Chen, Mr. Li, we didn't let the young lady taste it, but she insisted. The servant said to Chen Fan and Li Muan in great embarrassment. It's okay. This way, our family of three can share the joys and sorrows. Chen Fan raised his hand and looked meaningfully at Li Muan beside him. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Muan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan in surprise. The only 4 words in her mind were a family of 3. Chen Fan, this meant that he recognized her from the bottom of his heart. Chen Fan didn't notice Li Muan's eyes and walked towards the dining table. He wiped Nuan's mouth with a tissue and asked lovingly, "Will you listen to Daddy in the future?" "Listen, Nuanyuan will listen to Daddy in everything from now on." "Don't be angry, Daddy. Nuanyuan just wants to taste the food cooked by beautiful sister. Daddy, please don't be angry with Nuanyuan, okay? Nuanyuan will listen to Daddy in everything from now on." Holding Chen Fan's index finger, Nuanyuan started to act coquettishly to Chen Fan in a baby voice. That's more like it. Chen Fan had never thought of blaming Nuanyuan. "Do you want to drink more?" Chen Fan asked Nuanyuan, picking up the empty cup. "Drink it, it's so salty." Nuanyuan stuck out her tongue playfully. "Auntie Yang, please bring some more milk over." Chen Fan chuckled. If it wasn't salty, he wouldn't stop her from eating it. After all, it was Li Muan's kind intention. "I'm sorry, it's my first time cooking and I messed it up so badly," Li Muan said guiltily. "It's not bad at all. My beautiful sister has done a great job." Turning around, the thoughtful Nuan quickly comforted Li Muan. "Still calling me pretty sister?" Chen Fan patted Nuanyuan's head gently. "Oh." Nuan reacted immediately, "Beautiful mother." As soon as these words came out, Li Muan's expression changed slightly, her face showed a little pink, and she nodded a little embarrassedly and said, "Yeah." After dinner, Li Muan received a call. His expression was very serious, and his pair of beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Chen Fan, do you have a computer here?" "Yes, I'll take you there," Chen Fan replied. Then, he led Li Muan upstairs. Coming to the study on the left side of the second floor, Chen Fan opened the door. He had only been in there once. "The computer is right there, you can use it as you like, there is no password." "Thank you." Li Muwen raised her foot, walked over eagerly, and sat behind the desk. I turn on the computer and start to get busy. From time to time, the mobile phone placed aside would receive work reports from subordinates. Chen Fan leaned against the door of the study, looking at Li Muwen, who was working hard and seriously, and couldn't help but be stunned. It is said that working men are the most handsome, but this also applies to Li Muwen. When she is working, she is meticulous and exudes a strong sense of majesty. When she is at peace, she is like a completely different person. This is her true female boss side. Chapter 104, Send Midnight Snacks, Reward Attribute Skill Speed plus 10. When Chen Fan coaxed Nguyen to sleep and came down to get some water, he found that the light in the study was still on, and Li Muwen's irresistible and domineering voice could be heard from the study from time to time. Chen Fan walked over and saw Li Muwen sitting in front of the computer. Her slender fingers tapped the keyboard quickly, giving people the illusion that she was dancing on the piano. She was as beautiful as a piano princess, shining brightly. After standing at the door for a long time, Chen Fan did not disturb Li Muwen anymore. He turned around and walked downstairs. "Mr. Chen, you haven't rested yet," the servant asked immediately when he saw Chen Fan. Ding dong. System prompt, task progress has been updated. The familiar prompt sound of the system came again in my mind. Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface that popped up in front of him. Task: prepare a midnight snack for the target person, Li Muwen, and send it to her. Reward attribute skill speed plus 10. Another attribute skill reward. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan poured himself a glass of boiled water and said to the servant, "Well, go prepare a cup of coffee for Miss Li and ask her if she needs something to eat." The system did not tell him to cook the food himself and deliver it to Li Muwen personally. And looking at Li Muwen's appearance, she might be busy until late at night, so it would be better for him not to disturb her. "Yes, Mr. Chen." After the servant answered, he started to work. After drinking the water, Chen Fan went upstairs. He could still hear Li Muwen talking about stocks and profits. Just hearing these words made his head hurt. After returning to the room, Chen Fan took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. A lot of things happened today. There are also many tasks to be done. If you count carefully, each task has a reward of 5-10 points. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Click on mine in the lower right corner. I instantly saw my name and found that I had 728 points. So fast? Chen Fan sat up immediately. He didn't expect that in just a few weeks, he had already earned more than 700 points. According to the rules of the system, he only needs to accumulate 1,000 points to upgrade the system. The rewards after upgrading will be richer. After you upgrade to LV2, the system will open the mall for redemption, which can be exchanged with points. Before, he thought that this matter was far away from him. After all, points were not easy to earn and not all tasks could be completed. But after this period of time, the task became so simple that there was no difficulty at all, and he completed every task. I just don't know if there will be any impact or punishment if the task is not completed. Lying back on the bed, Chen Fan closed the virtual interface. Perhaps because he was only level 0 now, the system interface was very clean. There was nothing on it except a taskbar and my name. To upgrade from LV0 to LV1, 1,000 points are required. To upgrade from LV1 to LV2, 10,000 points are required. To upgrade from LV2 to LV3, 100,000 points are required. And so on. It is estimated that the closer it gets to the end, the more awesome the rewards given by the system will be, so the points will naturally not be 5-10 points. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan couldn't wait to complete all the tasks, upgrade to the highest level, and unlock more skills. In the study room on the other side, the servant came to the door with prepared midnight snacks and coffee, and reached out to knock gently on the door. "Come in." Li Muwen stared at the computer and spoke. "Miss Li, this is what our general manager Chen asked me to prepare for you." The servant walked to Li Muwen's desk carrying the things. "For me?" Li Muwen stopped tapping her hands and looked up at the servant. His eyes also moved from the servant's face to the plate in the servant's hand. There was a bowl of steaming noodles, some delightful desserts and steaming coffee. Suddenly, Li Muwen's eyes lit up. Was this something Chen Fan had someone prepare for her? Has he been here? Thinking of this, Li Muwen hurriedly looked towards the door, but unfortunately it was empty. Chen Fan, he should have gone upstairs to rest. "Thank you, just leave it here," Li Muwen said lightly to the servant. Yes, Miss Lee. The servant nodded. Then he turned and walked towards the door, but as soon as he reached the door, the servant stopped and turned to look at Lee Nguyen, who was still busy. They all knew what happened at the dinner table today. After all, as soon as the little lady saw them, she told them one by one that she had a mother, a beautiful mother. The little lady's mother is Ms. Lee, who is working at this moment. Ms. Lee, from now on, is the mistress of this family, so she naturally has to please the other party to avoid being fired. Miss Lee, you should go to bed early. Okay. Lee Nguyen responded, then suddenly stopped and looked at the servant who was about to leave with burning eyes. Is this what Mr. Chen meant? The servant smiled awkwardly. Yes, Mr. Chen asked you to rest early. After all, resting too late is not good for your health. Okay, I got it. I'll do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lee Nguyen smiled from the bottom of her heart and felt happy. Then Miss Lee, I won't bother you anymore. When the servant saw a smile on Lee Nguyen's stern face, she immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, she did not say the wrong thing. Yeah. Lee Nguyen just responded faintly, and her eyes and attention fell on the computer in front of her again. She had to finish her work quickly and rest early so as not to let Chen Fan down. The next day. When Chen Fan woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He didn't know if it was because of the good dream he had last night, but he dreamed that he became the richest man in the country, and all those who used to look down on him came to worship him and beg him like ants. Mr. Chen, are you awake? Seeing Chen Fan coming down from upstairs, the servant who was wiping the handrail hurriedly stood aside. Yeah. Chen Fan yawned. Mr. Chen, would you like to have breakfast now? The servant continued to ask. No, I'm not very hungry. Chen Fan shook his head, then looked around the bright room, but did not see Nguyen and Lee Nguyen. Nguyen, where is Miss Lee? Chen Fan asked. Ah, today is Monday. Miss Lee personally sent Miss Nguyen to school at 8 o'clock. The servant answered truthfully. It's already Monday? Time flies by so fast. Seeing the virtual interface pop up, Chen Fan opened it. Collect your rewards. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining attribute skill speed plus 10. Ms. Lee, what time did you go to bed yesterday? Chen Fan asked casually. Miss Lee went to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning and slept for more than an hour. The servant continued to answer. More than an hour, and then go to send Nguyen to school? In fact, Aunt Yang and the housekeeper are there to send Nguyen to school, so she doesn't have to worry about it at all. Chen Fan smiled. As expected, no one was more suitable to be Nguyen's mother than Lee Nguyen. She really did everything for Nguyen herself. Okay. Chen Fan didn't say anything else and was about to go to the living room. I received a call from an unfamiliar phone number. After thinking about it, Chen Fan finally decided to answer the call. Chen Fan, what should I do? What should I do? Soon, the phone came with Lee Nguyen's crying voice, which Chen Fan had never heard before. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Chen Fan's heart. Lee Nguyen didn't cry even when she was bullied like that before, but now. Could it be that something happened to Nguyen? Chapter 105, Keep her and get the super skill of teleportation as a reward. Where are you now? Chen Fan asked quickly. I'm at the airport. Chen Fan, you don't have to worry, Nguyen is at school, nothing happened to her. Realizing her own gaffe, Lee Nguyen choked twice and tried hard to suppress her emotions. What are you doing at the airport? Chen Fan frowned and cried. Could something have happened to Lee Nguyen? At work? I. Looking at the bodyguards around her, Lee Nguyen didn't know what to say. She was sad only because she didn't know when she would come back, and she didn't know when she would see Nguyen and Chen Fan next time. Chen Fan, I will be away from Jiangqing for a very long time. I don't know when we will meet again. I'm sorry. I finally got you to agree to let me be Nguyen's mother, but I'm so irresponsible that I want to leave her. Please tell Nguyen for me that I really like her and I can't bear to leave her. If possible, I would rather die beside her. When she thought of Nguyen, the caring little girl, Lee Nguyen's forced smile turned sad again, her eyes were filled with crystal clear tears, and her heart ached like a knife. Whenever she saw Nguyen, she would think of her child who died young. She thought Nguyen was her salvation, but now she left her without telling her a word. A long time? Chen Fan heard a hint of reluctance in Lee Nguyen's words. Well, I don't know when I will come back. If possible, if there is someone more suitable to be Nguyenuan's mother, you. At the end, Lee Nguyen bit her lips tightly and held the phone tightly. Miss, it's time to board the plane. I heard the bodyguard's reminder in my ears. Give me a few more minutes, just a few minutes. Turning her head, Lee Nguyen looked at the housekeeper beside her and begged. Miss, you know the master's temper. The butler refused sternly. After hearing these words, Lee Nguyen couldn't help but tremble. Chen Fan, goodbye. Maybe, never see you again. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan immediately controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, successfully make the target character Lee Nguyen stay, and be rewarded with the superb skill of teleportation. Teleport? Without even thinking, Chen Fan immediately asked, which airport are you at? Seeing that the other bodyguards had come forward and tried to take her phone away, Lee Nguyen quickly shouted into the phone, Jiangyuan Airport. However, before Lee Nguyen could finish her words, her cell phone was quickly snatched away by the bodyguards. Even Lee Nguyen was held on the left and right by two female bodyguards, leaving her no chance to escape. Miss, I advise you to be honest. We are all barbarians. If we hurt you accidentally, don't blame us. Lee Nguyen. Does she have a choice? Even if she was unwilling 1,000 times, wasn't she still forcibly taken to the airport by them after sending Nguyenuan to school? Jiangyuan Airport, right? After Chen Fan hung up the phone, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Unfortunately, his skill flash is limited by space and region, and he cannot flash to the airport immediately. It can only flash past again and again. But even so, it only took Chen Fan a few minutes to appear at the airport. There were many people coming and going, and no one noticed that there was an extra person inexplicably standing nearby. Lee Nguyen. With just one glance, Chen Fan determined Lee Nguyen's location at the boarding gate. Lee Nguyen was suddenly stunned. Was it her hallucination? Why did she seem to hear Chen Fan's voice? Miss, hurry up. The bodyguard beside her kept urging her. Lee Nguyen. Just as Lee Nguyen was stunned, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Lee Nguyen and the bodyguards beside her looked back at the same time. Chen Fan? The moment she saw Chen Fan, Lee Nguyen was completely stunned. Chen Fan, why is he here? Who are you? The bodyguard stared at Chen Fan vigilantly. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. As for what you want to say to Nguyenuan, I think it's better for you to tell her in person. Ignoring the bodyguard's questioning, Chen Fan stared at Lee Nguyen, whose eyes were red and who looked like she was about to cry in the next second. Who could have imagined that the weak person in front of him who seemed unable to take care of herself would be a strong woman who had been working all night long, had solid arguments, and maintained the demeanor of a hegemon? Who the hell are you? How dare you stop our lady from leaving? One of the bodyguards walked up to Lee Nguyen and pushed Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan did not move at all, as steady as a rock. Hey, kid, you have something. The bodyguard looked at his hand in surprise and then looked at Chen Fan. This kid's center of gravity is really stable. He, who had never failed before, failed for the first time. Hey, phone, are you okay? Have you been to too many nightclubs recently and your body is weak? When the other bodyguards saw this, they all started to make fun of it. I didn't use any force just now. The bodyguard named IE retorted stubbornly. Chen Fan, how could you? Lee Nguyen stared at Chen Fan. She never expected that she would see Chen Fan for the last time before leaving Jiangcheng. As long as you don't want to leave, I have plenty of ways to make you stay. Chen Fan said. Although the task was to keep Lee Nguyen, he didn't like to force others, especially since Lee Nguyen was a unique woman. He didn't want to force anyone to do anything. Lee Nguyen looked at the housekeeper who was coming over and lowered her head silently. Chen Fan, thank you very much for coming to the airport when I was leaving, but I have to leave. Even though Chen Fan had extraordinary abilities, he was unable to compete with his father's power. She didn't want to bring any trouble to Chen Fan and Nguyen because of her relationship. Say one thing and mean another. Seeing that Lee Nguyen didn't even dare to look at him when she said these words, Chen Fan's first instinct told him that Lee Nguyen was saying things against her will. In desperation, Chen Fan could only use mind reading. I'm sorry, Chen Fan, thank you for your kindness, but I can't let you be implicated by me. I really don't want to leave Nguyen, and I don't want to leave everything here. But I can't be so selfish and hurt you. Turning off the mind-reading function, Chen Fan shook his head. See, he said one thing and meant another. What he said was completely different from what he thought. Butler. Everyone saw a middle-aged man who had completed all the formalities walking towards them. The people who were originally watching the show all stood in awe. You are here. Chapter 106, A Slap in the Face, Reward for the Super God Skill of Control. You must be Chen Fan, Mr. Chen. I know that you have been very close to our young lady recently. After the butler came over, his eagle-like sharp eyes stared at Chen Fan. So? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows provocatively. I advise you, if you want to maintain your current stable life and keep your daughter safe, then stay out of our young lady's affairs. You and our young lady are not the same kind of people. The housekeeper's eyes were full of warnings. Enough. You don't need to embarrass him. I will follow you. Seeing the situation becoming more and more tense, Li Muan shouted at the housekeeper. Aren't we going to board the plane? What are you still standing there for? Yes, Mississippi. The butler glanced at Chen Fan with contempt, turned around and was about to take Li Muan to the boarding gate. You are not allowed to leave. Chen Fan reached out and grabbed Li Muan's arm. Before the two female bodyguards around him could react, Chen Fan stretched out his hand and struck the other person on the back with a palm that seemed soft and weak, but was actually extremely powerful. The female bodyguard only felt a powerful force hitting her from behind, and her body immediately became light. By the time she reacted, she had already flown into the air. Then Chen Fan turned sideways and kicked another female bodyguard in the thigh. The female bodyguard lost her balance and fell to her knees. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party let go of Li Muan, Chen Fan exerted a little force and pulled Li Muan into his arms. You don't need to worry too much about the safety of Nuanyuan and me. Chen Fan looked down at the shocked Li Muan in his arms. He could handle the things she was worried about. Good boy. You are looking for death. Seeing that the two girls in the team were attacked by Chen Fan, who was already unwilling to accept the humiliation he had felt before, immediately swung his fist at Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged sideways while holding Li Muan, then raised his foot and kicked the opponent in the chest, kicking him directly away. Seeing this, others rushed forward. But before any of them could touch Chen Fan's hair, Chen Fan threw them to the ground with one hand, and they couldn't even get up. Let's go. Chen Fan said, took Li Muan's hand, and walked away amid the shock of several passers-by. When they arrived at a corner where no one noticed him, Chen Fan hugged Li Muan tightly in his arms and used the skill to flash. Close your eyes. Chen Fan lowered his head and said to Li Muan. Okay. Although she was puzzled, Li Muan still did it obediently. When they arrived at the site of Tianfu School, Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at Li Muan, who had her eyes closed and was hugging his waist tightly. You can open your eyes now. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Li Muan slowly opened her eyes. After seeing everything clearly, she covered her mouth in surprise. Isn't this Tianfu School? Aren't she and Chen Fan at the airport? How did you get here? Let's go, take Nuanyuan away first. Chen Fan did not explain too much. After all, the fact that he had all kinds of superb skills could not be explained in just a few words. And he had no intention of telling Li Muan everything truthfully. Yeah. Li Muan regained her composure instantly when Nuanyuan was mentioned. Her main goal now was to take Nuanyuan away before her father's other forces, so that they would not catch Nuanyuan and use her to threaten Chen Fan. Soon, the two arrived at Nuanyuan's class. At this moment, Nuanyuan is playing with other children. Suddenly, a little girl walked up to Nuanyuan and pushed her in a domineering and unreasonably manner. With his hands on his hips and his chin raised, he shouted at Nuan Nuan, "You vixen, stay away from our little prince. The little prince is ours. Nuanyuan is not a vixen. My name is Chen Nuanyuan. You can call me Nuanyuan." Nuanyuan, not realizing the seriousness of the situation, thought that the other party didn't know her name and explained to him very considerately. Who cares what your name is? You vixen. You're a little bastard who has a father but no mother, and no one wants you. You don't deserve to be in our school. Another little girl with a bun and a pink puffy skirt also stood up and pushed Nuanyuan. Being pushed around by several people, Nuanyuan suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Raising her hands, Nuanyuan rubbed her eyes and started crying. Nuanyuan has a mother, Nuanyuan is not a bastard. Woo woo. As soon as Chen Fan and Li Muan arrived at the classroom door, they heard Nuanyuan's heart-wrenching cry. Nuanyuan. Chen Fan frowned, raised his foot and walked in quickly. Dad? Nuanyuan put down her hands and stopped crying immediately when she saw Chen Fan and Li Nuan. Who bullied you? Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan and wiped away the tears from the corners of Nuanyuan's eyes with his thumb with great heartache. We didn't bully her, we just warned her to stay away from our little prince. The little prince belongs to all of us. Before Nuanyuan could speak, the little girls who had pushed her just now started shouting. Who is the little prince? Chen Fan's brows furrowed even tighter. I don't know. Nuanyuan shook her head. The little prince is Han Lei. The leading girl raised her chin and said with great pride. Li Nuan. It's his good-for-nothing nephew again. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Task, give a slap to the person who bullied Nuan, and you will be rewarded with the god-level skill of manipulation. Control? Doesn't that mean that if he acquires this skill, he can control everything at will, including people? Are you the only ones bullying our Nuanyuan? Chen Fan stepped forward and questioned condescendingly. She deserves it. Who made her? The little girl in the lead was slapped away by Chen Fan before she could finish her words. Then, Chen Fan attacked several other little girls and slapped each of them. If a dog passed by at this moment, it would probably get slapped. Woo, 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 you hit me, I'm going to sue my dad and let my dad beat you to death. Woo woo, mom, I want to find mom. In an instant, the sound of several little girls wailing was heard in the class. Nuanyuan, let's go. Listening to the crying sounds that came one after another, Chen Fan's brows were almost twisted into a shape. It was really annoying. Yeah. Nuanyuan sniffed and nodded. Mr. Chen, take care. When the teacher nearby heard that Chen Fan was leaving, he hurried to see him off. Dad, wait a minute. Nuanyuan suddenly called out. Chen Fan stopped. Dad, please put Nuanyuan down. There was still a hint of crying in Nuanyuan's voice. Okay. Chen Fan agreed to all the task requirements of his precious daughter. Then, Chen Fan bent down and put Nuanyuan down. Nuanyuan walked straight to Li Nuan, reached out her hand, took Li Nuan's hand and walked towards the little girls who were crying and shouting. Chapter 107, Someone Came to Cause Trouble. Nuanyuan, woo. Raising her hand, Nuanyuan wiped her tears, looked up at Li Nuan and sniffed. Nuanyuan has a mother. She is Nuanyuan's mother. Nuanyuan is not a bastard without a mother. After hearing what Nuanyuan said, Li Nuan frowned, squatted down, hugged Nuanyuan, and gently wiped away Nuanyuan's tears. Don't cry, Nuanyuan. Mom will feel bad. Afterwards, Li Nuan picked up Nuanyuan and stared at the little girls coldly. Her aura was so strong that the little girls were frightened and burst into tears. Woo woo, I want to find my dad, I want my mom. If you cry again, I'll throw you out. Li Nuan said coldly. The little girl immediately looked at Li Nuan with tears in her eyes, choking and looking extremely pitiful. But Li Nuan only had Nuanyuan in her eyes and ignored the other little girls. Nuan, be good, don't listen to their nonsense. You are not a bastard, you are your mother's precious daughter. They are all bad people, and you can't believe what they say. Yes. Nuanyuan has a mother, so Nuanyuan is not a bastard. Nuanyuan will ignore them from now on. Nuanyuan put her arms around Li Nuan's neck and nodded seriously. Expel these little girls. Li Nuan walked back to the door holding Nuanyuan and said coldly to the teacher beside her. Yes. The teacher glanced at the silent Chen Fan and quickly nodded in agreement. One of these two people is the school's largest shareholder, and the other is the boss behind the school. How could she dare to disobey? Okay, let's go. Li Nuan urged Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan responded. Soon he took Li Nuan out of Tianfu School and took a taxi to Tianfu Garden. Chen Fan, I'm sorry to bother you in Nuan. We may not be able to stay in Tianfu Garden for long. They should be able to find out soon. Sitting in the car, Li Nuan turned sideways and spoke to Chen Fan very seriously. Then let's go somewhere else. I happen to have other houses under my name. Chen Fan didn't care. He now had more than just Tianfuan house. Okay, but I'm worried that Nuanyuan might not be able to adapt. After all, she has just adapted to these people in Tianfu Garden, and now she has to. Speaking of this, Li Muwen lowered her head with a look of heartache and guilt and touched Nguyen, who was sitting between her and Chen Fan. We can't take all the people away. At most we can take Aunt Yang with us. Chen Fan shook his head. If there are too many people, things will become more troublesome. Okay. Li Muwen did not ask the reason. The car soon drove to Tianfu Garden and arrived at Villa Number 1. Chen Fan and Li Muwen held Nguyen's hand and came to Villa Number 1. As soon as they opened the door, Chen Fan realized something was wrong. Usually, there was always a servant standing guard at the door, and whenever he came in, the first thing he said was always, "Mr. Chen, welcome home." But at this moment, there was complete silence, so quiet that it was terrifying. Hide behind me. Chen Fan immediately stepped forward and protected Li Muwen and Nguyen behind him. What happened? Li Muwen stuck her head out. You are finally back. As soon as Li Muwen finished speaking, a voice came from the stairs. Looking up, I saw a young man in a dark gray suit walking down the stairs. Cousin? Li Muwen was shocked when she saw the people coming. How could they be so fast? Muwen, just listen to your uncle's arrangements and stop struggling. The young man leaned on the handrail of the stairs and said to Li Muwen seriously. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave Jiangcheng. Li Muwen pursed her lips and held Nguyen's hand tightly. Here she had something very important to worry about. You know your uncle's temper. If he wants you to leave, you have to leave. Muwen, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You'd better be more self-conscious. The young man sighed lightly, feeling a little helpless. She doesn't want to leave, and no one can make her leave. Chen Fan said. He stared coldly at the young man in front of him, who almost shared a face with the little kid named Han Lei in the kindergarten. This man should be the father of that little kid. Chen Fan, right? I know you. The young man's eyes moved from Li Muwen to Chen Fan. You made such a big noise at the airport, which will only bring unnecessary trouble to Muwen. Ha! Chen Fan looked down upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan, I know you are indeed a person of some strength. You own 70% of Tianfu Garden's shares, but this does not prove that you are worthy of our Muwen. Seeing the contemptuous and sarcastic smile on Chen Fan's face, the young man frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? Before Chen Fan could speak, Li Muwen had already spoken. I have always been the one trying to get ahead of others. The one who was entangled was her, not him, Chen Fan. Muwen, I admit that this boy is indeed good looking, but don't be deceived by his appearance. He is a man with a daughter whose origins are unknown. This kind of person definitely has no good intentions. The young man immediately put on a stern face and lectured Li Muwen. Which kind person would adopt someone else's child at such a young age? Out of love? Oh, do you think it's possible? Either he has other intentions towards this girl, or this girl is actually his illegitimate daughter. Han Yuan. That's enough. Li Muwen frowned and shouted at the young man with a gloomy face. How could he say such words in front of Nguyen? He himself is a man with children. Being yelled at by Li Muwen, Han Yuan touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Then he gave a serious warning, Muwen, everything I said is for your own good. You can hide for a while, but not forever. He is not worthy of you, and uncle will definitely not agree to let you be with such a complicated person. This time, I want to be the master of my own life. Taking a deep breath and remembering what Chen Fan had said before, Li Muwen said with great determination. Even if she would be caught in the end, she wanted to cherish every minute and every second with Nguyen and Chen Fan before that, so as not to regret it. So, you still don't want to listen to my advice? You insist on staying? Han Yuan's brows relaxed, without much expression on his face. Yes. Li Muwen looked into Han Yuan's eyes, fearless. Muwen, don't blame me for being rude to you. I'm just following my uncle's arrangements. After saying that, Han Yuan clapped his hands. All of you, come out. No matter what method you use today, you must take Li Muwen away from me. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of bodyguards appeared from all directions and surrounded Chen Fan, Li Muwen, and Nguyen tightly. Chapter 108 rewards you with the supernatural skill of Vajra indestructible body. Han Lei raised his chin and sneered at Chen Fan. Boy, I heard that you seem to be very good at fighting? What a pity, you are now facing a group of masters selected from all over the country. If you know what's good for you, please help me persuade Muwen. Maybe I can let you and your daughter go. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chen Fan slowly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, knock everyone to the ground, and you will be rewarded with the super skill Vajra Indestructible Body. Vajra Indestructible Body? Doesn't that mean it's invulnerable to swords and guns? Oh my god. So awesome? Chen Fan swallowed the saliva in his mouth. If he had the skill, he would be invincible. Han Yuan. Don't. Li Muwen was interrupted by Chen Fan's voice before she had the chance to say the words too much. Experts? Chen Fan curled his lips, just them? Han Yuan was very angry at Chen Fan's reaction. Is this the reaction a normal person should have? This Chen Fan is too arrogant. He must destroy his arrogance and let him know that arrogance comes with a price. What are you all still standing there for? Go ahead. Beat him to death. Han Yuan immediately gave orders to his men. Yes, President Han, the subordinates answered in unison. Who of you dares? Han Yuan, if you dare to let them take action, I will never let you go. Li Muwen said loudly to Han Yuan in a cold voice, her words full of warnings. Muwan, I have no choice but to do this. If you really want to hold someone responsible, you can only go to your uncle. Han Yuan's face froze. Get started. Then Han Yuan continued to give orders to his men. Don't waste time talking to this kind of person. Seeing that Li Muwen wanted to say something else, Chen Fan spoke up to stop her. It's not that you can't reason with someone, but it depends on the person you're talking to. Some people are impossible to reason with, and they won't behave until they feel the pain of a fist. Without waiting for the other party to rush over, Chen Fan took the lead in attacking the nearest person. In just a blink of an eye, he knocked the other party to the ground. Seeing this, others also rushed forward. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Come on, Dad. Seeing Chen Fan beating his opponents one by one with one hand, and leaving them lying on the ground unable to move, Nguyen excitedly jumped up from where she stood, clapping her hands and cheering for Chen Fan. With Nguyen's words, Chen Fan became more motivated and punched more ruthlessly, knocking out the opponent's front teeth with just one punch. This guy is not only strong, but also extremely fast. He is terrifying. The only few remaining people retreated with injuries, and no one dared to get close to Chen Fan. I was afraid of becoming the injured person lying motionless at Chen Fan's feet. Mr. Han, this person is abnormal. One of them fixed his eyes on Han Yuan behind him. His speed is astonishing and his strength is terrifying. He can easily lift a person with one hand. If they fight against him, they have no chance of winning at all. Han Yuan, who witnessed everything, walked down the stairs and said, "Useless thing." Pushing a few people away, he slowly took out a pistol. No matter how powerful they were, could they be as powerful as his bullets? Han Yuan. What are you doing? Li Muwen, whose eyes were always on Chen Fan, saw the pistol in Han Yuan's hand and her mind went blank. However, his body was no longer under the control of his brain and he rushed to Chen Fan, opening his arms to block Chen Fan behind him. If you dare to shoot, you will shoot me too. Chen Fan. Looking at Li Muwen who stood in front of him without hesitation, Chen Fan's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. I was shocked, but also a little relieved. Li Muwen. Don't think I don't dare. Han Yuan saw that Li Muwen was threatening him for an outsider and didn't give him any face at all, so he yelled at Li Muwen very impolitely. Then just shoot. Li Muwen sneered. If Han Yuan really dared to fire this shot, she would see how he would explain to her father and the Li family. You. Han Yuan pursed his lips and frowned. That's what you said. Finally, Han Yuan pulled the trigger and aimed the black gun at Li Muwen. Seeing this, Chen Fan flashed and came directly behind Han Yuan. Where are the people? Han Yuan was completely stunned. He just blinked. How come Chen Fan behind Li Muwen disappeared? He ran away? But he didn't see him running away either? How could this person just disappear out of thin air? Are you looking for me? Chen Fan leaned over and whispered in Han Yuan's ear, like the whisper of a devil. Before Han Yuan could react, Chen Fan reached out and snatched Han Yuan's pistol from his hand. Finally, he pointed the gun at Han Yuan's forehead. You, what are you going to do? Feeling the cold and hard thing on his forehead, Han Yuan was so scared that he was sweating all over. Beads of cold sweat kept coming out of Han Yuan's forehead. What can I do? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Standing behind Han Yuan, Chen Fan could clearly feel that Han Yuan was trembling all over. If you dare to kill me, no matter it is our Han family or the Li family, we will never let you go. Han Yuan threatened calmly. Ha! I'd like to see why no one will let me go. After saying that, Chen Fan fired a shot directly. However, this bullet did not go through Han Yuan's forehead, but hit Han Yuan's thigh. Ah! In an instant, Han Yuan's screams of pain were heard in the huge villa. As a result, he fell to his knees with a thud, holding his injured leg with a painful expression, and the sounds from his mouth never stopped. When several of his men saw the scene, they were so frightened that they retreated one after another, and no one dared to get close to Han Yuan. That's it? Chen Fan pursed his lips and fired at Han Yuan again. Li Yuan quickly covered Nuanyuan's ears with her hands to block Nuanyuan's sight. The sound is too loud and deafening, and can hurt children's eardrums. All the bullets hit Han Yuan. Ah, ah, ah. Han Yuan was so scared that he held his head and wailed in pain. He was even more frightened by the bullet that was so close to him that his face turned pale and he became incontinent. Smelling the smell of urine, Chen Fan snorted disdainfully, I thought you were very brave. But you are nothing more than this. You. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Han Yuan turned around and wanted to make some excuses. Click, there was the sound of the trigger being pulled again. Hearing this noise, Han Yuan's pupils continued to dilate. Just when Chen Fan pointed the gun at his forehead, Han Yuan's eyes suddenly became empty and he suddenly fainted. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Super God skill Vajra Indestructible Body. Chapter 109 Nangang Villa Number 1. Looking at Han Yuan, who was frightened to death, Chen Fan smacked his lips and disdainfully threw the gun in his hand, which had no bullets left, next to Han Yuan. Turning around, Chen Fan walked straight towards Li Yuan and Nuanyuan. He squatted down and picked up Nuanyuan with one hand. He reached out and pinched Nuanyuan's cheek. Nuanyuan baby, we are going to move to a new home. Is there anything you want to take with you? If so, go and get it. Dad, are we going to move to a new home again? Nuanyuan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Why move to a new home? Dad will take you to live in a palace that's bigger and more beautiful than this one, okay? Chen Fan explained patiently. Okay. When baby Nuanyuan heard that it was big, beautiful and a palace, he kept nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, then go ahead. Seeing that the little guy readily accepted the fact of moving, Chen Fan put Nuanyuan down directly. I'll stay with her, just in case there are other people at home. Li Yuan said worriedly. Yeah, it's better to clean it up. After hearing what Li Yuan said, Chen Fan suddenly realized and nodded. He didn't pay attention to so many details, fortunately Li Yuan mentioned it. Sure enough, compared with women, men are not as careful. The three of them went upstairs. Chen Fan first sent Li Yuan and Nuanyuan to Nuanyuan's room and checked it carefully. Lock the door and open it when I come back. Chen Fan said to Li Yuan, who was helping Nuanyuan pack her things, I'll go check the other rooms. Okay. Li Yuan put down the things in her hands and followed Chen Fan to the door. After Chen Fan left, she did as Chen Fan said and locked the door from the inside. Chen Fan, who was standing at the door, turned the door with his hand, then left with satisfaction. Then, they pushed open the closed doors one by one. As Chen Fan pushed open the last door at the end of the corridor, what came into view were the servants, housekeeper, and Aunt Yang who worked in their house. Not only were all of their mouths stuffed so they couldn't speak, but their limbs were also tied up, and they were standing in a circle with their backs to each other. Chen Fan walked over, bent down and untied the rope on the housekeeper. The butler immediately untied the ropes on the others. Mr. Chen, there's someone. A servant looked pale and anxiously wanted to tell Chen Fan about what had happened before. You don't have to say anything, I know everything. Chen Fan raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Chen, I want to resign. Is that okay? Another servant said to Chen Fan cautiously. Of course. Chen Fan nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Except for Aunt Yang, everyone else can leave. I'll compensate everyone for this year's salary. 1 year's salary? Everyone looked at each other. After all, it was only spring. Well, 100,000 yuan in compensation for each person. Chen Fan nodded. 100,000? When everyone heard that there was a compensation of 100,000, they were shocked. They were still frightened by what had happened, but now they were completely overwhelmed by joy. This is truly a windfall. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Chen Fan continued. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Every servant walked up to Chen Fan and expressed their sincere gratitude. After a while, Chen Fan, the housekeeper, and the servant were the only ones left in the room. Mr. Chen, is there nothing else for me to do? Asked the housekeeper. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. After the housekeeper left, Aunt Yang asked slowly, Mr. Chen, can I ask why you wanted to leave me alone? You should be very familiar with Nuanyuan these days. Chen Fan said. That's why he kept Aunt Yang. I understand. Aunt Yang nodded. Seeing that Aunt Yang didn't say anything, Chen Fan continued, if you leave with us, you don't have to worry about the welfare. But if you don't want to, I won't force you. Mr. Chen, I'm not unwilling. Aunt Yang immediately shook her head. She had never worried about welfare. She was just worried that things like what happened today would continue to happen. She was not young anymore, and if she was frightened like this again, she was afraid something might happen. After thinking about it, Aunt Yang finally agreed, Mr. Chen, I will go with you. I will definitely take good care of Miss Nuanyuan. After some thought, Aunt Yang finally decided to follow Chen Fan. After all, when it comes to people, things, and welfare, Mr. Chen is really impeccable. Okay, then you pack up your things and we'll leave right away. Chen Fan nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. After checking and finding nothing was missing or damaged, Chen Fan quickly came down from upstairs to Nuanyuan's room. Arriving at the door, Chen Fan stretched out his hand and knocked on it, opened the door. As soon as she heard Chen Fan's voice, Li Muan, who had been holding a heavy object at the door for fear that other people with bad intentions would break in, immediately put down the heavy object. Chen Fan, you're back. Li Muan left the door a crack and opened it only after she was sure that the person at the door was Chen Fan. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded, have you packed everything? It's packed. Li Muan responded. Let's go. Chen Fan nodded. Soon, several people came down from upstairs carrying things. Mr. Chen, this is. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, Aunt Yang turned pale with fright. Not dead. Chen Fan said lightly. Then he turned to look at Li Muan. He broke her brother's leg with a gun. What was Li Muan thinking? Does that mean you have something against him? Let's go. Don't worry about them. They asked for this. Li Muan didn't even look at the people on the ground. She raised her foot and stepped over them. After a short while, several people carried large and small bags of things from Villa Number 1 and loaded them into the trunk of the car. After finishing all this, Chen Fan drove directly towards Nangang Number 1 Villa. Mr. Chen, where are we going? Are we leaving Jiangchang? Aunt Yang, who was sitting in the back row and taking care of Nuanyuan, couldn't help but stretch her neck and ask curiously. I won't leave Jiangchang. Chen Fan glanced at Aunt Yang in the rearview mirror. So far, he has no plans to leave Jiangchang and live in another city. Oh, that's good. After getting the response, Aunt Yang nodded contentedly. She couldn't leave Jiangchang. After all, she had to go to the cemetery to see her deceased husband during every holiday. After driving on the road for half an hour, the car finally arrived at the foot of a green mountain. Here, there is only one road leading to the mountain. The palace-like houses on the mountain are even more beyond reach. Isn't this Nangang where only officials can stay? Li Muan looked at Chen Fan in surprise and shock. Don't tell her that this is the place they are going to stay. Chapter 110, beat up the opponent and get the Global Limited Edition Kalman King as a reward. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. As soon as I parked the car in front of the gate checkpoint, a staff member in burgundy security uniform came over. Sorry, we don't allow outside vehicles to enter here, please go back. The staff are quite polite, unlike the arrogant security guards in other places who stick their noses in their eyes. I'm the owner of this place. Chen Fan lowered the car window and said to the security guard who was bending over. Owner? The security guard continued to stare at Chen Fan with some suspicion. He was very sure that he had never seen this unforgettable face in his several years of working here. Sir, please abide by our rules. The security guard reminded him not to try to get away with it. I, Chen Fan, am the owner of Nangang Number 1 Villa. If you don't believe it, you can call and check. Chen Fan held the steering wheel, tapping his fingers rhythmically. The security guard stared at Chen Fan for a long time, and seeing that Chen Fan did not seem to be lying, and also because of Chen Fan's unique temperament, the security guard finally nodded. Then please wait a moment, I'll go check it out. After saying that, the security guard turned around and left. Chen Fan, what did you say just now? Nangang number 1? As soon as the security guard left, Li Muan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, asked very anxiously. Yes, it's Nangang number 1. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Chen Fan turned and looked at Li Muan. No, nothing. I just didn't expect to be able to live in Nangang, and live in Nangang number 1. Li Muan shook her head. It seemed that Chen Fan didn't know the interests involved. Those who can live in Nangang are either the richest people in Jiangcheng or people with high status in the officialdom. This Nangang number 1 is of great significance. Even the richest man in Jiangcheng is not qualified to live there, let alone the mayor of Jiangcheng. The richest man and the mayor, these two people have such a huge influence on Jiangcheng, but they are not qualified to live in number 1. You can imagine how powerful a person must be to be qualified to live in villa number 1. Beep, beep. An urgent voice suddenly came from behind the car. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan heard a very dissatisfied voice coming from behind the car. Fuck. Are you going to move on or not? If not, then get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road, don't you know that? Chen Fan glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a very conspicuous red supercar parked behind their car. I've seen all kinds of cars. How dare he drive this car to show off in front of me? What else can he do but seek death? Just wait and see how I'll teach this Dogecoin guy who likes to show off his wealth a lesson. After the young man in the driving seat said this, he immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Brother, this is not good, right? A woman who looked like an internet celebrity sitting in the passenger seat quickly stretched her neck and shouted at the young man. Don't worry about it. I want to see which blind guy dares to show off his wealth in front of me. The young man waved his hand impatiently and walked straight towards Chen Fan's car. When he reached the rear of the car, he banged on the window heavily. The force was so strong that Nuan, who had fallen asleep as soon as she got on the car, woke up immediately. Wow, woo-woo. Nuan was stunned for a moment and then burst into tears. Dad, Nuan is scared. Nuan, don't cry, Daddy is here. Chen Fan resisted the urge to go down and cause trouble for the other party, and turned around to comfort the frightened Nuan. Okay, Nuan, don't cry. After sniffing, Nuan nodded with red eyes. Dad is Superman and he can definitely protect her. Moreover, she has a beautiful mother who will definitely protect her. Nuan, Mommy will hold you. Li Muan unbuckled her seatbelt, turned sideways and opened her arms towards Nuan. Yeah. Upon hearing Li Muan's words, Nuan immediately jumped down from the back seat and sat on Li Muan's lap with the help of Aunt Yang. Nuan, don't cry. Li Muan gently wiped the tears from Nuan's face with a tissue. Nuan, listen to your mother and stop crying. Nuan nodded heavily. Seeing Li Muan comforting Nuan, Chen Fan was about to say something when the deafening sound of slapping rang in his ears again. Isn't it just a limited edition junkie car? Do you really think I can't afford it? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Along with the heavy slapping of the hood, there was also the extremely unhappy voice of the young man. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Just as Chen Fan reached out to open the car door, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. While opening the car door, Chen Fan controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Mission, beat up the opponent and get the global limited edition Kalman King as a reward. King Kalman? Chen Fan frowned. Is there a car of this brand? Why has he never heard of it? After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan got out of the car. Hey, it's you, kid. As soon as he saw Chen Fan, the man immediately became arrogant. Your car is blocking my way, quickly move your car out of the way. Otherwise, I will smash your car. The road is so wide, what's wrong? Is your driving skill not good enough? Chen Fan took a glance. The road was wide enough for 4 cars to drive side by side at the same time, and he was parked on the side of the road. Was he blocking the road? That was not the case at all. This person is simply sick and always looking for trouble. Who are you saying has bad driving skills? I'm a racing driver, and you're telling me I have bad driving skills? Fuck you. Who are you insulting? After being scolded by Chen Fan, the man immediately became furious and swung his fist to hit Chen Fan. Just as the opponent was smashing towards him with all his strength, Chen Fan didn't want to dodge, but when he thought of the indestructible body he had obtained not long ago, he thought it was a good opportunity to give it a try. The man punched Chen Fan in the abdomen. In just a moment, he grimaced in pain. On the contrary, Chen Fan was not hurt at all and did not feel any pain at all. It hurt so much. The man held his hand, sweating profusely from the pain. Fuck, this guy's body is made of steel? Holy shit. Now, it's his turn. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, then grabbed the other person's shoulders and easily knocked him to the ground with one hand. How dare you hit me? The man was stunned after he fell heavily. Brother Rong. Seeing her boyfriend fall heavily to the ground, the internet celebrity beauty sitting in the passenger seat could no longer sit still, and quickly opened the door and got out of the car. He trotted over to the man and helped him up with great effort. Fuck. The man glared at Chen Fan with red eyes. You're fucking dead. Ha. Chen Fan looked down on him. After all, he didn't know how many times he had heard the same words. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, the man angrily pushed away the internet celebrity beauty who was supporting him. Go away. If I don't teach this ignorant bastard a lesson today, I won't be called Lei. Chapter 111. If you dare to cheat on me, I will kill you. Teach him a lesson? Hearing the other party say this, Chen Fan smiled coldly, and before the other party could swing his fist at him, he attacked the other party at an extremely fast speed. He punched the man in the abdomen, followed by another punch in the face. Hiss. The man was in so much pain that he hadn't even reacted yet, and then Chen Fan raised his leg high and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. It crashed heavily into his own extremely conspicuous red sports car. The internet celebrity stared at Chen Fan stupidly, completely forgetting which side she was on. So handsome. She had never seen a man so handsome and so good at fighting. He was so charming and attractive. Vomit. The man fell on the hood of his car. He endured the pain, and just as he raised half of his body, he couldn't help spitting out blood. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the limited edition King Kalman. As the man continued to spit out blood, a familiar reminder sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Just as Chen Fan was about to turn around and leave, the security guard who had just left came over anxiously. Mr. Chen. The security guard looked at Chen Fan apologetically. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. It's okay, it's normal to verify your identity. Chen Fan waved his hand generously. The other party's attitude was pretty good from the beginning, and he was not like those security guards who looked down on others that he had encountered before. Mr. Chen, then please wait a moment. I will record your license plate and save it in the system. The security guard heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Fan did not hold him responsible. Oh my god, what a nice guy this is. I didn't blame him at all. Sure enough, people with real substance should be like this. Not to mention being handsome and having good temperament, they also have a good temper and are very well educated. It would be great if everyone was like Mr. Chen. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. The security guard did not dare to waste Chen Fan's time. The time of rich people is more valuable than gold. He took out the instrument and walked to Chen Fan's license plate and scanned it with the instrument. Then, he took out the instrument and took a picture of the entire car body. Suddenly, the security guard stopped. His eyes also moved away from the instrument and looked at the red sports car parked behind Chen Fan's car. Lei, Mr. Lei? The security guard was dumbfounded when he saw the man spitting blood. He put away the instrument and ran over immediately. Seeing that the man was seriously injured, he quickly asked, Boss Lei, should I call the emergency number for you? You don't have eyes? I'm injured like this, and you're still asking me? Why don't you wait until I die before asking me? Completely out of strength and tortured by pain, the man lay on the hood of the car in a state of collapse, yelling at the security guard with the last bit of strength he had left. Yes, I'll call emergency services for you right now. The security guard took out his cell phone with good temper, as if he was already used to this matter. Since he had completed the mission, Chen Fan did not stay here any longer. He turned around and got into the car. Wow, Dad is so awesome. He defeated the bad guy so quickly. In my ears, I heard Nuan Nuan's soft voice of praise. Dad is so awesome. He will be able to protect our little baby Nuan Yuan in the future. Chen Fan felt happy immediately when he heard it. He reached out and rubbed Nuanyuan's head. Yeah, no one can bully Nuanyuan as long as Dad is here. Nuanyuan's eyes curved into crescent shapes, she nodded with a smile, and then raised her head to look at Li Nguyen, who was hugging her from behind. Daddy, you must also protect your beautiful mommy. Chen Fan. He tilted his head and looked at Li Nguyen. He met Li Nguyen's eyes, which were slightly raised and as charming as a fox's, and nodded. Of course Daddy will protect Mommy. Li Nguyen's eyes suddenly lit up like a match lit in the dark. Thank you, she said in a low voice with a slightly blushing face. Chen Fan said nothing and drove straight up the mountain. Hearing the rumbling sound of the car, the internet celebrity who had been infatuated with him finally came to her senses. Looking at the car in the distance, the internet celebrity's body shook violently, and then she turned around and looked for the man everywhere. Brother! Seeing the man lying on the hood of the car with his face stained with blood, the internet celebrity beauty ran over without thinking. Ghost, what are you screaming about? I'm not dead yet. The man's voice was extremely weak. His chest was still aching, as if someone was forcibly squeezing his heart with both hands, making it almost impossible for him to breathe and extremely uncomfortable. I will never let him go. The man's face was filled with anger when he thought about the fact that he was lying here in a miserable state now, all because of that man named Mr. Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with deep hatred, as if he wanted to tear the other person into pieces and skin him alive. Brother, I'm not saying this, but you were the one who provoked the other party first. The internet celebrity blushed when she thought of Chen Fan. You, what did you say? You are my man, and you are speaking for him? The man who was about to close his eyes and rest was so angry when he heard the words of the internet celebrity that he immediately raised his head and stared at her in disbelief. Seeing that she looked amorous, he immediately understood. She has fallen for that guy. Wang Mingyi, if you dare to cheat on me, I will kill you. As soon as the man finished saying these curse words to the internet celebrity beauty, he felt short of breath and couldn't breathe. Before he could open his mouth again, he fell back. His head tilted and he lost all reaction for a moment. Brother Lei. The internet celebrity beauty became nervous when she saw that the man did not respond. It's over. If Lei Longtian dies, his father will definitely not forgive her. He can't die. You can't die, Lei Longtian. What will I do if you die? How will I explain to your father? Stretching out her hand, the internet celebrity beauty anxiously shook Lei Longtian's body continuously. Miss, please stop shaking him. If you don't know the extent of Mr. Lei's injuries, shaking his body like this will cause secondary injuries to him. Upon seeing this, the security guard quickly reached out to stop the internet celebrity beauty. After all, no matter what, Xiao Lei always gets into trouble at the gate. If anything happens to him, they can't escape responsibility. Yes, is that so? Upon hearing the security guard say this, the internet celebrity beauty immediately withdrew her hand. In the distance, the sound of an ambulance was getting closer. After a while, the ambulance stopped in front of them. Several doctors and nurses got out of the car and worked together to lift Mr. Lei into the car. Watching the man being carried into the ambulance, the internet celebrity beauty quickly asked the security guard nearby, "Do you know the name of that man just now? Does he live in Nangang? Which building?" Chapter 112. Complete the mission and get super skill rewards. Sorry, I can't tell you. The security guard was stunned. Shouldn't she be worried about the seriously injured Xiao Lei at this time? Why did she ask about Mr. Chen's information instead? Just tell me, I promise not to tell anyone. After saying this, the internet celebrity looked around, then took out her wallet from the cross-body bag she was carrying, pulled out a dozen red banknotes from it, and forced them into the security guard's hands. Sorry. The security guard refused directly. For the owners living in Nangang, they must protect the privacy of the owners, and they will not reveal a word even if the police come. You. When the internet celebrity beauty wanted to say something else, the doctor's voice rang in her ears. Any of you who are the family members of this patient, please come with us. Forget it. If you don't tell me, I have plenty of ways myself. The internet celebrity stuffed the money back into her crossbody bag, turned around and ran towards the ambulance. It would not be difficult for her to find a man as handsome, with such a good temperament and extremely unique as him. Sooner or later, she will find him. And capture him. Having him as her boyfriend would make her sisters more envious than having someone like Mr. Lei as her boyfriend. As the ambulance drove away, the security guard turned around with the equipment and headed towards the security booth. This Mr. Chen is no ordinary person. He is the owner of Nangang No. 1. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he would not dare to say a word about him to others. The car was driving on a winding but extremely clean and smooth road. Following the navigation in the car, Chen Fan drove directly to the top of the mountain. What comes into view is a large villa that is as luxurious as a palace. From a distance, it looks like a tall and majestic white palace standing here. Is this the rumored Nangang No. 1? Li Muwen, who got out of the car, was not amazed by the magnificent building in front of her. Although she had seen many such amazing buildings abroad, those were all buildings left over from the last century. But the building in front of us was obviously built in modern times. In addition, there are no photos of Nangang No. 1 on the market. All the information about Nangang No. 1 can be described with words and language. In the past, she always felt that using those flowery words to describe a building, especially in a small Jiangqing town, was a bit exaggerated. But now, after witnessing everything, she felt ashamed. She had underestimated Jiangqing and its builders. Wow! What a huge castle! It's even prettier than the castles in fairy tales. So beautiful. When Nuanyuan looked up, she was immediately amazed by the beauty of the big house in front of her. She excitedly reached out and tugged at the corner of Chen Fan's clothes, who was standing next to her. Dad, are we going to live here? Yes, from now on, we will live here. Do you like it? Chen Fan picked up Nuanyuan and gently pinched Nuanyuan's cheeks, which had finally gained some flesh in recent times. I like it. Nuanyuan likes it so much. Nuanyuan was extremely excited and hugged Chen Fan's neck. From now on, Nuanyuan will be the princess, Daddy will be the king, and beautiful Mommy will be the queen. Okay, what Nuan baby said is right. Daddy is the king, you are the little princess who is loved by everyone, and Mommy is the beautiful queen. Listening to Nuanyuan's baby voice, Chen Fan's heart melted, and he immediately followed Nuanyuan's words. Mr. Chen? Just as a few people were talking and laughing, a very powerful voice came from the stairs. After hearing the sound, several people looked up. At the end of the stairs, there were servants standing in a neat row, wearing black and white made uniforms and headdresses, and two middle-aged men standing in the front and leading them. Men wore a black vest with a white shirt and a black bow tie at the collar. Although the woman was not wearing a maid uniform like other servants, she was wearing a very simple, long, loose cheongsam. Standing next to the two of them were four strong men wearing black suits. It's me. After taking a look around, Chen Fan nodded. He estimated that there were at least 30 people in front of him. Mr. Chen, welcome to Nangang No. 1. As Chen Fan admitted it, everyone shouted in unison as if they had rehearsed it in advance. Mr. Chen, I'm your butler, my name is Lao Zhang. After Lao Zhang finished his introduction, he immediately walked down. You don't have to come down, we are going up. Chen Fan said. Then he looked at the car behind him. Is this car parked here? Okay, Mr. Chen. Lao Zhang returned to his original position and instructed the man beside him, why don't you help Mr. Chen park the car? Yes. The man responded and immediately ran down the stairs. Mr. Chen, let me help you park the car. The man came in front of Chen Fan and said humbly. Okay. Chen Fan handed the car keys to the other party. Mr. Chen, his name is Yang Yong, and he will be your personal driver from now on. Lao Zhang explained. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. He had enjoyed this kind of treatment in Tianfu Garden before, so it was not surprising. Just as Chen Fan raised his foot and prepared to step onto the stairs, Lao Zhang's voice came again from above the stairs. Mr. Chen, these stairs are not for you to take. Chen Fan? This villa belongs to him, so why can't he walk up the stairs? This is the passage for guests who come to visit you. You have your own exclusive passage. Lao Zhang explained. Also, do you have your own exclusive channel? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. I saw Lao Zhang lift his foot and point in another direction. Mr. Chen, this is the elevator. Ah? Is this an elevator? Chen Fan was stunned. Just now he noticed that there was a pavilion wrapped in vines on both sides of the stairs. It looked very beautiful and could definitely become a check-in spot. But I never expected that there was an elevator here. That one over there is a freight elevator, and there are transport trucks and other goods over there. Lao Zhang continued to explain. Is there a freight elevator? And the car doesn't stop here? Chen Fan pursed his lips. He really broadened his horizons. Mr. Chen, please come this way. The man took the initiative to take Chen Fan to the exclusive elevator. Chen Fan glanced at Li Muan, and the group walked over. As the man pressed the button, the very hidden elevator door opened, revealing a large space. It is so big that it can accommodate dozens of people and is very spacious. Moreover, the elevator is equipped with an air purifier, so it doesn't feel stuffy at all. In addition, there are drinks and some snacks. This is what real rich people's life is like. There was a ding sound, and then the elevator door opened. Me? Chen Fan was stunned. Were they going to come up right away? This is really too stable. How come I don't feel anything at all? As the elevator door opens, a vast golden hall comes into view, giving people an illusion of splendor. Byte. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the super god skill of teleportation. Chapter 113. The wall painting with a cost of nearly 100 million yuan was demolished at any time. Hearing the system sound in his mind, Chen Fan subconsciously turned his head to look at Li Muan beside him. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the white castle in front of him. To be honest, the rumors are not exaggerated at all, not even a little bit. Dad, what a big and beautiful house. Nuanyuan, who was held in Chen Fan's arms, looked around curiously. This place was exactly the same as the house where the princess lived on TV. Does Nuanyuan baby like it? Chen Fan retracted his gaze and looked at the baby Nuanyuan in his arms. I like it very much. Dad, are we and our beautiful mom going to live here in the future? Baby Nuanyuan nodded heavily. Yes. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Mr. Chen. Suddenly, the housekeeper's voice came. Following the sound, Chen Fan saw Lao Zhang walking towards them from the gate. Do you want to see if we need to add some more manpower? Asked Lao Zhang. Enough. Chen Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at the people at the gate. There are only 4 of them in total, 3 adults and 1 child. There is no need for so many people to take care of them. Besides, Aunt Yang's job was to take care of baby Nuan Nuan. He and Li Muan both had great self-reliance and did not need so many people to take care of them. What's more, when there are many people, there will be many things to do. He is not a man who likes to be in charge. Okay. Seeing that Chen Fan said so, Lao Zhang didn't ask any more questions. Then Mr. Chen, shall we take your luggage up first? Old Zhang saw that the driver had already taken the luggage in the car out of the elevator, and asked Chen Fan for his opinion. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Although he had not gone upstairs to see the room yet, he would have to take the luggage upstairs sooner or later, so it would make no difference if he took it earlier or later. Mr. Chen, how about I explain our fort to you? Lao Zhang suggested. After all, this was Mr. Chen's first time living in the White House and he was not familiar with everything. It's not impossible. Chen Fan nodded. The castle was so huge that it was impossible to estimate its area, and he himself did not have the leisure to check every detail. I.e., go and place Mr. Chen's luggage in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, Lao Zhang first instructed the driver who was waiting not far away. Yes. I.e. responded, then took his luggage and walked away through the huge spiral staircase. Mr. Chen, let me now explain to you the specific information of our White House. Our White House was built 5 years ago and cost 3 billion yuan to build. It covers an area of more than 6,000 acres and has a total construction area of about 18.3 million square meters. In addition to the bright and colorful views during the day, the night view of the White House is also a major attraction. When night falls, the stars are shining and the lights are bright, outlining the entire White House with clear lines, as if it were an ancient European castle. The white walls, blue roof, and tall European-style windows, with silvery white light shining on the white exterior walls, make the entire White House appear brighter and full of romantic psychedelic colors. It is precisely because the White House has beautiful scenery and is surrounded by various nationally protected birds that no relevant photos are allowed to be leaked, for fear of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Of course, if you want to take pictures, that's absolutely fine. You are different from ordinary people. The White House is your private property. After Lao Zhang finished his introduction, he quickly added, fearing that Chen Fan would misunderstand his meaning. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. He didn't have much interest in taking pictures. Truly beautiful things could not be captured with a camera but could only be seen with the eyes. Our castle has a total of 12 floors, and each floor has more than 30 rooms. It has everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. This is your parking garage, which can accommodate 30 cars. There is also a special car wash. And a parking garage? And it can park 30 cars at the same time? Is it so awesome? Chen Fan was almost dumbfounded when he heard Lao Zhang's explanation. He had always known that the world of the rich was so extravagant that ordinary people like them could not even imagine. The world of the rich is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Mr. Chen, this is Diana's Rest, created by François Boucher in France in 1742. Diana is Artemis in Greek mythology. She is the moon god icon and the goddess of hunting icon. She is the daughter of Zeus icon and Leto icon, and the twin sister of Apollo. Seeing that Chen Fan's eyes were always fixed on the enlarged wall painting not far away, Lao Zhang hurriedly explained. There are two naked female figures in the picture. The one on the right is Diana, with a moon ornament on her forehead. She is famous for her beauty and cruelty. The painter's purpose is not the myth itself, but a metaphor for the beautiful female naked bodies in the court during the Louis XV period. Tear it down. Chen Fan frowned. He was not a conservative person, but he still felt uncomfortable having such a large painting of a nude woman in his own home. What's more, there is a little girl at home. Tear it down, tear it down? Mr. Chen, this painting was created at a huge cost of nearly 100 million yuan. Are you sure you want to tear it down? Old Zhang was slightly stunned and asked in a low voice. 100 million? Chen Fan curled his lips. The women in this painting were not very good looking. Although they had plump figures, they had a lot of fat on their stomachs and their faces looked fat. There was no beauty at all. But, a painting like this actually cost nearly 100 million to create. Can't rich people find a place to spend their money? Tear it down. Chen Fan said. It's ugly and unsightly, so what's the point of keeping it? He doesn't care how much money it costs. It's not his money that made it anyway. There's no need for him to feel sorry for that little bit of money and put himself in a difficult position, which would affect the values of little baby Nuan. Okay. Seeing Chen Fan so confident, Lao Zhang immediately responded. Mr. Chen is truly worthy of being Mr. Chen. You can tell at first glance that he is a man who is not short of money. Afterwards, the housekeeper waved to the deputy housekeeper not far away, and Aunt Wang, the deputy housekeeper, came over immediately. You must immediately arrange for someone to take down this mural. The butler ordered. Yes. Aunt Wang responded and walked out. Mr. Chen, what are you going to put in it after you take it down like this? Asked Lao Zhang. What to put? Chen Fan pondered for a few seconds. Of course, I'll put a photo of our family of 3. A family of 3? Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan in surprise when she heard the voice. Does the family of 3 that Chen Fan mentioned include her? Dad, what does a family of 3 mean? Nuanyuan asked doubtfully. A family of 3 is Dad, Mom, and you. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and gently scratched the tip of Nuan's nose. Originally, he was thinking that if he put a photo of Nuan here, wouldn't it be much better than this wall painting that was said to be worth nearly 100 million? But on second thought, this is the lobby, a place that everyone has to pass through no matter entering or leaving. If a photo of their family of 3 was placed here, wouldn't it be awesome? Chapter 114, A Poor Loser and a Beautiful, Rich Woman. Li Muwen lowered her head silently, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. It turned out that Chen Fan really regarded her as a family member in his heart. Okay, Nuanyuan likes it. Nuanyuan likes a family of 3. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Nuanyuan clapped her hands happily. Ha! Seeing Nuan so happy, Chen Fan was satisfied, and then looked at Li Muwen. You don't mind, do you? Although in name, Li Muwen is going to be Nuanyuan's mother, and naturally Nuanyuan and her are a family of 3, but she still has to seek other people's opinions, otherwise people will think he is strong, unreasonable, and overbearing. Of course. I'd be happy to appear on this wall. Li Muwen raised her head and nodded. Then he looked at the mural that was to be removed. This mural was 15 m high and 40 m wide. If they put their photos here from now on, every guest who came in would be able to see it at a glance. In this way, wouldn't everyone assume that Li Muwen is Chen Fan's wife? And Chen Fan is her husband? Thinking of this, Li Muwen's face turned red. She never thought that one day she would have a family of her own. Because she never thought about getting married in the future. Daddy, Nguyen is sleepy. After saying that, baby Nguyen yawned at Chen Fan. There were tears on her curled eyelashes, making her look like a mermaid princess, cute and beautiful. Auntie Yang, take Nguyen upstairs to rest first. Chen Fan handed Nguyen to Auntie Yang. Okay, Mr. Chen. Aunt Yang took the baby Nguyen from Chen Fan's arms. Turning around, Chen Fan said to Lao Zhang standing beside him, Lao Zhang, she is the one who specifically takes care of my daughter Nguyen. If you have any problems in the future, just follow her instructions. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid this is impossible. I don't have such great ability. Aunt Yang's face changed when she heard what Chen Fan said. She didn't expect that Chen Fan would give her such supreme power. In Tianfu Garden, she was just an ordinary nanny. But now she came to the White House, which is admired by the whole world. Her status was raised so high that she felt deeply that her employer cared about her. It was such a flattering feeling. She really did not follow the wrong Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen was so good to her. Aunt Yang, besides me and Nguyen's mother, you know Nguyen best. I feel at ease leaving her to you. Chen Fan interrupted Aunt Yang. He wanted to let Aunt Yang know that if she followed him, Chen Fan, every time Chen Fan, ate meat, she would definitely have a bite of soup. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you so much. Aunt Yang excitedly put Nguyen down and knelt down to Chen Fan. So far, the greatest power she had was to manage 1 or 2 servants. She had never managed so many people. Even the original butler of the White House had to listen to her. Okay, get up and take Nguyen to rest. Chen Fan said to Aunt Yang and then looked at Lao Zhang, please arrange Aunt Yang's room next to Nguyen's room. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lao Zhang responded immediately. Seeing Nguyen unable to open his eyes and his head looking more like a monkey pecking at rice, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Little guy, are you so sleepy? In fact, he had thought about arranging Nguyen to sleep in the same room with him, but there is a saying among the people that sons need to avoid their mothers when they grow up, and girls need to avoid their fathers when they grow up. After all, Nguyen is not his biological daughter. Moreover, parenting experts on the internet have made several suggestions. 1. When the daughter is 2 years old, the father should not change clothes in front of the child, and should not be untidy in front of her. 2. When my daughter was 3 years old, her father did not sleep in the same bed with her, did not bathe her, and did not wipe her butt. 3. When the daughter was 5 years old, the father did not sleep in the same room with her, did not lose his temper in front of her, and use civilized language. 4. Dad is the first male that his daughter comes into contact with. His words and actions in front of his daughter should be taken into consideration and will set a certain example for her future standards for choosing a spouse. It's definitely right to follow what the experts say. The conditions didn't exist before, but now that they do, things are naturally different. Lao Zhang gave instructions to the others, then turned to Chen Fan and asked, Mr. Chen, is Miss Nguyen's room on the same floor as yours? Arrange a room for her first so she can rest now. I'll decide on future matters after I review them. Chen Fan replied. Their baby Nguyen was so sleepy that she couldn't even keep her eyelids open. Yes, Mr. Chen, it was my negligence. Old Zhang reacted immediately and asked someone to take Aunt Yang upstairs. Li Nguyen looked at Chen Fan and said hesitantly, can Nguyen live with me? I want to cultivate the relationship between Nguyen and me. It's not impossible. Chen Fan was originally somewhat worried about Nguyen sleeping in the same room, but now with Li Nguyen's words, he was completely relieved. However, judging by how much Nguyen likes Li Nguyen, there is no need to cultivate any feelings between her and Nguyen at all. Li Nguyen's worries were completely unnecessary. Thank you, Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan agreed, Li Nguyen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This must be Mr. Chen's wife. Old Zhang stared at Li Nguyen. She was very beautiful, completely different from those ordinary beauties. In terms of appearance, she and Mr. Chen are indeed a perfect match, just like a golden boy and a jade girl. But, I don't know if his memory was wrong, but he always felt like he had seen Mrs. Chen's face before. Yes. She is my daughter Nguyen's mother. Chen Fan glanced at Li Nguyen, whose face had turned red, and then answered Lao Zhang's question. It's so obvious, can't you see? Ah. Old Zhang suddenly remembered why he always felt like he had seen this peerless beauty before. Madam, is your last name Li? Yeah. Li Nguyen nodded. Are you Ms. Li, the only female boss among the strongest business owners in this city? Old Zhang asked in disbelief. It's me. Li Muan nodded slightly. No wonder, no wonder. Old Zhang nodded. Miss Li and Mr. Chen were indeed a perfect match made in heaven. They were a powerful combination. The strongest company? Chen Fan looked at Li Muan. Was she so amazing? She was so famous. Just when Lao Zhang wanted to say something else, a ring suddenly rang. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I have to take a call. Taking out a cell phone from his trouser pocket, the housekeeper said to Chen Fan awkwardly. Well, take it. Chen Fan crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at Li Muan's back as she walked towards the wall painting, if there was no system, wouldn't he be just a poor loser paired with a rich and beautiful woman? A pure toad eats swan meat? However, if there were no system, there would be no intersection between him and Li Muan would not be able to form a family with him for Nuanyuan. Therefore, this assumption is unreasonable and does not exist at all. What? Are you saying that the richest man in Zhangcheng wants to meet our CEO Chen? Just as Chen Fan figured it out, he heard the driver's extremely shocked voice. Chapter 115, Refuse to meet with the richest man and be rewarded with 10 top luxury cars. I see. I have to ask Mr. Chen. Okay, I'll give you an answer later. After hanging up the phone, Lao Zhang walked towards Chen Fan nervously. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lei, the richest man in Jiangcheng, wants to meet you. Do you have time? Byte. System prompt, the task has been updated. Before Chen Fan could open his mouth, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Chen Fan quickly controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Task, refuse to meet the richest man and be rewarded with 10 limited edition luxury cars. 10 top luxury cars. This made Chen Fan dumbfounded. Mr. Chen? Seeing that there was no reply from Chen Fan for a long time, Lao Zhang didn't know whether Chen Fan had heard clearly what he had just said. Ahem. Chen Fan coughed lightly, and while closing the virtual interface, he replied, no. In fact, even if there was no system task, he didn't really want to meet the so-called richest man in Jiangcheng. The richest man in Jiangcheng wants to see him, so Chen Fan has to see him? After all, he is now living in the Nangang No. 1 White House, so he still has some status. Now he doesn't need to curry favor with anyone. On the contrary, if he wants to curry favor with others, it will be others who do it. Mr. Chen, do you mean to refuse to meet with the richest man in Zhangcheng? Old Zhang was stunned after hearing this. He never thought that Chen Fan would refuse so bluntly. After all, the person who wants to see Chen Fan is not an ordinary person. He is the richest man in Zhangcheng. Who would not give him face? Mr. Chen, can I say one more word? Old Zhang hesitated for a long time, but finally dared to ask. Speak. Chen Fan raised his chin. You just moved into our Nangang No. 1. Zhangcheng's richest man also lives in our Nangang district. Would you like to meet him? Who knows, we may have business dealings in the future. Old Zhang tactfully reminded Chen Fan not to offend the other party. No need, just reject me directly. Chen Fan waved his hand. Living in the same district, he had to meet the richest man? He didn't have such a rule. Chen Fan. Li Muan's gentle voice came from a distance. Looking up, Chen Fan responded, What's the matter? Come here quickly. Li Muan waved at Chen Fan, I suddenly have an idea. Okay. Chen Fan responded and walked towards Li Muan. The remaining old Zhang was sweating profusely. Mr. Chen was still young and energetic after all. After all, the richest man in Jiangcheng was not a good person and was not easy to mess with. What's wrong? Walking to the wall mural that had already begun to be dismantled, Chen Fan looked at Li Muan, who had a look of excitement, and asked. Didn't you say that this is where we put photos of our family of 3? Li Muan gestured with her hands. I think we can put some photos of Nuanyuan when she was a child on both sides. This way, it won't be so monotonous. Chen Fan thought Li Muan's proposal was feasible. Okay, sure. Then when are we going to take pictures? Seeing Chen Fan agreed, Li Muan asked excitedly. When to take photos? Really, he has never thought about this question? Otherwise, isn't it better to do it today than to wait for a better day? Li Muan asked cautiously. She was afraid that the night would be long and full of dreams. After all, she could escape for a while but not forever. Sooner or later, she would be caught by her father's men. In the limited time, she just wanted to do something that would leave her with no regrets. Okay, I don't have anything else to do today anyway. Chen Fan nodded. It wouldn't take long to take a photo. Turning around, Chen Fan waved to Lao Zhang. Soon, Lao Zhang ran to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, what do you want me to do? Old Zhang couldn't help but feel secretly happy, thinking that Chen Fan had changed his mind. He said that even though Mr. Chen moved into Nangang No. 1 White House, he was still a newcomer after all, and he had to give some face to the richest man in Zhongcheng. Go and make an appointment with a professional photographer, and then have someone go to the mall to order dozens of clothes suitable for our family of 3. Chen Fan continued to give instructions. When he left Tianfu Garden, he did not put on his own clothes. After hearing what Chen Fan said, old Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out that he was overthinking. Coming back to his senses, Lao Zhang quickly lowered his head and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, do you need it customized? Customization? How long will it take? Chen Fan asked. To be honest, he has never worn specially customized clothes. He just sees something he likes in the mall and has someone pack it for him. It takes 15-30 days. Lao Zhang answered truthfully. So long? Forget it. I'll wear custom-made clothes when I have time. Just find a few people with good vision to go to the mall and choose something suitable for our family of 3. As for custom-made ones, you can also ask them to come to our door today. After saying that, Chen Fan took out his phone and said, What's your card number? I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, Mr. Chen. Old Zhang was slightly stunned. He thought Chen Fan would give him a bank card, but he didn't expect it to be a direct transfer. Then, Lao Zhang gave out his bank card number. As Chen Fan operated on the mobile banking app, Lao Zhang soon received the deposit information from the bank. The card with the last number 9822 received an ICBC income of 500 million yuan remitted from other banks at 12/11 on the 4th of the 7th, and the balance is 500050000. Mr. Chen, did you enter the wrong number? Looking at the transfer information on the phone, Lao Zhang looked up at Chen Fan in surprise. At his age, he shouldn't have presbyopia, but how could there be so many extra coins? That's 50 million. That's 500 million. I want the best food, drinks, and daily necessities. Got it? Chen Fan put away his phone and added, If it's not enough, come back to me. That's enough, that's enough. Old Zhang nodded suddenly. 500 million. No matter how you eat or use things, it's impossible to spend so much money. Okay, go and get busy. There's nothing for you to do here for now. Chen Fan waved his hand. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lao Zhang swallowed his saliva. I felt the phone in my hand suddenly become heavier than a brick. He seemed to understand why Mr. Chen didn't take the richest man in Zhongqing seriously at all. It was not because Mr. Chen was young and hot-headed and didn't understand the ways of the world. But, Mr. Chen has the ability to easily allocate 500 million to someone else, so does he need to take other people into consideration? Isn't it too much? Aren't you afraid that he will take your money and run away? Li Muwen frowned slightly as she watched Lao Zhang's departing back. The human heart is unpredictable. She had wanted to remind Chen Fan before, but after all, Chen Fan was the one who made the decisions in this family. If she interrupted, Chen Fan would lose his authority as the master. No matter from which perspective, it was not convenient for her to say anything. Chapter 116 Rolls-Royce, Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Run? If he really has the courage to do that, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I have plenty of ways to find him. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows indifferently. Then, what's your card number? Li Muwen saw Chen Fan's determined expression and didn't know what to say. It's strange, if someone else said this, she would definitely think that person was bragging, but for some reason, when Chen Fan said this, she actually felt that he was just stating the facts. What do you want my card number for? Chen Fan looked at Li Muwen. Don't tell him that Li Muwen wanted to transfer money to him. During this period, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your food, clothing, housing and transportation, so naturally I should give you some money. Li Muwen said very frankly. She knew that Chen Fan was rich and didn't need her money, but she couldn't take advantage of Chen Fan just because he was rich and let Chen Fan spend money on her unconditionally. You don't treat me as a family member? Chen Fan was not angry because of Li Muwen's words, but he felt that Li Muwen still did not completely trust him. No, you are Nguyen Yuan's father, of course I treat you as a family member. But one thing is one thing, I can't take advantage of you for nothing, otherwise, what's the difference between me and those famous gold diggers? Li Muwen quickly shook her head and explained. You are different from them. Chen Fan said seriously. After hearing this, Li Muwen was slightly startled. When she met Chen Fan's pair of clear black and white eyes, her heart skipped a beat for unknown reason. Since you are the mother of my Nuanyuan, I have the reason to make money for you to spend. This has nothing to do with whether you are a gold digger or not. Chen Fan continued. The serious attitude and tone that left no room for rejection made Li Muwen's already abnormal heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably again. She was very curious about what kind of person Li Muwen was in Chen Fan's heart. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 10 limited edition top luxury cars. As Li Muwen fell silent, Chen Fan's ears soon heard the system prompt. 10 luxury cars. I don't know which 10 they are. Chen Fan excitedly opened the virtual interface. System, it will take 25 days to deliver 10 top-class luxury cars. Please wait patiently. Oh, it will take 25 days to deliver. I understand. After all, most luxury cars are produced abroad, so it will take some time to deliver them. When Chen Fan clicked on the details, his jaw almost dropped. These are the 10 luxury cars? Rolls-Royce, Bugatti La Voiture Noire, Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, Rolls-Royce Shadow, Bugatti Sant'Adiase, Maybach Accelero, Bugatti Divo, Pagani Huayra Imola, Koenigsegg CCXR Trevita, Lamborghini Veneno. It's so fucking good. It is indeed a top luxury car. Any one of these 10 luxury cars would be able to dazzle others and is an unattainable luxury car. When Chen Fan thought that he suddenly owned 10 cars, 10 in total, his heart instantly soared to the sky. What's wrong? Seeing the corners of Chen Fan's mouth rising uncontrollably, Li Muwen asked with a puzzled look on her face, did he think of something particularly happy? Nothing. It's getting late and we haven't had lunch yet. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to cook it. Chen Fan shook his head. He was in a really good mood today. I didn't expect that after moving into Nangang No. 1, I would reach the peak of my life and own 10 top luxury cars that are limited edition worldwide. If this had happened in the past, he would not even have dared to think about it in his dreams. After all, these luxury cars cannot be bought even if you have money. Their value cannot be measured by money at all. Mr. Chen, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, a man's nervous voice came from the door of the lobby. Jiang, the richest man in Jiangchang, he brought a lot of people here, and also people from the Public Security Bureau. He said he wanted to arrest you. Chapter 117 rewards the superb skill of petrification. Catch me? Hearing the servant's words, Chen Fan snorted coldly. If the other party wanted to catch him, Chen Fan had to have the strength to do so. Chen Fan, this matter is not that simple. Do you want to stay out of the spotlight? I'll help you deal with it? Li Muwen suggested. The other party was determined to see Chen Fan at all costs, so there must be some reason behind it. If Chen Fan doesn't want to see it, then it would be most appropriate for her to come forward. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. The system prompt sounded in my mind instantly. Chen Fan immediately used his mind to control the virtual interface and opened the flashing taskbar. Task, agree to meet the richest man, reward, ultrasonic skill petrification. Petrochemical? Chen Fan was stunned. This skill was amazing. It could completely petrify a living person and turn him into a dead object. No need. Chen Fan thought about it. Apart from the system's task, if he asked Li Muwen to help him solve this problem, wouldn't he be a soft man hiding behind a woman? That won't do. Take me to see it. Chen Fan looked at the servant. Yes, Mr. Chen. The servant replied. Then, Chen Fan followed the servant's steps and walked towards the door step by step. Li Muwen did not dare to hesitate at all and followed Chen Fan. Soon, the two came out of the lobby and stood on the stairs. Chen Fan looked down and saw that besides a lot of people, there were also police cars with flashing lights and security guards at the bottom of the stairs. What a big scene. This is our general manager Chen, the servant introduced him to the outside world. Mr. Chen? A young man in a black suit at the bottom of the stairs glanced at Chen Fan and said with disdain. Brother, you have a good temperament and looks, but you are far from being the so-called Mr. Chen. If you want to find someone to fool us, you shouldn't find someone like him. Who are you insulting? Do you think we are blind and can't tell the difference? What nonsense are you talking about? He is indeed our Mr. Chen, said the servant dissatisfiedly. Humph, compared to him, this lady is more like Mr. Chen. Unfortunately, we have heard that Mr. Chen is a man. The young man's gaze moved from Chen Fan to Li Muan, who was standing next to him. This woman looks familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere before? Butler Wang, he is indeed Chen Fan, Mr. Chen. Li Muan stood up and said to the man downstairs. Do you know me? Butler Wang was slightly stunned. Not many people know his identity, and who this woman is. I am the person in charge of Li Enterprise, Li Muan. Seeing the puzzled look on Butler Wang's face, Li Muan said lightly. That's what I thought. No wonder you look familiar. There's a slight difference between you without makeup and with makeup on. Butler Wang remembered instantly. However, in the workplace, Li Muan always looks capable, with red lips and a domineering look. Now without makeup, she looks very gentle, like a good wife, virtuous and kind. Indeed, there was one thing that made them look like two different people. It was not his fault that he did not recognize her identity at the first sight. Mr. Li, how do you prove that he is Mr. Chen? Butler Wang continued to stare at Li Muan. Li Muan's status is not low, but he will not believe her just because of her few words. The young man in front of him who looks to be in his early 20s is Mr. Chen. Why should I prove that I am Mr. Chen? Chen Fan smiled coldly after hearing this. What about Tian Gang? Just when Butler Wang wanted to say something else, the door of a black extended version of Lincoln parked behind him slowly opened, revealing a fat and wealthy face. The middle-aged man glanced at the photo on his phone, slowly turned his head, and moved his lips, Xiao Wang. As the middle-aged man spoke, his chin, which was more than 3 layers thick, trembled. Master. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Butler Wang did not dare to pause for a moment. He immediately retracted his gaze and turned to the front of the car. He hunched over and asked cautiously, Master, what do you want? The middle-aged man said nothing, but slowly raised his hand. Butler Wang immediately understood what he meant and stepped forward to support him. Then, the middle-aged man's body, as heavy as a small mountain, crawled out of the car. Looking up, he looked at Chen Fan, who was standing on the steps with an arrogant and superior aura, with burning eyes. He didn't care what purpose this person had in impersonating Mr. Chen, but the only thing he was sure of was that the other party was the person he was looking for. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the superb skill petrification. After receiving the reward, Chen Fan met the other party's gaze and said impatiently, If you have anything to fart, fart now. Boy, how dare you be so arrogant to our master, do you want to die? Butler Wang scolded Chen Fan immediately when he saw that Chen Fan did not take the richest man seriously at all. Xiao Wang. The middle-aged man called Butler Wang calmly, Harmony brings wealth. Yes, sir, I was too anxious. Butler Wang immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I came here just to confirm one thing. Just now at the foot of Qingshan Mountain, were you the one who assaulted my son and sent him to the hospital? After scolding Butler Wang, the middle-aged man continued to stare at Chen Fan. Oh. After being reminded by the other party, Chen Fan realized that the arrogant Mr. Lei and the middle-aged man in front of him had some similarities in facial features. In this case, these two people are father and son? No wonder they came to settle the score with him. Yes. Chen Fan admitted it. What was there that he couldn't admit? Li Muan frowned, as she discovered a fact from the middle-aged man's words just now. That is, the person Chen Fan had just attacked was the son of the richest man. Rumor has it that the richest man loves his son very much. Now, he is probably here to seek revenge on Chen Fan. Oh, you dare to admit it. The middle-aged man sneered, then looked at the security guard beside him. You all heard it. He was the one who beat my son. He beat my son so hard that he is still lying in the intensive care unit. Mr. Lei, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. The leading security officer immediately ran to Mr. Lei. Then what are you waiting for? Mr. Lei looked quite dissatisfied. Yes. Let's act now. After saying that, the leading security officer immediately said to the other security officers standing next to the police car, Catch this man and bring him back to the police station for a thorough interrogation. Yes, everyone responded. You don't need to come up, I'll go down by myself. Before waiting for the group of people to come up, Chen Fan took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Li Muan looked at Chen Fan in surprise and confusion. Chen Fan? There is no time to hide at this time. Why would he fall into the trap? Chapter 118, slap the richest man in the face and reward him with 70% of the shares of the listed company Jinqing Gold Mine. Oh, don't worry, they can't hurt me. Chen Fan turned to look at Li Muwen, who was worried about him, and comforted her. Okay. Li Muwen felt relieved when she heard Chen Fan say that, but she still asked with some concern, do you want me to accompany you? No need, just watch the show here. Chen Fan waved his hand, said nothing else, and walked down the stairs. Hee, I underestimated your determination to not fear death. President Lei couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Chen Fan, who remained calm and was not affected by this incident at all. In response to the other party's mockery, Chen Fan curled his lips and said, if you want me to die, you have to have the ability to do so. You little bastard, how dare you talk to our master with that attitude? Are you looking for a beating? Butler Wang was already very dissatisfied with Chen Fan, and now he was directly taking advantage of the situation. Halfway through the walk, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, used his skill to flash directly in front of Butler Wang. He had long been annoyed by this lackey's constant barking, saying that he was asking for a beating, so he would fulfill his wish. Without waiting for everyone to react, Chen Fan slapped Butler Wang hard in the face. Butler Wang, who was not light in terms of physique or weight, was slapped away by Chen Fan. You, how come you? The richest man was dumbfounded. This person was obviously a certain distance away from them, so how come he appeared in front of them the next second? Moreover, the force was too great. Xiao Wan was blown away by just one slap. Why am I so fast? Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Mr. Lei, who was questioning him, with sharp eyes. Mr. Lei was so frightened that he took a step back uncontrollably. If he had any doubts about Chen Fan's identity before, now his doubts were completely blown away by Chen Fan's look. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chen Fan slowly opened the virtual interface. Task, slap the richest man in the face, and be rewarded with 70% of the shares of the listed company Jinqing Gold Mine. Gold mine? Chen Fan spat and swallowed his saliva. Damn, this is real gold. You want to cause trouble for me, right? Chen Fan turned around and faced Mr. Lei. You beat my son into that state, leaving him unable to take care of himself. I'm just seeking justice for him. Even though he was a little afraid, in front of so many security guards, Mr. Lei had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold on. He was the richest man in Zhangcheng. He just couldn't believe that this man would not give him any face and attack him. Even if he dares, he has to ask the people in the Public Security Bureau whether they are willing. Seek justice? Chen Fan sneered, he deserves it. Boss Lei. Li Muwen, who was standing on the stairs, shouted, it was your son who provoked Chen Fan first. If anyone is to be held responsible, it is his son's fault alone and has nothing to do with Chen Fan. Ridiculous. You are his person, of course you will speak for him, even at the cost of distorting right and wrong. After hearing what Li Muwen said, President Lei was so angry that he threw his hands away. Now these people are taking advantage of the fact that his son is away and cannot speak or act, and are putting all the blame on his son, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take action. Are you guys from the Public Security Bureau just going to watch this culprit get away with it? Turning around, Mr. Lei gave orders to the security guard beside him with dissatisfaction. Yes. The security guard immediately rushed towards Chen Fan. Suddenly, the sound of a whistle rang in my ears. Everyone turned their heads to look. When he saw the license plate number 6666, President Lei smiled triumphantly, you're done. The mayor of Jiangcheng has come for me, you can't escape even if you have wings. Soon, the first person to get out of the car was someone Chen Fan recognized at first sight, the deputy mayor. Then, a man who looked very similar to the deputy mayor, like a brother, also got out of the car. Mayor. Upon seeing this, President Lei hurried to greet him. Mr. Lei, I heard that you brought people from the Public Security Bureau to Nangang No. 1 to cause trouble? You should know what Nangang No. 1 means to us in Jiangcheng. The other party's attitude was cold and businesslike. I'm not making trouble, I'm seeking justice for my son. Lei said aggrievely, this kid beat my son half to death and half disabled. I don't know when he will wake up. The mayor and deputy mayor looked in the direction Mr. Lei pointed at the same time. It's you! The deputy mayor widened his eyes. He didn't expect to meet Chen Fan here. Do you know him? The mayor asked when he heard his brother's surprised tone. It's him. He helped me with my surgery. He is my lifesaver, Chen Fan. The deputy mayor said to the mayor excitedly. He is Chen Fan? Mayor Zhang was also stunned when he heard this. Mr. Lei. What's going on? How come this Chen Fan suddenly became the deputy mayor's savior? Mayor, you have to make the decision for me. Over the years, even if I have not made any contributions, I have worked hard for Jiancheng. President Lei reached out and grabbed the mayor's arm. Mr. Lei, don't worry, we will get to the bottom of this matter. The mayor said as he reached out and pushed Mr. Lei's hand away. The deputy mayor walked up to Chen Fan excitedly and said, Mr. Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. I live here. Chen Fan replied. So, you are the owner of Nangang Number 1? The deputy mayor was even more surprised when he heard Chen Fan say in person that he lived here. I didn't expect that in addition to his excellent medical skills, Chen Fan also has an extraordinary identity. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. After hearing the conversation between the two, Mr. Lei was dumbfounded. Is this person really Mr. Chen? Impossible. How could he be so powerful at such a young age, even far surpassing the richest man like him? Mr. Lei, are you sure it was Mr. Chen who did the harm to your son? The mayor looked at the deputy mayor and Chen Fan who were greeting each other not far away, and his eyes fell on Mr. Lei. You'd better think it over before you speak. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. After all, he was able to live in Nangang Number 1 and he is my brother's savior. I don't believe that Mr. Chen would do such a thing. His words were full of warnings. After hearing this, Mr. Lei's heart skipped a beat. He stared closely at Chen Fan not far away, feeling extremely nervous. He had always thought that the other party was just a fake, but he never expected that it was the real Mr. Chen. Being able to live in Nangang Number 1, this person's strength is definitely far beyond his, not to mention that the other party is the deputy mayor's savior. Not to mention asking for justice, if the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, he would have no choice but to endure it. As soon as Chen Fan turned his head to look at Mr. Lei, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 70% of the shares of the listed company Jinshin. Chen Fan? How did the mission get completed? Didn't he do nothing? Chapter 119 Reward, Limited Edition Extended Red Flag. Why don't you go and apologize to Mr. Chen? The mayor glanced at the richest man again and reminded him lightly. Say, apologize? Hearing the mayor's words, the richest man immediately turned around and stared at the mayor. He could tell from the mayor's serious expression that the mayor was serious. After thinking for a long time, the richest man finally compromised. He originally wanted to make trouble for the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party's strength was far above his. It is obviously not a good deal to sacrifice the whole family for a little son. After all, everything that their Lei family has now was the result of his countless efforts. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. After making up his mind, Mr. Lei immediately put on a smiling face and walked towards Chen Fan. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It was my good-for-nothing son who offended you. He really deserves to die. Chen Fan? What the hell? Did he hear it right? Why did Mr. Lei, who had just been clamoring in front of him to seek justice for his youngest son, suddenly change his attitude? Mr. Chen, how about this? When my son is discharged from the hospital, I will bring him to you and kneel down to admit my fault. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Mr. Lei became more and more anxious. It was obvious that he didn't intend to let it go. No need. Chen Fan refused. He doesn't want to see that kind of person at all. It's over. Upon hearing Chen Fan's cold and ruthless rejection, Mr. Lei's eyes instantly turned black. After barely standing still, he held his forehead with his hand. Mr. Chen was unwilling to forgive them. What should I do? Mr. Chen, how about I come to visit you another day? It's really too sudden for me to come here today, and I haven't prepared anything for you. Finally, Mr. Lei decided that he had to go back and make preparations before using a large sum of money to buy over Mr. Chen's heart. After all, no one can resist money, unless that person has no shortage of money at all. However, a free-spirited person like Mr. Chen should not be short of money, so he can only start from another aspect. Poof. Chen Fan snorted coldly. From Mr. Lei's words, he could hear what was in his heart. He had come to attack him with great fanfare, but ended up returning in disgrace, and he had to prepare a gift for him that would please him. Mr. Lei, I'm afraid you never dreamed that you would end up like this. Mr. Chen, do you think it's okay? Seeing that Chen Fan just humbly said nothing else, Mr. Lei asked humbly. Chen Fan still didn't say anything, but just looked at the extended version of Lincoln that Mr. Lei had just gotten out of. This car is very suitable for family travel. He would go to the car dealership to take a look at this type of car next time. Mr. Lei, who had been carefully observing the expression on Chen Fan's face, understood instantly when he saw Chen Fan's gaze linger on his Lincoln for 3 seconds. Mr. Chen, to express my deepest apology to you, I will give you this limited edition Lincoln as a gift of apology. It hurts so much. After all, he just received the car today and spent 100 million yuan on it. Now, after having just ridden it once, I have to reluctantly give it up without receiving a penny. Anyone would feel the pain. Send it to me? Chen Fan came back to his senses. Are you going to send it to me now? This car looks quite new. Yes, the goods just arrived today. Seeing that Chen Fan seemed interested in this, Mr. Lei continued to please him. Ding dong. System prompt, task progress has been updated. The system prompt sound quickly came to my mind. Chen Fan used his mind to clear the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Task, accept Lincoln and get the Red Flag Limited Edition Extended Edition as a reward. System reminder, this Hongqi car is limited to one in the world and can be delivered within half an hour. Hongqi Limited Edition Extended Model? Chen Fan knew the Hongqi brand. In the past, this brand was used exclusively for official travel, and ordinary people couldn't buy it. However, with the development of the times, ordinary people can now afford it, but some Hongqi cars are still not sold to the public. Chen Fan had never heard of or seen an extended version of the Red Flag. More importantly, it is a limited edition product worldwide and can be delivered within half an hour. With so many baths stacked together, it's hard not to be moved. It's not impossible. Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and looked at Mr. Lei. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you for your great kindness. Mr. Lei, who was originally nervous and unsure at all, knelt down in front of Chen Fan with tears of gratitude when he heard Chen Fan's answer. Mr. Chen's willingness to accept his car was enough to represent that Mr. Chen had let go of the Lei family. How could he not be excited and grateful? Get up. Chen Fan never expected that his promise would result in the richest man kneeling down to thank him in front of so many people. Yes, Mr. Chen. Mr. Lei responded quickly. Then, Mr. Lei told the driver beside him, why don't you give the car keys to Mr. Chen quickly? The moment Chen Fan got the heavy car keys, the familiar prompt of the system came to his mind again. Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a limited edition extended version of Hongqi. After receiving the reward, Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at the keys in his hand, then threw them directly to the driver IE beside him. Keep it well. This is a token of Mr. Lei's love. Yes, Mr. Chen. The driver IE reached out to take it. Mr. Chen, I wonder what you are interested in. Mr. Lei's heart was half relieved, but the other half was still hanging. Of course, gifts are more effective if they touch the heart of the other person. So, of course he had to ask carefully. No. Chen Fan replied. He really had no interest in anything. His only dream before was to work hard to make money and give a better life to the people he loved. Now that his dream has come true, he no longer has any wishes. Mr. Lei's eyes twitched slightly when he got the answer. So how could he please Mr. Chen? Looking up, Mr. Lei saw Li Muwen on the stairs. Oh, Li Muwen and Mr. Chen have such a good relationship, they look like a young couple. He might as well start with Li Muwen. Mr. Chen, congratulations on moving into Nangang number 1. This is a gift that we two brothers have specially prepared for you. After the mayor saw that the relationship between Mr. Chen and Mr. Lei had eased a little, he led his men towards Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, this is a small gift from me and my brother. Please accept it. You saved my life. Compared with my life, these gifts are nothing. The deputy mayor on the side also tried to persuade him. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. As the system sound rang in his mind, Chen Fan opened the taskbar. Task, accept the mayor's kindness, reward skill, super adaptability. Chapter 120 system upgrade completed. Super adaptability? Chen Fan was stunned. What kind of skill was this? Although he didn't know what this reward was for, since it was a mission, Chen Fan naturally accepted it. Since it is your kindness, why wouldn't I accept it? Then, Chen Fan just glanced at the driver IE beside him, and IE understood what he meant and walked forward to take the gift from the mayor. If I had known that you would be the one moving in, I should have prepared more gifts. The deputy mayor couldn't help but sigh when he saw Chen Fan accept the gift. He had sent people to look for Mr. Chen before, wanting to thank him in person. But I don't know if it's because Mr. Chen is too low-key, he has waited until now but there is no news. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Chen Fan made up an excuse to get away with it. To be honest, if the system hadn't assigned him a task, he might not have done this. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining super adaptability of skills. Following the system prompt, Chen Fan continued to open the virtual interface and receive the task. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing 87 tasks and receiving 1002 points. This system has been upgraded automatically. System is being upgraded. System upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading from LV0 to LV1 and unlocking more rewards. Oh my god. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. In just a few seconds, he upgraded from LV0 to LV1? Seeing that the virtual interface had changed from blue light to yellow light, it had indeed been upgraded. However, Chen Fan still didn't understand what this super adaptability was all about. Although he has read quite a few novels written by wealthy people, the rewards for each book are different. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong adaptability. System tips: super strong adaptability means that the host can quickly adapt to any environment. For example, water, fire, high altitude, low altitude, or oxygen deficient jungle, hot subtropical climate, icy Antarctic, or outer space, the universe, etc., the body can adapt to the environment very quickly and make adjustments required by the environment. Holy crap! Seeing such a detailed introduction of the system, Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Awesome! Quite awesome! Is this the benefit of upgrading? Good. Very good. Very nice. Now that he has this skill, can't he just go into the water? After all, he is a pure-blooded landlubber. Mr. Chen, you just moved in not long ago. I guess you haven't had much rest, so we won't disturb you. Seeing Chen Fan's strange expression, as if he was smiling but not smiling, the mayor was afraid that he would get into trouble, so he quickly found an excuse. Okay. Hearing the mayor's voice ringing in his ears, Chen Fan closed the virtual panel and responded. Then, Mr. Chen, we will leave first. The deputy mayor also spoke up to agree. The two brothers then returned to their car and were about to leave when they saw a truck driving slowly past their car. Finally, it stopped next to a stretched version of Lincoln. Excuse me, which one is Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen Fan? The staff member who got off the truck asked after taking a look around. Brother, aren't we leaving? Looking at the mayor who was sitting in the driver's seat and had not started the car, the deputy mayor asked in confusion. Let's take a look first. The mayor said, staring ahead. It's me. Chen Fan stepped forward. Are you Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen Fan? This is the Hongqi car you ordered. The staff member said, pointing to the car wrapped completely in black cloth on the truck. Send it to you now? Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. Afterwards, under the operation of the staff, the car was landed on the ground safely. Mr. Chen, it would be more of a ceremony if you lift the cloth yourself. After unfastening the fastened corners of the cloth, the staff member came to Chen Fan again. Chen Fan said nothing, walked to the side, reached out and grabbed a piece of cloth, and pulled it hard. The entire black cloth covering the car was lifted off in an instant. What the hell? The mayor sitting in the driving seat couldn't help but swear after seeing the true appearance of the car. Brother? What's wrong? The deputy mayor looked confused. He seldom saw his elder brother so surprised. That's the only extended version of Hongqi in the world. You can't buy it even if you have money. Besides, in a small place like Jiangcheng, Hongqi cars worth millions are rarely sold to the public. The mayor gripped the steering wheel tightly. The price of this car alone was not in the billions. Who is this Chen Fan? He is so powerful. Ah? The limited edition extended version of Hongqi? Isn't this car only for exhibition and not for sale? I remember that this was the Hongqi car exhibited at the World Expo yesterday? After hearing what the mayor said, the deputy mayor quickly put down his phone and looked at the red flag car parked not far away. It seems that this car is exactly the same as the one he saw at the World Expo? Mr. Chen, if there is no problem, please sign so that I can report back. The staff member took out a form and a pen and handed them to Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan took the pen and quickly wrote the word Chen Fan on the list. As the truck left, the shocked Mr. Lei finally came to his senses. Not only was he still frightened, he was also terrified. He thought that his Lincoln extended version was a top-notch car in Jiangcheng. But compared to Chen Fan's car, his car is just trash. At this moment, Mr. Lei was extremely grateful that the mayor and his brothers showed up in time and stopped him from making any more mistakes. Otherwise, just thinking about the consequences, Mr. Lei almost lost his balance. Fortunately, he did not continue to make mistakes. Fortunately, he came to his senses. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on getting a new car. With a pale face and beads of sweat on his forehead, Mr. Lei forced a smile and congratulated Chen Fan. Are you not leaving yet? Chen Fan played with the car keys in his hand and glanced at Mr. Lei indifferently. Isn't there anything for him to do now? The mayor has left, so why is he still here? Why is he trying to show off his presence in front of him? I'll leave now, Mr. Chen, I'll leave now. Mr. Lei smiled awkwardly and wanted to turn around but suddenly remembered that he had given his car to Chen Fan. After taking a look at the mayor who had not left yet, President Lei quickly walked over. It was reasonable for him to thank the two for rescuing him from dire straits. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, can I get a ride? It's perfect. I'll treat you to a meal after we get down the mountain. I really appreciate your help. President Lei came to the mayor's car, bent down and spoke respectfully. No need. We have other things to take care of. You can take the sheriff's car and leave. We'll go ahead. The mayor rolled up the car window in a ruthless rejection. Looking at Chen Fan, who was not far away, even though Mr. Chen did not pursue Mr. Lei now, he could not let Mr. Chen think that there was any close contact between the two brothers and Mr. Lei, so as not to hurt the harmony between them. Chapter 121 I want to marry anyone except Chen Fan. After everyone left, Li Muwen walked down the stairs. After taking a look at Chen Fan, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan was confused by her action. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Not only does the richest man kneel down to you, but even the mayor of Jiangcheng has to give you face. Li Muwen shook her head. She knew many big shots, but there were very few who could do what Chen Fan did. To be precise, he should be the first. Is it great? Chen Fan turned around and glanced at Lincoln not far away. It's just average. To be honest, before the Hongqi car came out, he thought this Lincoln looked very high-end, but now when the two cars are placed together, he finds that the Lincoln is very inferior. One is like the master, the other is like the servant. From now on, this car will be used as a truck. Chen Fan turned his head and said to Ai beside him. Cargo, truck? Li Muwen and Ai looked at Chen Fan in shock after hearing this. This car is not cheap. Isn't it a waste of resources to use it to transport goods? Well, don't you have to drive down the mountain to go out and buy things? Chen Fan nodded. Anyway, he didn't like this car anymore. It would be parked anyway, so he might as well make use of it. That's true, but if this car is used as a truck. Ai muttered to himself. I understand, Mr. Chen, I will pass it on. Shaking his head, Ai quickly agreed. Mr. Chen is the master of this family, so naturally he has the final say in everything. Besides, Mr. Chen must have other intentions. So what if the car was given by the richest man? Mr. Chen didn't care about it at all. If the richest man knew that the car he gave to Mr. Chen with such a flattering attitude was used as a truck, what difference would it make to him being slapped in the face? I have to say that Mr. Chen is extremely smart. He used this method to humiliate the richest man and left him speechless. When Ai looked at Chen Fan again, his eyes were full of admiration. Let's go. Chen Fan didn't know what Ai was thinking. After saying this to Li Muwen, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Li Muwen followed behind him, and the two of them walked up the stairs one after the other and arrived at the gate of the White House. After eating a little, Chen Fan and Li Muwen took the elevator upstairs again. It's so big. Standing in the corridor, Li Muwen bent down and looked down. The real White House in the United States is not as big as the one she is in now, not even half as big as this one. Yeah, it's definitely much bigger than I thought. Chen Fan leaned on the handrail with both hands and took in everything downstairs. By the way, is there a kindergarten in Nangang? Chen Fan retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Li Muwen. Although he now has enough money to find a one-on-one private teacher for Nuanyuan, children all like to be lively. He has everything now and just wants Nuanyuan to have a childhood without any regrets. Yes. Li Muwen nodded. It's just that this Nangang kindergarten is different from the previous Tianfu kindergarten. The facilities inside are more complete, and of course, there are a lot of things to learn. In fact, I don't recommend Nuanyuan to go to such a school with serious internal competition. Li Muwen put forward her own opinion. Children who go to such kindergartens are busy learning this and that. Their starting point is different from that of other children from a young age, and the time they spend on their studies is also different from that of other children. Take Nuan to have a look some other day. If she likes it, she can study here. If she doesn't like it, we can consider other schools. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. Anyway, Nuanyuan was in charge of everything, so he would not force her to know everything or learn everything. Yeah. Li Muwen nodded, and suddenly felt a little envious of Nuanyuan at this moment. In Chen Fan's heart, everything revolves around Nuanyuan. While the two were chatting, the butler came back with the servants who had done the shopping. Taking his clothes, Chen Fan quickly moved into the room on the top floor. His room was even bigger than the one in Tianfuan, almost twice as big. There is also a huge balcony in the bedroom. When you open the floor-to-ceiling windows and walk onto the balcony, you can almost see the entire Jiangqing city. It gives you a feeling of being the only one with the whole world at your feet. As for Li Muwen, she lived next door to Chen Fan. Although she had suggested to Chen Fan before that she live with Nuanyuan, considering that the rest time of adults and children was somewhat different, and she had to work overtime from time to time, she let Chen Fan arrange a room for her. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan arranged for her to live next door to him. Chen Fan didn't think about the saying that whoever is close to the water gets the moon first. He just felt that since Li Muwen was Nuanyuan's mother, her treatment should not be too different from his. I simply chose a bedroom with a large balcony like his. After washing up, Chen Fan lay down on the big bed. I slept till the next day. If he hadn't heard the quarrel, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Holding the pillow, Chen Fan slowly straightened up and looked at the balcony, which was not closed. Putting on slippers, Chen Fan walked over. Dad, why do you force me? Why do you have to force me? Li Muwen's seemingly desperate voice came from next door. Chen Fan stood in front of the French window and did not go to the balcony. Judging from Li Muwen's voice, she was probably making a phone call on the balcony. Are you going to force me to death? Li Muwen finally asked this question in a roar. Since you said so, I have only one answer. I, Li Muwen, will not marry anyone other than Chen Fan. Unless I die. After saying that, Li Muwen hung up the phone, squatted under the guardrail, hugged her shoulders, and cried softly. She has been working so hard for the Li family, simply because she wants to tell her parents through her own efforts that even if she does not get married, she can still make the Li family prosperous. But in their eyes, no matter how hard she tried, she could never beat a man. Listening to Li Muwen's sobs, Chen Fan raised his foot but finally put it down again. He was not a person who could comfort others, and faced with such a thing, he didn't know what to say. Furthermore, if he went out like this, Li Muwen would probably think that he was eavesdropping on her conversation. After thinking about it, Chen Fan decided to forget it. He turned around and walked towards the bathroom. After washing up and coming out of the room, I met Li Muwen, who also came out of the room. Chen Fan, are you busy today? Li Muwen's face was haggard, and her eyes were empty and dull. Not busy. Chen Fan shook his head. He had nothing else to do. If you're not busy, can you come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Li Muwen took a deep breath and clenched her hands tightly. It can be seen that she took great courage to say this. Civil Affairs Bureau? What are we going to do at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Chen Fan looked confused. Li Muwen stared at Chen Fan and said two words, get the certificate. Chapter 122, Get a marriage certificate and be rewarded with God-level skill restoration. What the hell? Get certificate? Chen Fan was stunned. Was he still asleep and hallucinating? Otherwise, how could he hear Li Muwen saying that she wanted to get the marriage certificate with him so early in the morning? Chen Fan, I still say what I said before. If you find someone you like, I can divorce you immediately and end all ties with you. I will never bother you again. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Li Muan was afraid that Chen Fan would disagree, so she continued, "As for your property, I won't take a penny. We can sign a contract." "Are you serious?" Chen Fan didn't think about signing any contract, but marriage is not a joke, nor is it a romantic relationship. He is a relatively traditional person and has never thought about divorce since he got married. "Yeah." Li Muan nodded heavily. If she was destined to get married in this life, there was only one person she wanted to marry, and that was Chen Fan. In addition to the relationship with Nuan, she also had some selfish motives. After spending some time with Chen Fan, she found that she was unconsciously attracted by Chen Fan's personality charm. He is a completely different man from other men. Ding dong. System prompt: the task has been updated. Just when Chen Fan wanted to confirm it again, a familiar prompt from the system sounded in his mind. Opening the virtual interface, Chen Fan clicked on the taskbar. Mission: successfully obtain a marriage certificate with the target person Li Muan, and be rewarded with God-level skill recovery. Recover? What does it mean? System tips: this skill can make the host recover at a very fast speed regardless of internal or external injuries, kidney deficiency, physical strength, mental control, etc., so that the host can enjoy an unlimited sexual life. Holy crap! Chen Fan was completely stunned. Sex, happy sex life? Isn't this system too comprehensive? Ahem, but Chen Fan is only in his early 20s, so it's impossible for him to have kidney deficiency. If you are sure you want to get the certificate with me, then let's go now. After closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan said solemnly. Now, Li Muan still has a chance to regret, but once she goes to the Civil Affairs Bureau and gets the marriage certificate, there will be no room for regret. Sure. Li Muan answered Chen Fan's question very seriously. She was sure that Chen Fan was the only person she wanted to marry. She had never considered anyone else except him. Okay. Since Li Muan said so, Chen Fan stopped being shy and said, "Let's go now." Wait, seeing Chen Fan about to walk forward, Li Muan quickly called him. Regret it? Chen Fan stopped and he knew that Li Muan would definitely regret it. No, I saw that others who posted their marriage certificates seemed to be wearing white shirts. Li Muan stared at the gray sportswear on Chen Fan. It seems to be true. Chen Fan nodded, then I'll go change it. Okay. Li Muan nodded. She needs a change too. Soon, the two people came out of their respective rooms after changing their clothes. Seeing Chen Fan in front of her, Li Muan's eyes lit up. Since she met Chen Fan, this was the first time she saw Chen Fan wearing a suit. He is very handsome as a big star who walked out of the TV. The white shirt and black suit pants seemed to be tailor-made for him. His slender figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist were clearly revealed, making him look like a walking clothes rack. He was so handsome that Li Muan couldn't take her eyes off him. Isn't it inappropriate? Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Li Muan staring at him. He raised his hand and scratched his head. To be honest, it was the first time he dressed so formally and he felt a little uncomfortable. No. It fits. Li Muan quickly shook her head and whispered, not only fits, but also very handsome. Then let's go. Chen Fan, who had amazing hearing, smiled proudly when he heard Li Muan's last compliment. Yeah. Li Muan followed behind Chen Fan, looking down at her outfit. She also matched it with a white shirt, but wore dark blue casual pants, which had a Hong Kong retro style. If she had known that Chen Fan would wear black suit pants, she would have worn that black hip-hugging skirt. Like couple outfits. Dad, beautiful mom, you finally woke up. Nuanyuan has been waiting for you for a long time. As Chen Fan and Li Muan took the elevator down, the baby Nuan, who was playing in the lobby, saw them and immediately ran towards them with his short legs. What are you waiting for us to do, Nuanyuan baby? Chen Fan bent down and picked up Nuanyuan. Wait for mom and dad to take me out to play. Nuanyuan said. It was so boring for her to play alone. Then how about we wait for daddy and mommy to come back and then take you out to play? We have a surprise for you. Chen Fan raised his hand and rubbed baby Nuan's head. Surprise? Nuan was startled, her round face full of confusion. What surprise is dad going to prepare for Nuan? This, keep it secret for now. You will know when dad and mom come back. Chen Fan glanced at Li Muan and raised the corner of his mouth. Okay, then Nuan will stay at home and stare at dad obediently. Baby Nuan nodded and turned sideways to look at Li Muan and the surprise prepared by mom. Nuanyuan is so well behaved. Li Muan took Nuanyuan's hand. Hey, then Dad and Mom, you guys go and do your work. Don't worry about Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan will play with Aunt Young. Baby Nuanyuan said very considerately. Mr. Chen, please leave Miss Nuanyuan to me. I see there is a large garden behind the White House. I will take Miss there to pick some flowers. Aunt Yang came over and stretched out her hands. Okay. Chen Fan handed Nuanyuan to Aunt Yang. Be good and wait for us at home. I'll bring you some delicious food. Chen Fan reached out and patted Nuanyuan's head. Okay, Dad. Nuanyuan nodded with a smile. Taking the elevator, the two came out of the White House again. Driver, IE has been waiting next to the Hongqi car. Mr. Chen, Madam. Seeing the two people coming out of the elevator, IE addressed them respectfully. Go to the nearest Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Muan said. Is it so urgent? Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Li Muan. If someone didn't know, they would think she was afraid that he would go back on his word. Okay, ma'am. IE responded. Then he walked to the back seat and opened the door. After Chen Fan and Li Muan got into the car, IE closed the door, turned around and headed for the car. Just when IE was about to drive away, a car stopped right in front of them, but the car looked very low-key and didn't look like a famous brand. A familiar face got out of the car. What is he doing here? Chen Fan frowned, wondering if he was here to ruin his plans. Chapter 123, Divorce Before Marriage? Mr. Chen? Are you going out? The man walked directly to the back seat of the Hongqi car, bent over, raised his hand and gently knocked on the car window, and asked with a flattering smile. What's the matter? Chen Fan rolled down the car window without even looking at the other person. After I went back, I thought about it over and over again, and I felt that I should come and apologize to you earlier. I was wrong yesterday. I was too abrupt and offended you. Today, I specially asked someone to prepare a gift for you and come to your house to apologize. I hope that you, Mr. Chen, will not bear grudges against me and treat what I said yesterday as bullshit. Mr. Lei had a humble attitude. After returning, he felt that his previous attitude towards Chen Fan was a big bomb that might explode one day. So he, who had originally planned to spend several days extracting useful information from Li Muan, could not wait even a moment. He simply brought the treasure that he had treasured for many years and gave it to Chen Fan personally, as if nothing had happened before. Chen Fan remained silent. Didn't Mr. Lei already say he wanted to apologize yesterday? Mr. Chen, I brought you an antique that I have collected for many years. I had someone bring it from England more than 10 years ago. I'm sure you will like it. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Mr. Lei continued. Who doesn't like antiques? Not only is it collectible, but more importantly, the price is there. The thing in his hand is priceless and very rare. If you have nothing else to do, don't bother me. After Chen Fan said this, he raised the car window. Okay, if you have something to do, then go ahead and do it first. Mr. Lei smiled awkwardly and quickly took a step back, not daring to delay Chen Fan for a moment. He arrived at a really unfortunate moment, as he happened to meet Mr. Chen when he went out. He hoped that he had not delayed the important business that Mr. Chen was going out to do, otherwise he would be to blame. Even if a god came, he probably wouldn't be able to save him. Standing there, President Lei watched the red flight car that Chen Fan was riding and drive away down the mountain before he withdrew his gaze. I have to say, this Hongqi car is really handsome and good looking. It is simply the pride of domestic products. Why? Seeing several servants coming down the stairs, Mr. Lei immediately called them. Lei, Mr. Lei? The leader, old Zhang, was stunned when he saw that the person who came was actually the richest man. You are here to see our CEO Chen, right? Unfortunately, our CEO Chen just left the house not long ago. I've met Mr. Chen, he has something to do so he's gone first. After saying that, Mr. Lei seemed to have thought of something. If he let this person accept the things he brought, wouldn't that be the same as Mr. Chen accepting them? Moreover, he gave away this gift 100%. Wait a minute. After saying this to Lao Zhang, Mr. Lei turned around and walked towards his extremely low-key car. The driver got out of the car, turned around and opened the trunk, then took out a black wooden box that was obviously very heavy from the trunk. This is the apology I specially prepared for your general manager Chen. General Manager Lei said to Lao Zhang. Apology? Old Zhang was stunned. If he remembered correctly yesterday, it seemed that the richest man came to cause trouble for their general manager Chen. Why did the wind change today, and it was the richest man who personally brought the gift of apology to Mr. Chen? Did he miss some important part? Yes, your general manager Chen specifically told you to collect it on his behalf as he has something important to do. General Manager Lei continued. Chen Fan said nothing, neither refused nor accepted. He had no idea what the other person was thinking. But this did not prevent him from sending out the apology. As the saying goes, one who has received something from someone is grateful, and one who has received something from someone is obliged to return it. After accepting Lei Haoyuan's things, he can no longer cause trouble for the Lei family. This Lao Zhang was a little hesitant. After all, he had not received any hints from Mr. Chen. Hurry up and ask someone to move it up. I have other things to do. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Lei Haoyuan immediately put on a stern face and said very seriously, "Okay." Finally, Lao Zhang succumbed to the tyranny of the richest man and ordered the servant following him to take the wooden box from Lei Haoyuan's driver and carry it to the White House. Raising his head, Lei Haoyuan looked at the two servants who finally disappeared at the end of the stairs, and his heart finally settled down. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked towards his car with satisfaction. Now that it was done, he could rest assured. Looking at the richest man's back, Lao Zhang snorted with disdain. The richest man's attitude towards Mr. Chen could best be described as flattering. It turns out that even the richest man needs to please others in this way. Mr. Chen, you are indeed awesome. On the other side, Li Muwen put her hands on her thighs and clenched them tightly. It can be seen that she was very nervous. Are you okay? Chen Fan said in a soothing voice. It's okay, it's just that it's my first time, so I'm a little nervous. Li Muwen shook her head. When she thought about the fact that she was about to get married, many complicated emotions arose in her heart. Chen Fan. This is the first time for everyone. He had never been married and had never been to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was his first time. Chen Fan, do you regret it? Li Muwen tilted her head and looked at the Civil Affairs Bureau just around the corner. She turned her head and looked at Chen Fan and asked cautiously. She was afraid that Chen Fan would regret it at this time and refuse to go with her to get a marriage certificate. After all, to Chen Fan, she was not the person he liked. Chen Fan must feel aggrieved to marry someone he doesn't like. Regret? Chen Fan sneered, why should I regret it? I wonder how many men dream of marrying you. Li Muwen has a pretty face and a good figure. More importantly, in addition to her outstanding appearance, she is also a highly intelligent and talented female boss. There is almost nothing to complain about. It is completely enough to just be Chen Fan's wife. What's more, Li Muwen likes Nuanyuan so much and treats her as her own daughter. There is no harm in marrying Li Muwen for him. Pfft, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Li Muwen, who was originally in a state of extreme nervousness, was instantly amused by Chen Fan's humor when she heard what he said. I never exaggerate. I always seek truth from facts. Looking at the bright and beautiful smile on Li Muwen's face, Chen Fan felt a great sense of accomplishment. When Li Muwen doesn't smile, she always gives people the feeling of an arrogant and aloof queen. But now that she smiles, it's like spring is here, flowers are blooming, everything is revived, and it makes people feel excited. Mr. Chen, madam, we're here. IE parked the car in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and reminded. Okay. Let's go. Chen Fan opened the car door and went out first. Seeing this, Li Muwen also opened the car door. Since Chen Fan had no intention of regretting, she would just go all the way. Oh my god. What the hell is this car? It's so awesome. This is the first time I've seen a car like this. That's so cool. Oh my god, this car must cost a lot of money. Are you all just looking at the car and not the people? The man and woman who just got out of the car, don't you think that one of them is extremely handsome and the other is extremely beautiful, just like a perfect match? Humph, what do you mean they are made for each other? Look, they are both going their separate ways, and the woman still has a stern face. It's obvious that she's here to get a divorce. Chen Fan. Li Muwen. They haven't even gotten married yet, how come it ended up being a divorce? Chapter 124 attract his attention and seduce him. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Li Muwen, who had been keeping a certain distance from him, suddenly approached him, then reached out and held Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan turned around and looked at Li Muwen in surprise. I'm sorry, I just don't want others to misunderstand that we are here to get a divorce. Since we will be husband and wife in the future, this can be regarded as a small rehearsal. However, if you don't like it, I can let you go. Li Muwen explained with a blushing face. Chen Fan directly demonstrated through his actions that he did not mind such close contact with Li Muwen. Reaching out his hand, Chen Fan took Li Muwen's hand in return. Let's go. Li Muwen. She stared at Chen Fan, who was holding her hand tightly, in shock, and followed Chen Fan in a disorderly manner. Does this mean that Chen Fan actually has some affection for her? TSK, what a pity. I thought they were here to get a divorce. If they really got divorced, I would go after that woman right away. You can't even support my mother, and you want to use your 3,000 yuan salary to support a goddess? To say you are an ordinary man is to underestimate you. Fuck. I'm divorcing you, don't you know the reason? Look at you, you look like a tigress, who the hell is going to support you? It's so funny. You want to divorce me? Wasn't it me who asked for the divorce? Stop flattering yourself. You. Listening to the gradually weakening voice behind him, Chen Fan curled the corner of his mouth in disdain. He earns 3,000 a month and still wants to snatch Li Muwen from him? What do you think? Wow. As Chen Fan and Li Muwen entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, the people who were sitting on chairs in the lobby waiting exclaimed as soon as they saw them. This is a big star. Are they here to get a marriage license, or a divorce? Do I even need to ask? The couple is holding hands and looks very affectionate. How could they be here to get a divorce? Everyone started discussing the matter. Are you here to apply for a marriage certificate? The staff member walked up to the two and asked. Yeah. Li Muwen nodded. Then please take a number here and wait. The staff pointed to the self-service number taking machine nearby. I'll go. Chen Fan said. Okay. Li Muwen responded obediently. After Chen Fan left, Li Muwen felt mixed emotions as she watched the people coming and going. Some of them were extremely affectionate, some were arguing fiercely, and some were even resorting to violence. Have you brought all your documents? The staff asked after Chen Fan got his ticket. Yes, I brought my household registration booklet and my ID card. Li Muwen retracted her gaze and hurriedly lowered her head to search in her bag. Not yet. The staff member hurriedly stopped them. Then please follow me over here to the photo area. Okay. Li Muwen was a little embarrassed. She had no idea about the procedure for getting the certificate. After all, marrying Chen Fan was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Let's go. Chen Fan pretended to be calm and silently took out his hand from his trouser pocket. He also thought that the household registration book and ID card were needed now. Yeah. Li Muwen nodded, and the two of them followed the staff silently all the way. Soon, we entered the shooting location. You two, did you get married quickly? The staff member asked curiously. Flash marriage? Li Muwen repeated, and then looked at Chen Fan. So this is called a flash marriage. You two look like you don't know each other well? Actually, there's nothing wrong with a flash marriage. Some couples have been together for more than 10 years, but they still get divorced not long after they get married. The staff member smiled and said that flash marriages are not uncommon among them. They have also seen that after a couple divorced, they fell in love with another divorced couple and wanted to get married. Is that so? Li Muwen felt sorry after hearing this. It must have been very difficult to be together for more than 10 years. But why did the relationship change after marriage? I don't plan to divorce. Chen Fan said. Since the marriage was already concluded, he had no plan to divorce. The staff member laughed and shook his head. Many people have said this before. Some people even tore up their marriage certificates at the Civil Affairs Bureau after getting them just to decide whether to divorce or not. Seeing Chen Fan and Li Muwen looking confused, the staff member explained, because when getting a divorce, you need a marriage certificate. So that's how it is. Li Muwen nodded. They are totally unnecessary. After all, they have to come here to file for divorce in advance. They have already reached the point of divorce, so it's natural for them to look at each other more. They both dislike each other so much. The staff continued to sigh. Okay, it's your turn. After the people in front finished taking pictures, the staff immediately greeted Chen Fan and Li Muwen. In this world, there are marriages and divorces, and there are divorces and remarriages. Everyone's choices are different, so just cherish the happiness in front of you. When Chen Fan and Li Muwen walked in, the staff at the door gave their blessings. I hope you two will grow old together, holding hands, and be together forever. Thank you, thank you. Li Muwen and Chen Fan were both stunned, but Li Muwen was the first to react and said thank you. Chen Fan was puzzled. After hearing so much from the staff member just now, he always felt that the other party was trying to persuade them not to get married. Well, honey, I have to touch up my makeup. Being photogenic is hard to achieve with makeup. I don't want our wedding photos to look ugly. Just as Chen Fan and Li Muwen continued to walk inside, the voices of a young couple came from behind them. What's the point of you making up for it? I just look like that. Touch up your makeup, be photogenic, wedding photos. Li Muwen suddenly stopped. This was her first photo with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, wait for me. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, Li Muwen spoke to Chen Fan. Okay. Although he didn't know what Li Muwen was going to do, Chen Fan still responded. Turning around, Li Muwen walked towards the young couple at the door. The man, who was playing with his mobile phone without any patience, suddenly had his eyes light up when he saw Li Muwen walking towards him, as if his eyes were attached to Li Muwen's body. Miss, can I borrow your lipstick for a while? Or you can sell it to me when you are done. Li Muwen said to the girl who was touching up her makeup with a makeup mirror with a clear purpose. The girl glanced at Li Muwen and was stunned by her face, which was so beautiful that it made her feel a little inferior. Uncontrollably, she handed the lipstick in her hand to Li Muwen. You use it. Thanks. After saying thank you, Li Muwen took the lipstick, dipped a little with her finger, and applied it on her lips. You're so beautiful, do you still need makeup? The little girl stared at Li Muwen's every move inside. She was beautiful, so she would be beautiful no matter what she did. The man picked up his cell phone and took a secret photo. He stroked his chin and looked at Li Muwen with a wicked smile. This woman must have taken a fancy to him. Looking at her eyebrows and eyes, and her charming look, it was obvious that she was deliberately trying to attract his attention and seduce him. Chapter 125, One Punch Rewards 100,000,000,000 Dahua Coins. Unlimited times. As the man pressed the camera button, a crisp click sound was heard, which was particularly loud. Why are you looking at me? The woman next to him frowned and looked at the man. The man hurriedly put away his phone and shouted at the woman. You. The woman was very dissatisfied. She saw everything. Her future boyfriend actually took pictures of other women. What do you mean me? What? I can't even take a selfie? You haven't even married me yet, and you're meddling in everything? The man's voice was louder than before, as if whoever spoke the loudest was right. You. The woman was so angry that she was shaking all over when she saw her boyfriend lying to her without even blinking. He could be so calm, maybe he had lied to her many times before. What do you mean by me? Do you still want to get married? Let me tell you, there are so many women who want to marry me, and you are not the only one. You are not good looking, but you are still a troublemaker. The man saw that the woman wanted to continue to refute him, and his words were full of contempt. Let us not talk about the distant future. Look, isn't this beautiful woman in front of him attracted to him? Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so coquettishly in front of him and deliberately seduced him. Moreover, this beauty is many times more beautiful than his girlfriend, who he thought was also a little beauty. Now, he really doesn't want to marry her at all. You said I'm a troublemaker? The woman looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Are you interested in her? The woman raised her hand and pointed at Li Muwen. Li Muwen, who was using her mobile phone as a mirror, looked at the woman in surprise. What did this have to do with her? From beginning to end, she didn't say a word to the other person's boyfriend, and didn't even give him a glance. How did she get involved for no reason? Let's talk about our own business. Why are you bringing up other people? I'm telling you the truth. Seeing how you're acting, why don't we just not get married today? I don't think we're suitable. How about we just break up? Seeing that his girlfriend was pointing at Li Muwen so blatantly, the man suddenly felt guilty. But when he thought that the other person was also interested in him, he immediately felt justified. What? You want to break up with me? The woman was extremely shocked. They had already stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau to take photos and get their marriage certificate, but now he was telling her that it was not suitable and they wanted to break up? Thinking of the man taking a sneak shot of the beautiful woman in front of her, the woman instantly understood everything. So, he chose to break up at this moment just to show this beautiful lady that he was single. She suddenly realized it, but an unspeakable anger and sadness surged in her heart. The man stared at the woman, his eyes revealing a hint of disgust. Then he turned his head, quickly put on an apologetic expression, and said to Lee Nguyen gently, "Beautiful girl, please don't mind it. She is always like this, suspicious all day long, which makes me feel tired and annoyed. That's why I decided to break up, just because I really can't stand her bad temper." Hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back her inner anger and retorted loudly, "Am I wrong? You broke up with me because of her. Don't think I don't know. You secretly took a photo of her just now. Did you think I didn't see it?" After saying that, she glared at Lee Nguyen fiercely, her eyes full of jealousy and resentment. However, the man did not respond to the woman's accusations. He just looked at her coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if laughing at her stupidity. Lee Nguyen, who was involved, seemed a little embarrassed and at a loss. She didn't know how to deal with this sudden situation, so she could only stand aside quietly and try to avoid causing more trouble. "You're talking nonsense." The man didn't expect that his secret filming behavior would be discovered, and he retorted with a red face. "I'm talking nonsense, right?" The woman was so angry that she laughed at the man's words. She took advantage of the man's unpreparedness and snatched the phone from his hand. After unlocking it with fingerprints, when the screen lit up, it was a photo of Lee Nguyen. "How dare you accuse me of talking nonsense? If you don't have feelings for someone, you wouldn't dare admit it after touching them secretly, and insist on saying it was a selfie." With a cold snort, the woman directly showed the photo. "Please delete my photo. You took photos of me without my permission and violated my portrait rights." Seeing the photo on the phone of her applying lipstick on her lips, Lee Nguyen said with a serious and cold expression, "Humph, you are so self-indulgent. Don't you have any idea what you look like? Do you really think that if you like someone, she will like you back? Don't you even consider whether you are worthy of such a top beauty?" The woman sneered. Hearing this, the man reached out and snatched the phone back again, yelling at Lee Nguyen unhappily, "Why are you pretending to be nice to me? What do you mean I violated your portrait rights? You want to sue me? Did I really give you face? Didn't you deliberately seduce me, flirt in front of me, and attract my attention? How come it's my fault now? I seduced you?" Hearing the man's words, Lee Nguyen was so angry that she trembled. "Stop talking nonsense." "Am I talking nonsense? You like me anyway, so why can't you say it? Anyway, I'm broken up now and single again, so you can pursue me blatantly, don't be shy. I don't like you women who are reserved, it's annoying." The man just thought that Lee Nguyen blushed because she was embarrassed. Lee Nguyen. What the hell? How could someone be so shameless? Without waiting for Lee Nguyen to refute, the man reached out and grabbed Lee Nguyen's hand. "There's a good restaurant nearby, and I haven't eaten anything, so let's..." Before the man could finish the words eaten talk, his hair was grabbed by someone at the same time. "Take your claws away," Chen Fan warned coldly. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Lee Nguyen, who was grabbing the other person's hair, turned around immediately. She didn't know when Chen Fan came to her side quietly. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The man's face turned pale with pain. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately let go of Lee Nguyen. Seeing this, Lee Nguyen also let go of the other person's hair. She originally wanted to solve this problem by herself. "Fuck. You bitch. You seduce men everywhere, right? You just seduced me, and now you're hooking up with other wild men? Can't you live without a man? You even dared to pull my hair. I think you don't want to live anymore." As he said this, the man raised his hand to hit Lee Nguyen. Ding dong. System prompt. The task has been updated. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface. Task: teach the opponent a lesson, and each punch will reward 10 billion Dahua coins. Unlimited number of times. Chapter 126. Obtain hundreds of billions of Dahua coins. Me? 10 billion per punch? Did he see this right? However, with so many zeros, even if it's not 10 billion, it must be hundreds of millions. He made a fortune. Ah! Chen Fan had just closed the virtual interface when he heard a scream. He looked closely and saw that Lee Nguyen's attack was ruthless and accurate. She bent down and hit the man's abdomen hard with her elbow. The man felt pain and stepped back suddenly, hitting his body against the wall and screaming in pain. Chen Fan opened his mouth in surprise. Is that the end? He originally thought there would be a fierce fight, but it was over in the blink of an eye. Li Muwen seemed to notice Chen Fan's gaze. She straightened up, straightened her clothes elegantly, and then turned to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked curiously, "Why are you so powerful?" Li Muwen smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. "I have learned fighting since I was a child, so I should have no problem dealing with such a small character." Chen Fan nodded in sudden realization, indicating that he understood. So that's why she was able to solve this problem so quickly. However, the man who was knocked to the ground did not give up. He covered his aching abdomen, staring at Li Muwen with a look of shock and surprise. He never expected that this bright, charming, weak and vulnerable woman in front of him actually had such a strong strength. "How dare you attack me?" The man's eyes widened with anger, and he climbed up from the ground while cursing. Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him coldly. "Why, do you still want to be beaten?" Seeing this, the man knew he was no match for his opponent, so he started to threaten them. "Just wait for me, I won't let you go." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait!" Chen Fan stopped him. "Leave your phone behind." The man glared at Chen Fan fiercely and handed over his phone reluctantly. Chen Fan picked up his phone, deleted all the photos of Li Muwen, and then smashed the phone to the ground. In an instant, the phone was shattered into pieces, to the point where it couldn't be repaired even if it was taken for repair. "I spent 10,000 yuan on a loan to buy this phone. I've only been using it for a few days." Looking at the secretary lying on the ground, the man was heartbroken. He hadn't even paid off his loan yet, and his cell phone was gone? "Humph, you should be more worried about your own safety than your phone," Chen Fan said, and snorted coldly. "You dare to threaten them?" Without waiting for the other party to react, Chen Fan took action without saying a word. He grabbed the man by the collar and punched him in the face without hesitation. The man let out a muffled groan instantly. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Dahua coins. +1. Then, Chen Fan swung his fist and hit the other person's abdomen. The man immediately hunched over in pain and his face turned even paler. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Dahua coins. +2. I want to see how powerful you are. How dare you threaten me? Chen Fan snorted coldly. He doesn't even take the richest man in Jiangcheng seriously, let alone this rookie in front of him. Chen Fan punched the man in the abdomen again and again. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Dahua coins. +3. Cough cough. After just a moment, the man spat out blood from his mouth. "You, stop fighting." Seeing this, the woman nearby hurried over to stop them. There was also a staff member who was fiddling with the camera in the room. When he heard the noise at the door, he immediately put down his camera and walked over. "What are you doing? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau, not a place for you to fight. If you have any grudges, go out and settle them. Beauty, please tell your boyfriend to stop. He is not an ordinary person. If you really hurt him, you will be in big trouble." Seeing that what she said seemed to have no effect at all, the woman had to turn to Li Muwen beside her for help. "What do you mean he is not an ordinary person?" Li Muwen looked at Chen Fan, who was not about to stop, and turned to ask the woman next to her. "He is a second-generation rich man, his family has a lot of money. The elders in his family are all high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and we ordinary people can't afford to offend them. Let's forget about today's matter." The woman continued to persuade. Stop hitting me, brother. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed with your girlfriend." The man, who had been beaten to the point of being almost numb and could not feel any pain in his body, immediately begged Chen Fan for mercy. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose his life. "If you say you don't want to hit me, then I won't hit you. Wouldn't that make me lose face?" After saying this, Chen Fan used 50% of his strength and punched the man directly on the jaw. Bite. System prompt: congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Dahua coins. +10. In an instant, the man took off like a rocket. Then, with astonishing speed and force, it slammed heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. Lying on the ground, the man's body was twitching slightly, his eyes were closed, and he looked lifeless, as if he had lost consciousness. The staff and the woman were stunned by this sudden scene and were at a loss for a moment. Ah! Someone's dead, someone's dead. The staff member was the first to come to her senses. She screamed in horror, her voice sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the room. The woman also recovered from her shock and was panic-stricken and at a loss. However, Chen Fan seemed exceptionally calm. He lazily walked to Li Nyuan's side. Are you ready? Okay, we should go take pictures. Okay. Li Nyuan nodded. After Chen Fan and Li Nyuan went into the house, the woman walked forward cautiously and tried to check the condition of the fallen man. She carefully and nervously placed her hand under the man's nose, and was relieved to see that he was still breathing. He's still alive, he's still alive. After hearing the news, the staff felt relieved a little, but they were still nervous and expressed dissatisfaction and condemnation of Chen Fan's behavior. This person is too much. How can you hit someone so casually? This is illegal, we should call the police and have him arrested. Faced with the staff's accusations, Chen Fan didn't care. If calling the police was really useful, then Chen Fan would not have the chance to appear here. I'm very busy. When can you take a photo for us? Chen Fan asked. Upon hearing Chen Fan's cold tone, the staff member shuddered and returned to the room without saying a word. He was afraid that his fate would be the same as that of the man lying on the ground outside, motionless and not yet dead. Chapter 127. Get the marriage certificate and get a reward. Soon, the two took photos, and not just one, but several. You in this photo are still a little inferior to you in real life, but you are still handsome. Li Nyuan held the photo in her hand and gestured to Chen Fan. Really? Chen Fan was secretly happy. If other people complimented him on his handsomeness, he would just think it was a normal thing, as what they said was the truth after all. But when Li Nyuan praised him for being handsome, he always felt elated, as if he was not just handsome, but so handsome that he was sky high. Yeah. Li Nyuan responded with a smile, and the two of them walked to the door again side by side. The woman did not leave. She glanced at Li Nyuan and Chen Fan and ran over immediately. He stretched out his hand to stop the two men and stammered, "You can't just leave like this. I've just called the police. You can't go anywhere until the police arrive." You mean, you're going to call the police to arrest us? Li Nyuan carefully put the photo in her bag, and her smiling face suddenly became serious. If he hadn't spoken rudely to me first, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But, you guys, just teach him a lesson casually, why beat him like that? If you leave, how am I going to explain to his parents? The woman said very aggrievedly. It would be fine if she couldn't get married, but now she has to face the accusations from the man's parents. Who can bear this? He deserves it. Chen Fan snorted coldly. He still felt that he had gone too easy. You can't leave anyway. The woman knew she was in the wrong and didn't want to say anything else. Don't worry, since we did it, we dare to admit it. But now we have to get a marriage certificate first. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Li Nyuan looked embarrassed again. Thinking of the other party's generous lending of money to her before, Li Nyuan simply took all the responsibilities. As long as she and Chen Fan get their marriage certificate, it doesn't matter if her father doesn't approve, because by that time she and Chen Fan are already a married couple protected by the law. You really won't leave? Seeing Li Nyuan say this, the woman asked cautiously. If you don't believe it, you can just follow us. After saying that, Li Nyuan was too lazy to explain anything else. She took Chen Fan's hand and walked towards the hall. The woman was stunned, looking at the backs of Li Nyuan and Chen Fan, then turned her head to look at the man lying motionless on the ground. Finally, she gritted her teeth and followed him. Li Nyuan looked back at the woman who followed her, pulled Chen Fan to sit on the empty chair, and looked up at the number on the business processing window. There were still about 10 people away from them. However, it should be quick. After all, there are 5 windows, and one of them is for divorce processing. Chen Fan, what do you think? Li Nyuan retracted her gaze and turned to look at Chen Fan beside her, feeling somewhat uneasy. What do you mean? Chen Fan was immersed in the joy that he would soon be a married man and no longer single. That's right. Do you think I'm meddling in her business and shouldn't be caring about her? Li Nyuan explained in a low voice. After saying this, she looked at the woman standing not far away. No, you have your ideas. All I can do is support you unconditionally. Chen Fan followed Li Nyuan's gaze. He immediately understood what Li Nyuan was thinking without Li Nyuan's excessive explanation. Chen Fan. Li Nyuan's eyes widened when she heard Chen Fan say this. She couldn't believe that such words actually came out of Chen Fan's mouth. Thank you. Lee Nguyen was excited and deeply moved. No one had ever told her that they would support her unconditionally. Perhaps because she grew up in a wealthy family, the friends around her are rather hypocritical, and they become friends with her for some purpose. Why are you thanking me? Chen Fan felt a little confused. No, nothing. With a smile on her lips, Lee Nguyen lowered her head so that Chen Fan wouldn't notice anything unusual. Although he was a little bit straight, she didn't feel disgusted by him at all, and even had a little inexplicable admiration for him. Soon, the pickup number was called. Number 152. Lee Nguyen stood up immediately. Chen Fan, it's our turn. Yeah. Chen Fan also stood up from his seat. The two came to the business processing area, and the staff waited for them to sit down. ID card, household registration book. Upon hearing this, Lee Nguyen and Chen Fan both put both things on the table. The staff member picked it up and looked through it. After comparing them with each other, he asked with some doubt, "You two, are you getting married voluntarily?" Of course. Lee Nguyen nodded. What do you mean by that? Chen Fan felt a little unhappy. What does it mean to be voluntary? Did he or Lee Nguyen look very reluctant? I'm sorry, I offended you too. I just felt that you two looked unfamiliar, a bit like strangers. The staff member also realized that there was something wrong with her words and quickly apologized. When she was applying for a marriage certificate, she also encountered flash marriages, but usually the certificate was handled by the woman. It was rare for each party to handle their own documents like this. It's okay, please help us get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Lee Nguyen urged, and her hand under the table gently pulled Chen Fan's sleeve. After waiting for Chen Fan to look at her, she shook her head at him. Her meaning was very clear, telling Chen Fan not to pursue the matter any further, as the marriage certificate was more important. As the photo was pasted and the stamp was pressed, Lee Nguyen's heart finally settled down. Congratulations to you two on your happy marriage. The staff member said as they placed two brand new red books on the table. Lee Nguyen couldn't wait to pick up the marriage certificate and opened it quickly. What caught her eyes was the wedding photo of her and Chen Fan standing close to each other with a red background. Then below were her and Chen Fan's names and ID numbers. Unexpectedly, one day, she would be tied to Chen Fan's ID card. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, you have a wife now. Picking up another marriage certificate, Lee Nguyen handed it to Chen Fan and said with a smile. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then agreed, "Congratulations, Ms. Lee, you are now Mrs. Chen." Byte. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and regaining God-level skills. Next, number 153. Looking at Chen Fan and Lee Nguyen, who only had eyes for each other, the staff seemed to have gotten used to it. For people in this line of work, don't they eat enough dog food every day? However, to be honest, in the more than 10 years since she applied for her marriage certificate, this was the first time she met such an eye-catching couple. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Just sitting there was a beautiful sight. Uncle, uncle. The woman who was waiting on the side just turned her head and was slapped hard in the face. If anything happens to my son, you will have to take care of him for the rest of your life. Chapter 128. Reward Pizza Hut, the strongest law firm. Uncle, I haven't married him yet. Besides, he deserves to be beaten like that. What does it have to do with me? Covering her face, the woman retorted angrily that she had done the most kind thing by calling his family at this time. Why did you hit her? She grew up in a family that was not wealthy, but she was loved by her parents and had never been beaten. The more a woman thinks about it, the more aggrieved she feels. Then he raised his finger and pointed at Chen Fan. He was the one who beat your son. If you have the guts, go and settle the score with him. Why are you taking it out on me? Hearing this, the middle-aged man tilted his head towards Chen Fan and Lee Nguyen, who were walking towards him. He was slightly startled. He had never seen such a handsome man and such a beautiful woman. You are the one who beat my son unconscious? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the woman next to her rushed to Chen Fan and questioned him impatiently. Yes. Chen Fan admitted generously. However, the next second, the woman raised her hand and was about to hit Chen Fan in the face. Ding dong. System prompt, the task has been updated. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Chen Fan immediately controlled the virtual interface with his mind and opened the taskbar. Mission, slap the couple in the face, and the reward is Pizza Hut's strongest law firm. What? The best law firm? Chen Fan was stunned. It sounds really awesome, right? I see that you are not young anymore and you still want to spend your old age in peace. I advise you to be honest. Chen Fan grabbed the woman's raised hand and warned her in a cold voice. Don't think that she can take advantage of his age and seniority in front of him. Chen Fan won't fall for that. You, let go. Don't you know the difference between men and women? How can you be so uncultured? The woman was held tightly by Chen Fan's hand. She avoided the gazes from all around with a look of panic, fearing that people would misunderstand that she had an affair with Chen Fan. You should be the one with no manners, auntie. Li Muan couldn't help but retort, thinking that the one who hit others was right. Snort. Chen Fan snorted coldly, then shook off the old lady's hand. In an instant, the old lady's body staggered back several steps uncontrollably before she managed to stand still. How did your parents educate you? How could you be so uneducated? Don't you know the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young? The old lady was so angry that she cursed and accused Chen Fan. Education. Chen Fan gave her a cold look, and the old lady who was still shouting was stunned for a moment, so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. The security guard is here? Isn't this the Civil Affairs Bureau? Why are there security guards here? Oh my god, there are paramedics behind the security guard? What's going on? When everyone saw the security guards and medical staff walking in one after another, they immediately started talking. Security officer, it's him. He's the one who beat people. As soon as she saw the security officer, the auntie immediately ran up to him and pointed at Chen Fan to complain. Where is the one who beat him? The security officer looked around and did not find anyone injured at the scene. Where are you? I'm asking you a question. The old man immediately questioned the woman. Yes, over there. The woman glanced at Li Muan and lowered her head guiltily. She didn't want to do this, but she really had no choice. The other party had a prominent family background and she couldn't afford to offend him. She couldn't ruin her life for two strangers who had nothing to do with her. After hearing the woman's answer, the security guard glanced at Chen Fan and Li Muan, then looked in the direction the woman pointed. Seeing the man lying motionless on the ground, the security guard quickened his pace, and even the medical staff behind him hurried to make the most of the time. Soon, the security guard took a look at the injuries and asked the medical staff to take the person away. Sir, please come with me to the police station to take a statement. Please cooperate with us. Coming in front of Chen Fan, the security guard said solemnly. Oh my god, didn't these two just get their marriage certificate? They have to go to the police station right after getting married. Isn't this too unlucky? Who knows? Anyway, I definitely won't go to the police station on my wedding day. That would be unlucky. The crowd gathered and started discussing. Okay, isn't it just a trip? Let's cooperate. Li Muan listened to the discussions around her and spoke directly. Soon, Chen Fan and Li Muan drove behind the security guard and arrived at the Public Security Bureau. Tell me, what's going on? The security officer asked Chen Fan while holding a notebook and taking notes. Security officer, why are you asking so many questions? Since he has admitted that he beat my son like this, you should arrest him immediately. Do we security guards need you to give us instructions when we are doing our job? The security guard glanced at the old man. Then another security guard came in and said, which of you is Wu Peng's parent? Your son needs to pay for surgery. Go to the hospital and pay the money. Pay? How much do I have to pay? The old man and the woman looked at each other. 50,000, the security guard replied. 50,000? The two exclaimed in surprise. Then, he looked at the woman beside him and said, Xiaohua, we were in a hurry to go out and didn't bring any money. You are Xiaopeng's girlfriend and our future daughter-in-law. You have nothing to do here. Please help us pay the surgery fee. We will double it, no, 10 times the amount in the future. I don't have that much money. Xiaohua frowned. She had spent all her salary, so how could she have any money? Xiaohua. Are you afraid that we can't pay you back? After all, we are the richest people in Jiangcheng, we can still come up with this little money. The old man was about to slam the table, but when he remembered that the security guard was still present, he withdrew his hand awkwardly. The richest man in Jiangcheng? After hearing the old man's words, Chen Fan and Li Muan looked at each other tacitly. TSK. Originally, Chen Fan was still worrying about how to slap this couple in the face. Now, hasn't he his chance come? Xiaohua, if you don't have that much money on you now, just borrow from your friends. Anyway, we will definitely return the money to you when the time comes. What's more, we will give you high interest. The woman also persuaded. Okay. Xiaohua agreed reluctantly. Hey, I remember that the richest man in our Jiangcheng was named Lei. When did he change his surname to Wu? Chen Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, the richest man in our Jiangcheng is indeed named Lei. There is relevant information in the report. Li Muan cooperated very tacitly. Xiaohua, who was asking her friends for money on Xmail, immediately looked up and stared at Chen Fan and Li Muan in surprise after hearing what they said. What? You said our Jiangcheng's richest man's surname is Lei, not Wu? Chapter 129 5 million compensation. You, what nonsense are you talking about? We are the richest people in Jiangcheng, and our surname is Wu. The woman and the old man looked at each other guiltily and argued cunningly. You are the richest people, then what is he? As if she had expected the two to refute, Li Muan took out her mobile phone, which contained an interview with Mr. Lei, the richest man in Jiangcheng. The title even clearly read the four big words, the richest man in Jiangcheng. You lied to me? You are not the richest man in Jiangcheng at all. Seeing the photo in Li Muan's hand, Xiaohua stared at the woman and the old man with wide eyes. No, don't listen to what these two people say. Our Wu family is definitely the richest family in Jiangcheng. As for the man in her photo, actually, he is. The old man hurriedly explained, but he didn't know how to continue when he got to the end. He is ours. Seeing that he was stuttering and couldn't find a sentence to say, the woman immediately took over his words. The old man took one look at the woman and nodded heavily. Ah, yes, he is ours. Your people? Xiaohua was very doubtful. As you know, our Wu family has always been low-key. We are afraid that others will know our identities and approach us with ulterior motives. Therefore, we deliberately concealed our identities and found someone to replace us. The woman explained anxiously. Listening to the two people's conversation, Chen Fan slowly took out his mobile phone and dialed the housekeeper's number. Ask Lei Haoyuan to go to the Nanshan Public Security Bureau. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone and continued to watch how the couple fooled other people. Is that so? Xiaohua, who was originally questioning the other party, saw that what they said made sense, and her doubts were dispelled. After all, she had been to where they lived, and it was obvious at a glance that the big villa was something only rich people could afford. And there are those millions of luxury cars. If they were not the richest people in Jiangcheng, how could they live in a big villa, drive luxury cars, and have 3 or 2 servants to entertain them? Of course, can we deceive you? Don't you think that if our Xiaopeng hadn't taken a fancy to you, a small-town test-taker like you wouldn't be in our eyes? The ones we like are all the famous ladies and daughters of Jiangcheng. Seeing that Xiaohua's attitude had softened a lot, the woman continued. Aunt, that's not what I meant. I just don't know anything. Xiaohua smiled awkwardly. Since you trust us, please transfer the 50,000 yuan to me so that I can go to the hospital to check on my son. The woman raised her chin and ordered proudly. Okay, my friend is transferring money to me. Xiaohua quickly picked up her phone and went to other friends to borrow money. After much difficulty, he managed to collect more than 50,000 yuan and gave it to the woman without keeping a single cent for himself. You should have some cash on you. I was in a hurry to go out and didn't bring any cash with me, so I couldn't take a taxi. The woman looked at the transfer information on her mobile phone with satisfaction, and then asked Xiaohua for money. Oh, I have some here. Xiaohua took out some change from her bag, intending to save a few dollars for herself so that she could take the bus back later. But the other party obviously didn't give her this chance and took away all the cash. Old man, go to the hospital now to save our son. I've transferred the money to you. The woman stuffed all the money she had snatched from Xiaohua into the old man's hand. What about you? The old man asked puzzledly. Me? I must stay here. They beat up our son and they must compensate us. It won't be of much use for you to stay here. You might as well go to the hospital and keep an eye on our son. The woman said with some disgust, since it can't be said and it can't be said, it's useless. Okay, then I'll go to the hospital and you stay here. By the way, they hurt our son so badly, we have to ask for more compensation, not a penny less. After the old man said this, he looked at Chen Fan deeply. I know. Do I need to be told? The woman rolled her eyes at the old man. Little girl, don't be fooled. The security guard at the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Although he didn't know who the richest man in Zhangcheng was, these two people didn't look like the richest man. How could the richest man need to take a taxi when going out? Cheat? Hey, what do you mean? Are you saying that we cheated our future daughter-in-law? Before Xiaohua could say anything, the woman next to her questioned with a look of murderous intent, "You are deliberately trying to sow discord between us, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. I think you are in cahoots with them. Hiss, you're biting people randomly. Why am I in the same group with them? This is one thing and another." Since he also admitted that he beat the person, do you want to settle it privately or publicly? When the security guard saw the woman's shrewish look, he put down his pen and didn't bother to meddle in her business anymore. What do you mean by private settlement and public settlement? What do they mean? The woman was confused. Private settlement means you discuss compensation with them privately. If both parties agree, the matter will be settled. If it can't be settled privately, then we will handle it as a public matter and detain him. The security guard explained patiently. If we detain him, will he compensate us? The woman asked hurriedly. Of course not. The security officer shook his head. We definitely can't detain him. How are we going to get compensation if we do? The woman shouted immediately. Okay, so you want to settle this privately, right? Then I'll be out. The security officer put away the pen and notebook, giving the few people enough space. Just at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the woman was about to say something, there was a knock on the closed door. Then, the door was opened from the outside. Mr. Chen. Standing at the door was Zhangcheng's richest man, Lei Haoyuan. Yes, here I come. Chen Fan said lightly. Mr. Chen, is there something you want me to talk about? Lei Haoyuan walked in. He was in a meeting just now, but when he saw that the call was from the White House butler, he immediately suspended the meeting for fear of missing anything important. The housekeeper told him that Mr. Chen asked him to come to the Public Security Bureau. Although he was confused, he still dismissed the meeting and ordered someone to drive him over. Sit down first. Chen Fan was not in a hurry, but pointed to another empty seat and said to Lei Haoyuan. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Lei Haoyuan didn't dare to disobey and sat obediently in the seat designated by Chen Fan. I'm telling you, don't think we're afraid of you just because you called someone over. You beat my son like that. As soon as the security guard left, the woman immediately opened her mouth and said, "Give us 5 million and this matter will be over." 5 million? Lei Haoyuan couldn't help but speak out. Just 5 million? Is this an insult to Mr. Chen? Chapter 130 The Richest Man, You Are the Richest Man, and I Am a Clown? 5 million? Xiaohua didn't even raise her voice when she heard this number. The old man also tugged at the woman's sleeve in surprise, muttering, "Old woman, you want so much compensation, can anyone give it to you?" The security guard who was closing the door shook his head helplessly. Meeting such a person would only bring unnecessary disaster upon himself. After all, this young man is still too young to have been beaten by society. However, after this experience, he will probably never dare to act rashly again. What's wrong with 5 million? He beat my son like that, and I still think 5 million is too little. The woman snorted. She had just seen that the car driven by the little rat had a label. His son had shown them the label, and it was worth at least 1 million. Obviously, this person can afford such a good car and must be rich. Of course, she had to take this opportunity to blackmail him. Otherwise, wouldn't the beating his son received be in vain? Chen Fan pursed his lips. This woman actually dared to speak. The woman threatened proudly, 5 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, we will sue you and have the security guards lock you up. Your life will be ruined. Is this a threat to him? Chen Fan's face changed when he heard that, and a cold look gradually appeared on his face. Some people are really shameless. Don't even think about taking a penny from me, let alone 5 million. Chen Fan snorted coldly. You, what do you mean? Aren't you afraid that being locked up will become a stain on your life? The woman never expected that the other party was not afraid at all. Afraid? Chen Fan pulled the corner of his mouth in disdain. Why should he be afraid? She said she wanted to catch him, could she really catch him? The reason why he was willing to go through this was simply to cooperate with the security guard. Besides, he still had a mission to accomplish, and he hadn't thought of a response strategy, hadn't he? Now that people are here, he can complete the task. Lei Hao Yuan, do you know them too? Chen Fan crossed his legs and glanced casually at the woman and the old man. Lei Hao Yuan followed Chen Fan's line of sight, staring at the woman and the old man again and again, shaking his head with certainty. I don't know them. Mr. Chen, why did you suddenly ask him such a strange question? Mr. Chen, you don't think that he is in cahoots with these two people, right? When this terrible thought popped up in his mind, Lei Hao Yuan's face changed and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly raised his hands and swore to the sky, Mr. Chen, I have never seen these two people, and I have nothing to do with them. Xiaohua has been staring at Lei Hao Yuan for a long time since he came in. Why does this person look familiar? The more she looks at him, the more it seems like she has seen him somewhere before. Then why do they say you are theirs? Chen Fan asked back. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Hao Yuan was immediately shocked and stood up anxiously, staring at the couple with a serious and cold expression. I have nothing to do with you, let alone know you. What right do you have to frame me? Who among us framed you? We don't even know you. And we didn't say those words. Seeing the other party's aggressive attitude, the old man replied timidly. Mr. Chen, this. Lei Hao Yuan looked at Chen Fan. It seemed like this might be a misunderstanding? Just now, these two people said in person that you are theirs. Chen Fan spoke again. They indeed said it themselves, saying that Mr. Lei, you are their man, and they found you to replace them. Li Muan also echoed. Others did not know Lei Hao Yuan's identity, but she and Chen Fan knew it very well. We never said such things at all, you shouldn't. The woman was about to retort when she was interrupted by Xiaohua's sudden voice. You are the richest man in Jiangcheng in the photo, Mr. Lei. What? Jiangcheng, the richest man, Mr. Lei's? Hearing Xiaohua's words, the woman and the old man widened their eyes instantly, looking at Lei Hao Yuan in disbelief. He is the richest man in Jiangcheng? No way. How could these two people know the richest man in Jiangcheng? You said I was brought here to replace you? Lei Hao Yuan stared at the two frightened people. Are they determined to drag him into this mess even if they die? No, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The old man wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain. I thought they would never have any intersection with the richest man in this life. Who are they and who is the richest man? How could they have any intersection? But they never dreamed that they would actually meet each other. What's the misunderstanding? Didn't you just swear that you are the richest man in Jiangcheng, and he is just a fake richest man who appears in the public eye on your behalf? Li Muan looked at the two people who had nothing to say, and said coldly. Lei Hao Yuan. What the hell? He actually became someone else's stand-in and a fake richest man? What did these two people say to Mr. Chen? He was very eager to know. We are. The woman glanced at Lei Hao Yuan, who was staring at her, and immediately lowered her head, thinking to herself, it's over. What is it? You are the richest man in Jiangcheng, then what am I, Lei Hao Yuan? Lei Hao Yuan asked harshly. Could it be that these two people were borrowing his name to commit various frauds and then blackmail Mr. Chen? No, it's a misunderstanding, we were just joking. Facing the powerful Lei Hao Yuan, the woman no longer acted like a shrew as before, and smiled apologetically the whole time. Are you kidding? Xiaohua took over the woman's words. Didn't you always say that you are the richest man in Jiangcheng? Are you lying to me? Woman. It's over. It's completely over. The woman glanced at the old man, who only knew how to lower his presence, and immediately pushed him. Why don't you say something? What can I say? Aren't you so eloquent? Go ahead and say it yourself. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, looking like a rogue. You are not the richest man in Jiangcheng, but you must be wealthy, right? Xiaohua held on to the last glimmer of hope. Just talk nicely. The richest man is here. He knows a lot of rich people and you can easily find them out. Chen Fan reminded at the right time. Upon hearing this, the woman glared at Chen Fan fiercely. It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, how could their perfect lie be exposed? Seeing the two of them remaining silent, Xiaohua felt like the sky was falling. Bite. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the strongest Pizza Hut law firm. Before the woman could explain the reason, the system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Oh, mission accomplished?